The faces of these dozen or so young and middle-aged people were all indifferent. They went directly into the Alice apartment building, took the elevator to 203, and after entering the clown's room, began their cleanup work. 8 o'clock in the evening. Jean Cullion happened to be home. The moment she inserted the key into the lock, her nose caught a familiar scent of blood. She tilted her head and noticed a pair of legs outside the door of 304. So, she walked over with curiosity. She found a person covered in blood lying by the anti-theft door of 304. Jean Cullion's indifferent gaze swept over the person covered in blood. She took a few more steps forward, changed her angle, and was surprised to discover that this person was Jiang Ran. Was he hunted by other residents of the apartment? Jean Cullion guessed to herself, thinking that this was the only possibility for Jiang Ran, the Shabai-Shu, little white mice, to be covered in blood. After all, the apartment was full of perverts. Some of them Jean Cullion didn't even know or had never seen. Jean Cullion then backed away, looking left and right down the hallway. She didn't see anyone else. Could it be that Jiang Ran counter-killed the person who was hunting him, and successfully escaped back? Jean Cullion thought this must be the case, otherwise, why would there be no one else here? Wait, could he be dead? She thought of another possibility, quickly crouched down, and checked for breath. Finding that he was still breathing, she immediately felt relieved. It's good that he's not dead. It's good that he's not dead. Jean Cullion covered her mouth and laughed out loud. She hadn't expected it. Her luck was so good, she had picked up a Jiang Ran for free today. Oh dear, I'll just drag him back to make canned goods and meat sauce. When my sister comes back, she'll definitely be very surprised too. Jean Cullion playfully stuck out her tongue. No sooner said than done. Jean Cullion immediately bent down, grabbed Jiang Ran's legs with both hands, and prepared to drag him towards 303. As a result, she had just dragged the entire person into the hallway. Jiang Ran suddenly woke up. After waking up, Jiang Ran was still a bit dazed. Once his consciousness recovered a bit of clarity, he immediately realized his current situation. After realizing it, he and Jean Cullion met each other's gaze. I just came home, and I saw you collapsed in the hallway, so, I wanted to take you back to your place. Seeing Jiang Ran wake up, Jean Cullion immediately abandoned her previous plan of action. In fact, she could have forced it, because looking at Jiang Ran's condition, he was relatively easy to manipulate. But these two witch sisters always had a rule: if they weren't 100% sure, they would never take risks. Therefore, Jean Cullion gave up on the fat sheep that was within her grasp. Jiang Ran currently had a severe headache, as if his head was exploding. He barely heard what Jean Cullion said. He didn't think much about it either. He lay on the ground with his eyes open for quite a while. With Jean Cullion's help, he struggled to get up and was helped by Jean Cullion to sit on his own sofa. After that, Jean Cullion went to the bathroom, saying she would run a bath for him to wash off the bloodstains and such. Jiang Ran sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. At this moment, he looked down at his miserable state, especially the pain in his left arm. He began to try hard to recall what happened before he fainted. Before he fainted, his last memory was of himself fighting with the clown at the clown's house. Nothing else. After waking up, he was in this miserable state. Combining the previous 2 times, he understood that another one of his personalities must have taken control of his body again. Looking at the bloodstains on his body, he must have had an intense fight with that clown. He didn't know if the clown died in the end, but he was alive. However, compared to himself being alive and his other personality taking control of his body again, his thoughts were entirely focused on the danger warning system. Before, he thought, what the hell is this danger warning system? He felt that this system was really useless. Especially every time there was a danger warning, it was truly pointless. But after this clown incident, he realized that he had been misunderstanding the danger warning system all along. It turned out that his danger warnings were all real. This could be seen from the clown incident. And if the danger warnings were all real, something even more terrifying was coming. From the bathroom, he heard the sound of Jean Cullion running tap water into a basin. In Jiang Ran's mind, it was always, ding, detected a dangerous person, points plus 8, points plus. He turned his head, recalling the other people in the apartment. 301 old man, Jeannie, Sumi, those people from the 3 welcoming parties, all had danger warning prompts, including security captain Xiao Gao, administrator Xiao Zhang. The more he recalled, the more Jiang Ran felt his brain was about to explode. If everyone in this world, when he approached them, had different point values indicating danger, he wouldn't think much of it. The clown incident wouldn't seem that terrifying either. The terrifying thing was, some people stood in front of him, and there was absolutely no danger warning system prompt. Like Xiao Q, Mike and so on. This meant that those people the danger warning system alerted him to were indeed dangerous. Why didn't Jiang Ran believe it before? It was because it was too incredible. An apartment where almost everyone was dangerous? Isn't that just ridiculous? Jiang Ran's mind was a bit dazed. At this moment, Qin Kulian brought a basin of water and a towel and placed them in front of Jiang Ran. Do you need me to help you wipe off the bloodstains on your body and face? Qin Kulian blinked her big eyes, asking earnestly. Jiang Ran stared at Qin Kulian's face, still so beautiful and moving, making one unable to resist wanting to kiss her. But Jiang Ran also recalled the 2 times Qin Kulian brought him tea. Both times, it indicated that there was a sedative in the tea. Why was she fine after drinking it? Is it because she took an antidote beforehand? Jiang Ran thought to himself, a bit dazed, feeling that this was the only possibility. And the problem arose. What did Qin Kulian want to do after sedating him? Kidnap him for lust? That's ridiculous, impossible. What Jiang Ran could think of was probably the organ harvesting that had been happening in recent years. There's no love left. Jiang Ran muttered softly. Jiang Ran, what are you saying? I didn't hear clearly. Do you need my help? Qin Kulian leaned her head forward, smiling. Jiang Ran turned his head and said with a bitter smile, no, I'll do it myself. After wetting the towel with water, he washed his face, cleaning off many bloodstains from his face and hands. After cleaning himself, Jiang Ran stopped his movements. He suddenly turned to look at Qin Kulian. He still couldn't quite accept that the Qin Kulian in front of him, each time the danger warning prompted, had the same point value as the clown, which was 8. Was it that high? Was she that dangerous? I need to go out for a bit, Jiang Ran said at this moment. Qin Kulian asked curiously, it's so late, where are you going? Jiang Ran didn't answer, but instead, asked another question thoughtfully. Qin K, I'm covered in blood, aren't you curious how it got there? Their eyes met. Qin Kulian chuckled, I'm not that curious. Alright, I'm relieved to see you're fine. I'll be going now, after all, I still haven't done my nightly beauty routine. She pointed her jade-like finger at her fair, jade-like face. After saying goodbye to Jiang Ran, Qin Kulian left his home. After Qin Kulian left, Jiang Ran changed out of his blood-stained jacket and pants into new ones. Then he left his house. Previously, leaving the house was a normal occurrence. But now, leaving the house felt especially tense. He was afraid that wherever he went, the system's prompt would pop up in his mind again. However, the journey was smooth. Jiang Ran successfully took the elevator to the first floor. Today seemed a bit strange. On the first floor, he didn't even see Administrator Xiao Zhang, whom he usually met frequently. When he walked to the main entrance and turned his head, he did see a young security guard in the security booth, holding his phone, seemingly reading an e-book. He left the Alice apartment without looking back. When the child personality controlled his body and stumbled back to 304, the system had already consumed points to fix the injury on his left arm, caused by the electric drill. Therefore, Jiang Ran's left arm now only felt a slight pain. He came out not only to go to the hospital for a quick bandage but also to think about his next step. This matter was whether he should continue living in the Alice apartment. Jiang Ran pondered this question all the way. At the hospital, after registering, the doctor and nurse examined Jiang Ran and found no problems. Only his left arm was disinfected, and while the nurse was disinfecting Jiang Ran's left arm, Jiang Ran also made a decision. That was, to temporarily not leave the Alice apartment and continue to live there. Why? Give a reason. The reason was also very simple, wasn't it because of money? First, the Alice apartment was his own. If he didn't live here, he would have to rent a new place outside. That would cost money. Second, his current job, assistant administrator. Think about it carefully, if you don't live here anymore but continue to work here, isn't that just a waste of effort? It's no different from continuing to live here. At most, the time spent here would be different, it would be shorter. If you're unlucky, you're still unlucky, just like this clown incident. Wasn't it because of this assistant administrator job that he encountered it? Was it because he happened to live here? If he didn't live here anymore, he would have to quit this job and find a new job, and he wouldn't find one as good as this. The third and most important point. Although the danger warning system had been constantly alerting him to danger, the apartment was dangerous, and many people in the apartment were dangerous. But, all things considered, in his own memory, he didn't seem to have encountered it many times. The clearest and deepest impression was this time. And this time, he clearly remembered that in addition to reminding him of Wang Nuli plus 8 points, the system also had another prompt. More importantly, a Wang Nuli plus 8 points suddenly changed to something like, detection, host is about to encounter danger. Please get away as soon as possible. Points plus 10. This should mean that the clown, who was a danger prompt, had murderous intentions towards him at that moment. Therefore, he could rely on this changing prompt to judge the current situation. After all, even if he casually encountered a dangerous person with a prompt in the apartment, the dangerous person didn't do anything to him. It's probably only when this about to encounter danger, points plus 10 appears that it truly means he is in real danger. Of course, Jiang Ren couldn't recall if he had heard this about to encounter danger, points plus 10 reminder before. Perhaps he had encountered it before. One thing Jiang Ren himself wasn't clear about, because other personalities occupied his body, a segment of memory from before the other personalities took over would be forgotten by him. And this time, this about to encounter danger plus 10 reminders memory point was far from the time when other personalities occupied his body, so he still retained it. Jiang Ren felt that with this sudden change in reminder, plus he still had the system, and in crisis situations, his other personalities would come out to solve problems, so it didn't seem so terrifying. Of course, there was another reason why he dared to continue staying here. Back then, at the pancake stall, the danger warning reminded him that he was in a dangerous zone. Does he remember what he thought at the time? What if this place really is dangerous? If I die, I die. Living is a kind of suffering anyway. Yes, Jiang Ren was not unafraid of death, but if it was truly his destiny to die here, then he could only die. Having thought all this through, Jiang Ren suddenly felt enlightened and let out a deep breath. Of course, what Jiang Ren didn't know was that the real reason he decided to live and work here wasn't these reasons he thought of tonight, but the reason he couldn't leave the apartment, which he would only learn tomorrow when he met Administrator Xiao Zhang. At 12:10 a.m. on the 6th day of the 27th round, the long-haired beautiful host appeared on the live broadcast screen. She announced that Mike had been directly eliminated from this round because he failed to return to the Alice apartment before 12 a.m. today. Therefore, all 89 million yuan wagered on him was transferred into the final prize pool. Only Jiang Ren and Wang Anjian remained as the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, for this round. Although there were no thrilling and exciting scenes during the late night and early morning hours today, many people were still online, all waiting for 12 a.m., the arrival of a new day. They insisted on seeing if Mike would return before they could rest assured and go to sleep. And when they saw that time had passed and Mike had not returned, those who had bet on Jiang Ren completely celebrated in the live broadcast room. Every comment was schadenfreude, mocking the Diamond Bachelor and the unlucky ones who had bet on Mike. Time quickly arrived at 8 a.m. After Jiang Ren figured things out last night, he returned to the Alice apartment. He showered in 304 and then went to sleep. Today was Saturday, and his assistant administrator work schedule was 5 days, 8 hours. Under normal circumstances, today was a rest day. But he had nothing else to do at home. He might as well continue to work, slack off at home, and collect his salary. So he submitted an application to Xiao Zhang. Administrator Xiao Zhang immediately agreed, and also asked Jiang Ren to come down to the first floor to find him, as he had something important to give him. When Jiang Ren arrived on the first floor, he found a large pile of craft paper envelopes on Administrator Xiao Zhang's desk in the management office. Administrator Xiao Zhang saw Jiang Ren coming, smiled, pulled out one of the craft paper envelopes from the pile, and handed it to Jiang Ren. Jiang Ren took it and found 3 large characters written on the surface of the envelope, for Jiang Ren. In addition, there was a stamp on the surface of the envelope. A golden carp stamp. What is this? Jiang Ren was a bit puzzled and curious. Administrator Xiao Zhang said, "You'll know when you open it." After Jiang Ren opened it, he found that it contained his water, electricity, and property management bills for this month. He still had a few days before he would have lived here for a full month, but the billing date here was fixed. So, for this bill, Jiang Ren was only charged for 25 days. And it was only a 25-day bill, but it broke Jiang Ren's resolve, and it was also the fundamental, unshakable reason why Jiang Ren had to continue working and living here. These 25 days, he used 3 tons of water, 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. The water bill here is 5 yuan per ton, which means the water bill is 15 yuan. The electricity bill is 2 yuan per kilowatt-hour. 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity is 200 yuan. Seeing the water and electricity bills, Jiang Ren almost cursed. 5 yuan per ton for water, 2 yuan per kilowatt-hour for electricity? This is too expensive. Why don't they just rob people? It's much more expensive than the utility bills for the apartment he rented in Nan City before. Anyone who knows would think both apartments are in the same city, but those who don't would assume one is in a poor, backward place and the other in a big city. Let's not talk about that. Anyway, even if the unit price is expensive, Jiang Ren is just one person. The total utility bill is only 215 yuan. What's truly outrageous is the property management fee. Alice apartment, the property management fee per square meter is 50 yuan. Jiang Ran remembered that his 304 apartment was exactly 50 square meters, no more, no less. Does that mean his monthly property management fee would be 2,500 yuan? Xiao Zhang, isn't this property management fee a bit too outrageous? Jiang Ran placed the bill on the table and pointed at the property management fee as he spoke. If Jiang Ran remembered correctly, even the famous Thompson Riviera in the magical city on Earth only charged 15 yuan per square meter for property management. But Alice Apartments jumped directly to 50 yuan? This can no longer be described by just the word outrageous, can it? Administrator Xiao Zhang scratched his head and said, 50 yuan is quite normal, isn't it? When Alice Apartment first opened, the property management fee was 70 yuan per square meter. It's already been reduced. And, Jiang Ran, you need to remember, you are an assistant administrator. If Alice Apartment doesn't charge more property management fees from residents, how can it pay your salary? Pay my salary? Pay others' salaries? Just for you alone, it's 10,000 yuan a month. And you've been actively working overtime this month, so it's even more than 10,000 yuan. Jiang Ran felt a bit helpless. But I'm also a resident. This would cut 2,500 yuan from me at once. Administrator Xiao Zhang patted Jiang Ran's shoulder, then took the bill from his hand and tore it to shreds. Jiang Ran was stunned. Big brother, I haven't paid yet? Why did you tear it up? On that bill, there was a QR code for payment exclusive to each resident, for mobile scanning and payment. Administrator Xiao Zhang laughed. Didn't you say you didn't want to pay? If I tear it up, you don't have to pay, right? Jiang Ran showed a speechless expression. Administrator Xiao Zhang, now clutching his stomach, laughed. Alright, I'm not playing with you anymore. Actually, all of us staff members of Alice have hidden benefits. For example, take you. You are a resident here, and also a staff member here. Therefore, your monthly property management fee, the apartment will cover for you, so you don't have to pay it. In addition, the apartment also covers 500 yuan of your utility bills each month. For utility bills within 500 yuan, the apartment pays. For the portion exceeding 500, you pay yourself. After hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Jiang Ran was stunned. Holy cow, if you calculate it this way, he should have paid 2,715 yuan this month. But just because he is an employee of the apartment, it's directly waived? This is even better than that love apartment where couples get half-price rent and free utilities. And why do we say that Jiang Ran's encounter with Xiao Zhang today and the events that transpired are the real reason he stayed? Let's do some math now. Last night, Jiang Ran actually had another idea. That was to sell his apartment in Alice Apartment, get a sum of money, then resign, and completely leave this place where the danger warning system kept alerting. But after searching online, he found that according to Nan City's legal regulations, ordinary apartments could only be resold 1.5 years after a transfer of ownership. An Alice Apartment, being a high-end apartment, required 3 years before it could be sold. Although Jiang Ran won it in a lottery, it was still transferred to his name, so he had to wait 3 years. This meant the apartment couldn't be sold at all. There was no need to discuss various taxes and fees after a sale. So, today's utility and property management fees created the following situation. Suppose Jiang Ran, feeling this place was dangerous, decided to leave. He would definitely need to rent a place outside, for 1,000 yuan. He would also have to resign from his assistant administrator job. Not resigning and continuing to work, and continuing to live here, are the same factors, so there would be no need to move out. Assuming he resigns and returns to his previous customer service job, he would earn 3,500 yuan per month. The Alice Apartment cannot be sold within 3 years. But even if you don't live here, you still have to pay the property management fee. It's your own apartment, you can't escape it. That means paying 2,500 yuan in property management fees every month. Just these two expenses would amount to 3,500 yuan. Which means, Jiang Ran's entire monthly salary, without doing anything else, after paying these two, would be gone. He wouldn't have money for food or drink, he'd just starve and die of thirst, let alone buying medicine to control his dissociative identity disorder. But what if he continued to live here and continued to be an assistant administrator? He wouldn't have to pay monthly property management fees, and 500 yuan of utilities would be covered, which also means free. His monthly salary would be at least 10,000 yuan. Comparing the two, which would you choose? Damn it, Jiang Ran could only choose the second option. What else could he do if he didn't choose it? Therefore, this is the real reason Jiang Ran simply couldn't leave this place. The previous night's thoughts were all false. It's not that you can leave whenever you want, you're given a choice, but once you choose to leave, you'll have to live a very exhausting life. At this point, Jiang Ran also understood everything, even though his mind was still constantly prompting. Ding! Dangerous person detected. Please stay away as soon as possible. Points +4. Points +4. This alert was telling him to stay away from Administrator Xiao Zhang. But what could Jiang Ran do? He could only continue to live here as before. The only difference from before was that he had to be more vigilant and careful. Besides, Administrator Xiao Zhang, from the time they met until now, didn't seem to have harmed him. In fact, he had been quite good to him. Jiang Ran scratched his head and returned to 304. Of course, before returning to 304, he asked Administrator Xiao Zhang how the clown was doing recently. Administrator Xiao Zhang said the clown had gone out of town to perform. At the same time, in bedroom 704, the bedroom curtains were drawn, blocking out the beautiful morning sunlight, with only the ceiling light illuminating the entire bedroom. Wang Anjian was now spitting up a lot of blood. The bedsheets and duvet cover, and even the white tile floor beside the bed, were all stained with bright red blood, forming bloodstains like flowers. He lay on the bed, feeling weak all over. The doctor had said he might not live for more than 3 months. But he felt that in his current condition, let alone 3 months, even 3 weeks would be difficult. No exaggeration, he felt that if he could last 3 days, he would be a hero. Now when he went to the bathroom, both bowel movements and urination were bloody. His immune system was too weak now. This resulted in him feeling weak all over, and his body felt a bit cold. He wasn't sure if it was a severe cold or a fever. At this moment, he struggled to sit up from the bed, leaning against the headboard. This simple action took him 5 or 6 minutes. After leaning against the headboard, he opened his phone. If he remembered correctly, he had received 10,000 yuan 5 times in total. The first 4 times had all been spent. He prepared to spend some of the 10,000 yuan that arrived in his account today. He felt that his life truly wouldn't last much longer. He laboriously took the box of painkillers from beside his bedside table. He poured out 5 blue painkillers and, with a glass of cold water he had poured last night on the bedside table, swallowed them directly. What he swallowed wasn't just medicine and water, but also blood. His mouth and nose were filled with the smell of blood. This bloody smell made him very uncomfortable, physically ill. He felt that he probably couldn't be a vampire because he was too repulsed by the smell of blood. Cough, cough. At this moment, he coughed twice more, with blood-flecked sputum. He grimaced in discomfort, preparing to complete the task of spending money. At this moment, he suddenly received a message from Green Bubble. He opened Green Bubble. He found the person who sent him the message. His weak eyes were somewhat unfocused, unable to see the phone clearly, and only refocused after an effort. He had notes for all his Green Bubble contacts. The person who sent him the message was a male, 16 years old, in high school. His family was very poor. At that time, he didn't even have money for school tuition. Wang Anjian remembered that he had sponsored him 1,000 yuan that year. Only with the combined sponsorship of other kind-hearted people was he able to return to school. What did this mail send him now? He sent, "Hello, Big Brother Wang, can you lend me some money? I want to buy a smartphone to study and look up information. All my classmates have phones now, and sometimes teachers use phones to announce things in homework. It's really too inconvenient without a phone, so I have no choice." Wang Anjian saw that this high school male wanted a smartphone. That's fine, after all, without a phone now, it's very inconvenient not just for adults in society, but even for students. After all, the internet is developed now, unlike before when everyone had feature phones and could only text and call. Smartphones are already common now, with all sorts of chat software. Now, in schools, teachers in every class will also create student groups and the like. Therefore, Wang Anjian sent a message. What phone do you want to buy? Which model have you chosen? I'll help you with some references, so you don't spend money on a rip-off phone. Some phone brands now particularly like to trick people with high prices and low specifications. About 5 minutes passed. A reply came back. It was a link. Wang Anjian clicked on the link, and the phone interface directly jumped to Peach Shopping. And when he saw the phone that this high school male shared from Peach Shopping, which he wanted to buy, Wang Anjian almost spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. The reason was that the high school male shared a phone that was a leader in the phone industry. Fruit phone. Wang Anjian wasn't sure if this was the latest model, but he saw that the lowest configuration of this model actually cost 5,499 yuan. Therefore, returning to Green Bubble, Wang Anjian immediately sent a message. Did you send the wrong link? Wang Anjian felt that the other party must have made a mistake. But the other party's reply, no, it's this fruit phone. Many of my classmates are using it. They say this fruit phone is the best, one can use it for many years. So, Big Brother Wang, can you lend me money to buy this phone? In the bedroom, lying on the bed, surrounded by blood, Wang Anjian looked at his old antique phone, which wasn't even full screen, and he didn't know how long he had used it, and remained silent for a long time. After a long time, the other side sent several messages in a row, asking Wang Anjian again if he could lend him money to buy a phone, promising to repay it later, and so on. Wang Anjian picked up his phone and replied, "I don't have money right now, so I'm sorry, I can't help you buy this phone. Not high school mail. It's okay, if you can't lend me 5 or 6,000, 1,000 will do. I can find others to borrow from. Wang Anjian sighed and continued to send. No, do you have to buy a fruit phone? You're still a student, and your family is poor. Can't you buy a 1,000 yuan phone? Current 1,000 yuan phones are very powerful in terms of features and are enough for your current needs. As for fruit phones, to be honest, unless your family conditions are good, or you earn money yourself in the future, otherwise, I don't think you really need to buy one now, especially when you don't have money. This string of messages must have been too long. The other side finished reading after 3 minutes, and then replied, "If you're not going to lend me a single cent, then stop blabbering. Poor ghost." After 2 messages, there was a spitting emoji. Wang Anjian quickly sent a question mark, only to realize that he had been unfriended. Facing this situation, he could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He sighed again. People. After speaking, he lay on his back on the headboard, his head looking up at the ceiling. He wasn't sure what he should do now, so he would just keep looking at the ceiling. As he watched, another message came to his phone. It was from a university female. Wang Anjian had sponsored her 1,500 yuan previously, and her family was also very poor. This university female also messaged him to borrow money, saying that her father had suddenly fallen ill and was hospitalized, and she had no money, asking if he could lend her some money to get by. Wang Anjian did not reply immediately, but instead clicked on this university female's green bubble moments. He looked at the posts this female had made. Many posts were about going to places to play with good friends, or traveling, and things she bought. Recently, it seemed she had also started dating Wang Ju's boyfriend, who was from abroad, with dark skin. She had been showing off their affection in her moments. Wang Anjian remembered at this time that a man who had sponsored this university female with him had complained to him that this female had tricked him out of 2,000 yuan by claiming her family was sick. Later, he found out that this university female had used the 2,000 to spend on her boyfriend from abroad. Therefore, he specifically told him, and other sponsors he knew, to be careful to avoid being deceived. Honestly, Wang Anjian had encountered many such people or situations, like the high school male and university female, over the years. The first time he encountered such an ungrateful person, he was also very angry. It took him several days to recover, feeling like his efforts had been wasted. But later, he went online and discovered that he wasn't the only kind-hearted person who had been bitten back. Some celebrities had also been bitten back. Among them was a young singer who had sponsored over 300 people, including children in impoverished mountainous areas, out-of-school students, and disabled people. As a result, this singer, Chin K, later got stomach cancer. After he got stomach cancer, none of the people he had sponsored came to see him. What was even more disheartening and terrifying was that, after the singer fell ill, he was no longer able to continue earning money, and all his money went to medical treatment. Therefore, he also cut off sponsorship for many students. And after the sponsorship was cut off, many parents and children he had sponsored called, demanding money. Yes, they were demanding money. Some examples included, "Didn't you promise to sponsor my child's education all the way through? Why did you suddenly stop now? Do you still have a conscience? Are you trying to trick us by pretending to be sick because you don't want to continue sponsoring?" All sorts of suspicions and curses. There was also a female university student whom this singer had sponsored until she graduated from university. As a result, as soon as she graduated, she immediately cut off contact with the singer. This singer was very great. Even when he was sick and had no money, he still donated 15,000 yuan, and finally, before his death, he donated his corneas. In the end, generally speaking, he helped many people, but when he needed help the most, these people all watched indifferently, and not a single person offered a helping hand. Some people even had the audacity to say, "His sponsorship of me was voluntary, I didn't force him." From this, Wang Anjian also recognized the evil of human nature, but he still did not give up doing such charitable deeds. He felt that he couldn't control whether others were worthy of him, but he could be worthy of his own conscience. Of course, it was also because he recognized the existence of this kind of situation that his later sponsorships were no longer directly giving money. Instead, he helped by buying small items like daily necessities, school supplies, and books. Of course, there was still cash assistance. Those who were sponsored were all people who did not have sufficient financial means to see a doctor. Propping up his body, Wang Anjian continued to buy things online, having them delivered to different places. It was at this time that he received another text message. He had a deep impression of the person who sent him the text message. It was a little girl from the last time he taught in a mountain village. 3rd grade, right, he had taught her. The text message from this little girl was as follows. Big brother wine, the school bag, eraser, and pens you bought for me, they were clearly all for me, but my mom and grandma took them all away to give to my older brother and younger brother, and they just won't let me use them. Big brother wine, what should I do? Wang Anjian remembered this little girl had an older brother in 5th grade and a younger brother in 1st grade. He had also visited her home back then. He discovered that her family was extremely patriarchal, including the little girl's mother and grandma. To be honest, even now, Wang Anjian has one thing he can't figure out. You could say, it's understandable if the father is patriarchal, but why are the mother and grandma, who are also women, so patriarchal? Or is it that they want their own children to experience the same pain they suffered when they were young? I remember I also bought a set for your older brother and younger brother, the same as yours, so why did your mom and those people still take yours? Wang Anjian was afraid of this kind of situation, so he also bought things for the little girl's older brother and younger brother. He was just afraid that they wouldn't have any and would snatch what the little girl was using. The little girl quickly replied with a text message. Mom said my old school bag and stationery are still usable, so she gave the new school bag and stationery you bought for me to my younger brother to use first, and then Mom put away the school bag you bought for my younger brother. So, big brother, can you help me? When Wang Anjian saw this, he felt powerless. Because the school bag he bought for the little girl was pink, for a little girl to carry. He deliberately bought that color so boys wouldn't be interested, but it still couldn't be avoided? Wang Anjian thought for a moment and quickly replied. Sorry, big brother can't help you right now. You must remember that only you can help yourself, no one can help you for a lifetime. You must study hard, break away from your family, and gain your own freedom. Before that, you can only endure. I know you might not understand my words now, but you must remember them. Okay, big brother, I've copied down your words, and I will remember them. Oh, right, big brother, I see my mom and them are coming back soon. I can't continue texting you. I'm going to delete the text message later, otherwise if mom finds out, I'll be beaten. Goodbye, big brother. I'll find you next time. The text message ended there. Wang Anjian also powerlessly threw his phone aside. He murmured to himself, I'm sorry, in my current state, I really can't help you. Even if I were healthy, I couldn't help you. I can't change your family's way of thinking. I tried my best. At this moment, in the live stream, extremely rich young master commented, alas, the apartment's cameras. What's commendable is that everything they capture is clear, even the text on the phone screen is perfectly clear, but what's not commendable is also this point, it's too clear. My eyes seem to be watering. Fairy sister, cry if you want to, there's nothing to be ashamed of. What this Wang Anjian has done is indeed very touching. Who would have thought that after he entered the apartment, the 10,000 yuan a day wasn't for his own medical treatment, but was all used for charity? He's truly a silly bastard. Can't he be a little kinder to himself? He's a dying man. Little dragon girl, yes, it's a pity. Even if he wants to be kinder to himself now, he doesn't have the chance. Looking at him, heaven probably won't let him live much longer. I love to eat shit. This young man, ending up like this, is purely his own doing. He can't blame anyone else. Little ant? Little dragon girl? More confused people sent? Extremely rich young master at I love to eat shit. What do you mean by that? I love to eat shit. Wait, I'll go to the bathroom first, then I'll type and tell you. So everyone waited for 2 minutes and then saw I love to eat shit's explanation. Everyone's destiny and karma are predetermined. He got involved in other people's karma and even changed it. Plus, his own capacity to bear karma is limited, and once it's exceeded, he'll suffer bad luck. That's why he got cancer. After reading it, extremely rich young master said, no, why are you talking about feudal superstition here? I love to eat shit, young man. Go ask your old man if what I'm saying is feudal superstition. Domineering female CEO. Instead of worrying about whether this is feudal superstition, it's better to care about the final winner of this round. This is the 6th day of this round, counting today and one more day tomorrow. Currently, there are still 2 Xiaobaishu, little white mice. Let's hope both Xiaobaishu, little white mice, make it through this round. Extremely rich young master, If Zhang Ran and Wang Anjian both survive this round, how will it be calculated in the end? Will both be considered winners, and everyone who bet on them can share the money in the prize pool? Domineering female CEO, that's right. Extremely rich young master, damn it, it won't be my share anyway, Mike is such a silly bastard. Back to reality. Wang Anjian spent the entire day resting in bed today. He took his medicine and ate some bread. He slept in a daze until evening, only then feeling much better. So he got out of bed, went to the bathroom, washed himself, and changed into new clothes. He checked the time, it was already 9 p.m. Having stayed indoors all day, he decided to go out for a walk and get some fresh air. But as soon as he opened his door and was about to step out, a wicked gust of wind suddenly blew down the hallway outside. It made him sneeze loudly. After that big sneeze, he felt his body instantly go wrong. Dizzy and lightheaded, he immediately knew he was unwell again. He could only slowly and consciously control his fall to the ground. After falling, he knew that he really wouldn't live much longer. He couldn't even go out now. Since it had come to this, he also needed to prepare for his next step in advance. At this moment, he used his phone to send a message to the auxiliary administrator, Zhang Ran. After sending the message, Wang Anjian closed his eyes. Although the door was still open, he didn't even have the energy to stand up now, so he naturally couldn't close the door. Robert, one of the world's top 10 serial killers, was currently wandering around on the first floor. His wandering wasn't ordinary, he was constantly searching for a target. Since being assigned to Alice's apartment in Hua country, he hadn't killed anyone. Why? Was it because he was kind? Of course not. He hadn't made a move in the 6 days he'd been here, purely because killing these foreigners didn't give him that blood-boiling sensation. He found it strange, as he had previously shed the blood of these Hua country people in Maple Leaf country. When hunting them, just like hunting Maple Leaf country people, it would bring him joy in that blood-boiling feeling. But here, inexplicably, he had no desire to act. He looked for the reason and found it to be very simple. 4 words: language barrier. In Maple Leaf country, he had killed 2 Chinese immigrants, people who had emigrated from this country. One was a Chinese woman in her 20s or 30s. The other was a Chinese little girl of 8 or 9. Both of them had no problem communicating with him. But it was different here. They couldn't understand each other at all, only relying on their phones. It was simply too inconvenient. He lost the thrill of the hunt. If he had to make a comparison, it was like many people watching Sakura country pornography and finding it lacked Chinese subtitles. This also led to his innate bloodlust being completely unaroused. He finally saw a white person in the apartment, but it turned out to be someone he knew. That was Mike. To be honest, Robert was also very surprised to meet Mike here. He thought he was seeing things. He remembered Mike clearly, especially since the last severely injured woman before he was caught was Mike's girlfriend and fiancée, who later died. Despite rescue efforts, he thought Mike must want to kill him, but unfortunately, he had no chance. Of course, that day, after making eye contact with Mike, he immediately fled, not because he was afraid of Mike, but because he felt Mike was too troublesome and he didn't want to conflict with him. Also, he hadn't forgotten what he was transferred from Alice's apartment in Maple Leaf country to do. He was notified that a user from another country's live stream room had used their privilege to have him transferred to kill someone. He thought the person that user wanted to kill was a very dangerous person, just like him. However, in an encounter a few days ago, he found that person to be very ordinary. Of course, it could also be a disguise. But he didn't pay much attention to it. For him, killing a person was like killing a cat or a dog. It was very simple, especially in this country where guns are banned, making it even simpler for him. He didn't have to fear the other party suddenly pulling out a gun and fighting back. So, he planned to kill that person tomorrow night. He aimlessly walked to the 7th floor and began to wander the hallway. When he reached 704, he found that the door to 704 was open, and there was a person lying on the floor. That person seemed to have fainted. His face was pale and sickly. Just then, Robert's right ear twitched. He heard the elevator's movement and quickly hid in the corner of the hallway, peeking towards the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 7th floor, and from the 7th floor elevator, a person Robert never expected emerged. Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran stepped out of the 7th floor elevator. He came here naturally because he had received a message that an apartment resident needed his help as an auxiliary administrator. 704, right? It's that Wang Anjian. Wang Anjian's name in the Alice apartment resident group was 704 plus Wang Anjian. So Zhang Ran knew who the resident needing help this time was, unlike the previous incident with the clown. And when he arrived at the door of 704, he was truly startled. Why was Wang Anjian, who called him, lying there? And he looked so weak and pale. He quickly knelt down, and as his hand felt Wang Anjian's forehead, his finger accidentally grazed his face, feeling an unusual burning sensation. When he touched his forehead, he found it even hotter. He must have a fever. At this point, Zhang Ran thought this must be the reason Wang Anjian sought him out. Sick, and unable to take care of himself, Zhang Ran prepared to drag Wang Anjian back into the bedroom. As he stood inside, holding one of Wang Anjian's shoulders with one hand, he bent down, ready to drag him, when a shadow descended with a system prompt. Ding! Dangerous person detected. Please get away as soon as possible. Points plus 10. Points plus 10. Points. Jiang Ran looked up and saw the white man he had met once before, Robert. If he hadn't experienced the clown incident, Jiang Ran wouldn't have cared about Robert at all, but after experiencing it, he couldn't afford not to. Because Robert triggered the system, and he was the first person Jiang Ran encountered who gave him plus 10 points. The previous time he encountered Robert, the system had already given a prompt, also plus 10, but again, that was before the clown incident. Now that he encountered him, Jiang Ran felt nervous, which was true, but he forced himself to remain calm. After all, the danger warning system hadn't given a warning yet. The warning about encountering danger, that was when it was truly inescapable. Let me help you. English. Robert, standing at the doorway, showed Jiang Ran a friendly and amicable smile. Before Jiang Ran could even speak, Robert had already grabbed Wang Onjian's 2 feet with both hands, and together with Jiang Ran, they lifted Wang Onjian. Although he didn't understand Robert's English, Jiang Ran understood his meaning from his actions. Alright, let's get him inside first. Jiang Ran and Robert thus cooperated to carry Wang Onjian into the bedroom. He was about to place Wang Onjian on the bed in the bedroom when he saw large patches of blood on the bed and blood on the floor. Jiang Ran was now a bit paranoid, but upon closer inspection, he found that the bloodstains had dried a long time ago, not like they were fresh. And apart from Robert's continuous plus 10 points, there were no other danger alerts nearby, so he temporarily put aside the origin of these bloodstains, and placed Wang Onjian on the bed. After placing him on the bed, Jiang Ran took out his phone and opened the built-in translation software. He turned to Robert and said, "Thank you, Robert, for helping me carry him in. You can leave now. I'll take care of the rest." Jiang Ran wanted to urge Robert to leave him quickly, preferably to stay far away, but reality always went against his expectations. Robert shook his head and said, "No, I have to wait until this person wakes up before I can leave. You must need my help. Look, the bed this person is sleeping on is covered in blood, and his nightstand is full of various medicine bottles. He must be very ill. You probably can't take care of him alone." After hearing the translation, Jiang Ran's expression remained neutral, but inwardly, he was fuming. He said all that, and he still wasn't planning on leaving. He didn't dare to force Robert to leave, fearing that Robert, who was not dangerous to him yet, might develop murderous intent if forced to leave. However, Robert's words did remind him. There were indeed too many medicine bottles on the nightstand. He picked up a few bottles and looked at them. There were anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, and fever medicine. Most were painkillers. Of course, he also saw several empty medicine boxes and bottles that had been empty for a long time. The text on these long empty medicine boxes and bottles was not common. Jiang Ran read a few lines and was so frightened that he immediately stopped reading. For example, subsequent treatment for advanced XX cancer, and so on. After reading just a few lines, he immediately understood that these were for treating cancer. And the presence of cancer treatment drugs in someone's home clearly indicated that someone in the home had cancer, and here there was only Wang Onjian. Jiang Ran continued to look through them, finding a bottle of blue painkiller tablets filled with medicine. Seeing this, he suddenly remembered that at the matchmaking event, he had seen Wang Onjian sprinkle these blue tablets on his ice cream while eating. At the time, he thought they were some kind of candy, because who would normally imagine that someone would sprinkle painkillers on ice cream? Meanwhile, looking around the bedroom, Robert didn't see anything interesting. Then he focused his attention on Jiang Ran and Wang Onjian. Wang Onjian was still unconscious at the moment. There was nothing to see. Only Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was currently facing away from him, continuously sifting through the pile of medicine bottles and boxes on the nightstand. Robert stared at Jiang Ran's side profile, his pupils emitting a profoundly deep, eerie glow under the overhead white light. He had a different appearance from typical white men. Most white men have blonde hair and blue eyes. But he had the appearance of a white man with black hair and black eyes. His cheeks were gaunt, and if paired with a fierce expression, he would look exactly like a devil. But strangely, he wasn't the embodiment of a sinister appearance. He often wore a smile on his usual expression. Because of this, when he was arrested years ago, those who knew him before were all incredulous. Because they had a very good impression of Robert. He was just a sunny, cheerful big boy. They never expected that he would be the infamous serial killer. And many serial killers are like Robert. They don't have that kind of obviously vicious and terrifying appearance. Many have ordinary faces, and some are even quite handsome. So, as an old saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. There's also another saying, you know a person's face, but not their heart. Robert's original plan was to sneak into Jiang Ran's house tomorrow night and kill him. But now, with such a good opportunity right in front of him, why not just kill him now? He continuously rubbed his neck with his left hand. Forget it, I'll just kill him now. I haven't killed anyone in so many days, I'm almost forgetting what that feeling is like. At this moment, Jiang Ran discovered something terrifying. There were 3 drawers under the nightstand, and all 3 drawers were also full of various medicines. Moreover, most of them were empty, used-up medicines, different types of painkillers. Seeing these, his mouth twitched uncontrollably, because he thought of the medication he took for his dissociative identity disorder. Therefore, he deeply empathized with Wang Onjian's experience. He turned to look at Wang Onjian, just as Wang Onjian's black hair entered his line of sight. In the silent environment, Jiang Ran's danger warning system in his mind, like a ghost suddenly appearing in a horror movie, suddenly appeared to startle him. Ding! Host is about to encounter danger. Points plus 15. Points plus 15. Points. Finally, Jiang Ran, who didn't want to hear this kind of prompt, heard it. Especially this time, it was exceptionally unsettling. Jiang Ran had always thought that the maximum points would be plus 10, but who would have thought it could directly break through to plus 15? Does this mean that Robert's level of danger is also the highest he has encountered? Jiang Ran immediately stood up abruptly and turned to prepare to face the potential crisis that was about to arrive. He reacted very quickly when he got up, especially with the system's reminder. He definitely had the upper hand. However, Robert's reaction was even faster. Already quite close to Jiang Ran, he took a step and pressed directly against Jiang Ran's back, then wrapped his right arm around Jiang Ran's neck, using his left arm to form a chokehold. Many perverted serial killers have their own unique methods of killing, which serve as evidence for the police to determine whether many cases were committed by the same person. And Robert had mentioned before that this guy's only fixed patterns were committing crimes late at night and leaving a blood-drawn skull at the crime scene. Sometimes, he would intentionally not leave the blood-drawn skull. He did this to mislead the police, as he was chased by the Maple Leaf Country police back then. If he kept leaving such obvious criminal characteristics, it would be like telling the police where he was. So, he was very difficult to catch back then. After all, strictly speaking, his only truly fixed criminal characteristic was committing crimes late at night. As for his methods of killing, gunshots, blunt force, stabbing, throat-slitting, etc., they were basically random, various methods. Now, against Jiang Ran, he directly resorted to strangulation. Robert looked tall and thin, making it impossible for anyone to imagine that his strength was astonishing. After the clown incident, Jiang Ran had actually been carrying a fruit knife in a soft leather sheath at his waist. But now, it was very awkward. If he were to release his right hand from the struggle with Robert's right arm to reach for the fruit knife at his waist, he would probably be choked to death by Robert the moment he let go, before he even touched the knife. But even without letting go, Robert's strength was too great. Jiang Ran had no strength left to resist. He only felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult, and his face was flushed crimson. His hands couldn't pull Robert's right arm away at all. Even digging his fingernails into the skin of Robert's right arm was useless. This guy's arms were like iron. Soon, Jiang Ran lost consciousness, and in the last second before losing consciousness, he saw Wang Onjian get up from the bed. After lying on the bed, Wang Onjian gradually regained consciousness. Of course, he was also woken up by the painful gasping sounds made by Jiang Ran after his neck was choked. When he woke up, his eyes couldn't handle the light, so he turned his head and squinted to look to his left. He then discovered 2 figures intensely grappling by the bed. He was so frightened that he immediately became fully awake. After waking up, he saw Jiang Ran being choked by an unfamiliar white man, his face redder than a red apple, clearly on the verge of suffocating. Wang Onjian didn't know what was going on. His weakened body, which had previously struggled to get out of bed, now felt as if he had recovered his health. After flipping off the bed, he seemed perfectly fine, throwing a punch towards Robert's face. After all, he knew Jiang Ran, he was the one he had called on his phone. This white man, however, was a complete stranger. So, he definitely had to help Jiang Ran escape. Although, he was completely unclear about the situation before him. Robert, at this moment, also noticed that Wang Onjian had woken up. But he didn't care at all, facing Wang Onjian and kicking him directly. The kick landed on his stomach, sending Wang Onjian flying to the foot of the bed, his lower back spine slamming hard against the iron bed frame. Instantly, a massive pain spread throughout his body, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. It was also due to the immense pain that his previous weakness seemed to awaken. Wang Onjian's head tilted to the left, and he fainted again. After Wang Onjian fainted, Robert also released Jiang Ran's neck, which he had been choking with his arm. Freed from the restraint, Jiang Ran also fell to the ground, unable to get up. In just a short moment, Robert completed a double kill. He didn't know if it was because he was too strong or because these 2 people were too weak. Robert now kicked Jiang Ran with his right foot. He was still a bit puzzled. Just this? Are they really that weak? The person who called me here was a complete waste. Because Jiang Ran was too weak, Robert didn't even have the interest to leave his blood skull mark. And at this moment, in Jiang Ran's mind, the system's voice also appeared. Ding! Detected the host has half a breath left, consuming 500 points. Repairing. Ding! Detected the host is facing a life-threatening danger, consuming 1000 points. Awakening other personalities. Ding! Personality has been awakened. Robert stood still at this moment, wondering what he was thinking. He suddenly shook his head. No, I'll still leave a blood skull mark. And while I'm at it, I'll just kill these two. They shouldn't be dead yet, just unconscious. He scanned left and right, looking for any sharp objects in the bedroom that could cut Jiang Ran or Wang Anjian's bodies so he could take blood. But after a quick look around, he couldn't find any. There was no other way, he could only go to the kitchen outside to get a knife. The sound of footsteps faded from the bedroom. Jiang Ran, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, he cautiously observed his surroundings. Seeing that the bedroom was currently safe, he quietly stood up and slowly moved to the bedroom door. From his angle, he could just see Robert, who was standing with his back to him in the open kitchen, choosing a knife. He took a deep breath, trying to be as quiet as possible with his hands and feet as he moved across the floor. He planned to move to the bathroom across the way first, to hide. Then he would look for an opportunity to escape. As for facing the enemy directly, and just as he was quietly moving halfway, Robert, on the other side, had just finished choosing a knife. Having selected a sharp fruit knife, he turned around and saw Jiang Ran on all fours, crawling towards the bathroom. Their eyes met. Robert's initially surprised gaze instantly turned to excitement, as if he had seen something that greatly interested him. He revealed a terrifying smile. Interesting, you really have some tricks up your sleeve, not an ordinary person. You woke up so quickly. And Jiang Ran, on the other side, had a flicker of terror in his eyes. As he stood up, he immediately started cursing. Bad luck, why did I get brought out this time? This kind of situation is clearly not something I can handle. The other personalities should have come out instead. This Jiang Ran was very different from the personality that had emerged to help Jiang Ran resolve crises before. When other personalities emerged, no matter how different they were, they all had a shared sense of confidence. But this one had none at all. He felt as weak as the main personality, Jiang Ran, like an ordinary person. Robert already had the fruit knife he had chosen in his hand, but now, he placed the knife on the nearby kitchen counter and strode towards Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran constantly retreated backward, backing up until he hit the wall with nowhere else to go. With no other option, he reached for his waist and pulled out the fruit knife that the main personality, Jiang Ran, had prepared but hadn't used. He pulled open the soft leather sheath, gripped the fruit knife tightly with both hands, pointed the tip at Robert, his whole body trembling, and his lips quivering. Don't come any closer, I'll kill you. His fierce words, coupled with his betraying body. Especially since Robert didn't understand Chinese, Jiang Ran's appearance made him look like a helpless little lamb in Robert's eyes. He was completely unafraid of Jiang Ran, who held a knife, and approached directly. And Jiang Ran, as Robert got closer, also stabbed out suddenly. However, Robert easily disarmed him barehanded. Immediately, the fruit knife in Jiang Ran's hand was in Robert's possession. He smiled faintly, his eyes glowing with a dark light, and playfully tossed the fruit knife behind him. Then he strode closer to Jiang Ran, who, in fear, kept wildly punching forward and loudly shouted, "Don't come any closer." Robert didn't understand, rushed over, and punched Jiang Ran in the abdomen, making Jiang Ran vomit bitter water. He bent over, dry heaving onto the ground. Robert then grabbed Jiang Ran by the collar and delivered another heavy punch to his face. Instantly, his face swelled, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "Come on, this time I'll make you suffocate to death completely." With that, Robert, just like last time, wrapped his right arm around Jiang Ran's neck, working with his left arm to hold him in a death grip. Jiang Ran's face instantly turned red from being choked, and he struggled desperately. At this very moment, this scene was perfectly projected into the live stream. Everyone watching this scene in the live stream was very confused. Extremely rich young master, what the hell? Is this still Jiang Ran, not his other personality? Why is he so weak? Fairy sister, I don't understand. According to previous situations, when Jiang Ran was knocked unconscious or faced life and death, didn't his other personalities just pop out? But what's going on here? He's so weak, could it really still be the original one? Middle-aged uncle, damn, if it's really the original one, isn't he truly doomed? Domineering female CEO, I'm really fed up with you all. Didn't you hear what this Jiang Ran said earlier? Bad luck, why did I come out? The other personality should have come out, and so on? Little ant, So that means, the one who came out this time is indeed another personality, but a very weak one? Little Dragon Girl, it's probably a very weak personality, otherwise, he wouldn't be beaten so badly. Now that I think about it, it's quite normal. Personalities are different, some are strong, some are weak. Jong Ran's other personalities can't all be abnormally strong, right? I am a hero, never mind these personality matters. The current situation is that Jong Ran is about to be killed. I want to know, if one personality has already come out, can another one come out? Extremely rich young master, damn it, I feel like it should be possible, right? Last time with the clown, wasn't it clearly an older brother and a younger brother? No, that's still not right. Last time, the older brother and younger brother thing, we didn't even discuss a result. Was it personalities with familial ties, or was one personality mentally disturbed and split into an older brother and younger brother? A bunch of people who had bet on Jong Ran were extremely anxious. Yes, how could they not be anxious? Now, only these two Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, were left in round 27. Coincidentally, both Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, were currently here. Both were facing Robert's threat. Now, it was a competition of who would be killed by Robert first. If Jong Ran was killed by Robert now, then Wang Anjin in the bedroom would win. Even if Jong Ran died, Wang Anjin would probably be killed by Robert too. But he would die after Jong Ran. Those who had bet on Jong Ran, such as the middle-aged uncle. If Jong Ran really had to die, they hoped he would die after Wang Anjin, but given the current situation, it seemed unlikely. These people were anxious, but those in the livestream who had bet on other Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, and had already lost were happily watching the show. The domineering female CEO even said, actually, I'm thinking, if Jong Ran dies, it seems pretty good. After all, this guy is a bug. If he lives to the next round, who knows how much betting money he alone can attract. Back to reality. Jong Ran, whose neck was being choked, began to resist extremely fiercely, but as time passed, his struggles became smaller and smaller. Finally, he stopped moving. Even after he stopped moving, Robert continued to choke him for several more minutes. Especially before letting go of Jong Ran, he even used his left hand to check Jong Ran's breath. Only after confirming Jong Ran had no breath did he release his arms. A little interesting, but not much. Having killed Jong Ran, Robert turned and went to the open kitchen, retrieving the fruit knife he had previously chosen and placed on the kitchen counter. At this moment, Jong Ran lay on the ground, his breathing stopped. His face was incredibly red, redder than a crimson apple. Especially, on his neck, the marks from the arm choking him were clearly visible. Under normal circumstances, Jong Ran would have already died. But unfortunately, he had a system. Ding! Detected host's death by suffocation. Consuming 10,000 points, reviving host. Ding! Consuming 500 points to repair the physical damage caused by the host's death by suffocation. Ding! Current danger detected. A single summons of other personalities is insufficient. Now, consuming 10,000 points to awaken all of the main personality's evil memories. Ding! All evil memories have been reintegrated into the main personality. The main personality is now complete. The main personality awakens. Jong Ran opened his eyes. These eyes were still the same eyes, yet they were very different from before. These eyes were like the ocean. The depths of his eyes were like the seabed, unfathomably deep, making it unclear what dangers were hidden within the dark seabed. Jong Ran now sat up, right there on the floor. Afterward, he extended his left hand, his fingers pointing towards his temple. He continuously and rhythmically tapped the area above his left temple. As he tapped, he murmured to himself in his heart, "Oh, oh." So many things happened during the period when I self-exiled all of what people call evil memories to suppress other personalities. The awakened Jong Ran was clearly organizing his memories at this moment. Robert got the fruit knife, then he turned around. When he turned and saw Jong Ran sitting on the ground with his back to him, Robert thought he was seeing things. So, he closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again, and when he saw the same back as before, his empty left hand stroked his long, curly black hair. Stunned confusion appeared on his face. Not dead? He clearly wasn't breathing, holding his breath, so patient? Oh. I understand, I completely understand. So hard to kill, this is the real reason I was transferred here. You seem like an ordinary person, but you're not ordinary at all. Since I can't strangle you, I'll use a knife then, and just slit your throat. I refuse to believe you can still wake up after that. Robert's ability to become one of the world's 10 most notorious serial killers proved that his comprehensive qualities and abilities were definitely not those of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so difficult to catch back then. His guide, and the culprit who caused him to become who he was now, was his cousin. His psychology had been distorted when he was very young. His cousin was a soldier who had returned from the battlefield. After returning, he would constantly tell the young Robert about the cruelty of the battlefield and various bloody scenes. He also taught him many combat techniques, tracking techniques, and other essential skills for a soldier. And an incident that happened later was the fuse for Robert's crimes when he grew up. His cousin's wife, disgusted with his cousin constantly bragging and being a lazy good-for-nothing. As a result, his cousin actually shot and killed his cousin's wife right in front of Robert. After the shooting, he showed no fear, continuing to be at ease. This scene caused a huge internal shock to Robert at the time, and even now, he still remembers the temperature of his cousin's wife's hot blood on his face. It was also because of his cousin. Robert, at this moment, held the fruit knife in a reverse grip, instead of the usual forward grip that ordinary people were accustomed to. Robert strode towards Jiang Ran, and when he was about a meter away, he was already preparing to plunge the fruit knife into Jiang Ran's neck. As he swung his arm, preparing to stab the knife into Jiang Ran's neck, Jiang Ran, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly leaned back, then fiercely kicked backward with both legs. He solidly kicked Robert's shoulders, causing Robert to stumble back several steps, thus failing to successfully stab the knife into Jiang Ran's neck. After performing this action, Jiang Ran sprang up with a carp-like movement. Immediately, he turned to face Robert. His left hand was still rhythmically tapping above his temple. He tilted his head slightly and said to Robert, "I'm organizing, don't disturb me." Suddenly hearing Jiang Ran speak in English, Robert, who had just been kicked twice, was already displeased and filled with rising anger. Then he realized the person opposite him could speak English. Immediately, it was like the joy many perverts feel when they've been searching for a long time for a movie resource from Sakura country, couldn't find a translated version, and then just as they were about to give up, suddenly found one. "How do you want to die?" Robert now had a murderous interest in Jiang Ran. If before, his actions towards Jiang Ran were purely about completing a task, but now, he truly had murderous intent towards Jiang Ran and wanted to hunt him properly. Jiang Ran didn't answer, just kept tapping and tapping. Finally, he stopped tapping. A sinister and terrifying smile appeared on his handsome, somewhat dashing face. Robert looked at that familiar smile. Usually, that smile appeared on his face, so why was it on the face of the person opposite him? When he committed crimes before, whenever that smile appeared, his victims would all show expressions of terror and fear. The sudden switch of smiles made him a little unaccustomed. But Robert had already successfully killed Jiang Ran twice. Therefore, he merely twisted his neck and did not show any fear like the victims he had encountered before. The next moment, he charged forward, holding the knife in a reverse grip, and fiercely thrust it towards Jiang Ran's side. The movement was swift and powerful. But Jiang Ran simply reached out his right hand and easily grabbed Robert's right wrist, which held the knife. The knife was still dozens of centimeters away from Jiang Ran's body, yet it couldn't advance an inch. Robert's eye twitched. Just this one clash alone made Robert feel as if the person in front of him was not Jiang Ran, whom he had killed twice, but someone else entirely. Interesting, very interesting. Robert suddenly let out an ah, and exerted force with his right arm. Jiang Ran also frowned, shifting his body back a step, instantly letting go of Robert's right wrist. Robert, holding the knife in his right hand, couldn't stop due to inertia, and the fruit knife plunged deeply into the white wall beside him. Only half of the blade was exposed. If I were still in my body from before I transmigrated, I wouldn't have dodged this knife at all, Jiang Ran thought to himself at this moment. The fruit knife was now stuck in the wall. Robert simply gave up on using the knife. He relied on his fists, throwing a right hook towards Jiang Ran's right cheek. Jiang Ran dodged with a quick movement. Before Robert could react, he was in front of Robert and punched him in the stomach. This punch was heavy, making Robert stumble back repeatedly, bending over and spitting out a mouthful of sour liquid onto the ground. Before Robert could finish spitting, he straightened up, only to be met with another punch from Jiang Ran. This punch landed on his right cheek. It made blood continuously pour from Robert's mouth, and he even spat out a few white teeth. Upon closer inspection, Robert's teeth were different from those of ordinary people. His teeth were strangely shaped, almost deformed. This was because before he was caught, he always had the habit of taking that stuff. If one were observant, they would notice. Jiang Ran's two punches, first to the stomach and then to the face, landed in the same spots where Robert had hit Jiang Ran when the previous personality controlled his body. It seems that the current complete main personality, Jiang Ran, has a strong desire for revenge. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Robert raised his head and laughed loudly, blood foam continuously spewing from his mouth. After laughing, Robert's expression changed rapidly. A furious, vicious look suddenly appeared. This expression, combined with his naturally gaunt face, made him look exactly like a Western demon. "You damn Chinese! I'm going to send you to hell." Robert was extremely angry, especially about being injured and having his teeth knocked out. If he had been injured like this by a victim during his nighttime crimes in the past, that victim would have died a much more miserable death than anyone else. They would have been tortured to death in 100 ways by him. However, facing Robert's vicious words, Jiang Ran, standing opposite him, remained completely unmoved. His gaze towards Robert was like looking at an ant. Robert charged at Jiang Ran again, continuously swinging his fists. But unfortunately, all his punches were dodged by Jiang Ran, and each time Jiang Ran dodged, Jiang Ran's fist would land on him. In a short time, he had taken more than a dozen punches, and each punch was extremely heavy. This also caused the parts of his body that were hit to be exceptionally painful. Robert was now leaning against the counter of the open-plan kitchen. In the silent environment, his breathing was heavy, and he stared at Jiang Ran warily. He didn't understand why the Jiang Ran in front of him was so different from before. Was everything before a disguise? Is this the real Jiang Ran now? If that were true, was the person opposite him crazy? Almost strangled to death twice by him? Why would he do that? Was he deliberately toying with him, playing him for a fool? If that were true, Robert admitted that he wouldn't dare to take such risks as the other party. However, there was also a problem now, facing him. It seemed that without a weapon, he couldn't win. Robert at this moment secretly glanced at the knife rack on the kitchen counter behind him, which held many knives. He set his eyes on a cleaver. And during the time Robert gave up on using his fists and prepared to use a knife, Jiang Ran's left hand began tapping the area above his left temple again. He was once again browsing and organizing memories. After tapping about 10 times, Jiang Ran's face revealed a cold smile. I hope you, like that clown, are a famous serial killer. After saying this, he pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened a search app, and snapped a picture of Robert's devilish, snarling face. After taking the picture, soon, Robert's photo and his deeds appeared on the phone. His eyes darted around rapidly. Jiang Ran's browsing speed was incredibly fast. It felt like he was reading 10 lines at a glance, quickly scrolling through Robert's character encyclopedia. In just a short minute, he had already scrolled to the bottom. Of course, this wasn't because Robert's character encyclopedia was too short, making it easy to finish. On the contrary, as one of the world's top 10 serial killers, Robert had a long list of crimes, and his encyclopedia data was naturally incredibly extensive. Yet, despite this, Jiang Ran finished reading it in 1 minute. After finishing, he put away his phone. In very authentic English, he said, "Night sniper, demon disciple? Too useless. Only dares to commit crimes at night, not during the day, afraid of being easily caught, afraid of exposure, right? You, a night rat like you, can actually cause such panic in a whole country? What a bunch of useless people." Originally, Robert was ready to grab the cleaver, but hearing Jiang Ran speak about him, especially with such demeaning words, his face instantly became even more twisted and vicious. Jiang Ran continued disdainfully, "You were able to commit so many crimes by sneaking into people's homes at night, catching them off guard. With your level, you still want to become the greatest serial killer of all time?" Finally, after Jiang Ran finished speaking, the red blood vessels in Robert's eyes completely filled them. He snatched the cleaver from beside him, which he had been eyeing for a long time. Like throwing a bottle, he instantly threw it with force towards Jiang Ran. After throwing the cleaver, he immediately picked up another smaller cleaver and charged at Jiang Ran. The suddenly flying cleaver was quite close. An ordinary person might not even have time to react before being hit. But Jiang Ran merely dodged to the side, easily avoiding it. And by the time Robert ran towards him, and the gleaming cleaver swung at him, he still easily dodged it. After dodging 3 knives, he punched Robert in the jaw. The sound of bone cracking could be clearly heard from this punch. With such immense pain, Robert cried out in agony, retreating backward. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ran directly snatched the cleaver from Robert's hand. Then he chopped it onto Robert's right shoulder. Instantly, the knife and bone reacted chemically. A large amount of red liquid spurted out. At this very moment, Robert, enduring immense pain, threw all the remaining knives from the kitchen counter at Jiang Ran, then fled out the door. He was very clear at this moment. He was no match for this Chinese man. If he didn't run now, he would surely die by his hand. After Robert fled out the door, he heard footsteps following him. Because of this, he didn't dare to take the elevator, as Jiang Ran would definitely catch up while he waited. He could only run to the emergency stairs at the very end of the corridor and sprinted down. He kept rushing downstairs. Although his shoulder had been cut and was bleeding profusely, for Robert at this moment, it was nothing. His speed going downstairs was extremely fast. He leaped and jumped repeatedly, running from the 7th floor to the 1st floor in one breath. As soon as he reached the 1st floor lobby, he fell hard. Lying on the ground, he wiped the floor with his right hand and found that the floor by the stairwell was covered in very slippery foamy water. Just as he was about to get up and continue fleeing, he looked up and saw Jiang Ran standing in front of him. Jiang Ran in front of him was so calm and collected. He didn't have the same breathless, disheveled appearance as Robert did from running downstairs. How is this possible? You came down faster than me? Robert was utterly shocked at this moment. Jiang Ran sneered, if you don't take the elevator, does that mean I'm not allowed to? Robert angrily pounded his fist on the ground. Jiang Ran said, I only came down a little earlier than you, and I conveniently used the cleaning tools on the first floor to create some foamy water on the ground for you. I didn't expect you'd actually fall. Jiang Ran continued, while I was taking the elevator down just now, I reread your encyclopedia entry that I found online. The encyclopedia says that you've been petty thieving and robbing since you were young. Your first murder was after you became an adult. One night you snuck into the home of a 79-year-old lady to steal things. Because there was nothing valuable in her house, you felt you came for nothing. In your anger, you slit the old lady's throat and killed her. And what made me think I was seeing things was that the encyclopedia said you even cannibalized her. Jiang Ran's tone rose at this point, apparently genuinely surprised. Honestly, that was just your first murder case. After that, similar cases were everywhere. I take back what I said earlier when I mocked you. I think that although you're famous as a serial killer, your skill level is really not that great. If you don't ambush at night, your success rate will be very low. But you are indeed a pervert, there's no doubt about that. You didn't even spare a 79-year-old lady, and that was after she was dead. I've seen many perverts, but you are definitely one of the most extreme. Since that's the case, I'll concede that you are a perverted serial killer. Of course, your perversion is what earned you points. But as for the greatest serial killer you don't qualify. Jiang Ran thought he was complimenting him, but Robert didn't see it that way. He only felt humiliation. From the time he started committing crimes, except for when he was finally caught, he rarely failed or suffered losses. Now, he was suffering losses and failures here, and being mocked by the other person. This made him extremely furious. He only wanted to kill Jiang Ran in front of him. Because of this, he got up from the ground and charged at Jiang Ran again, but the result was that he was kicked several meters away. I told you, if you don't ambush at night, you're just trash waiting to be recycled in a landfill. Robert was insulted like this, but he could do nothing against the person opposite him. He could only get up and run towards the outside of the apartment building, passing through the automatic glass sensor doors. He ran all the way towards the main gate by the guard post. It seemed he chose to flee. Just like when he was severely injured by Mike's girlfriend and two other male detectives, right before he was caught. And then discovered by a large number of enthusiastic onlookers, he had no choice but to escape. The only difference was, last time, a group of people chased him, this time, it was only one person. Jiang Ran also passed through the automatic glass sensor doors. Unlike Robert, who fled madly after passing through the door, he stood in front of the automatic glass sensor doors. In his right hand, he held the cleaver that had previously cut Robert's shoulder. He mumbled, 1, 2, 3. His posture was also one of throwing. Then, the cleaver left his right hand. Did it hit or not? Anyway, from Robert's scream and subsequent fall to the ground, it must have hit him. Opposite Alice's apartment was a tall hotel building. After Mike left Alice's apartment, he stayed here, using extremely professional equipment to observe the entire front of Alice's apartment. It could be said that since he moved into this tall hotel, he worked day and night. Even when he went out, he had a camera, worth up to 110,000 CNY, constantly recording from his hotel room window. And after he left Alice's apartment, the 10,000 CNY that used to automatically deposit into his bank account every day after midnight also stopped. This further confirmed the accuracy of the truth about the apartment that Little Q and the two others told him. Because of this, Mike deeply realized that if he was Sun Wukong from the Chinese novel Journey to the West, then Alice's apartment was the five-finger mountain of the Buddha. No matter how powerful Sun Wukong was, he could not overturn that seemingly small five-finger mountain, so he had to stay away. He couldn't fight against it. If it weren't for wanting to kill Robert, he would have already left Nan City by now. The matter of Robert had become his inner demon. If this matter wasn't resolved, he would definitely go crazy. Because now, whenever he closed his eyes, he saw the tragic state of his girlfriend back then. Finally, this night, he waited for Robert. However, the situation he saw through the super-powerful monocular telescope with night vision, worth 50,000 CNY, left him very perplexed. He could only see Robert flashing past through the corridor window, and then the corridor window on the next floor, again Robert flashing past. Mike had lived inside and knew the apartment's internal layout. He knew Robert was going downstairs, but why was he going downstairs so fast? Chasing someone? Or being chased? There was too little information. Mike thought it should be chasing someone, because Robert would definitely not be the type to be chased. After all, Mike knew Robert's brutality. How much effort and cost did he and so many other detectives, along with the Maple Leaf Country Police, expend to catch this guy? For this, his girlfriend and many others were sacrificed. Mike felt that Robert's title as one of the world's top 10 serial killers was well deserved. From Mike's own perspective, this was indeed true. But from Jiang Ran's perspective, apart from Robert's perversion being truly well deserved, his skill as a serial killer was too weak, just SOSO. He was trash. After Mike saw Robert frantically running down the stairs, he didn't continue observing with his monocular. Instead, he grabbed his belongings, rushed out of his room, and headed towards the Alice apartment across the street. He was afraid that if he kept delaying by observing from here, he wouldn't know when the next opportunity would arise. During the time he rushed out of his room and headed across the street, Jiang Ran had already reached Robert's side. At this moment, Robert was extremely disheveled, lying on the ground. A sharp cleaver was embedded 2/3 of the way into his back, and blood had soaked his entire back, turning it bright red. "You're so pathetic, Robert." Jiang Ran stepped on Robert's head, a cold sneer on his face. With his right cheek pressed tightly against the ground, Robert kept cursing. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." Jiang Ran then said, "Stop cursing. I'll send you off now, send you to hell. After all, aren't you called a demon disciple? You can reunite with those demons." After speaking, Jiang Ran prepared to pull the cleaver from Robert's back. Perhaps knowing he was about to die, Robert prepared for a final, desperate struggle. He abruptly lifted his head, but with a forceful stomp from Jiang Ran, it was slammed back down with a loud thud, and a large amount of red blood seeped from Robert's face. Robert's final death throes also failed, but he was not resigned. He propped himself up on the ground with his hands and arms, trying to get up. Jiang Ran granted his wish, releasing his foot from Robert's head, allowing him to rise. And as soon as Robert got up, Jiang Ran acted. He directly twisted Robert's arms and legs in the opposite direction, breaking them. The snapping sound of bones twisting and breaking, along with Robert's screams, together composed a symphony, Beethoven's First Symphony. With his arms and legs broken, Robert could only lie helplessly on the ground, unable to stand again. This was a symphony played with life. How magnificent! Robert would surely become a great musician. "You're super lucky, Robert, that you met me. I don't really like to torture opponents. If you had met my other personalities, especially those few I consider perverted, you would have died in excruciating pain. However, only one of those truly twisted personalities has ever appeared, and that was when it encountered the clown. But the methods it used to deal with the clown weren't all that perverted or cruel. It wasn't even like his usual style." At this moment, Robert had already been punched many times by Jiang Ran, then his shoulder was cut, his back was cut, and now his arms and legs were also broken. He was in too much pain to pay attention to what Jiang Ran was babbling about. But he knew one thing, he was going to die. Because he had already seen Jiang Ran smiling, holding the blood-stained cleaver. He was gesturing at him with it. Jiang Ran. As death approached, Robert showed no fear. Instead, he revealed a defiant, arrogant expression. "What is death? Ah, Jiang Ran, I'm just getting to Disneyland before you. I'll be waiting for you there." Arrogant, insane. A somewhat handsome, slender face. Broken, blackened teeth, and the long, curly black hair of a demon's fur. "Sorry, I never go to that place. The tickets are too expensive. I won't go while alive, and I certainly won't go after death." Jiang Ran sneered. With that, he used the cleaver to slit Robert's throat. After the cleaver was removed, blood gushed wildly from Robert's neck, and his perpetually laughing mouth was choked by the blood, unable to laugh anymore. More and more blood flowed. It was possible Robert would suffocate to death first. After confirming Robert was dead beyond doubt, Jiang Ran turned and left. As for collecting the body, based on the memories he had integrated from the apartment so far, he deduced it was unnecessary. Someone would help him. He walked to the front of the apartment building and looked up at it. He said, somewhat curiously, "What organization is behind this apartment? How can they create such an interesting place?" Unfortunately, Jiang Ran clutched his head at this moment, a hint of pain on his face. These personalities, without suppression, want to come out again. When Mike arrived outside the Alice apartment gate, he passed face recognition directly, which surprised him. His face recognition hadn't been cancelled yet. After he passed through the gate, he immediately saw a figure lying alone in a pool of blood on the ground some distance ahead, and a shadowy figure, with his back to him, entered the apartment building and took the elevator. "Robert, you killed another person, you damn beast." Mike didn't even need to think. Robert had murdered another innocent life. So, as soon as he saw the scene, he started running. However, as he passed the figure still struggling on the ground, Mike, who had originally intended to chase the figure in the elevator, suddenly stopped. After stopping, Mike first stared at the figure on the ground, then turned his head to look at the figure who had already disappeared into the elevator. He went back and forth several times. He rubbed his eyes several times, wondering if he was dreaming. What? The one lying on the ground was Robert? Then who was the figure in the elevator? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Robert being here is enough. He was his target anyway. Robert, do you remember me? Robert wasn't dead yet, just close to it. He heard the voice entering his ears and strained his eyeballs towards the corners of his eyes. He saw that familiar Caucasian face. He gurgled excitedly, spitting blood from his mouth. Ha ha ha, you have your day too, huh? You'll also be killed by someone else? Even though Robert was dying now, Mike did not let Robert off. He directly stomped his feet on Robert's abdomen and chest. Then he continuously bounced up and down. With each bounce, more blood gurgled out from Robert's slit throat and mouth. Damn you, you deserve to die. Go to hell, you beast, go to hell. Mike's eyes were spitting fire at this point, and he cursed incessantly. Even after Robert was dead, Mike continued to bounce up and down for a few more minutes. After confirming Robert's death, Mike, like Zhang Ran, turned and left. Zhang Ran, through memory integration and his own speculation, guessed that even if he didn't collect the body, someone would help him. But Mike had witnessed a large number of cleaners with his own eyes, so he also left directly. Of course, before leaving, he took many photos of Robert with his phone. He planned to print all these photos, then return to Maple Leaf Country, and burn them for his fiancée at her grave. Of course, he now had an even more important task, to return to his room in the high-rise hotel and, through the camera he had set up at the window, see what exactly happened before he arrived at the Alice apartment, and who that figure was. When he returned to his room in the high-rise hotel and watched the footage of Zhang Ran and Robert leaving the apartment building, he remained silent for a long time. Finally, he uttered a single sentence. I'm leaving now, and I'll never come to the Alice apartment again. Mike, who had weathered many storms, rarely encountered anything that truly instilled fear in him. His fiancée's death back then was one such thing. He feared her death, her leaving him. This situation now was another. He couldn't imagine that Robert was actually the one being chased. And the person chasing him was someone he had seen before and thought seemed quite normal. Although he knew that guy had multiple personalities. He had seen many people with multiple personalities, including criminals. But he had never seen anyone treat a serial killer of Robert's caliber like a little dog, manipulating him. Zhang Ran returned to Wang Anjian's home at 704. Upon entering the bedroom, he found that Wang Anjian was still asleep, so Zhang Ran sat on the bed. He sat for 2 minutes, and his brow furrowed for 2 minutes. Finally, he sighed deeply within himself. I still need to cut off those so-called evil memories, become a single personality, and suppress all other personalities. Otherwise, at this moment, I clearly feel my body becoming unstable again. Those guys want to come out again. After he finished speaking, Zhang Ran suddenly fell backward, unconscious on the bed. Each patient with multiple personality disorder experiences the condition differently. For example, Zhang Ran is different from other patients with multiple personality disorder. In his mind, there seems to be an inner world. You can say it's imagined, or you can say it's real. Currently, everything around him is pitch black, and Zhang Ran is floating outside a scene. Within the scene is a small town. This small town is similar to a real-world small town. The only difference, if there is one, is that this small town strongly resembles those in developed white countries like the United States. It's the kind where one villa connects to another. Some villas are empty, while others are inhabited. People are also strolling on the town streets. And these people who appear have one thing in common. They all look exactly alike. These are all Zhang Ran's sub-personalities. They all live in this small town. At this moment, in the darkness outside this scene, Zhang Ran is floating around the scene, only able to watch everything inside with longing. His only task, after he cuts off the evil memories and forms a new personality, is to watch over these personalities and prevent them from leaving this small town. Of course, there are too many personalities, so sometimes, the personality formed from evil memories can't manage them all, which requires Zhang Ran, in the real world, to take medicine. For example, the trashy medicine Zhang Ran took after transmigrating here, after consuming it, can make 1 or 2 personalities fall into alone sleep in their villas. The medicine's effect is too poor, and the body in the real world will clearly experience side effects, equivalent to a backlash from the drug. However, the medicine given by Wang Qingzhou has no side effects after consumption. Moreover, it can make 5 or 6 personalities fall into a deep sleep. And these 5 or 6 personalities are different from the 1 or 2 personalities managed by the previous medicine. Personalities have strengths and weaknesses. The former can only control the weak, the so-called low-level personalities. The American medicine, however, can control the strong, the so-called high-level personalities. It's a pity I can't enter this scene, otherwise, I would directly forcibly erase all these sub-personalities, and there would be no need to cut off so many memories, just leaving a good memory to control the body. Someone once proposed a viewpoint. 2 people, Zhang San and Li Si. All of Li Si's memories are erased. All of Zhang San's memories are moved into Li Si's brain. Then, the question is this person, Li Si, currently Li Si or Zhang San? You say he is still Li Si, but all of Li Si's memories are gone. Zhang San's memories are still there, he only remembers being Zhang San. If you say he is Zhang San, his body is Li Si's, and Zhang San is just a segment of memory. There's also an interesting thing. This time it's Wang Wu. Wang Wu is 20 years old this year, an adult. But if you erase all of Wang Wu's memories from age 11 to 20, leaving only memories from age 10 and before, then Wang Wu will transform from a person with an adult mindset back to his original 10-year-old self. If you ask him how old he is, he will only say he is 10 years old, still a child. Memories are magical. Zhang Ran is currently like this. But he is even more peculiar. He can actually cut his own memories. Oh, wait, my hand. Suddenly, Zhang Ran, who had only intended to touch the scene and then prepare to cut off memories, unexpectedly found that his hand could pass through. It wasn't like before, where an invisible wind wall blocked him. Immediately after, he tried his other hand and found it could also pass through. He was overjoyed, and then came the rest of his body parts. Everything went smoothly. And when his entire body had passed through, Zhang Ran's expression changed from surprised delight to a sinister, terrifying smile. In the small town of the inner world, in the very center of the town, there is a fountain sculpture. The sculpture is of Zhang Ran in a suit, made of white marble. Standing next to the fountain are 3 people. Although all 3 people have the same face, their clothing and styles are distinctly different. The first one has sky blue hair, a trendy hairstyle that exposes his forehead. He is dressed in extremely fashionable and seemingly expensive clothes. The second one has long, black hair draped over her shoulders, like a waterfall from the heavens. 3,000 strands of black hair, unable to sever the roots of troubles. She is wearing an ancient-style dress with embroidered flowers and willow patterns. Her face is heavily made up. According to Zhang Ran's own aesthetic, she is definitely a beauty, despite the makeup. But who doesn't wear makeup these days? The third one is dressed similarly to Zhang Ran in the real world. Normal and ordinary. This third person is currently grumbling to the 2 beside him. What is he complaining about? You guys don't know, I finally got out for once, and all I did was clean up the mess for the main personality. But I didn't even have the ability to clean it up. I was punched twice by that foreigner Robert. I threw up my bile, and he even choked me, suffocating me to death. Do you understand that feeling? It turns out, this third person was the sub-personality that was pulled out this time by the system for 1,000 points. Isn't it just because you're too weak? If it were my turn this time, what world's top 10 serial killers? They'd all be worthless. The blue-haired Zhang Ran said with great confidence. He added, but now, going out means being forcibly pulled out by that system, and after solving the problem, being forcibly pulled back. It's not very interesting, but it's still better than that period on Earth. During that time on Earth, we could still fight for control of the body at first, but later, the main personality split his own memories, and the split memories formed new personalities that kept watching us, so we never got a chance to go out. As the blue-haired Zhang Ran spoke, he looked at the Zhang Ran dressed as an ancient woman beside him. Hey, didn't you go out last time too? Why don't you express your opinion? The Zhang Ran dressed as an ancient woman covered her mouth and chuckled. This humble one has nothing to express. After all, no matter what I express, I cannot go out and control the body for a long time. The blue-haired Zhang Ran was constantly stroking his neck with his left hand at this moment. It's a pity the main personality isn't in this small town. He can't get in. Otherwise, if he were here, we'd all erase him together. A fierce look appeared in the blue-haired Zhang Ran's eyes. Is that so? As soon as the main personality comes in, you want to erase him? That's quite ruthless, isn't it? But have you ever considered that the main personality not being able to enter is actually a form of protection for you? A sudden voice. After hearing it, the blue-haired Zhang Ran turned his head towards the source of the voice and said disdainfully, "What kind of disguised protection? Who here needs protection? If he dares to come in, I'll be the first to erase him." As the blue-haired Zhang Ran finished speaking, he saw Zhang Ran, who looked exactly like him, with a sinister, cold smile on his face, walking towards him step by step. As the distance grew shorter, the blue-haired Jiang Ran's eye twitched, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Then, after 3 seconds, blue-haired Jiang Ran turned and ran. Seeing blue-haired Jiang Ran run away, Jiang Ran, dressed as an ancient woman, and Jiang Ran, dressed normally, both beside him, were very puzzled. But when they turned around and saw Jiang Ran with a sinister, cold smile, they immediately realized why blue-haired Jiang Ran had run. Because they, too, needed to run immediately. Jiang Ran, dressed as an ancient woman, and Jiang Ran, dressed normally, ran simultaneously. At this very moment, something unexpected happened. Jiang Ran, dressed as an ancient woman, kicked Jiang Ran, dressed normally, causing Jiang Ran, dressed normally, to fall flat on his face. By the time he got up again, Jiang Ran, dressed as an ancient woman, had already run far away. And his own neck was being tightly gripped by the main personality, Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, dressed normally, wanted to resist, but in front of the main personality, Jiang Ran, he was completely helpless. He immediately cried out, "Mercy, I don't want to die." The main personality, Jiang Ran, smiled coldly, "Sorry, that's not up to you." Jiang Ran, dressed normally, cried out, "Killing me is useless. I'm so weak, I can't cause you any trouble, and I won't try to take control of your body. You should kill those 2 just now, or those other few." The main personality, Jiang Ran, said, "Who told you to be unlucky enough to run into my gun? Don't worry, after I kill you, I'll go kill the others. Once I've killed all of you, I'll be completely free. None of you will escape." With that, the main personality, Jiang Ran, used his other hand to also grip Jiang Ran's neck, dressed normally. Both hands squeezed with force. Jiang Ran, dressed normally, had his face instantly turn crimson, redder than a shy young girl. And as the main personality, Jiang Ran, squeezed with both hands, Jiang Ran, dressed normally, his body gradually became transparent and disappeared at a visible speed. Jiang Ran, dressed normally, although he was about to die, he did not hate the main personality, because if he were the main personality, he would do the same. After all, who wants a bunch of sub-personalities fighting for control of their body? As for what he said earlier, that he wouldn't fight the main personality for the body, that was purely for laughs. He definitely wanted to fight for it too, but he was too weak and couldn't win. Furthermore, although he didn't really hate the main personality, he had an intense hatred for Jiang Ran, dressed as an ancient woman, who had kicked him. If it weren't for that kick, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. "Even as a ghost, I won't let you go." Jiang Ran, dressed normally, uttered a vicious curse before he died. It was unclear if it was directed at the main personality, Jiang Ran, or at the one who kicked him. But from the overall performance, it was directed at both. Unfortunately, this kind of curse was the most powerless. The body of Jiang Ran, dressed normally, completely vanished. This also meant that in this inner world, there was one less sub-personality, and whether he was strong or not, it was a good thing for the main personality, Jiang Ran. And just as he was about to look for the next sub-personality, the main personality, Jiang Ran, suddenly found that his body was involuntarily floating upwards. He floated uncontrollably, and within a few seconds, he had floated outside the small town. Just like before, he can only watch the small town within this scenery from the outside. The main personality, Jiang Ran, reached out to touch, wanting to enter this scenery as before, but the wind wall that had disappeared earlier was back. What's going on? The main personality, Jiang Ran, thought for a while but couldn't figure it out. So, he stopped thinking about it. He began to cut off all the so-called evil memories. The evil memories transformed into a new personality. This new personality's body disappeared, forming a black that enveloped the entire small town scenery. Hiss, my head hurts so much. Jiang Ran woke up from the bed at this moment. He was surprised to find himself lying on Wang Anjian's bedroom bed. And Wang Anjian was lying on the floor? Also, he was even more surprised to find blood on his body. He started to recall. But when the system allowed other personalities to control the body, he would not remember the memories from the period before taking control. He also didn't have memories from when the sub-personalities controlled the body. So, Jiang Ran currently only remembered coming to 704, seeing Wang Anjian collapsed by the door, and then encountering Robert. He couldn't remember what happened after that. Although he couldn't remember, Jiang Ran looked at the blood on his clothes, and the mess in the bedroom. Leaving the bedroom, the mess in the 704 living room was even more outrageous, with a fruit knife stuck in the wall and a cleaver on the floor. He deduced what had happened himself. It should be that Robert tried to kill him, and then other personalities came out. That should be it. After all, Robert had a danger warning before. Wang Anjian did not. As for where Robert was, now that he was alive, Jiang Ran felt that this was not something he needed to worry about. The sub-personality should have handled it well. Jiang Ran returned to the bedroom and carried Wang Anjian, who was on the floor, back to the bed. After he picked up Wang Anjian winced and woke up, possibly because Jiang Ran touched an injured part of his body when he carried him. Wang Anjian was lying on the bed at this moment. As soon as he opened his eyes, he tried to sit up despite his weak body, but the pain in his spine immediately made him lie back down. He anxiously turned his head to look at the figure beside the bed. Seeing Jiang Ran standing there perfectly fine, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. And then, not seeing the white man who had restrained Jiang Ran, he was very puzzled. But afterward, he saw large bloodstains on the front of Jiang Ran's clothes again. He stared blankly for a while, probably having thought of something. He felt that he was also about to die, so it didn't matter who died, Jiang Ran or the white man. Therefore, he didn't ask about it. Moreover, he felt that Jiang Ran was in the right regarding that matter, so pretending to be confused was the best approach. Seeing Wang Anjian awake, Jiang Ran immediately asked, "Wang Anjian, why did you call me here? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Despite the memory loss, Jiang Ran saw the situation in the bedroom, especially the nightstand with the drawer pulled open, and all those medicine bottles and boxes. He immediately felt that Wang Anjian must be suffering from a very serious illness. Wang Anjian shook his head and said, "It's not to take me to the hospital. It's me. I have a very important matter that I need your help with." Jiang Ran, tell me. Wang Anjian sighed deeply at this moment. "I have cancer and I'm dying. I expect it to be in these next few days. I don't have many relatives or friends, I'm an orphan, so, after I die, I'd like you to help me with my funeral arrangements. Of course, there's compensation. I still have 5,000 on my phone, and I'll give it all to you later." Jiang Ran had completely not expected Wang Anjian to call him for something like this. After all, before, at the welcoming party and the matchmaking event, he thought Wang Anjian looked quite healthy. "Cancer, aren't you going to the hospital for treatment?" Jiang Ran asked. Wang Anjian, "There's no need. By the time it was discovered, it was already late stage. Even with treatment, at most, I'd only live a little longer. So, Jiang Ran, please help me. I don't want my death to go unnoticed, with my body rotting and stinking in this apartment. Of course, I don't care about myself. I'm dead anyway. You can feed my body to dogs, I wouldn't care. But, if the body stays here, it will cause trouble for you apartment staff, so please, help me." Wang Anjian had 5,000 yuan left, which was half of the 10,000 yuan he received today. The other half was intended for his funeral expenses. Faced with Wang Anjian's sincere plea, Jiang Ran ultimately couldn't bring himself to refuse, saying, "You don't need to give me 5,000, just cover the cost of cremation or something similar. As for the rest, spend it on whatever you want to eat or buy for yourself." Jiang Ran was a good person at the moment. The complete Jiang Ran certainly wasn't, or at least wouldn't do such a thing, even for money. "Oh, and if you really die, and I take you to the crematorium, where should your ashes be buried after cremation? Have you already bought a grave?" Although this question was a bit impolite, feeling like he was cursing someone to die quickly, it was an unavoidable practical issue. Wang Anjian gave a bitter smile. "Where would I get the money to buy a burial plot? Just scatter my ashes in that big river in Nan City. Please don't send me to any place for storing ashes. I don't want to be confined in a small cubicle even after death. I want to follow this big river, freely and at ease." The conversation became increasingly melancholic. Jiang Ran sighed deeply, and with some helplessness, he sat down on the ground. He hadn't expected that coming up here this time would lead to something like this. Helping a stranger collect their body and handle their funeral arrangements was something he was doing for the first time. At this moment, the live stream room was still immersed in Robert's death. Extremely rich young master cursed fiercely. What kind of world's top 10 serial killer is he? Trash Robert. Jiang Ran beat him like a child. Worthless. And Mike, that idiot. After all that, he didn't even go far, he actually came back. Good heavens, he doesn't even need to avenge himself. Jiang Ran avenged him. He just came back to kick a few times. Mike's early departure had screwed over a lot of people who bet on him. Among them were extremely rich young master, and diamond bachelor, etc. If you had just left, and we never saw you in the live stream again, that would have been one thing. But then you came back. Didn't that just stab those who bet on him right in the chest? Mike was getting a lot of abuse anyway. Robert was the same. He had 2 good chances to kill Jiang Ran with the strangulation attempts before. But he didn't. He had to show off, had to like showing off, had to leave the opponent a breath, allowing them to make a comeback. When a weak secondary personality appeared, you didn't kill it. Then later, an incredibly strong personality emerged, and now, Robert, you're dead. These viewers watching the livestream had no idea that Robert had actually strangled Jiang Ran to death during the second attempt, but Jiang Ran had a system. Of course, they also didn't know that this so-called incredibly strong personality that appeared later was the true, complete main personality, Jiang Ran. They thought this incredibly strong one was just another secondary personality. Many people were cursing Robert, mainly because his reputation was too great. But then they saw him, and thought, is that all? Nothing special. Was this reputation bought with money? Yes, it was still the same problem, the comparison method, the angle method. For example, from Mike's perspective, Robert was extremely vicious, and if Mike faced him alone, his life or death would be uncertain. With these two as opponents, no matter who won in the end, both of their strengths would be evident. But Robert against Jiang Ran was like a complete massacre. So, Robert's reputation as one of the world's top 10 serial killers seemed like it was bought with money. And the one cursing Robert the most fiercely was definitely Diamond Bachelor, but she wasn't cursing in the live stream room. She was cursing in reality. After all, Robert was someone she had brought in by using her first place privilege, and this was the result? Diamond Bachelor's rage was greater than ever. She not only smashed her princess room again but also ran out of it and smashed the living room of the luxury villa. This crazed, fierce scene scared her middle-aged female maid and other servants, who had always attended to her, into hiding far away, not daring to approach. Her long hair flew, like a demoness. As time passed, the discussions about Robert and Mike also decreased. Now the focus was on Jiang Ran and Wang Anjin. Regarding Jiang Ran, they discussed how the personality that emerged later could speak English, which many people in the live stream room hadn't expected. Then there was talk about Wang Anjin and the ultimate winner of this round. Middle-aged uncle, if Wang Anjin can survive tomorrow, then the final winners of this round will be Jiang Ran and him. At that time, those who bet on them will be able to share the money. Middle-aged uncle was feeling great now, as Jiang Ran had overcome Robert's tribulation. Unless a huge accident occurred, this round would also end safely. Awesome. Fairy sister, I hope Wang Anjin can live a few more days. Honestly, this Wang Anjin is really a very good person. He even worried that after he died, no one would know, and his body would rot and stink, causing trouble for the apartment staff. Seriously, sigh. It's a pity he's reached a point where money can't cure him. Otherwise, I would even want to spend money to treat his illness. Little dragon girl, actually, have you noticed, Jiang Ran is also a very good person. Little ant, I've noticed. He's actually always been a good person. He helped 301 old man before, patiently cleaning, and now, hearing Wang Anjin's request, he only plans to charge for cremation and such, not even his own labor, letting Wang Anjin spend it himself. Domineering female CEO, unfortunately, good people in this society are often quite unlucky. Think about it, if Jiang Ran wasn't a person with dissociative identity disorder, and his other personalities weren't incredibly strong, he would have died long ago. And he's different from Wang Anjin, he won a lottery to enter the apartment. If he really died, it would be an even more unjust death, and his 10,000 a day hasn't been issued yet. It's issued once a month, but I guess it's coming soon. Round 27, Day 7, 8 a.m. After Jiang Ran woke up, he sent a message to Wang Anjin. He asked how he was feeling. Jiang Ran cared for him so much for several reasons. First, he was a cancer patient. Second, Jiang Ran had learned at the welcoming party that Wang Anjin had been a volunteer teacher. Third, last night he learned that Wang Anjin had no close relatives or friends, and was an orphan like him. So he felt sympathy. However, after Jiang Ran had finished washing up and eating breakfast, he still hadn't received a reply from Wang Anjin. A bad feeling arose in his heart, and with some trepidation, he took the key Wang Anjin had given him last night. He arrived at 704. Upon entering 704, the apartment was quiet, as if no one was there. Seeing this, Jiang Ran's heart sank further. When he reached the bedroom and saw Wang Anjin lying quietly on the bed, covered by a quilt, Jiang Ran strode over and gently called Wang Anjin's name several times. Wang Anjin remained with his eyes closed. Jiang Ran extended his right hand to check Wang Anjin's breath. There was none. He felt his neck, no pulse. As if disbelieving, Jiang Ran shouted several times and pushed him repeatedly. Wang Anjin still didn't wake up, and at the same time, when Jiang Ran touched Wang Anjin's arm, he felt how cold it was. Even though Jiang Ran knew Wang Anjin wouldn't live long, the person he spoke with last night was now someone he could never converse with again. Jiang Ran was still somewhat dazed. He remained dazed for about half an hour. Jiang Ran knew it was time to do what Wang Anjin had entrusted him with. Since Wang Anjin died in the apartment, it was certainly necessary to inform Administrator Xiao Zhang. He made the call. After Administrator Xiao Zhang came to look, he told Jiang Ran to handle Wang Anjin's body. Administrator Xiao Zhang, stayed behind to deal with Wang Anjin's affairs in the apartment. Next, with Administrator Xiao Zhang's help, Wang Anjin's body was handled very quickly and smoothly. First, 120 was called, and after the paramedics arrived, they confirmed Wang Anjian's death. Afterward, they went to a nearby community health service center to obtain a death certificate. Then, with Wang Anjian's ID card, household registration booklet, death certificate, and other documents, they went to the police station to cancel his household registration. It's unclear if Wang Anjian had anticipated this, but last night before Jiang Ran left, there were only medicine boxes and bottles on the nightstand. However, this morning, all of Wang Anjian's personal belongings, including his mobile phone, were there. This was why these necessary post-mortem procedures could be carried out so smoothly. All of these matters were handled. Jiang Ran was preparing to cremate Wang Anjian's body. He contacted the crematorium, which sent a car to pick up Wang Anjian's body. Upon arrival at the crematorium, he simply had the staff tidy up Wang Anjian's appearance. After this was done, Wang Anjian was pushed in for cremation. During the cremation, Jiang Ran sat in the waiting area outside. He constantly looked at the TV on the wall, which displayed a list of deceased individuals being cremated. It showed the name, gender, age, and cremator type. Wang Anjian's name was on it, and it showed that he was currently being cremated. Jiang Ran chose a moderately priced cremator for him. This crematorium offered 3 types of cremators: a standard cremator, a high-grade cremator, and a luxury cremator. Even after death, cremators are divided into different grades. Jiang Ran also noticed something. Currently on the TV, Wang Anjian was not the youngest deceased was only 5 years old. Indeed, it confirmed a popular saying recently: people don't only die when they're old, they can die at any time, anywhere. At this, Jiang Ran suddenly shivered. After the cremation, Jiang Ran successfully received Wang Anjian's ashes. At that moment, looking at Wang Anjian's white ashes contained in the urn, Jiang Ran still felt a sense of loss and was deeply dazed. A perfectly fine person was now like this. While he was dazed, a crematorium staff member tried to sell Jiang Ran different ways to handle the ashes. Options for handling ashes included a columbarium and an ash wall. Both of these involve placing the urn in a small grid-like space, which is quite similar. Then there was burial, and scattering the ashes into the sea. Jiang Ran politely declined, saying he had already bought a burial plot, and only then did the crematorium staff member leave him alone. Following Wang Anjian's instructions to Jiang Ran took a taxi directly to the large river Wang Anjian had mentioned. This was indeed a large river. Several nearby provinces relied on this river for irrigation. Jiang Ran walked to the riverbank. Seeing no one around, he opened the urn and began scattering the ashes. He didn't take a shortcut by simply dumping all of Wang Anjian's ashes into one spot in the river. Instead, he walked along the wide riverbank, scattering them as he went. As he scattered them, Jiang Ran's mind was still filled with the image of Wang Anjian, who had been lying in bed talking to him just last night. When most of the ashes were scattered, a small amount remained in the urn. Jiang Ran planned to scatter these remaining ashes in the middle of the river, rather than by the bank. He found an old man nearby. The old man looked to be over 60. He was sitting in a self-built gazebo by the river, with 3 small boats in front of him. Most of the 3 small boats were on the shore. Jiang Ran asked the old man if he could take him to the middle of the river. The old man asked for 100 yuan. Jiang Ran thought it was too expensive, and the old man didn't use a smartphone, only accepting cash. So, after some negotiation, the old man said he would take 50 yuan and let Jiang Ran row the boat himself. Jiang Ran only had 35 yuan on him, so the old man, having no other choice, agreed. The old man first got off the boat, saying he would put the oars on the boat for Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran waited on the bank, gazing at the endless river scenery in the distance. Indeed, this river truly felt like a sea, boundless, and far in the distance. He could even see large and small cargo ships coming and going. Of course, what concerned Jiang Ran most at the moment was actually this old man, because ever since he met this old man, his danger warning system had started to alert him. Ding! Dangerous person detected, please get away as soon as possible. Points +1, points +1, points. Although it was the lowest score, it was still a danger warning, so he had to be careful. Originally, Jiang Ran had planned to see if anyone else nearby had a boat, but this old man was the only one. So, there was no other way. Because of this, he actually wanted to row the boat by himself from the beginning, rather than having the old man help him row. Fortunately, the old man asked for too much money, which allowed him to gracefully decline. It was also a precaution, a sense of vigilance. After the old man attached the oars, Jiang Ran got into the boat. Jiang Ran could row a boat, but he couldn't swim. Jiang Ran's rowing skills were quite good, and he rowed to a relatively outer part of the water. He looked down at the unfathomably deep river, extended one hand into the water, and it quickly reached his upper arm. He then pulled his upper arm out. This feeling was actually a bit terrifying. Because you can't touch the bottom, it's extremely despairing for someone who can't swim. It felt like the water was devouring his body. Ignoring all this, Zhang Ran began to scatter the last of Wang Anjian's ashes. He offered Wang Anjian a long string of blessings, essentially wishing him peace and happiness in his next life, free from illness and misfortune. After scattering all the ashes, Zhang Ran simply threw the urn into the big river as well. Having done all this, he prepared to row back to the shore. But just then, he discovered that the boat had a problem. The boat was leaking. Zhang Ran found the source of the leak. There was a hole at the bow of the boat. This hole had been patched with mud. Zhang Ran suddenly remembered why the boat hadn't been entirely floating in the river earlier. Instead, the bow and most of its body had been on the shore. Having been on the shore for so long, the mud was dry. Once in the water, it became wet mud. The longer it soaked, the more mud was washed away by the water, and then the hole opened up. Holy crap! Zhang Ran rushed to the bow, without time to think about anything else, just wanting to plug the hole. But he found that he couldn't plug it at all. He took off his outer shirt and stuffed it into the hole, but it was immediately washed out. Soon, more than half of the boat was submerged. Zhang Ran was extremely anxious, and just then, he glanced towards the shore and saw the old man rowing towards him. Zhang Ran felt he had to hold on, so he ran to the stern, determined to last as long as possible. Soon, Zhang Ran's boat had completely sunk. Zhang Ran was relatively lucky. As soon as he fell into the water, the old man's boat was already approaching him. "Grandpa, save me!" Zhang Ran desperately called out for help to the old man. He couldn't swim, so his entire body was struggling to stay above water. Each time he struggled down, he would swallow a mouthful of water. The old man rowed his boat closer to Zhang Ran. He held one end of a spare oar from the boat and extended the other end towards Zhang Ran. And he looked anxious. "Young man, grab it quickly." The wooden oar extending towards him was like a life raft. Zhang Ran desperately reached forward with his right hand. He was only a few centimeters away from grabbing the oar, from surviving. At that moment, the old man, who had been full of anxiety, suddenly lost that expression. It was replaced by a sinister smile. He pulled away the oar, then swung it down, hitting Zhang Ran's right hand, which was reaching for it. The blow made Zhang Ran cry out in pain, and he desperately shouted for help. Unfortunately, besides him and this old man, who else was there? Soon, Zhang Ran, who couldn't swim, gradually sank, swallowed by the endless river water. Until he was drowned alive, Zhang Ran didn't understand why this old man wanted to harm him. "Young man, don't blame your grandpa, this is how I make money. I was going to quit, but my son needs to get married." The old man's words were full of helplessness, but from his expression and body language, he was clearly very excited. It turned out that this old man had been a body retriever since he was young. He specialized in retrieving the bodies of people who had fallen into the water, to earn money. Of course, to make a lot of money in this line of work, you need to be ruthless. For example, like what this old man was doing now, deliberately causing people to die, making them drown alive in the water. Then he would retrieve the body himself. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. His colleagues did the same. As for whether you ask if these body retrievers would save someone who accidentally fell into the water, haha, what do you think? Child, don't be naive. Saving you gets a thank you. Not saving you gets a lot of money. That's enough, I should go down now. After waiting a few minutes on the boat, the old man prepared to go down and retrieve Zhang Ran, who had drowned, then call the police and notify Zhang Ran's family. Finally, he would collect a body retrieval fee from Zhang Ran's family. And just as the old man was stretching, with one leg already in the water, suddenly, from the water, a pale hand shot out and gripped the side of the old man's boat tightly. The veins on the 5 fingers were bulging. It was clear he was using a lot of force. The old man froze, and after a few seconds, he immediately grabbed the oar, ready to strike the hand away. "Hey, you kid, you're really tenacious." The old man swung the oar hard at the pale hand. After hitting it, the old man was very surprised. The hand remained motionless, not retracting at all due to the pain. At this moment, another hand reached up and grabbed the side of the boat. A trace of fear appeared on the old man's face. Another swing of the oar, but the previous hand still held tightly to the side of the boat. Seeing this, the old man wondered if he had encountered something unclean. If it were a person, they would definitely let go after being hit twice. The old man was a little scared. Although he had never encountered anything unclean in his lifetime in this profession, other colleagues said they had. One or two all said it was very eerie. Bang! Suddenly, a sound. Next, something happened that made the old man both happy and upset. The happy part was that after those two hands grabbed the side of the boat, a person immediately shot out of the water. It wasn't the unclean thing the old man had imagined. The upsetting part was that the person who shot up was the young man from before. The old man wanted to use the oar to hit Jiang Ran away, to prevent him from getting on the boat, but Jiang Ran had already nimbly boarded before he could strike. After boarding, Jiang Ran, completely drenched, pushed his bangs away from his forehead. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He cursed at the old man. "You old geezer, you tried to drown me? I think you're tired of living." After cursing, Jiang Ran strode quickly towards the old man. The old man had done too many immoral things over the years. He had also experienced situations where he failed to drown someone, and was confronted and retaliated against. Anyway, as long as it wasn't some unclean thing, he wasn't afraid of anything. He swung the oar vertically down towards Jiang Ran's head, intending to knock Jiang Ran unconscious and throw him back into the water. This old man had good physical fitness, his arms were thick and looked quite strong, but his powerful, heavy oar swing was easily dodged by Jiang Ran. After dodging, Jiang Ran had already approached the old man, first giving him a slap across the face, which left the old man bewildered. 5 red finger marks were clear and distinct. Then Jiang Ran kicked the old man into the river. The old man, being in this line of work, could certainly swim, and he was very skilled in the water. Therefore, once in the water, the old man was like a fish in the sea. Although he was kicked in, this did not prevent him from desperately swimming towards the shore. Seeing this, Jiang Ran sneered, stood at the stern of the boat, and used the old man's oar, which had fallen onto the boat, to strike the old man's head, who was still within attack range. This old man definitely had extremely good psychological resilience and did not lose his composure or act recklessly due to fleeing. Instead, he kept observing Jiang Ran on the boat, and when he saw him using the oar to hit him, he immediately submerged his entire body into the water. Because of this, Jiang Ran's oar swing missed, only hitting the water and causing a large splash around. Damn it, still trying to run? Jiang Ran was also a ruthless person, directly entering the water and diving to chase the old man. The old man was a bit surprised, not expecting Jiang Ran to dare to go into the water as well. He immediately stopped fleeing and instead waited for Jiang Ran with a cold sneer. And he said, "Heh, in our village, if I say I'm second best at swimming, no one dares to claim first. You young man, if you're looking for death, you can't blame me." The old man waited for Jiang Ran. The two immediately engaged in a close-quarters fight in the water, exchanging punches. Soon, the old man, who had been incredibly arrogant and thought Jiang Ran was seeking death by entering his comfort zone, began to beg for mercy. "Young man, stop hitting me, spare my life. I have an elderly mother above me and children below me. My old mother still relies on me. My son isn't married yet. He's over 30. Oh, and I have a daughter, about your age. She's not married yet. If you don't mind, I'm willing to marry my daughter to you. She's very beautiful." The old man was constantly begging for mercy at this point. He was utterly pitiful. But Jiang Ran's face grew even colder. He dragged the old man, who could no longer resist due to his beating, completely into the water, including his head. Before dragging him, he said, "Old man, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you can hold your breath underwater longer than me, I'll spare your life." The old man was overjoyed, and so he competed with Jiang Ran in holding his breath underwater. The old man, after all, was a body retriever and very familiar with water. Although he couldn't beat Jiang Ran in a fight underwater, he was indeed better at holding his breath than Jiang Ran. Therefore, in their breath-holding competition, Jiang Ran lost. The old man excitedly poked his head out of the water. "Great, I don't have to die." After Jiang Ran emerged from the water, he sneered with a gloomy expression. "I don't eat beef." Jiang Ran successfully dealt with the old man. The old man was drowned to death. After drowning him, Jiang Ran looked towards the shore from the water and, finding only wasteland nearby with no cameras or other people, tied stones to the old man and let him sink. After all this, Jiang Ran swam ashore. His gaze remained very gloomy. He began to wring the water out of his clothes. He said, "Do I have an indissoluble bond with old men? Last time I came out, I met an old man, and this time again. Unfortunately, this old man made me extremely unhappy, unlike the last old man who didn't make me want to kill him." That's right, the main personality, Jiang Ran, quickly faded after falling into the water, with only a breath left. The system spent 1,000 points to let another personality take over the body. And the one who was lucky enough to take over the body again was the one who dealt with the young white man with the chainsaw and the 301 old man. It was also the blue-haired Jiang Ran from the inner world small town. Blue-haired Jiang Ran suddenly thought of something at this moment, standing on the shore. Cold winds blew across his body, but he didn't feel the slightest chill. He said, "System, now that I've resolved the so-called crisis, you're not going to force me back again, are you?" "Don't. I'm also Jiang Ran. Logically speaking, you shouldn't always help the main personality." The system did not answer him. As the saying goes, silence is consent. Jiang Ran suddenly fainted and fell to the ground, only to get up again 5 minutes later. The main personality had returned. After returning, Jiang Ran woke up and felt the coldness emanating from his body. He found that he was completely drenched from head to toe. It was as if he had fallen into the water. Hiss, my head hurts so much. Could it be that another personality came out again? Jiang Ran still had his memory of the previous period, after a sub-personality took control of his body, devoured. He only remembered that he wanted to scatter Wang Onjian's remaining ashes into the middle of the big river. He was looking for a boat nearby. As for what happened next, he couldn't remember at all. Now, he found himself soaking wet. He also saw a small wooden boat floating alone in the distance. Jiang Ran looked around and found no one else. He began to imagine. I must have found a boat, rowed over there, and then accidentally fell into the water. After that, a sub-personality took over my body and got me to shore? That must be it. Ah, it's so cold. Jiang Ran shivered from the wind, but fortunately, the sun was still out. All he wanted now was to go home quickly. After returning home, Jiang Ran took a shower, changed his clothes, and by the time he finished all this, it was already past 9 p.m. He had been busy with Wang Onjian's affairs all day. Fortunately, everything was settled. Of course, Jiang Ran felt most fortunate that when he fell into the river during the day, the pants he was wearing had a zipper, and his phone was quite waterproof. Otherwise, he would have lost a phone too. How should I deal with Wang Onjian's phone? Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Ran held Wang Onjian's phone. Wang Onjian's phone was placed on the nightstand with his ID and other belongings. At the time, Jiang Ran was busy dealing with the aftermath of Wang Onjian's death, so he didn't bother with the phone. Now he had time. He turned on the phone. The phone had over 80% battery. To Jiang Ran's surprise, Wang Onjian's phone had no password lock, so he opened the phone directly. After opening the phone, he found the wallpaper very strange. He flipped to a page with few apps and saw that the wallpaper was a photo taken by Wang Onjian. The photo was of a blank piece of paper with a few words on it. Jiang Ran, check the phone's memo. Jiang Ran found the phone's memo app. There was only one memo note inside. He clicked on the note, and inside the note was this passage. Jiang Ran, if you can see this, it means I am already dead. It was a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for helping me dispose of my body. I am truly ashamed that I can only give you 5,000 yuan as compensation. I am truly strapped for cash. The 5,000 yuan compensation had already been transferred to Jiang Ran the night before Wang Onjian passed away. The note continued. I thought a lot about what posthumous affairs needed to be handled. I found there were only two. The first, post a message on WeChat Moments announcing my death. Of course, you don't need to worry about this, because I have already set it up to automatically send if the time isn't adjusted within 12 hours. The second, is this phone of mine. Of course, this phone isn't actually worth much. Selling it secondhand now might not even fetch 100 yuan. But I believe my greatest wealth in life is stored on this phone. This phone is for you, to do with as you please. Of course, before disposing of it, you can look at the wealth I left on it. Don't feel embarrassed. You can freely browse my phone. By the way, can you guess what my so-called wealth left on the phone is? Alright, actually, my so-called wealth is my experiences doing good deeds over the years. Sigh, I really can't escape human psychology after all. After doing so many things, I still want someone to know. I don't really want to be a completely silent, unknown hero. Finally, thank you again, Jiang Ran, for collecting my body. The note ended. Jiang Ran fell silent for a long time after reading this. His cheeks puffed out with air, like a ball. Jiang Ran began to check Wang Onjian's phone. First, he checked WeChat and found that the moment Wang Onjian had set up had already been automatically sent. The moment read as follows: Everyone, since my late-stage cancer is incurable, I am leaving this world early. This was set to be automatically posted by me in advance. If you see this, it means I'm dead. Ha ha ha. Besides the text, this moment also included a selfie of Wang Onjian smiling, holding up two fingers in a V sign. And under this moment, there were only likes and various comments from friends like rest in peace and we'll miss you. Of course, Wang Onjian's WeChat private messages were also overflowing at this time. Many people seemed unable to believe it, all asking if it was a prank, or if his WeChat was hacked, or if his phone was lost. After all, Wang Onjian had never revealed his illness to these WeChat friends. Therefore, when a sudden message of his death appeared, who would believe it? Jiang Ran ignored these messages. He just started looking at the wealth Wang Onjian had left on his phone. As Jiang Ran looked, the people in the livestream were also watching. It was now the 27th round, day 7, past 10 p.m. The winner of this round had already been determined, but they still had to wait until 12 a.m. for the long-haired beautiful host to announce it. Now, many people in the livestream were also following Jiang Ran's screen scrolling frequency, looking at the wealth Wang Onjian had left behind. The The more they looked, the more heartbroken they became. He truly was a good person. Finally, the time came to 12 a.m. In the live stream, the long-haired beautiful host appeared. This time, she was wearing a white, form-fitting long dress. She gave off an ethereal, fairy-like feeling. After she appeared, she immediately announced, "In the 27th round, Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, Wu Yu, Sunijie, and Wang Anjian have died." Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, Mike was disqualified for leaving the apartment early. Therefore, in the 27th round, Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, Zhang Ran is once again the winner. Currently, Zhang Ran has survived 3 rounds, matching the highest survival record of the Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, who left the apartment a long time ago. Round 27, the total prize pool is 244.12 million. All of it has now been distributed to the livestream users who bet on Zhang Ran. With this, I announce that round 27 of the A Distant Relative is not as good as A Close Neighbor game is over. The livestream will close in half an hour. Please prepare yourselves. After she finished speaking, the long-haired beautiful host disappeared from the livestream screen. The livestream's comments section quickly exploded. The middle-aged uncle was the first to comment. Lu Yu's poem says, "Mountains and rivers double back, seeming to block the way, willows darkened, flowers bright, another village appears." Originally, I thought Zhang Ran might stumble this round. After all, Robert was too terrifying. But who would have thought, in the end, it was still Zhang Ran who had the last laugh. The extremely rich young master, how much did you earn this round? It must be a lot, right? The middle-aged uncle, more than the last round, but because too many people bet on Zhang Ran this round, it wasn't much more. The domineering female CEO, you still made a profit. The middle-aged uncle, I definitely made a profit. It's better than losing money. This round, the Diamond Bachelor lost 30 million directly. Haha, it kills me. This makes me even happier than seeing my business rivals suffer huge losses in real life. The domineering female CEO, speaking of Brother Wang, he must be furious now. I wonder if he will continue to target Zhang Ran in the next round. The middle-aged uncle, depends on his special privilege. If I'm not mistaken, he should still be able to activate a special privilege like Robert. After all, he has always been ranked first on the win rate. The domineering female CEO, for Brother Wang, this round was a lesson. The next round will definitely be tricky, especially with Robert's precedent. Next time, he will definitely choose someone even more terrifying than Robert to kill Zhang Ran. The middle-aged uncle, whatever, we don't have special privileges. We can only pray that Zhang Ran overcomes the difficulties himself. But with Zhang Ran's current state, I think there aren't many who can kill him. This guy, he really is. I even think he's more terrifying than many perverse criminals and perverse serial killers. The middle-aged uncle at extremely rich young master, bet on Zhang Ran with me next round. The extremely rich young master, we'll see. But I still don't really want to bet on Zhang Ran. It feels a bit like a lie down and win situation, rather than winning by relying on my own observation skills and luck. The middle-aged uncle laughed. As long as you win, that's all that matters. The extremely rich young master, so you'll always bet on Zhang Ran from now on? The middle-aged uncle, pretty much. Of course, if you also become a resident of Alice apartment, I might bet on you. The extremely rich young master, damn it, jinx, who wants to become a resident of this apartment? That's practically asking to die. However, if you, middle-aged uncle, go in, I will bet on you too. Alright, it's time to sleep now. I hope the next round starts soon. Half an hour passed quickly. The Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream officially closed. The next time it opens will be round 28. It was 1 a.m. In a luxurious bay villa. The Diamond Bachelor, dressed in pink sexy pajamas, was in another princess room in her villa. The previous princess room had been mostly destroyed by her, with estimated damages as high as 3 million. Of course, 3 million was nothing to her. For example, there were over 30 such luxurious princess rooms in this villa, and they were all in different styles. Zhang Ran, oh Zhang Ran, you are truly my nemesis. Perhaps it was because she had previously gone mad with anger and completely vented all her rage. The Diamond Bachelor now appeared exceptionally calm. At this moment, she suddenly got up from her large bed with blue sheets. She went to her computer. She turned on the computer. She clicked on the software named Black Software on the computer. After opening the Black Software, on the main page, there were many live streams. None of these live streams were normal ones from the outside world. Of course, the Diamond Bachelor was not here to watch these live streams. She clicked on her personal page. She clicked on the personal special privilege section. She watched for a long time. Just as the middle-aged uncle and the others had estimated, the Diamond Bachelor could currently use her number one special privilege once. That is, to transfer a perverse criminal from an Alice apartment in another country. and to designate a perverse criminal within the apartment to hunt his Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. I want you dead, Jiang Ran. The Diamond Bachelor didn't understand why she hated Jiang Ran so much. Was it because Jiang Ran made her lose face? Caused her sixth sense to be inaccurate? Actually, the deeper reason was this. The Diamond Bachelor had truly been like a princess since she was a child. Anything she wanted to do, she could accomplish. But Jiang Ran's appearance violated this rule. She wanted Jiang Ran dead, but Jiang Ran always managed to survive. At this moment, the Diamond Bachelor clicked to use her special privilege. The middle-aged uncle and the other bottom-ranked users, although they knew the special privileges of the top three, and what those privileges were, they had never used them personally. They naively thought that when the Diamond Bachelor activated her special privilege, was it a matter of choosing anyone she wanted when transferring a perverse criminal from another country? Wrong. This special privilege had limitations. The limitation was that the Diamond Bachelor had to rely on a draw. Whichever country's Alice apartment she drew, she could only designate a transfer from that country's Alice apartment. The only good thing was that designating which perverse criminal from that apartment to transfer was free, not dependent on a draw. Therefore, now, on the curved computer display, there was a large spinning wheel, with many country names on it. The Diamond Bachelor clicked on the word draw in the center. The pointer of the spinning wheel slowly turned, like the wheel of fate. America, America. It must be America's Alice apartment. The Diamond Bachelor prayed in her heart. Although there was no ranking for the difficulty of Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, survival in any country's Alice apartment. But if one were to truly name the top few Alice apartments in all countries, many livestream users would definitely choose those major countries. Why? First, large populations. The more people, the higher the chance of perverts being born, and the more intense the competition. Second, based on daily news information. America gave people the feeling that all sorts of strange things happened there. Of course, the Diamond Bachelor believed that America's Alice apartment was the most formidable in the world, mainly because America was a major country for immigration and illegal crossings. Illegal immigrants from all over the world went there. As a result, various criminal incidents became more and more frequent. It was like absorbing perverts from all over the world. How could it not be strong? The Diamond Bachelor estimated that her recent luck was rather poor. She hoped to draw America, but in the end, she drew America's little brother, South Korea. Seeing the final screen, where the spinning wheel's pointer indicated South Korea, the Diamond Bachelor was silent for 3 seconds. Then she punched and shattered the display. After smashing the display, her anger subsided. But now that the desktop computer was unusable, she directly ran to another room. She brought a laptop worth over 30,000. Alright, South Korea it is. No choice. Let's choose from the Alice apartment in South Korea. She clicked the mouse several more times. Finally, the screen jumped to a ranking list for the Alice apartment of Han Country. It was a ranking of the number of people killed by the perverts in the Alice apartment of Han Country. From the first to the last, everyone was listed. Clicking on a name would show their specific information. South Korea. The Diamond Bachelor's biggest impression of South Korea was that she had spent a lot of money to invite many South Korean actresses to dine with her, and then spend the night. Yes, you didn't expect that, did you? The Diamond Bachelor, this super-rich second-generation girl, was actually a lesbian. South Korea, I remember they filmed quite a few shows about perverts in their movies and TV series. The Diamond Bachelor began to check the information of these perverted residents of the Alice apartment of Han Country one by one. Let's rewind a bit. After the 27th round ended and the live stream closed. Similarly, in a luxurious villa, in a bedroom, a young man, wearing blue silk pajamas, whose looks, figure, and style were considered above average among his peers, was yawning. Ever since I started watching this livestream, I've really been glued to the computer all day and night. It's completely messed up my sleep schedule. I'm so sleepy. If this continues, I feel like I'm going to drop dead. This young man stood up from his computer desk, stretched contentedly, and then glanced to his right. To his right sat a person also wearing expensive pajamas. This was a girl of similar age to the young man, or perhaps a little younger. This girl had long, dark, and shiny hair. Her face was beautiful, and she exuded a faint floral scent. Every expression and smile was absolutely goddess-like. In short, regardless of gender, the first thought upon seeing this girl was, so beautiful. But this girl, like many beautiful girls, had a common weakness. That's right, her chest was too small. If you pay close attention, you'll notice that in this society, a beautiful face and a curvaceous figure are often mutually exclusive. Those like Qin Yi's sisters, who have everything and lack nothing, are ultimately a minority. Of course, despite this fatal flaw, it's enough for a girl to be beautiful. With just a face, she can still conquer all. The young man looked at the girl who had just put down her phone. He frowned and said with great displeasure, Wang Ziyi, how many times have I told you? When you watch this live stream, don't record it on your phone. Don't record it on your phone. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Oh, hubby, I'm sorry, I just think this live stream is so interesting. I wanted to record it. The girl named Wang Ziyi, seeing that the young man was angry, immediately showed weakness and threw her phone aside. This young man seemed to be quite susceptible to this approach. After Wang Ziyi finished her coquettish display, he stroked her head and said, It's not that I won't let you record, but if what you record leaks out, it will cause us big trouble. Do you understand? Wang Ziyi, I know, so I'll be very careful. Okay, I promise you, I won't record next time. Don't record next time, and delete everything you've recorded before. The young man said again in a commanding tone. I'll listen to everything you say. So, can you give me a reward? A reward? I just finished watching the live stream, I'm exhausted all over, I can't give you a reward. Oh, you're annoying, not that kind of reward. I'm talking about Hermes releasing a new bag recently. The young man frowned upon hearing this. Don't even think about it, I've already bought you 2 this month, and you still want more? Wait until next month. Ah, okay then. It's just that all my good sisters have them. Their boyfriends bought them for them, and I just don't want you to lose face. Intelligent people have already guessed the identity of this young man. He is indeed the chatterbox of the A Distant Relative is not as good as a close neighbor game livestream. The extremely rich young master. The extremely rich young master's real name is Lin Feng, and like his online name, he is indeed an extremely rich second-generation heir. His family's assets are estimated to be in the tens of billions. And Wang Ziyi is his current girlfriend. She is a university student studying performance at an art school, and she was named one of the top 10 campus beauties in her freshman year. She is now a sophomore. He took her under his wing in her freshman year. Alright, I'll buy it for you next month. Let's sleep, I'm tired. The extremely rich young master Lin Feng is a wealthy man after all, and although Wang Ziyi is very beautiful, for a young master like him, he is not short of such women. Therefore, from being gentle and tender a long time ago, he now easily becomes impatient. It is estimated that after some time, he will directly dump her and find someone new. Wang Ziyi is also aware of this, which is why she wants to seize the time to get more good things. The next day, Wang Ziyi woke up after 9 in the morning, but the extremely rich young master Lin Feng was still sound asleep. Wang Ziyi got up, finished washing, and ate the breakfast prepared by the nanny in Lin Feng's villa. Then she went to the dressing room Lin Feng had prepared for her. She meticulously dressed herself up. After getting ready, she drove Lin Feng's Bentley luxury car, worth several millions. She left the villa and drove all the way to a beach in the city where they lived. The city they were in was close to the sea, and the beach Wang Ziyi came to had a row of independent sea view houses. One of these sea view houses was bought by the Wang Ju's boyfriend of one of her good girlfriends. Normally, Wang Ziyi and her good girlfriends liked to gather here. At this moment, feeling the salty sea breeze and looking at the beautiful scenery where the sky and sea merged, they were all full of enjoyment and comfort. On the beach in the backyard of the sea view house, Wang Ziyi and 3 other women sat around a large white marble table, all with expressions of enjoyment and contentment. Sister Engying, you tell me, who found a richer boyfriend, you or Wang Ziyi? At this moment, one of the 4 women suddenly looked curiously at the woman she called Sister Engying. Wang Ziyi and the 4 women had one thing in common. They were all beauties. Among them, Wang Ziyi and Engying were the most beautiful and attractive. Engying was Sister Engying. But if you were to truly compare, Wang Ziyi's face was a notch above Engying's. However, Engying did not have Wang Ziyi's weakness or shortcoming in terms of figure. Therefore, when looking at the 2 women as a whole, each had their strengths and it was hard to say who was better. And so, Wang Ziyi and Engying, relying on their beauty, found boyfriends, who were much richer than those of the other 2 women. Although the partners the other 2 women found were also quite wealthy, they were not on the same level as the partners Wang Ziyi and Engying found. And most importantly, among the 4 women, Wang Ziyi was only 19 years old this year, the youngest of them all. Engying was the oldest of the 4 women, but she was only 23 years old. The other 2 were 21 and 22 respectively. The men these 2 found were already in their 30s, which was definitely old for their age, and their looks were very average. But the men Wang Ziyi and Engying found were not only rich but also under 25 years old, and they were all quite handsome. Therefore, Wang Ziyi and Engying often compared each other, intentionally or unintentionally. They compared themselves, and they also compared at the instigation of the other 2 women. Then Wang Ziyi's boyfriend's family must be rich. His father is often on TV and can be seen on phones. He's a famous entrepreneur from our province, with assets probably over 10 billion. My boyfriend's family, at most, has about 6 billion in assets, so it definitely can't compare to Wang Ziyi's, Oh Yingying said. Oh Yingying's words were very humble, truly a picture of modesty. But for some reason, one couldn't help but feel there was something hidden in her words. The 21-year-old girl among the four women said, "Oh, although the one Wang Ziyi found is very rich, your boyfriend's family, Sister Yingying, is a bit lacking in wealth. However, the one from Wang Ziyi's family isn't an only child. That Lin Feng's family has 5 older brothers and 4 sisters, and I heard his dad also has illegitimate children outside. It's quite chaotic. Even if the assets are over 10 billion, how much of it will ultimately go to Wang Ziyi's boyfriend? But your boyfriend, Sister Yingying, is different. He's the only son in his family, with only 2 younger sisters, so..." The 21-year-old girl deliberately left a cliffhanger at this point. Anyone with a bit of intelligence could infer the rest of the sentence. Wouldn't his family's inheritance ultimately be almost entirely inherited by Oh Yingying's boyfriend? And even if Wang Ziyi's boyfriend, Lin Feng, came from a family with over 10 billion, how much would he ultimately receive? Certainly not as much as Oh Yingying's boyfriend. Oh Yingying naturally felt happy hearing this. Wang Ziyi, however, felt quite displeased. She wanted to refute something, but what the other person said was the truth. She couldn't refute it. Afterward, the group chatted for a while longer. Oh Yingying got up and went into her boyfriend's Seaview apartment. 10 minutes later, she returned, carrying 3 bags in her hands. She gave the 3 bags to Wang Ziyi and the other 2 girls, one for each. The 21-year-old and 22-year-old girls' eyes lit up when they saw the bags Oh Yingying gave them. They immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Sister Yingying, aren't these the latest Hermes bags? You're just giving them to us?" Oh Yingying waved her hand. "It's nothing. My boyfriend bought me all the colors of this bag. These colors aren't really to my personal taste, so I'm giving them to you. I hope you don't mind." The 21-year-old girl exclaimed joyfully, "Mind? How could we? I absolutely love them. Sister Yingying, you're so good to us. If you were willing, I'd even offer myself to you." The 22-year-old girl also quickly said, "Sister Yingying, your boyfriend is too good to you. This latest bag costs 85,000 yuan each. This model came out in 6 colors, and your boyfriend bought them all for you. Sigh, I'm so envious. Unlike my boyfriend, I begged him for a long time, and he only bought me an old model." Under the barrage of compliments, Oh Yingying's smile became unstoppable. She chatted and laughed with the 2 girls, clearly becoming the center of the 4. Meanwhile, Wang Ziyi looked at the purple latest model Hermes bag in her hand. She felt an indescribable emotion, because this was the very bag she had playfully asked her boyfriend, Lin Feng, to buy for her. However, after much coaxing, she hadn't gotten it, and Oh Yingying's boyfriend had directly bought Oh Yingying an entire series. This disparity made it impossible for Wang Ziyi not to be jealous. It was also the strong jealousy and other complex emotions at play in her heart. She let out a cold snort at this moment. "Humph. It's just a few bags. Is there a need to be so grateful for so long? Discuss it for so long?" After this remark, the voices of Oh Yingying and the other 2 girls instantly quieted down, and they all looked at Wang Ziyi. The 21-year-old girl said, "Speaking of which, Wang Ziyi, you also give us Hermes bags, and we'll be grateful to you too." The 22-year-old girl also said, "Exactly. Also, didn't you also get a bag? If you're not grateful to Sister Yingying, then just give the bag back." The tension gradually rose, and Oh Yingying immediately interjected, "Stop it. We're all good sisters. Don't let a few bags ruin our friendship. Don't you agree, Wang Ziyi?" Oh Yingying smiled sweetly. She seemed to be mediating, but her words were sharp. Wang Ziyi didn't bother with politeness and snorted coldly, saying, "These bumpkins these days are still talking about this bag and that bag, this necklace and that necklace. Do you know what truly rich people are playing with now? What are they paying attention to? If you don't understand at all, you'll be left behind by the truly wealthy circle." Upon hearing these words, the 3 girls exchanged glances, then all shook their heads. Wang Ziyi adopted a profound and mysterious posture. "Have you heard of the game A Distant Relative is Not as Good as a Close Neighbor?" The 21-year-old girl frowned. "A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor? Is it a computer game, or a mobile game, or a new way to play in bed?" Wang Ziyi crossed her arms, looking smug. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game is not on computers or phones, nor is it a new way to play in bed. It's a live streaming game. The 22-year-old girl heard this and said disdainfully, "Live streaming game? Are you saying that truly rich people are playing this? Paying attention to this?" Wang Ziyi, Do you take us for fools? Do you take us for the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, of those live streaming sales hosts? The 21-year-old and 22-year-old girls clearly didn't believe it. Owen Ying, however, was somewhat interested and asked Wang Ziyi to elaborate. Wang Ziyi then said, "A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game. It's like this. In an apartment, various perverted criminals and serial killers live. The game runs in 1-week rounds. Each round will have 5 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, who sign an agreement to spend a week in the apartment. For each day they survive, they get 10,000 yuan. The goal is to see who can live to the end. In this live streaming game, everyone in the live stream room is rich. They participate in betting each round, betting on the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, they think will survive to the end." Wang Ziyi finished speaking mysteriously. The 21-year-old girl immediately retorted, "Wang Ziyi, have you been reading too many web novels lately?" The 22-year-old girl also said, "Exactly. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? This is like a horror suspense novel. How could such a live streaming game exist in reality? Tell us, which platform is it on?" "There probably isn't any platform for it, is there?" Wang Ziyi sneered. "That's why I say you two are bumpkins, and you're still unhappy. Think about it. This kind of live stream definitely isn't on a mainstream, legitimate software platform. It's on a secret software for private members." The 22-year-old girl chuckled, "Spin, keep spinning. Then why don't you show us that software of yours?" "Wang Ziyi, that live streaming software is on my boyfriend's phone. I don't have it on mine." The 22-year-old girl was even more disdainful. He, how classic. Classic, it's on my boyfriend's phone. Why don't you say it's on your friend's phone, or that it's on your other phone, and you didn't bring your phone today?" Facing the doubts, Wang Ziyi had already prepared for it. "Although I don't have that software, when my boyfriend watches the live stream on his computer, I also watch beside him, and I even recorded some of it on my phone. Now, let me show you whether what I'm saying is true or false." Originally, according to the daily activities of these 4 women, they would gather in the morning, then find a high-end restaurant for lunch and check in. In the afternoon, they would go shopping. In the evening, they would either return home or find another place to socialize. But now, because they wanted to watch the live stream video that Wang Ziyi recorded on her phone, the 4 women stayed in this sea view room from then until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was also during this time that Owen Ying and the other 2 women finished watching the video recorded on Wang Ziyi's phone. Of course, Wang Ziyi only showed them the exciting, bloody fight scenes and other important footage directly. They skipped all the unimportant parts. That's why it only took a few hours to finish. Besides, Wang Ziyi didn't record everything. After watching, Owen Ying and the other 2 women remained silent for a long time. Seeing that the 3 women were speechless after watching the video, Wang Ziyi smugly sipped the coffee delivered by takeout, feeling very pleased with herself. She thought, "This time I've really redeemed myself and gained face. Let you 3 experience things you've never seen, or even heard of. Let you 3 realize you're country bumpkins." To be honest, after watching these recorded videos, it would be false to say that Owen Ying and the other 2 women were not shocked. They were so stunned they couldn't speak. Some of them even vomited profusely while watching. Now, it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. The 3 women finally fully recovered. And after recovering, the 3 women looked at Wang Ziyi with complex expressions. The 22-year-old girl asked Wang Ziyi, "This video of yours couldn't be from some movie or TV show, could it?" Despite seeing the recorded video, it was still very difficult for normal people to accept the existence of such things in this world. Wang Ziyi snorted disdainfully, "Then why don't you go look for it? If you can find which movie or TV show these videos of mine are from, I'll admit defeat." The 22-year-old girl fell silent. The 21-year-old girl then said, "If it's not a movie or TV show, and the scenes are extremely realistic, is it one of those mockumentaries? It looks very real, but it's actually fake? I've seen mockumentaries about serial killers before." Wang Ziyi was calm and unconcerned. At this moment, Owen Ying, who had been silent, spoke up. "Wang Ziyi, can you share this video with me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ziyi immediately became alert. "What do you want to do?" "Owen Ying, I want to check if your video is from some mockumentary, or from abroad, or even from the dark web. If after I check, it's not, then I will completely believe that the A Distant Relative is not as good as a close neighbor game you mentioned is real." Seeing Owen Ying say this, the 2 girls next to her also agreed. They felt that if Wang Ziyi didn't let Owen Ying check, they would suspect that the video was from the dark web or some obscure bloody movie, or a mockumentary. Wang Ziyi thought for a moment and said, "I can give you the video, but I need to tell you in advance, you absolutely must not leak it, otherwise, it will cause big trouble." Owen Ying nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll be careful. Don't you trust me? I'm always very reliable in my work. Wang Ziyi was still a bit uneasy, so she repeatedly warned her. Finally, she sent the video to Owengying. Because they had watched several hours of such bloody videos, the girls honestly had no appetite, and no mood to go out and play in the evening. They were all afraid of having nightmares. Therefore, they dispersed afterward, each returning home. Owengying graduated from university not long ago and is currently pursuing her master's degree with the financial support of Wang Ju's boyfriend. She currently lives in Wang Ju's boyfriend's own villa. Upon arriving at the villa, she watched all the videos Wang Ziyi sent her on her phone again at an accelerated speed, and then imported them all into a USB drive. Then, he made a phone call and summoned someone over. The person summoned was a man in his 30s, wearing glasses, looking like an urban office worker. Everyone who knew this man called him Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao was originally just an ordinary low-level employee in Owengying's boyfriend's group company. Later, one day at the company, Xiao Zhao met Owengying, and after learning Owengying's identity, he reflected deeply and decided to curry favor with Owengying, because he was good at flattery and completely devoted to Owengying. If Owengying told him to eat shit, he would definitely not drink pee. So, he quickly rose through the ranks from a small employee. Now, he is already a deputy director of the company's publicity department. Because of this, Xiao Zhao was even more obedient to Owengying's every command. No matter what Xiao Zhao was doing, as long as Owengying called, he would immediately come. Just like the eunuchs beside ancient concubines. After Xiao Zhao arrived, Owengying handed him the USB drive. Then she said, "These are several live stream videos recorded on a phone. The videos are very bloody, and the content is about many rich people watching bloody live streams and even betting on them. In these few segments, there are voices of both a man and a woman talking. The man is Lin Feng, you should know him, the son of the general manager of our rival company. The woman's voice is Wang Ju's boyfriend." In one segment of this video, Wang Ju's boyfriend even used her phone to record Lin Feng watching the live stream on a computer. "You'll condense these few videos later and then spread them out for me." The title should be something like, "Lin's group young master participates in bloody livestream, doesn't treat ordinary people as humans," and so on. The more explosive and attractive the title, the better. Do you understand? Xiao Zhao took the USB drive, somewhat stunned. He had no idea that Owengying had called him to do such a thing, especially with all this talk about bloody live streams and the young master of the rival company. As a result, Xiao Zhao was still a bit confused. However, he still said, "Understood, Sister O, I guarantee I'll complete the task." Owengying was very satisfied. "Do things cleanly, don't leave any handles. If someone traces it back to you, or even to me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xiao Zhao nodded repeatedly. "Understood, Sister O, you can trust me with my work." Xiao Zhao had helped Owengying with many dirty deeds. Like today, no matter what Owengying said, whether the bloody game live stream involving this young master Lin Feng was real or fake, he would spread the news anyway. This kind of reputation-damaging act, compared to what he used to do for Owengying, was a minor issue. "Xiao Zhao, I heard you're getting married soon. I hope after this matter, you can be promoted to director before your marriage, so your girlfriend will also be happy." Owengying sat on the sofa, swirling a red wineglass, like a high and mighty empress. Xiao Zhao's eyes immediately reddened with emotion upon hearing this. Before Xiao Zhao started flattering and working for Owengying, he was a proper low-level employee, often looked down upon at the company. The worst part was that the girls he liked in the company were either with handsome colleagues or with leaders. Even as a leader's mistress, or fourth mistress, company girls wouldn't even consider someone like him. But ever since he followed Owengying and rose to prominence, he not only quickly found a girlfriend, but she was also one of the prettiest in their department. And so, facing another promotion after completing this task, Xiao Zhao exaggeratedly knelt directly before Owengying, kowtowing repeatedly to pledge his loyalty. Xiao Zhao left with the USB drive. Looking at the middle-aged man's back, Owengying was very satisfied with her dog. Yes, in her eyes, Xiao Zhao was a loyal dog. He would bite whoever she told him to, very easy to use. Lin Feng, why did you find a stupid woman like Wang Zi, who only has a pretty face but no brains?" Owengying wanted the video from Wang Zi's phone. It wasn't for verification or checking at all. It's ridiculous, whether this a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game was real or not, it had nothing to do with her. Although she had indeed heard of this type of bloody live stream game for the first time. And her purpose in wanting this video was to launch a public opinion attack on Lin Feng's Lin's group. Don't underestimate public opinion attacks. This thing works very well for individuals or groups. If this video were processed and spread, it would definitely put Lin's group in the eye of the storm. As for why Owengying wanted to do this, it's simple. It was already mentioned that they were rival companies. Of course, they weren't before, but they are recently. Previously, the two group companies were making money and shining in their respective industry fields. They didn't interfere with each other. But recently, Lin Feng's Lin's group started to get involved in the industry field of Ouying Ying's Wang Ju's boyfriend's group company. So, the two groups became rivals. Therefore, this wave of public opinion attacks would definitely have a great impact on Lin Feng's group. After all, when that stupid woman, Wang Zi, recorded the video, there was actually a scene where Lin Feng was watching the live stream, and his face was captured clearly. In this way, it would be difficult for you to explain. Once this matter is handled and causes a heavy blow to the other party, I'll tell him then, give him a surprise. This him refers to Ouying Ying's Wang Ju's boyfriend. Ouying Ying couldn't help but show a brilliant smile when she thought of her Wang Ju's boyfriend. This woman thought Wang Zi was stupid. Little did she know, she herself was also very stupid. And stupid women will pay the price for their stupidity. Moreover, this was also the last night for Ouying Ying and the other parties involved, for now. Perhaps they had no worries and slept peacefully. The next day, 10 a.m., a food company under Lin's group. Lin Feng held the position of general manager at this food company. At this moment, Lin Feng was in his office, handling official business. At this time, his female secretary, who had a good figure and a delicate, white-collar appearance, knocked on the office door. After knocking 3 times, she entered. Her gentle red lips spoke with a gentle, mature voice. Mr. Lin, there's a middle-aged man at the company's front desk who didn't have an appointment but said he had something very important and insisted on seeing you. Lin Feng heard this, put down his pen, and looked up. Is that so? Did that middle-aged man say who he was? Which company? What was the matter? The female secretary, he didn't say who he was. As for which company, he said he was from Alice Company. As for the matter, he said he could only tell you when he saw you. Alice Company? Why have I never heard of it? Lin Feng, who had originally intended to have his female secretary send the person away, suddenly remembered Alice apartment. So he asked his female secretary to bring the person in. Soon, that middle-aged man arrived at Lin Feng's general manager's office. After entering the office, the middle-aged man looked around, and then, like an old friend of many years, he sat directly on the leather sofa in the office. After that, his gaze turned to Lin Feng, who was in the general manager's seat. Lin Feng met his gaze, and then, he directly asked, "Are you from Alice apartment?" The middle-aged man nodded. Lin Feng frowned, not knowing why. He suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked, "What are you looking for me for? It couldn't be to sign an agreement with me, asking me to move into the apartment? Heh, don't joke around. Even if you gave me 100,000 a day, I wouldn't sign the agreement. I don't lack that little money." The middle-aged man heard this, smiled, and said, "I'm not here to ask you to sign an agreement. Your current situation is even worse than those who signed agreements. At least those people signed voluntarily. But you are not. I'm here to inform you to be prepared to move into Alice apartment." Bang! After the middle-aged man finished speaking these words lightly, Lin Feng slammed his hands on the office desk. His temper immediately flared, and he said angrily, "I'm not someone to be joked with." The middle-aged man spread his hands, "Neither am I. I'm not joking with you." Lin Feng, not joking? If you're not joking, why are you forcing me to move into the apartment? The middle-aged man lowered his head and sneered, then looked up. Extremely rich young master, why are we forcing you to move into the apartment? You don't look for the reason within yourself, but instead look for the reason in us? I'm telling you, the reason is within yourself. More accurately, it's because of your girlfriend. Lin Feng heard that the problem was with his girlfriend, Wang Zi. He couldn't understand it at first, but soon, he realized something. His face turned pale with horror. It couldn't be those recordings? Damn it, that idiotic woman. Didn't I tell her not to leak them out? Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Extremely rich young master, you're quite smart. You figured out the cause of the problem so quickly. Those recordings were leaked, seemingly through your girlfriend's hands. That's the reason." Heh, since that's the reason, and she leaked the recordings, you should be looking for her. Make her move into Alice apartment. What are you looking for me for? The extremely rich young master roared. His emotions were clearly not right now. After all, he had watched several rounds of live streams and deeply understood the situation in that hellish place. Moving in meant certain death. The middle-aged man calmly replied, "You are a user of black software. You watch live streams. Your girlfriend recorded while you were watching live streams. Why do you think you have no responsibility at all? Alright, I'm leaving. Oh, by the way, you'll probably settle accounts with your girlfriend later, so you can just inform her for me, and tell her to move into Alice's apartment with you. As for the specific move-in date, I will inform you when the time comes. With that, the middle-aged man left Lin Feng's office. After the middle-aged man left, Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, like a furious tiger. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed his girlfriend Wang Zi's number. What made him, who was already in a rage, extremely annoyed was that the first call didn't go through. The second call finally connected. After connecting, a cutesy voice came from the other end. Hubby, why are you calling me? Hubby your ass, you idiotic woman, I'm in the company office, hurry up and come over. Wang Zi on the other end of the phone hung up, a little puzzled. Why was Lin Feng suddenly so angry? What happened? Never mind, no matter what happened, seeing my beautiful face should calm him down. Wang Zi didn't rush to the company office immediately, instead, she started putting on makeup at home. It was over an hour later when Wang Zi, meticulously dressed up, arrived at the battlefield. Some people's anger fades with time. Lin Feng was also that kind of person. But unfortunately, the incident involved his own life. Therefore, over an hour not only didn't lessen his anger, but made it even greater. He watched Wang Zi enter, closed the door, pointed at her, and cursed. USB, woman, I told you to hurry over, and you took over an hour to get here? What were you doing, eating sh*tea? Wang Zi, who had been smiling sweetly, had her smile vanish at these words. She didn't dare talk back to Lin Feng, only said aggrievedly, I just wanted to look pretty to see you, so I got dressed up. Lin Feng laughed wildly at this, a bit maniacally. Is this the first time I've seen you? You still dress up? I'm very familiar with your entire body, and you still dress up to see me? Wang Zi's eyes were red with grievance. What's wrong today? You're so angry. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng was on the verge of collapse. You're even feeling wronged? Don't you know what you did? Wang Zi wiped her tears, very confused. What did I do? I've never done anything to let you down. I've been with you since freshman year, and I even dumped Wang Ju's boyfriend back then. I'm completely devoted to you. What? Are you getting suspicious now? Do you think I cheated on you? Lin Feng was going crazy. Is that what I'm talking about? Do you think I'd be this distraught over a mere cuckolding? Would I be like this? It's not like I haven't been cheated on by an ex-girlfriend. I'm looking for you today because of Alice's apartment. King really have to thank you, my good girlfriend. The two of us are about to go live on the live stream. We're about to move into Alice's apartment. Are you happy? Ha, didn't you think Zhang Ran was so amazing? You'll be able to make friends with him soon. At this moment, Wang Zi was stunned, listening to this long string of words. After being stunned for a long time, she said blankly, Darling, are you kidding me? It's not April Fool's Day today, is it? Lin Feng, fool your mother. USB, woman, didn't I tell you to delete the video you recorded? If not, at least don't let it spread. And you spread it. I've been thinking for a long time. I was wondering, is it because I didn't buy you the new Hermes bag, so you're doing this to me? Treating me like a Sakura country person? Now it's good, you're satisfied. I said I'd buy it for you next month. Because of you, whether the two of us can even live until next month is a problem. Plop. Wang Zi lost her footing and fell to the ground. At this moment, her pretty face was full of terror. In her mind, scenes of the bloody images from the neighbors are better than distant relatives' livestream flashed by. She cried. Before Lin Feng, it was fake crying. This time, it was real crying. She crawled to Lin Feng's feet, hugged his thigh, tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms in the rain, like a fairy weeping. Husband, darling, tell me, you must be lying to me, right? Lin Feng grabbed her by the neck. I'm lying to your mother. Haven't you noticed that we've been together for so long, and today when I talk to you, the mother content is extremely high? Do you think my acting is that good, to put on a show and play with you? Wang Zi completely gave up hope after hearing that. Then she burst into tears. She wasn't crying because Wang Ju's boyfriend was going to move into Alice's apartment, but because she also had to move into that ghost place. Suddenly, she stopped crying. She seemed to have thought of something, stood up, and clumsily wiped away her tears with both hands. Husband, I didn't spread this video. It was Oh Ying. It was that woman Oh Ying. Oh Ying? How is she involved again? Lin Feng was very puzzled. Wang Zi then recounted what happened yesterday, especially mentioning that Oh Ying took the video. After listening, Lin Feng slapped Wang Zi across the face, making Wang Zi cover her face and cry, her cheek stinging. How could you be so stupid? You really are nothing but pretty, full of flaws, especially your brain. How could you give her something as important as the video recording? After delivering that slap, Lin Feng lay weakly on the sofa, his eyes dull. He now truly felt like killing Wang Zi, but would killing her be useful? Useless. Husband, since it was Oh Ying who leaked our video, then she should be the one to live in that ghost place. We are innocent. Wang Zi said loudly again. The more Lin Feng looked at Wang Zi, the more annoyed he became. Idiot, didn't you give her the video? Don't you have any responsibility? Wang Zi gritted her teeth. Then if we live in Alice, she won't escape either. After all, she's the one who spread the video. Lin Feng's eyes were hollow. What if she doesn't escape? The two of us still have to go in. On Owen Ying's side. Owen Ying's boyfriend didn't come back all last night, reportedly due to busy company affairs. After Owen Ying woke up in the morning, she picked up her phone. She was ready to go online and check the latest hot topics. According to her imagination, when she opened her phone at this time, it should all be hot news about the Lin's group young master participating in a bloody live stream game, not treating ordinary people as humans, and so on. But after opening her phone and scrolling for a long time, she found that today's hot topics and trending searches were pretty much the same as usual. This matter wasn't there. Is Xiao Zhao's action so slow this time? Has the video not been produced yet? Owen Ying frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Zhao's slow speed this time. After all, Xiao Zhao used to complete tasks very quickly. It was because of this, his loyalty coupled with his ability, that she often looked for opportunities to promote him. Regardless of these, Owen Ying planned to wash up first, then have breakfast. Of course, before doing these things, she first sent a WeChat message to Xiao Zhao, asking about the video, how the progress was. After washing up and finishing the breakfast made by the nanny, she returned to the bedroom and picked up her phone again. She found that the message she sent to Xiao Zhao had not yet been replied to. She immediately became displeased. Has this Xiao Zhao been promoted too quickly? He was still expressing loyalty yesterday, and today he's like this. Owen Ying sighed. She felt that she shouldn't let Xiao Zhao get promoted too quickly in the future. At this moment, her boyfriend's nanny walked in. Respectfully said to Owen Ying, Miss O, there's a middle-aged man outside the villa looking for you, saying he's your friend. Owen Ying frowned. My friend? Owen Ying stood up and descended from the third floor via the luxurious and dreamlike spiral staircase to the first floor. After reaching the first floor, she saw the villa's main gate open. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man dressed simply yet exuding luxury. The villa community where Owen Ying's Wang Ju's boyfriend's villa is located has extremely strict management. Normally, no one except the owners can enter. For example, the middle-aged man in front of her, under normal circumstances, should have been stopped by security. Then the security would notify her. But this middle-aged man, however, arrived directly at her Wang Ju's boyfriend's villa door. It was clear that he was no ordinary person. Who are you? Do you need me for something? Owen Ying found the middle-aged man's appearance very unfamiliar. The middle-aged man smiled. Don't worry about who I am. I have a very important matter to inform you about. A very important matter? To inform me? Owen Ying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The middle-aged man said, let's find a quiet place. This isn't suitable for discussing things. Owen Ying then led the middle-aged man to the study on the second floor. With her flawless white legs crossed, Owen Ying leaned against the wooden desk with a proud and indifferent expression. She looked down at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa from a commanding position. She said, Speak, what do you need to tell me? If it's some nonsense, I'll call the police directly. The middle-aged man's lips curled up. Looking at Owen Ying, who was about to face a disaster but was completely unaware, still maintaining a cold and aloof demeanor, he felt like laughing. But he held back. He was a professional. He said, those videos you gave to Xiao Zhao yesterday, you must have watched them yourself, right? Upon hearing this, Owen Ying's proud face, which had been as calm as an ancient well, suddenly changed. She immediately thought of something, her eyes sinking. Xiao Zhao told you? Are you and he teaming up to threaten and extort me with this? The middle-aged man shook his head. You can suspect me, but there's no need to suspect Xiao Zhao. That person is fiercely loyal to you. I'm here today to inform you that you have been successfully selected to move into the Alice apartment. I'm letting you prepare in advance. When the specific move-in date arrives, I will come again. This is the important matter you spoke of? What Alice apartment? I don't understand. Owen Ying frowned. The middle-aged man calmly clasped his hands together. Don't play dumb. Think about where those videos in your hand came from. Go ask that source, and you'll know. Owen Ying feigned ignorance, saying, I just downloaded that video casually from the internet. Seeing that Owen Ying was still feigning ignorance, the middle-aged man took out his phone from his pocket and motioned for Owen Ying to come and watch the video on his phone. Owen Ying was indifferent at first, but then she watched the entire video. Afterward, she was in a state of shock and terror. This video showed 3 people. The video appeared to be shot inside a room. Xiao Zhao was tied to a chair. Next to him stood 2 people wearing black masks, their faces unseen. They appeared to be men. These 2 men subjected Xiao Zhao, who was tied to the chair, to severe interrogation. The specific questions were about where the video came from, who gave it to him, and what it was for. Xiao Zhao initially preferred death over surrender, but later he was beaten black and blue, unable to call for help from heaven or earth. Having no other choice, he revealed everything. Alright, Ying, what do you have to say now? Oh, and I know where you got these videos from, it's too obvious. The main person was filmed in the video. I need to know now, what exactly happened with this video recording? How did it end up in your hands? If I tell you, can I atone for my mistakes? No. Then why should I tell you? Even if you don't tell me, with the power behind me, I can quickly find out. Of course, even if you do tell me, the power behind me will double-check to ensure what you're saying is true. So, you can consider it a favor to me. I can give you some information about the Alice apartment, so you at least won't die so easily in there. At this moment, inside the study, the atmosphere was utterly silent. Ying finally nodded and recounted everything, yesterday's 4 women in the Seaview room, what Wang Zi told them about the apartment, and the video incident. Of course, Ying's account was subjective. From her mouth, it seemed as if the entire incident was Wang Zi's fault. After listening, the middle-aged man kept his word and said, "You should have learned about the Alice apartment from your best friend, Wang Zi, and the video she recorded. The information I'm providing you is that in the Alice apartment, you can cling to someone named Zhang Ran. You might have a better chance of surviving. Additionally, there's another piece of information. Thanks to you, Wang Zi and her Wang Ju's boyfriend have also been selected for the Alice apartment and will be moving in with you in the same batch. Of course, your subordinate, the one named Xiao Zhao, is also among them. Alright, that's all I have to say. Oh, and don't think about escaping. Unless you flee Earth, you won't escape our grasp." With that, the middle-aged man left. He was going to find Lin Feng next. If one were observant, they might notice that this middle-aged man first sought out Ying, and then Lin Feng. After the middle-aged man left, Ying sat in the study, lost in thought for a long time. At this moment, she felt a chill throughout her body, and the root of fear was planted in her heart. She began to think that the middle-aged man's appearance was a hallucination, and this Alice apartment was also fake, just a sophisticated prank. But her female intuition told her to wake up. She regretted it, truly regretted her sudden flash of inspiration yesterday, her cleverness. She needed comfort now. She called her Wang Ju's boyfriend, but his secretary answered. She said her Wang Ju's boyfriend was in a meeting. Ying was somewhat frantic. She felt very insecure. Since she couldn't reach her Wang Ju's boyfriend, she decided to go find Wang Zi and Lin Feng. She wanted to clarify what the Alice apartment was all about. Although she had heard a rough outline yesterday and watched the video for a general idea, she still hadn't fully understood it. And Ying was also quite bold. It was she who had tricked Lin Feng and Wang Zi into moving into the Alice apartment together. Yet, at this time, she still dared to go find them. They probably felt like tearing her apart. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng, Wang Zi, and Ying gathered at Lin Feng's own villa. At this moment, there were only the 3 of them in the villa. All others, such as the maids, had been sent away. The 3 of them were currently in the living room on the first floor. Wang Zi immediately started shouting at Ying, who was sitting on the sofa, completely losing her usual university beauty demeanor. Ying, you slut! I even considered you my best friend. You said you wanted the video to investigate if it was real or fake, if it was a mockumentary, but you actually leaked and spread it. Normally, Ying would have retorted if she were cursed like this. But this time, she was too guilty to say anything, lowering her head like a well-behaved child who had done something wrong. However, Wang Zi's subsequent curses became too harsh. Ying looked up and said, "Stop cursing. Cursing is useless. You 2 have to move in, and so do I. I was also informed by that middle-aged man." Wang Zi heard this and let out a cold laugh. "We all know without you saying it, after all, you are the culprit. If you don't go in, it would be against the laws of nature." Ying said, very displeased, "I admit I'm the culprit, but don't you bear any responsibility? Why didn't you tell me there would be such serious consequences?" Wang Zi was so angry she laughed, her beautiful face filled with indignation. "How did I not tell you? Didn't I say that the video absolutely must not be leaked? Otherwise, it would cause big trouble?" Ying felt very annoyed when she heard this. Because the big trouble she had imagined back then was that leaking it would cause big trouble for Lin Feng himself and his family's corporate group. She had completely failed to consider that the big trouble would fall upon her. "Alright, now all 3 of us are going in. I came here to ask you for more information about Alice apartment. Also, if that person tells us to move in, do we have to? This is an infringement of our personal liberty." Ying was filled with righteous indignation. "The 3 of us should unite. I don't believe that if we just refuse to move in, what can he do to the 3 of us?" Alright, Ying, I've had enough. You've screwed us over. Now you've come here wanting to learn more information and discuss cooperation. You should be burning incense that I'm not giving you trouble. And you're still here, constantly blabbering. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had been silent, spoke. He immediately retorted Ying. Ying said, I admit it's my fault, so I'm now making amends. The three of us should cooperate. After all, you understand that Alice apartment better than I do. Lin Feng stood up at this moment and said, okay, your words have moved me. We can cooperate, but I need to see your sincerity. Ying saw an opportunity for cooperation and immediately asked what kind of sincerity. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk, spend a night with me. Upon hearing this, Ying's face instantly turned cold. Lin Feng tilted his head, what's wrong? You don't even have this much sincerity? Ying got up, turned, and walked away without hesitation. After Ying left the villa, Wang Zi cautiously asked Lin Feng, my dear, are you really lusting after Ying's body? Lin Feng immediately turned his head and cursed, lusting after your grandpa, you stupid woman, didn't you see that I was just looking for an excuse to make her leave? Even if you brought a whole bunch of beautiful women in front of me right now, I wouldn't have any interest. Wang Zi, who was being scolded, was submissive. She knew she still had to rely on Lin Feng. Lin Feng then said, however, if that middle-aged man tells me to move in, I'll just move in, not resisting at all. That's not Lin Feng's style either. Ying, who had returned to Wang Ju's boyfriend's villa, began to regret it. She shouldn't have just left, at least she should have stalled for more time and extracted some useful information. Now, all she had was what Wang Zi had said yesterday and the recorded video. She took out her phone, opened those video recordings again, and watched them repeatedly. It was past 8 in the evening. Wang Ju's boyfriend returned. After Ying's boyfriend returned, he saw that Ying was already asleep on the large sofa on the first floor of the villa. She wasn't covered by anything. He considerately picked her up, intending to carry her back to the bedroom. As soon as his hands touched her, the sleeping Ying suddenly started to cry. What's wrong, darling, did you have a nightmare? Ying's boyfriend immediately hugged Ying and comforted her softly. Woo woo. Ying just kept crying. Ying's boyfriend sensed that his girlfriend was not alright, as they had been together day and night. So he asked Ying what had happened. Ying said she had caused trouble. Wang Ju's boyfriend asked what kind of trouble she had caused. Ying then recounted the 4 women's gathering yesterday, the middle-aged man coming to find her this morning, and her visit to Lin Feng and Wang Zi. She told the complete story, without adding any embellishments. Ying had actually realized after returning in the afternoon that only Wang Ju's boyfriend could help her now. You have to believe me, Yang Jiankeng, everything I'm saying is true. I'm not making up a story, and it's not some novel plot. After speaking, Ying was still afraid that Wang Ju's boyfriend would think she was joking, so she repeatedly emphasized it. Ying's boyfriend was named Yang Jiankeng. After listening to everything Ying said, Yang Jiankeng's face indeed showed shock and surprise. He said, I believe you, but you go upstairs first, give me some time to think about how I should help you. Ying went upstairs, still crying tearfully before going up. After Yang Jiankeng watched Ying go upstairs, his originally heavy and serious expression became even more complex. He sat on the sofa and took out his phone. And what no one could have expected was this. He kept scrolling on his phone screen, finding a mobile app called Black Software. That's right, Ying probably never imagined it. Not only was Wang Ju's boyfriend also a user of Black Software, but he was also an old-timer and the neighbors are better than distant relatives. Live stream. Even longer than the middle-aged uncle and them. He just usually didn't like to speak. This was also why Yang Jiankeng, after hearing Ying's account, didn't refute it at all and just said, I believe you. Ying thought this was Yang Jiankeng's trust and love for her, but in reality, it wasn't at all. Ying, you've always been smart. How did you bring such a big disaster upon yourself this time? Yang Jiankeng muttered to himself at this moment. As an old-timer in the livestream who had watched countless rounds, Yang Jiankeng immediately recalled a young rich second-generation heir whose family business was worth over 5 billion yuan in the livestream. He had also recorded a video, which was accidentally leaked. At the time, he didn't believe in evil, thinking, if I don't want to go in and live, can you really force me in? In the end, he ran abroad with over 50 bodyguards by his side every day, but he was still caught and brought back, becoming a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. Over 5 billion yuan. His own family's business was only over 6 billion yuan. Could an extra billion yuan in strength turn the tide? Let alone an extra billion. Even if Lin Feng's family assets exceeded 10 billion, could they protect Lin Feng? Ying, I really like you, you are very smart. But sometimes you are too fond of being clever. If this time, you hadn't taken it upon yourself to give me a surprise, but had discussed it with me beforehand, wouldn't it have been completely avoidable? Alas, alas, this might be your fate. I can only try my best to help you one last time. Yang Jianqing also didn't have a good way to help Yingying, so he could only try to send her abroad and hire more bodyguards for her. That's all he could do. Jiang Ran was still working that night, having just helped a resident clear a drain and emerging from his apartment. After coming out, his phone suddenly chimed, likely a text message had arrived. He walked towards the elevator while taking out his phone and opening it. He clicked on the text message. At first, it was just a casual glance. He was about to put his phone down. But the next second, it was as if there were nude photos of a female celebrity on his phone. His two eyes stared fixedly at the phone screen, as if he wanted to drill his whole body into it. This text message was a bank transfer notification. Your account ending in 191, Union Pay transfer, income amount, 350,000 yuan. Balance, 350,100 yuan. Transferor, has murderous intent comics royalties. From the first day of moving in until the end of the 27th round, a total of 5 weeks, amounting to 350,000 yuan. The previous utility and property management bills were for 25 days. Due to different settlement dates, only 25 days were settled. Suddenly, an incoming transfer message appeared, especially a huge sum of 350,000 yuan. Jiang Ran wondered if he was seeing things. After confirming he wasn't, he suddenly thought, could this be a scam? After opening the corresponding bank app, he found that the money had indeed arrived. It wasn't a scam message. So, where did this sudden huge sum of money come from? Has murderous intent comics royalties? Has murderous intent? Jiang Ran stood still, began recalling the original host's memories, searching for anything related to Has murderous intent. Finally, he found it. After the original host was dumped by his girlfriend, besides working several jobs in reality, he also held multiple online positions. Drawing comics, writing novels, making videos, and being a streamer. And then, all these online ventures were eventually given up, and he returned to reality. Why? Because they all flopped. The full name of Has Murderous Intent is Has Murderous Intent Comics, which is a comic app. It was the platform where the original host once published his comic works. Picking up his pace, Jiang Ran returned to 304. He downloaded Has Murderous Intent Comics on his phone and computer. At the same time, Jiang Ran also found the author backend of Has Murderous Intent Comics. He successfully logged in using the original host's phone number. After successfully logging in, he discovered that the original host's author name on Has Murderous Intent Comics was, I Want to Make Crazy Money. Then he clicked on the workbench. He found that the original host had published 2 comics he had drawn. Jiang Ran clicked on them and began to read them carefully. The first comic was titled, Love Abyss. Jiang Ran quickly browsed it and found that it was a very ordinary romance comic. It told the love story of the male and female protagonists, from when they got together in college until they broke up after graduation. Guess who the prototypes of the male and female protagonists were? That's right, it was the original host and his ex-girlfriend, Xin Xing. The plot of the comic was similar to the scenes of the original host and Xin Xing's relationship in Jiang Ran's mind. It was essentially drawing their love story. This comic had already concluded, with over 100 chapters. Jiang Ran opened Has Murderous Intent Comics on his phone. He searched for Love Abyss. He found that this comic was a very unsuccessful work. There were very few comments on the work. His gaze then shifted to the computer's author backend. He found that for this comic, the original host was purely relying on the monthly full attendance bonus. Other income was only a dozen yuan or even a few yuan per month. No wonder, pure romance of this type seems to have passed its popular time. The second work was titled, I'm Awesome in the Apocalypse. Jiang Ran was somewhat interested in this one. The original host probably realized his first work wasn't popular, so for the second one, he went with a currently popular apocalypse-themed comic. Unfortunately, this comic performed a bit better than the previous one, but it also relied on the full attendance bonus. The main reason for its failure was that there were too many good works of the same type. The original host's drawing skills, pacing, narration, and plot were still somewhat unsatisfactory. Therefore, this work was not even finished, only having 50-something chapters. The original host then posted a notice of discontinuation, saying that he had failed and had no intention of drawing comics again. After reading all this, Jiang Ran found the income section in the author backend. He discovered that the 350,000 yuan he had just received all came from the first comic, Love Abyss. But Jiang Ran had just checked on his phone. Wasn't this a flop? It was only getting a full attendance bonus. So how did it suddenly have so much income? He carefully searched for clues again. he found that all 350,000 yuan came from reader donations to the work. The person who donated was a reader named Spring Has Come, Summer Has Also Come. From her personal profile, it seemed she was a female reader. She had been continuously donating to this work and also posting her comments. So touching, seeing this work is like returning to my college days. It seemed this female reader loved this work so much that she kept donating wildly. Jiang Ran stared at this female reader, who was completely in the lead on the donation for this flop of a work, feeling a bit emotional. This is what rich people are like. If they like a work, they can just casually donate so much money. If this money were used to buy comics, it could probably subscribe to who knows how many. Rich woman, awesome. Of course, besides feeling emotional, he also felt that the original host was really unlucky. If he hadn't died suddenly back then and lived until now, wouldn't this 350,000 yuan be his? Now it's good, it's benefiting him instead. Suddenly having 350,000 yuan, Jiang Ran still felt somewhat unreal, unable to believe it. Suddenly having such a large sum of money for him, he didn't even know what to do. After calming down for a long time, he finally remembered what he needed to do. He had to pay back the money. To pay back Wang Qingzhao for the medicine. However, looking at the pitch-black sky outside the window, paying back the money would have to wait until tomorrow. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Jiang Ran appeared on the first floor and asked Administrator Xiao Zhan for a day off. After Jiang Ran finished asking for leave, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound from outside the apartment building. He quickly took a few steps and looked through the automatic glass sensor door. He saw many trucks driving into the apartment from the main gate. And there were also many men dressed as workers, holding various tools, who scattered left and right after passing through the apartment gate. Jiang Ran then asked Administrator Xiao Zhang what had happened. Administrator Xiao Zhang said that the apartment's boss was going to build another apartment building next door. Their current building was Building 1, and the one next to it would be Building 2. This way, there would be more residents. In addition, the apartment boss had also bought a lot of land near Alice apartment. He planned to expand and build some other facilities. After understanding what was going on, Jiang Ran was no longer curious. After all, these things didn't concern him. No, building another apartment building and having residents move into another building, wouldn't this increase the workload for the apartment staff? Jiang Ran had arranged to meet Wang Qingzhao last night. Wang Qingzhao readily agreed. The two of them met at 9 o'clock at a large coffee shop in the city center. After meeting, the two sat by the window. Jiang Ran ordered 2 cold coffees, and generously told Wang Qingzhao that he was treating. When Wang Qingzhao heard that Jiang Ran was treating, she playfully asked him if he had struck it rich. Jiang Ran smiled without speaking. He said, "You could say I've made a small fortune. So, the reason I asked you out this time is to pay you back. Those 2 bottles of medicine you gave me last time, one was 25,000, so 2 are 50,000, right? Give me your phone, I'll scan it to you." Seeing Jiang Ran's serious demeanor about paying back the money, Wang Qingzhao's large eyes widened even further. Oh, a scholar who hasn't been seen for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. It's only been such a short time, and you already have money to pay me back? Tell me, Jiang Ran, have you done anything illegal? Like, becoming a gigolo? Jiang Ran's face was covered in black lines. I will not sell my ass. Wang Qingzhao lifted her chin slightly. Then how did you suddenly get so rich? Could it be that you were taken in by a rich woman? Jiang Ran shook his head. Stop guessing. In short, the money came through legitimate channels. Wang Qingzhao clapped her right hand on her left, a look of sudden realization on her face. I know, you must have taken out a loan online. Jiang Ran, online loans are not good. You can't pay back the interest. Jiang Ran was utterly speechless. Oh, my old classmate, stop guessing. The more you guess, the more ridiculous it gets. Anyway, just assume I won the lottery. Wang Qingzhao said, then you must have won the lottery. Otherwise, I can't imagine how you suddenly have so much money. Wang Qingzhao took out her phone and had Jiang Ran scan her payment code. After receiving the payment, Wang Qingzhao was very surprised. Jiang Ran, why did you give me 100,000? Jiang Ran said, 50,000 is to repay you for the medicine, and the remaining 50,000 is to ask you to buy 2 more bottles for me. I'm almost finished with the 2 bottles you gave me. Wang Qingzhao, understood. Jiang Ran, of course, as payment for your hard work in buying medicine for me, today, I'm treating you to everything. Wang Qingzhao, then I won't be polite. Jiang Ran smiled, it's fine, I need you not to be polite. Jiang Ran thought that when Wang Qingzhao said I won't be polite, she was just saying it casually. He didn't expect her to really not be polite. Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao spent the day playing around. To be precise, Wang Qingzhao led the way. Wang Qingzhao directly spent over 10,000 yuan of his money. Yes, in one day, they spent over 10,000 yuan. That is to say, in one day, they spent Jiang Ran's 1 month's salary as an auxiliary administrator at the Alice apartment. Regarding this, even though Jiang Ran now held a huge sum of money, it was impossible for him not to feel a pang of heartache. However, he had already told Wang Qingzhao not to be polite, so he had to keep his word. Although he spent a lot of money, Jiang Ran himself had a lot of fun. He ate many things he had never eaten before. It was a gift to himself for this period of time. The two of them played until 8 p.m. before going their separate ways. And while the two of them were having fun together, they completely failed to notice a man silently watching them from behind. His gaze barely left them for a moment. This man was the almost forgotten ex-boyfriend of Wang Qingzhao, Zhao Jia. Although Zhao Jia was Wang Qingzhao's ex-boyfriend, his obsession with Wang Qingzhao was deeply etched into his bones. And so it was. Since their breakup, he had been following Wang Qingzhao like a pervert. Finally, on this day, he saw Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao playing around like a couple. He completely broke down. Finally, he made a decision. Qingzhao, didn't you dump me back then? Thanks to you, I'm now so crazy for you that I'm almost insane. I want you to suffer this same pain. I want every boyfriend you find in the future to disappear from this world. You find one, I'll kill one. I'll make you come back to my side. I'll make you never dare to leave me again. I'm going to the Alice apartment right now to buy a house and move in. Isn't that Jiang Ran an auxiliary administrator there? Just watch how I torture him to death. Poor Jiang Ran was targeted by another person. Clearly, he and Wang Qingzhao were not in a romantic relationship. The Diamond Bachelor hadn't slept well these past few days. Only 3 or 4 hours each day. The rest of the time, he was hunched over his computer, repeatedly reviewing information on perverted criminals and serial killers in the Alice apartment of Han Country. Last time in the Maple Leaf Country, he chose Robert. Robert was among the top 3 in terms of murder count at the Alice apartment of Maple Leaf Country, and he also held the title of one of the world's top 10 serial killers. Yet, in front of Jiang Ran, he was like a little chick. Useless, utterly useless. So, this time, she would not be deceived by external vanity again. She wanted to choose someone who could truly kill Jiang Ran, not a useless person like Robert who only had a name. However, choosing someone who could truly kill Jiang Ran was also very difficult, because Jiang Ran was too hard to kill. Although the Diamond Bachelor hated Jiang Ran intensely, he had to admit it. Therefore, it was truly not easy to select such a person from the Alice apartment of Han Country. However, in the end, the Diamond Bachelor still chose one. This person's murder count in the Alice apartment of Han Country could only rank in the top 20, but to be chosen by the Diamond Bachelor to kill Jiang Ran. This data does not represent everything. And after the Diamond Bachelor made his choice, in the Alice apartment of Han Country, the chosen perverted serial killer was also notified by the people there. After being notified, the chosen perverted serial killer also received 10 million from the Diamond Bachelor, who paid out of his own pocket to the organizer. He could send a message to this perverted serial killer he chose. Before this message was conveyed, this perverted serial killer could only receive the following information. A user from the Huagua Alice apartment livestream chose you to kill a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, over there. What this Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, s name was. And a photo, and which apartment unit he lived in. Nothing else. And the message the Diamond Bachelor paid 10 million for was, Jiang Ran is a patient with dissociative identity disorder. The main personality is a weakling, but once he encounters danger, the secondary personality takes over, and the secondary personality is very strong. Last time, a privilege was used to have Robert from the Alice apartment of Maple Leaf Country, one of the world's top 10 perverted serial killers, attempt to kill him, but it failed. Hope you succeed. Time passed quickly. Soon it was time for the 28th round of the A Distant Relative Is Not As Good as a Close Neighbor game to broadcast. The familiar live stream, the familiar female host, and the familiar chatterboxes in the live stream. Middle-aged uncle, this round is later than the previous ones. This time there's a 2-week gap. Domineering female CEO, yes, I'm used to 1 week, and this sudden extra week of waiting has made me a bit impatient. Fairy sister, where's the extremely rich young master? Isn't he usually the most active among us? Come out. Little dragon girl, perhaps he's busy? Little ant, I think he's probably busy and didn't make it for the broadcast. I am a hero, don't wait. Thanks to you all, if there's no accident, the extremely rich young master has become the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, for this round. The sudden statement made the live stream fall silent for a moment. Then it returned to normal. Middle-aged uncle? Domineering female CEO, fairy sister, little dragon girl, little ant? Middle-aged uncle, are you kidding? He and I were just joking last round about who would become a resident if they entered, and then we'd vote for them. Did he really go in? I am a hero, he and I are friends in real life, so there's no need to lie to you. Besides, if I were lying, I would be introducing the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, soon, and the lie would quickly be exposed. Middle-aged uncle, alright, I'll wait for the host to introduce them. I still don't quite believe that guy became a resident. Welcome, everyone, to the 28th round of the A Distant Relative Is Not As Good As a Close Neighbor game livestream. I am your old friend. At this moment, on the dark screen of the livestream, the long-haired beautiful host was wearing a white and yellow tight-fitting cheongsam, and a blue gemstone necklace on her snow-white neck emitted a dazzling sparkle that was eye-catching and clearly very valuable. Holding a speech draft, she spoke in a beautiful and melodious voice. Dear livestream users, early notice. The 28th round of the game is different from previous rounds. In previous rounds, there were 5 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, each time, but in this round, there are more than 5 Xiaobaishu, little white mice. Upon hearing this, the live stream was in an uproar. Damn, could it be that the extremely rich young master really went in? The long-haired beautiful host continued. There are too many Xiaobaishu, little white mice, in this round, let me tell you slowly. First, I will introduce Xiaobaishu no. 1 Jiangran. It's called an introduction, but everyone is already familiar with him, so I won't introduce him. The only thing to note is that if Jiangran successfully survives this round, he will break the highest record for Xiaobaishu, little white mice, survival in. So, next, I will directly introduce Xiaobaishu no. 2. Xiaobaishu no. 2 is the extremely rich young master whom you in the livestream are particularly concerned about, whether he actually went in and became a resident. As soon as these words came out, the live stream truly exploded. Although the extremely rich young master started watching the live stream late, with his super talkativeness, he was a familiar figure to many people in this live stream. As a result, did this guy really go in like that? Middle-aged uncle, F***CK, is he crazy? Did he really go in to experience life? Domineering female CEO, honestly, if it were someone else from the live stream who went in, I'd think it might be a leak or a violation of some live stream rule, but him, I really think he might have acted on a whim. Indeed, the extremely rich young master gave people a feeling, how should I put it? Anyway, it was an unreliable feeling. I am a hero, you're thinking too much, he didn't go involuntarily, he's not that brave. Fairy sister, yes, I remember when the extremely rich young master first appeared in the livestream, he said he wanted to go in and play, but after watching the live stream for a while, he immediately dropped the idea. So, what exactly did he do to be put in as a Xiaobaishu, little white mice? Soon, the long-haired beautiful host cleared up the confusion. Xiaobaishu no. 2 is quite special. Xiaobaishu no. 2 is 2 people, both of them are Xiaobaishu no. 2. The first one is the extremely rich young master, whose real name is Lin Feng, and the second one is his girlfriend, named Wang Zi. Both of them are Xiaobaishu no. 2. If one of them dies, as long as the other is still alive, the person who placed the bet does not lose. Middle-aged uncle laughed. Damn, I should have been concerned about the extremely rich young master, but seeing this unprecedented Xiaobaishu no. 2 competition format, I'm actually concerned about this. Fairy sister, haha, me too. Thinking about it this way, having Xiaobaishu no. 2 divided into 2 people increases the fault tolerance. Damn, that's truly wicked. The long-haired beautiful host continued at this point. Extremely rich young master, real name, Lin Feng, male, 25 years old. Son of the chairman of the 100 billion Lins group. Wang Zi, female, 19 years old, a university student at an art academy, one of the top 10 campus beauties, Lin Feng's girlfriend. While introducing these, just like in the previous rounds, there would be an electronic screen behind the long-haired beautiful host. On it were the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, information and photos. Now, let's talk about how these 2 became Xiaobaishu, little white mice. While watching the livestream, the girlfriend of the extremely rich young master, Lin Feng, Wang Zi, liked to record videos with her phone. Therefore, she recorded many videos. After the 27th round ended, at a gathering with her best friends, she boasted and talked about the Alice apartment, and even showed the videos to a few of her best friends. One of her best friends took the video, ostensibly to verify its authenticity, not believing in the existence of the Alice apartment and thinking it was a movie, but secretly, she intended to use the video to spread it, create public opinion, and severely damage Lin Feng's family's group. This is the reason why these 2 became Xiaobaishu, little white mice. After hearing these reasons, the middle-aged uncle was the first to speak. How unfair. Extremely rich young master. Uncle feels sorry for you. Domineering female CEO, it is unfair, but also not unfair. Didn't the extremely rich young master say in the live stream before that he wasn't watching the live stream alone? but had his girlfriend with him? I even remember someone advising him to control his girlfriend. Little dragon girl, it was me. I told him to control his girlfriend, not to blab anything out, otherwise, his girlfriend would be unlucky, and he wouldn't escape either. At that time, he confidently said he understood. Don't worry, he had already told his girlfriend. Now it seems, but his girlfriend is also a wildcard, directly recording videos. Domineering female CEO. So, the extremely rich young master isn't really wronged, who told him not to control his girlfriend? Fairy sister, but in the end, it wasn't the extremely rich young master and his girlfriend who spread the video. The one who actually spread the video should also not escape. At this moment, the long-haired beautiful host said, yes, Fairy sister is right, she also won't escape. Now, let's introduce Xiao Bai Shu No. 3. Xiao Bai Shu No. 3, like Xiao Bai Shu No. 2, is also two people. The first person is named Oh Ying, female, 23 years old. It's worth mentioning that her boyfriend is also a rich person. And something Oh Ying doesn't even know is that her boyfriend is actually also a user of the live stream. The second person, let's call him Xiao Zhao, male, 33 years old. The reasons these two entered are as follows. Oh Ying is Wang Zi's best friend who asked for the video. After Oh Ying got the video, she instructed a loyal sycophant from her boyfriend's company to spread the video and make as big a fuss as possible. That sycophant, Xiao Zhao, simplified the video, prepared everything, and not long after he sent it out, we discovered it. Then, these videos were blocked online. We then located Xiao Zhao and took him down. Along with the introduction, Oh Ying and Xiao Zhao's information and photos also appeared. These users and viewers in the live stream, having learned the full story, completely understood everything. Middle-aged uncle, so that's how this whole thing happened. Oh Ying's boyfriend is also a user of this live stream? Then why didn't he stop Oh Ying beforehand? Could it be that this boyfriend has an extremely twisted sense of humor? He just wants to see his girlfriend go on an adventure in the Alice apartment? Domineering female CEO, it's possible, after all, those who can watch the live stream all have a perverted side to their psychology. When the 28th round began, Oh Ying's boyfriend was already watching the live stream. He originally didn't want to pop up and speak, but he couldn't stand the malicious speculation of those talkative people about him, so he directly spoke. Oh Yangjianking's online name, Oh Yangku, you're thinking too much. Before I knew about this, my girlfriend Oh Ying had already done it. I only found out last. She said she wanted to give me a surprise, it certainly was a surprise. So, what could I do? I had no choice. Fairy sister at Oh Yangku, my condolences. Little dragon girl at Oh Yangku, you're lucky, at least you're not like the extremely rich young master, who got dragged in with his girlfriend. At this moment, the long-haired beautiful host said, currently, these 4 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, from No. 2 and No. 3. Because they all violated the apartment's rules regarding propagation, they don't get the 10,000 per day for their stay. Additionally, they must survive 3 rounds in the apartment before they can leave and be completely safe. Middle-aged uncle, simple, find Jiang Ran, and just cling to him. Domineering female CEO, forget it. Jiang Ran relies entirely on his secondary personality. What if his secondary personality doesn't come out, and the people looking for him die first? Long-haired beautiful host. Currently, the first 3 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, have been introduced. Now introducing Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, No. 4. Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, No. 4, Fong Xiao. If you've been watching the live stream for a long time, you should know this person. He's the one who previously held the highest survival record, having lived through 3 rounds and then left the Alice apartment. He currently shares the highest survival record with Jiang Ran. Fong Xiao, male, 29 years old, unemployed. Because he spent all the money he earned from 10,000 a day in the apartment, he's back again to continue earning money. Fong Xiao's information and photo appeared on the electronic screen, and Fong Xiao's appearance immediately ignited the live stream. Domineering female CEO, oh my god, Fong Xiao is here too? This round is going to explode. So many high-level Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. Middle-aged uncle, it's exploding, it's really exploding. At this time, many live stream users who usually didn't speak much also started commenting. It seemed they had all watched Fong Xiao's 3 rounds of live streams. They were essentially Fong Xiao's fans. Their excited tone left people a bit bewildered. It felt like a fan meeting. Immediately, a user in the live stream named Rinjiashur Nohazila said, can someone introduce me to this Fong Xiao? I only started watching this live stream in the last round, round 27. Before that, I was always watching other live streams on the black software. Domineering female CEO at Rinjiashur Nohazila. Fong Xiao, originally a boxer, very good at fighting. But if you don't watch those boxing matches, you probably wouldn't know him. In his youth, He was a superstar, highly anticipated and watched by everyone. But unfortunately, his girlfriend of 7 years passed away unexpectedly. From then on, Fang Xiao was completely disheartened, picking up bad habits like smoking and drinking. His performance in boxing matches became worse and worse, and eventually, he retired. After retiring, he ran out of money, was deeply in debt. So, a long time ago, he came to the Alice apartment, signed an agreement, successfully passed 3 rounds here, earned a lot of money, and then left. Renjia sure no hazy la, so that's it. I didn't expect him to be such a devoted man. Renjia likes this kind of man very much. Middle-aged uncle at Renjia sure no hazy la, you like this kind of man? According to what young people say nowadays, I suspect what you pull out is bigger than mine. Renjia sure no hazy la, oh, you're annoying. Uncle. Renjia sure no hazy la, how can you say such vulgar things to Renjia sure no hazy la? Middle-aged uncle. Little Ant then said, speaking of Fang Xiao, I thought he wouldn't come back after taking so much money from the apartment. Barry's sister, who still remembers how much money Fang Xiao took when he left, why is he back so soon? Little Ant, he took at least over $1 million back then. Barry's sister, was it that much? Little Ant, although he only passed 3 rounds before leaving the apartment, which would be 210,000, the intervals between his 3 rounds were very long, much longer than Jiang Ran's 1 or 2 week intervals. This also counts as money. Domineering female CEO. I'm not surprised Fang Xiao is back. After all, he has no income now, still smokes and drinks, and has all sorts of bad habits. His money will be squandered sooner or later. Ranjiashur Nahazila, I have a question. I want to ask, you said this Fang Xiao was a boxing superstar back then. Even if he retired, shouldn't people still look for him for commercial activities? He can't have absolutely no income, right? Domineering female CEO. Don't even mention it. This Fang Xiao was indeed a superstar. After retiring, commercial activities did seek him out, but this guy got drunk at a commercial event and beat up the staff who had hired him for the activity. That incident caused a huge stir, so his reputation was ruined, essentially leading to him being blacklisted by that industry. Just as the livestream was discussing Fang Xiao with great enthusiasm, the long-haired beautiful host began to introduce the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, again. Next, I will introduce Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, no. 5. Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, no. 5. Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia, male, 25 years old, currently unemployed. He is the ex-boyfriend of Wang Qingzhao, who once gave Jiang Ran American imported medicine. Because he suspects Wang Qingzhao and Jiang Ran are involved, he plans to get revenge on Jiang Ran. We took advantage of the situation, directly sold him an apartment, making him a new resident. His 10,000 a day, just like Joe Wu's back then, we directly discounted 70,000 from the apartment purchase price. Middle-aged uncle, seriously, Jiang Ran is so unlucky. Why is he targeted all the time? Before, his own ex-girlfriend and her fiancé moved in. Now, a man who sees him as an imaginary enemy has moved in. Domineering female CEO, he is pretty unlucky, but he's coming in to get revenge on Jiang Ran? He might end up getting himself in trouble. However, with Zhao Jia, it's already Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, no. 5. This round of Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, should be over by now, right? The long-haired beautiful host saw the domineering female CEO's comment on her tablet computer. She slightly curled her lips and continued to introduce. Next, I will introduce Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, no. 6. Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, no. 6. Wang Jian, male, 20 years old, a factory worker. He signed an agreement with us to move into the Alice apartment for 10,000 a day. As everyone knows, when we look for people to sign agreements, we generally look for those who are short on money, but we also look for ordinary people. However, the probability of ordinary people signing an agreement with us is not high. This one is an ordinary person. He doesn't owe money himself, nor does he spend lavishly. The only unusual thing is that at the factory, he seems to be frequently bullied by several colleagues, and quite badly. After we found him, he signed the agreement with us. The domineering female CEO, hearing there was still Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, no. 6, spoke first. I'm speechless, this round is truly explosive. Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, no. 6 is out. I've realized that starting from round 25, ever since Jiang Ran set a precedent, each livestream round is more intense than the last. Middle-aged uncle, that's what makes it good to watch. I support it. After all, each round only has 5 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. To be honest, some Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, are really weak. They die too quickly. But this round of Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, should be over now, right? Many people in the live stream felt it was about time. Previously, each round only had 5 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. This round, holy cow, there was even a situation where 2 people shared the same Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, number. And now there's even Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, no, 6. It was already enough. Just when everyone thought the introduction of the Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, was over. As it turned out, no one expected. The long-haired beautiful host began to utter enchanting sounds from her fiery red lips once more. Next, let's introduce the 7th Little White Mouse. Of course, this is also the last Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, of this round. The 7th Little White Mouse, Lu Xiaoyu, female, 25 years old. She studied directing in college and wants to become a female director in the future. But because she has no money or startup capital, she signed an agreement with us to live in the apartment for 10,000 a day. Lu Xiaoyu's information and photos appeared on the electronic screen behind the long-haired beautiful host. There were many artistic photos and candid shots. The middle-aged uncle looked at Lu Xiaoyu's photos and commented, "Lu Xiaoyu, from the photos, this girl's appearance is quite good. She's even prettier than many girls who study acting. Why didn't she go into acting and become an actress, but instead wants to be a director?" The domineering female CEO, "Haha, what's so strange about that? Is it only allowed for you men to be directors? We women can't?" As Mulan said, "Who says women are inferior to men?" The middle-aged uncle was speechless. "It's not that I want to argue with you, but looking at the world today, there are already few female directors, and even fewer who make a name for themselves. For example, at the Cannes Film Festival, there have been nearly 2,000 male directors nominated, but less than 100 female directors." The domineering female CEO, "So what? That doesn't mean women can't be directors, does it?" The middle-aged uncle. At this moment, the long-haired beautiful host said, "The battle of the sexes has become more intense in recent years, but I don't think there's anything to argue about. This world cannot do without men, nor can it do without women. Everyone has their own responsibilities and should do their own part. And because there are too many Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, in this round, the 28th round, I will now summarize them for everyone. The first Little White Mouse, Jiang Ran. The second Little White Mouse, Lin Feng and Wang Zi. The third Little White Mouse, O Yingying and Xiao Zhao. The fourth Little White Mouse, Feng Xiao. The fifth Little White Mouse, Zhao Jie. The sixth Little White Mouse, Wang Jian. The seventh Little White Mouse, Lu Xiaoyu. Also, let me interject a piece of news. It's about the Diamond Bachelor using his privilege. With her permission, the perverted criminal she selected from other countries' Alice apartment will be announced before betting begins. The middle-aged uncle said at this time, "Oh, he's had a change of heart? This time he's not waiting for everyone to finish betting before suddenly springing it on us." The long-haired beautiful host said, "The Diamond Bachelor used his privilege. The perverted criminal he selected. His information is as follows. Jin Yuna, male, 25 years old. South Korean, a perverted serial killer from South Korea." Below are his photos. Looking at Jin Yuna's photos on the electronic screen, the fairy sister was full of question marks. "Wait, you're showing us Jin Yuna's photos, but why are all the photos on your electronic screen of Jin Ziyuan?" The middle-aged uncle, "Who is Jin Ziyuan, a celebrity?" The little dragon girl, "Uncle, you don't even know Jin Ziyuan? She's the female lead in the recently popular South Korean drama, Queen of Tears." The middle-aged uncle picked his nose. "I don't watch those South Korean dramas." The little dragon girl, then, "Uncle, do you know Jin Xiaoxian? The middle-aged uncle, that male star whose career collapsed?" The little dragon girl, "You know Jin Xiaoxian, but you don't know Jin Ziyuan? Jin Xiaoxian is the male lead of Queen of Tears. Are you kidding me?" The middle-aged uncle, "I really don't know Jin Ziyuan. I only knew Jin Xiaoxian through my daughter. She really liked watching My Love from the Start back then. As for recently, I keep hearing his name because a bunch of female employees at my company are all cursing Jin Xiaoxian, calling him an animal, a scumbag, telling him to die, and so on." The little ant, "Hey, wait, that's not right, look closely again. Is that really Jin Ziyuan in the photos?" Many viewers of the live stream began to zoom in on the screen, especially those who recognized Jin Ziyuan. Finally, the fairy sister exclaimed, "No, it's not Jin Ziyuan. Although they look super similar, there are still some differences. So, if these photos are indeed not Jin Ziyuan, then the question arises. In these photos, it looks like all of them are long-haired girls. But if they remembered correctly, the long-haired beautiful host introduced this Jin Yuna as a male, right? Or did the long-haired beautiful host make a slip of the tongue and introduce him incorrectly?" At this moment, the long-haired beautiful host smiled and said, "I didn't make a mistake in the introduction. Although Jin Yuna's name is feminine and his appearance closely resembles South Korean actress Jin Ziyuan, and his clothing style is entirely feminine, he is indeed a male." The middle-aged uncle, a cross-dresser? The long-haired beautiful host said, "Jin Yuna, male, dresses as a female, and is attracted to men. Each time he commits a crime, he seduces a male back to his home. Once they return home, Xiaohua's boyfriend will naturally engage in that kind of relationship and be honest with each other. At this point, the male Jin Yuna brought back would discover in horror that the woman who closely resembled Jin Ziyuan was actually a man. Then, two choices would follow. First, the male discovers Jin Yuna is a man, refuses to have sex, and wants to leave. In that case, he would be cruelly murdered by Jin Yuna. Second, the male discovers Jin Yuna is a man, and although extremely shocked, looking at Jin Yuna's beautiful face, he feels it might not be so bad. After all, it's not like it can't be used. Then, after having sex, Jin Yuna would still kill the male. As of now, after Jin Yuna was arrested, South Korean police found a total of 57 male bodies in his garden, ranging in age from 19 to 70. Therefore, he is known as the male killer. However, in the Alice apartment of Han Country, the number of people Jin Yuna killed in the apartment is not as exaggerated as Robert ranking in the top 3 in the Maple Leaf Country Alice apartment. On the contrary, it's very few, only ranking in the top 20. Currently, the explanation from the Alice apartment of Han Country for this reason is that many of the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, in each round, do not meet Jin Yuna's aesthetic standards. So he didn't act. Finally, the Diamond Bachelor chose Jin Yuna to kill Jiang Ran, and Jin Yuna has already moved into the Alice apartment. Unlike last time when the Diamond Bachelor required Robert to complete the task of hunting Jiang Ran within a week, this time, no time limit was given to Jin Yuna. Alright, all the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, in this round, and the perverted criminals from other countries' Alice apartment brought in by privilege, have now been introduced. Please start placing your bets. The betting time is half an hour. Finally, it was time again for the betting segment, which live stream users loved the most. Fairy sister now at middle-aged uncle. Uncle, who are you planning to bet on? The extremely rich young master? I remember at the end of the last round, didn't you and he say that if either of you went in, the other would bet on him? Middle-aged uncle laughed heartily. That was just a joke, neither of us thought the other would actually go in. However, even if that was a true promise, I wouldn't keep it. I'm telling you, fairy sister. As for promises, if the other party is strong, I keep it. If the other party is weak, I selectively keep it. If the other party is ridiculously weak, I directly don't keep it. So, I'm still betting on Jiang Ran, directly betting 20 million. After middle-aged uncle finished betting, domineering female CEO said, "See, I said it from the beginning, this middle-aged uncle, even if he started from scratch, a self-made rich man, he is rich but unkind, and unkind, but not rich. Didn't I call it?" Currently, the number of viewers in the live stream room is as high as 570,000. It's unclear if it's because of Jiang Ran, who slightly changed the of each round. Or perhaps these few rounds have been truly spectacular. Or perhaps, this round, compared to the previous 27 rounds, is indeed an explosive one. After all, in this round, two Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, currently hold the highest survival record of 3 rounds. It's unprecedented to have two Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, counted as the same number. And this round, both no 2 and no 3 are like that. Of course, there's also the reason the Diamond Bachelor used his privilege to bring in a perverted criminal from abroad. Perhaps the number of Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, in this round is also much higher than before. In short, it's the peak round for the number of live stream viewers. Black Software, this live streaming application. Its functions are similar to those ordinary applications outside. Black Software contains various live stream rooms. However, the user threshold for Black Software is very high. This results in not many Black Software users. Like the A Distant Relative is not as good as a Close Neighbor game live stream room. It consistently ranks first in popularity within Black Software, but in the past, its 24-hour online viewership was only a little over 100,000. If this were on normal Douyin outside, this data would be considered very good, but it wouldn't be ranked first. Therefore, its perennial first place, simply put, is a big cake, and it occupies a very large portion of it. And now, its current live stream room viewership is as high as several 100,000, which means it has attracted many people from other live stream rooms. The backers of other live stream rooms must be thinking of cutting it down. Alright, the half-hour betting time is over. Next, we will announce the betting amounts for each Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, in this round. At this moment, the highly anticipated ranking of money-making ability is about to begin. In this round, the betting amounts for all Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, are as follows. No. 1 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, Jiang Ran, the betting amount is 210 million. No. 2 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, Lin Feng and Wang Zi, the betting amount is 57 million. No. 3 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, O Ying and Xiao Zhao, the betting amount is 19 million. No. For Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, Fang Xiao, the betting amount is 290 million. No. 5 Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Jiaojia, the betting amount is 5.5 million. No. 6 Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Wangjian, the betting amount is 2 million. No. 7th Little White Mouse Lu Xiaoyu, the betting amount is 1.4 million. Because the current number of viewers in the live stream room is as high as 570,000. So the total betting amount for all Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, in this round is significantly higher than in previous rounds. The total amount for this round is 584.9 million. In previous rounds, for example, with 5 Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, the highest total betting amount combined was only a little over 100 million at most. And like in the 27th round, the total betting amount in the last round was almost 250 million. This definitely ranks among the top few of these rounds. And in this round, not only did the number of viewers in the live stream room reach a new high, but the total betting amount also broke a record. Of course, a little attention will reveal that. In this round, Zhang Ran and Fang Xiao were the main money magnets, one with 210 million, the other with 290 million. The rest combined only amounted to over 80 million. Look, this is the advantage of star players. Solid strength, guaranteed. Many people bet on him, and they dare to bet. Middle-aged uncle, Fang Xiao's betting amount is 80 million higher than Zhang Ran's. Is it really that exaggerated? Both of them have survived 3 rounds. Clearly, middle-aged uncle is a loyal fan of Zhang Ran. At this moment, he discovered this problem and brought it up. Domineering female CEO replied, both of them are indeed the current record holders. But Fang Xiao achieved this record before Zhang Ran. He pioneered it. You have to know, back then, in every round, Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, died faster than anyone else. In a situation where they all died within 3 or 4 days in a week, how much attention would such a freak suddenly attract? So this is the first advantage. The second advantage, Fang Xiao and Zhang Ran have one major difference. Zhang Ran relies entirely on his other personalities. What if one day he messes up, just like last time with the kite killer, who smashed Zhang Ran's head to smithereens? Then no matter how strong his other personalities are, it's useless. But Fang Xiao is different. He himself is very strong. Of course, there's another point, which is that Diamond Bachelor used his privilege to target Zhang Ran again. Although there's no time limit for Jin Yuna to hunt Zhang Ran, who knows if Jin Yuna will act in this round or wait until another time. So, it's very normal for his betting amount to be higher than Zhang Ran's. Middle-aged uncle, that makes sense. However, I didn't expect that extremely rich young master, this guy, would have a betting amount of 57 million. But thinking about it, it's normal. After all, he's someone who has watched several live streams. Someone who has been in there a few times is always stronger than someone who has never been in. The rich second generation who had the same experience as him last time at least lasted 2 rounds. Yes, I have a premonition that in this round, a lot of Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, will survive. Oh right, I almost forgot to see who Diamond Bachelor bet on. He bet on Fang Xiao? He bet the lowest amount 100,000? At this moment, after the betting amounts were announced, long-haired beautiful host announced that the 28th round of the game had begun. The 28th round. Day 1. 6 a.m. Lin Feng and Wang Zi were in the living room of apartment 904. If you have a good memory, you might remember apartment 904. Xiao Nua and Xiao Q once lived here. Apartment 804 downstairs belonged to the deceased Wang Tao. Extremely rich young master Lin Feng was currently in the living room. He sat on the sofa, with 3 pistols and several boxes of bullets on the glass coffee table in front of him. Lin Feng kept repeatedly loading the guns, as if practicing proficiency in a game. Wang Zi sat opposite him, staring silently at Lin Feng, whose hands were constantly moving, and said, "Darling, why don't you hire a few more bodyguards? Otherwise, I won't even dare to go out." Lin Feng didn't answer at first. After loading a magazine, he looked up, a cold sneer on his face. "Hire more? After that incident, do you think I still dare to hire bodyguards?" Without a second notification from that middle-aged man about the exact move-in time, Lin Feng made his own preparations. He didn't flee abroad with dozens of bodyguards like that predecessor, the rich second-generation heir with over 5 billion in assets. He chose to stay in China. Of course, he still couldn't do without bodyguards. He had 30 bodyguards, 10 from each of the 3 top security companies in China. Then, from that day on, Lin Feng spent most of his time in his villa, surrounded by bodyguards. Since Lin Feng was in such a state, Wang Zi naturally didn't dare to go out either, even though it was she who had dragged Lin Feng into experiencing the treatment of an Alice apartment resident. And after the incident, besides scolding her, Lin Feng didn't inflict any substantial harm on her. The two of them thus stayed in the villa. For shut-ins, staying in a large villa where all food and drink needs are handled by nannies and servants should be incredibly enjoyable, but for them, it was nothing short of torture. The psychological torment of awaiting execution. Finally, they awaited the middle-aged man who would pronounce their death sentence. Lin Feng had planned to simply refuse to go to the Alice apartment, relying on his bodyguards to hold out there. However, what he never expected was that the 30 bodyguards he hired, for some unknown reason, despite being paid by him, all obeyed the middle-aged man. At this point, Lin Feng finally understood why that senior, even with dozens of bodyguards abroad, could still be captured and brought back. Of course, there was another reason why Lin Feng had to go to the Alice apartment. That was, the middle-aged man told him that if he continued to resist and refused to obediently move into the Alice apartment, the apartment organizers would directly kill him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could no longer sit still. He no longer dared to hire bodyguards from other companies or put up a desperate fight, because he felt that the power behind the Alice apartment was truly capable of such things. So, didn't he and his girlfriend come here? Then, what was the deal with these guns and bullets? Lin Feng had decided that it was better to rely on himself than on others. What kind of perverted criminals, perverted serial killers? He wanted to see who was more formidable. Was it them, or the truth in his hands? As for how he got the guns? Isn't gun ownership prohibited in China? Haha, a rich second generation like him, if he couldn't get his hands on such things, he might as well eat shit. At this moment, seeing Lin Feng, who had arrived at the Alice apartment with her around 4 a.m. and moved into the assigned room, had been busy with guns and bullets. He was also ignoring her. Wang Zi cried, her face streaked with tears, "Darling, husband, Renjia na hazy la knows she made a mistake. I'm really scared. I'm afraid I'll really die here. I know I let you down, but darling, this whole thing is all Oing, that bitch's fault. So, please help me hire a few bodyguards. I'm really scared." Lin Feng's eyes were cold at this moment. He pushed one of the 3 pistols in front of him towards her. This pistol was entirely sand-colored. It was a Beretta M9A3, a pistol widely issued by the US military. 9mm bullets. A magazine capacity of a full 17 rounds. Among pistols, this definitely belonged to the high-capacity category, and the more bullets, the greater the margin for error. Lin Feng sneered fiercely, "Instead of trusting bodyguards, it's better to trust the gun in your hand. I won't hire bodyguards again, they're all unreliable. Who knows when they'll be bought off, or if they were moles from the start. So, here's this gun for you, you practice loading it and such. If both you and I survive 3 rounds, I promise that after we get out, you'll still be my girlfriend. After all, we will have truly experienced life and death together." Wang Zi looked at the gun on the glass coffee table. She cried even harder. As a little fairy, she normally had no interest in guns. What she hoped for was to be protected by someone, not to protect herself. Even if he gave her a gun, whether she would dare to use it to kill someone was a question. But clearly, Lin Feng didn't care about that much. Currently, holding a famous silver-colored pistol, a Desert Eagle, he stood up, his eyes constantly scanning the room. His face revealed a hint of madness. Middle-aged uncle, domineering female CEO, fairy sister, and everyone else in the livestream. Watch closely. I will survive 3 rounds and return to the livestream. Livestream. Middle-aged uncle had originally planned to watch for a while in the morning and then get up, but he happened to catch this scene. He said in the livestream, "Are there any family members like me who are watching the livestream through the camera feed of the extremely rich young master?" Domineering female CEO, me. Fairy sister, me too. Little aunt, and me. Middle-aged uncle, then you all heard what the extremely rich young master said, right? Little aunt, I heard it, but this guy didn't even mention me, it makes me so sad. Middle-aged uncle, it's okay, he definitely remembers you, after all, we're all chatterboxes. Renjia no hazila, I heard it too, although I haven't known the extremely rich young master for long, I've noticed a problem. Middle-aged uncle, what problem? Renjia no hazila, he's quite handsome, which I didn't expect. Of course, his girlfriend is even prettier. Middle-aged uncle, money can make people look good, plus this kid wasn't ugly to begin with. But what kind of problem is that, something you discovered? Renjia na hazila, alright, I'll be honest, I've noticed that the extremely rich young master, his current gaze and expression, they're quite terrifying. Why does it feel like there's a sense of madness? Domineering female CEO, madness is right, put you in there, and you'd be mad too. After all, he knows that the entire apartment has very few normal people, all perverted criminals, perverted serial killers. Staying in such a place, God knows if one will be attacked the next second, so the mental state is extremely tense. It would be a problem if he didn't go crazy. Moreover, the extremely rich young master is different from other Xiaobai little white mice. He's not short on money, he's so rich, he doesn't want to die here. Run jiashir na hazy la, then. I still have a question, isn't the extremely rich young master also a user of the livestream? Can't he currently watch the livestream through his phone? That would greatly increase his survival rate. It's like having an all-seeing eye. Domineering female CEO was speechless. Don't even think about it. His black software on his phone must have been directly locked by the apartment organizers, unusable. What you can think of, others can think of too. Over at 602. 602 was originally occupied by the dance streamer Li Mengmeng, but now it's occupied by Oingying and Xiao Zhao. At this moment, Xiao Zhao, this 30-something-year-old unmarried man, a corporate drone, sat on a chair, holding his head. His face was filled with pain, because he had already learned of his current predicament. Oingying had told him. Because they spread the video, they were threatened by the bad guys in the video. They had to stay in this apartment for a period of time before they could leave. Xiao Zhao was distraught, because even though he didn't particularly understand the situation of this apartment, but he had also watched the videos Oingying gave him, he somewhat understood that this apartment was quite dangerous. Those bloody scenes in the videos. Scenes of spraying blood, Xiao Zhao only felt like he was watching a horror movie from abroad. And now, Oingying sat on the sofa, constantly painting a rosy picture for him. Xiao Zhao, don't be afraid, am I not here too? This time, I really dragged you down. But I promise, as long as the two of us stay here together and get through this period, we will be safe. By then, not only will I have Wang Ju's boyfriend promote you, but I'll also give you 5 million. Of course, this is not without conditions. The condition is that the two of us must work together with one heart and mind, cooperate with each other, and strive to survive. Zhao was still unable to calm his heart after hearing these words. Don't forget, after he posted the video online, he was immediately found and severely beaten. Some parts of his body still hurt. However, he was willing to believe what Oingying said. After all, he had been her lackey for too long. Although he believed her, Zhao still had some doubts. But, Sister O, how long are we going to stay here? Let's say a month. We stay for a month, and then after a month, what if those people still don't let us go? Don't worry, trust me, that kind of thing will absolutely not happen. Oingying patted her chest and promised. After all, I even took you with me when I fled abroad. You are absolutely my confidant. But you also saw the result. It was useless for us to flee abroad. Didn't that middle-aged man still come knocking on our door? With his power, if he wanted to kill us, he would have done it long ago. There's no need to play this trick. Yes. After Zhao gained his freedom, Oingying called him. Then, Ouyangjianqing arranged for Oingying and Zhao to go to a country abroad together, and they were protected by over 60 bodyguards. But what was the result? All 60-plus bodyguards were actually people from the apartment or had been bought off. It was simply unbelievable and astonishing that the power behind the apartment was so terrifying. Oingying and Zhao naturally had no choice but to be brought back to live in Alice's apartment. Oingying now pulled out 2 pistols and several boxes of bullets from her backpack. She gave one to Zhao. These were acquired for them by Oingying's boyfriend, Ouyangjianqing. In addition, Ouyangjianqing also got them a bodyguard. Of course, to prevent finding a bodyguard who was again from the apartment, or someone connected to the apartment who would later be bribed by the apartment. So Ouyangjianqing spent a lot of effort and relied on his friend abroad. He found a retired special forces soldier from abroad. At that moment, Zhao took the gun Oingying gave him, feeling a bit curious, but more so bitter. Sister O, I don't know how to use it. Oingying sighed, there's nothing we can do if you don't know how to use it. Find videos online and learn slowly. You've seen those videos, you know there are many perverted serial killers living here. If you don't learn, you can only wait to die. Zhao sighed, and just as he was about to pull out his phone to search for relevant videos and learn properly, suddenly, there was a knock at the door. This startled Zhao, who quickly raised his gun and aimed at the security door. At this time, the muzzle of the pistol in his hand was shaking violently, and even more ridiculously, the safety hadn't been disengaged. Although Oingying was also very frightened by the sudden knocking. But hearing the knocking at the door was special, it was prearranged, 3 long, 3 short, repeated 3 times. She tiptoed to the security door and looked through the peephole to see the person knocking. Afterward, she opened the door in surprise, only to see a white male, about 40 years old, standing at a height of 1.85 meters, burly and strong, with a full golden beard, walk in from outside the door. Who is this? Zhao looked at this powerfully built white man and was immediately terrified, trembling all over. Oingying, however, was full of excitement. This is the bodyguard my boyfriend, your boss, found for us. Bodyguard? Is he reliable? I'm already scared. Zhao said. Oh Ying, don't worry, this one is guaranteed to be reliable. Absolutely not like those 60-plus bodyguards last time. At this moment, Ying turned to the white male with the golden beard and said, Hello, my name is Ying. English. The white male with the golden beard also extended his hand to shake Ying's, and Ying had only two feelings. The foreigner's hand was extremely rough and extremely large. Hello, you can just call me by my codename, Golden Beard. English. Don't worry, I will protect you. English. Unless I die, you will not suffer even the slightest harm. English. Live stream room. Yang Jianqing was also watching the live stream. Looking at Ying in the live stream screen, Yang Jianqing had a solemn expression. Ying, this is the last thing I can do for you. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor are in heaven, it all depends on you. Yang Jianqing had truly done a lot for Ying. Sending her abroad, finding bodyguards for her, and also sending her lackey, Zhao, abroad with her. Did Yang Jianqing care about Zhao's life or death? He didn't care at all. At that time, when sending Ying abroad, it was he who suggested taking Zhao along. Even Ying herself was stunned by his idea. Because in Ying's heart, Zhao was just an obedient dog. The kind that could be abandoned at any time. Why take him? Yang Jianqing's explanation was also simple. Because both Ying and Zhao had been informed by the middle-aged man that they were to become new residents, Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, at Alice apartment. So, in this situation, do you think it's better to take him abroad with you or not? He's just an employee, originally trapped by you, doing things for you. If you run away and don't take him with you, do you think he'd be happy? But now, even though you're the one who got him into this, at least you took him with you every time you try to escape. Doing this won't make him feel disheartened, and he might even be grateful. This was the first thing Yang Jianqing did. The second thing was preparing 2 pistols and several boxes of bullets for them. With truth in hand, even if they encountered danger, not only could they protect themselves, but they might even be able to counter-kill. The last thing was finding this bodyguard. He spent a lot of effort and care to find him. This bodyguard was absolutely reliable. A retired Special Forces soldier from the United States. And, while he was called a bodyguard, a more accurate description would be like an ancient loyal warrior. The kind who would take a blade for their master. You say you don't believe it? Now let's talk about Golden Beard's story. Golden Beard had a daughter who suffered from a genetic disease. She needed a large amount of money for treatment every year. To raise enough money to prolong his daughter's life, Golden Beard did everything, even becoming a dangerous mercenary. Later, a friend of Yang Jianqing's abroad took a liking to Golden Beard. He gave him money so he could afford his daughter's treatment. In addition, he also offered a large monthly salary. The only condition was to become the most loyal warrior of his friend. In fact, Golden Beard had indeed risked his life to save his friend several times afterward. Absolutely trustworthy. It was at this time that Yang Jianqing found this friend. Therefore, this friend gave Golden Beard to Yang Jianqing. Of course, Yang Jianqing must have made some beneficial exchanges with that friend. Otherwise, how could that friend casually give away the bodyguard warrior he had cultivated? In addition, Yang Jianqing also privately gave Golden Beard a sum of money he could never earn in his lifetime. It was essentially blood money. Therefore, Yang Jianqing had done everything he could for his girlfriend, Ying. He was powerless to do anything else. After all, he was facing the entire Alice apartment. He felt like an ant trying to shake a giant tree. Jiang Ran went out in the morning to buy groceries, drinks, and so on. By the time he returned, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Walking back, as he passed the security booth, he was startled. The reason was that, by the security booth, Security Captain Xiao Gao, and several other young security guards, each held a leash to an extremely fierce large dog. Although Jiang Ran didn't know much about dogs, he often saw pet bloggers on Douyin, as well as news of vicious dog attacks, so he still recognized a few breeds. With Security Captain Xiao Gao, Jiang Ran recognized the muscular, earthy brown pit bull, and the black Rottweiler with orange-red circular spots symmetrically placed near the bridge of its nose and between its eyebrows. There were also several other dogs whose names Jiang Ran couldn't recall, but their appearance, size, and demeanor were all ferocious. They looked like they were not to be trifled with. Jiang Ran, therefore, asked curiously, Captain Gao, where did these dogs come from? Are they from your security team? Security Captain Xiao Gao, hearing Jiang Ran's question, said, how could that be? Our security team can't afford these dogs. These all belong to a resident in the apartment. Jiang Ran, really? A new resident? Jiang Ran had been living here for some time and didn't remember seeing these dogs in Alice's apartment. Security Captain Xiao Gao said, no, an old resident. He's lived here for many years. Jiang Ran, really? Then why have I never seen them before? Security Captain Xiaogao, that person doesn't walk his dogs during the day. He always walks them in the middle of the night, so you haven't seen them. Jiang Ran, then this time is. Security Captain Xiaogao said, walking the dogs in the middle of the night all the time isn't practical, so he asked us to help him walk the dogs during the day and, incidentally, use these dogs to protect the apartment residents. Jiang Ran originally wanted to ask if he remembered that Nan City prohibited the raising of large dogs in the city. But, adopting the philosophy of the less trouble, the better, he decided not to ask. However, he still had a question. Strange, I've noticed that these dogs aren't barking at all? Yes, from the moment Jiang Ran saw these dogs, they hadn't barked, even when they saw him, a stranger. This was a bit uncharacteristic for dogs. Security Captain Xiao Gao said, their owner trained them well. If they bark indiscriminately, they'll get a good smack. Besides, it's not yet time for them to bark. Security Captain Xiao Gao suddenly smiled mysteriously. This smile made Jiang Ran very uncomfortable, so he said, well, I hope I never encounter the time when they need to bark. At this moment, Jiang Ran stared into the dog's eyes and noticed that their gazes were extremely fierce. And as he stood there, their eyes were all focused on him. Even though they weren't barking, their mouths were open, and disgusting white drool continuously flowed. It streamed from the corners of their mouths down to the concrete ground. They looked exactly like they had spotted prey, as if they wanted to devour Jiang Ran. It's better to stay away from these big dogs. As Jiang Ran entered the Alice apartment premises, the danger warning system sounded, ding, detected host in a dangerous zone, please leave quickly, points +5, points +5. Then, it changed to, ding, detected dangerous person, please leave quickly, points +2, points +2. Ding, detected dangerous person, please leave quickly, points +3, points +3. Finally, it changed to, ding, detected dangerous animal, please leave quickly, points +1, points +1. To be honest, this was the first time Jiang Ran had encountered the danger warning system warning about animals. But even without the danger warning system alerting him to these dogs, Jiang Ran would have obediently stayed away. Regardless of whether he was afraid of dogs, the appearance of these dogs was simply too terrifying. Jiang Ran put the groceries and other items he bought back in his home, 304. Then he went down to the first floor to find Administrator Xiao Zhang. There was another welcoming party today, so Administrator Xiao Zhang sought Jiang Ran to discuss this welcoming party. What to eat, what to drink. Should they do barbecue and fried skewers like last time, or continue with their old standby, cake? Jiang Ran strongly suspected that Administrator Xiao Zhang always chose cake for the welcoming party purely because he himself wanted to eat it, and didn't want to spend his own money. So, it was always cake. But if you really asked Jiang Ran what to eat, he wouldn't know either. Finally, Xiao Hua's boyfriend discussed it. Half barbecue and fried skewers, the other half cake. But they were tired of cake, and the weather was getting hotter. So they decided to order a few ice cream cakes. Jiang Ran, besides this matter, there's something else I need your help with. At this point, having discussed what to eat for the evening welcoming party, Administrator Xiao Zhang suddenly said to Jiang Ran, Jiang Ran, what is it? Administrator Xiao Zhang, the number of new residents moving into the apartment this time is quite high. Although I've already notified these people in the group chat, to ensure we don't have a situation like Wu Yu not showing up last time, I need you to go to their respective apartments and notify them in person. Jiang Ran nodded, then asked, oh, by the way, where's Wu Yu? Speaking of which, I only saw him once, and haven't seen him since. Administrator Xiao Zhang said, he moved out. Our Alice apartment has a very high turnover rate. Administrator Xiao Zhang privately sent Jiang Ran the list of new residents and their apartment numbers. Following this list, Jiang Ran began knocking on doors one by one, giving personal notifications. First, Jiang Ran went to a girl named Lu Xiaoyu. Next, there were two male residents, Wang Jian and Fang Xiao. After notifying these three people, Jiang Ran arrived at the residence of a tenant named Zhao Jia. He knocked on Zhao Jia's door. Soon, the door opened. After the door opened, Jiang Ran noticed that Zhao Jia, who had initially had a calm expression, visibly darkened upon seeing him. Zhao Jia stared at Jiang Ran, his tone somewhat impatient. Why are you knocking on my door? Jiang Ran repeated the of the welcoming party at 7 o'clock that evening, emphasizing that he must attend, that he had to be there. After listening to Jiang Ran, Zhao Jia slammed the security door shut with a bang. The moment the door closed, Jiang Ran felt a gust of wind hit his face. Why such a bad temper? Could it be that his girlfriend dumped him? Jiang Ran was speechless, he was just an apartment staff member. Why was he taking his anger out on him? Jiang Ran didn't know that his words had actually hit the mark. Of course, Zhao Jia, after closing the door, hadn't heard Jiang Ran's words, otherwise, he might have truly been unable to resist throwing a punch at Jiang Ran. After all, in Zhao Jia's eyes, Jiang Ran had stolen his ex-girlfriend, Wang Qingzhao. After closing the door, Zhao Jia returned to the living room. He continued to browse some books on the living room sofa. The covers of these books were mostly dark tones like black and red, and the cover illustrations were terrifying, the book titles also a bit creepy. They were all things like Human Anatomy, Forensic Clinical Theory and Practice, Luo Xiang on Criminal Law, How to Commit the Perfect Crime, and so on. Next, Zhang Ran went to 904, preparing to notify Lin Feng and Wang Zi. Zhang Ran felt that this pair was either a couple or spouses. Upon arriving at the door of 904, Zhang Ran began to knock. While Zhang Ran was knocking, what were Lin Feng and Wang Zi doing inside? Lin Feng was still in the living room, fumbling with a handgun, practicing reloading and chambering rounds. Wang Zi, on the other hand, sat opposite Lin Feng, staring blankly, watching Lin Feng repeatedly perform these actions. If it were according to the previous timeline, Wang Zi would either be sleeping in bed, playing on her phone, shopping online, or making plans with her best friend for where to go today. She was always busy, with her own things to do. But being suddenly brought to Alice's apartment turned her from a busy person into someone with a lot of free time. When Zhang Ran knocked on the door, the abrupt sound startled both Lin Feng and Wang Zi. After being startled, Lin Feng quickly reacted. He held his Desert Eagle, looked warily at the security door, and whispered, "Zi, you go open the door." Wang Zi shook her head frantically. "No, I don't dare. What if it's a pervert outside?" Lin Feng frowned. "Are you giving me attitude?" Seeing Lin Feng about to get angry, Wang Zi had no choice but to get up from her chair and cautiously walk towards the security door. First, she looked through the peephole to see who was outside. When she saw the person knocking and ringing the doorbell, Wang Zi's tense mood immediately relaxed. "Zi, who's knocking?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious, seeing Wang Zi's relaxed demeanor. Wang Zi was a little surprised. "It's Jiang Ran." Hearing the name Jiang Ran, Lin Feng also immediately relaxed. But the next moment, Lin Feng's relaxed hands tightened again. The extremely rich young master Lin Feng could be said to understand Jiang Ran very well. He knew that Jiang Ran was a patient with dissociative identity disorder. Every time his other personalities would come out to save the day in moments of crisis. From a third-person, live-stream perspective, this seemed like an ironclad rule. But he wasn't in a third-person or live-stream perspective now. He was in a first-person perspective. He was currently inside Alice's apartment. Therefore, how could he know that Jiang Ran's other personalities wouldn't truly emerge during normal times, only coming out when the main personality encountered a crisis? Watching the live stream, the extremely rich young master Lin Feng could confidently guarantee it. But now, with his own life at stake, he didn't dare. Even if there was no such possibility, or the possibility was extremely small, he wouldn't gamble. After all, those personalities within Jiang Ran, honestly, each of them had a sense of madness. Although each one didn't appear for long, and he couldn't fully understand them, they still couldn't help but make people afraid. But in the end, Lin Feng still let Wang Zi open the door and asked Jiang Ran what he was knocking for. Jiang Ran saw the door open. Standing inside the door was a very beautiful long-haired girl, which made Jiang Ran slightly stunned. Wang Zi had also seen Jiang Ran on Lin Feng's computer before. This time, face to face. Seeing the person from the live stream, alive in front of her. An indescribable feeling. Overall, she felt that Jiang Ran was quite handsome. "Hello, I'm Jiang Ran, the apartment's assistant manager. Are you Ms. Wang Zi?" After appreciating Wang Zi's beauty for a moment, Jiang Ran immediately returned to the main topic. "Yes, I am Wang Zi." Wang Zi replied. Jiang Ran said, "Then is Mr. Lin Feng also inside?" "Yes." "Alright, I'm here to inform you about the welcoming party at 7 p.m. tonight." After informing them about the welcoming party, Jiang Ran left, preparing to head to the last two people, which were Ouying Ying and Xiao Zhao. "Darling, should we go to the welcoming party at 7 p.m. tonight?" After closing the security door, Wang Zi sat back down opposite Lin Feng. Lin Feng's head was slightly bowed as he said, very exasperatedly, "Haven't you seen the part where the chainsaw killer chased and chopped Wu Yu?" Wang Zi was a little nervous. "Of course I have." Lin Feng was very impatient. "If that's the case, how can you ask such a stupid question?" "Oh, no, you're a stupid woman. It's perfectly logical for you to ask such a stupid question." Wang Zi teared up again. "Darling, lately you've really been scolding and belittling me all the time. I'm really upset." Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. "You tricked me into coming here. The fact that I'm only treating you like this means you should be burning high incense." 602. Golden Beard, the retired U.S. Special Forces soldier, after arriving at 602, drinking some water, and eating a bucket of instant noodles, began teaching Oingying and Xiao Zhao how to use a pistol and load bullets for self-defense. Golden Beard spoke English. Oingying also spoke English, not perfectly fluent, but basic communication was no problem. This was all thanks to her mother. When her mother was young, she was very beautiful, much like Oingying. But in the end, her mother only married an ordinary man. She believed she had married for love. However, life after marriage brought her many dissatisfactions, especially the life of an ordinary working-class person, at the bottom of society, which made her feel the hardships. These were still manageable, but the main issues came later. She saw her former sisters, who were not as attractive as her, eventually choose to marry ugly bosses much older than them. Although their partners were inferior to her husband in age, looks, and physique, they were rich. Her good sisters, after marriage, spent their days eating, drinking, and playing. A single day's expenses were equal to several months of her salary. This made her incredibly envious. So later, she cheated. She cheated with a rich boss. Of course, not long after she cheated, she was discovered by her husband, who was Oingying's father. Then the bizarre thing happened. When he first learned his wife had cheated, Oingying's father was also very angry and upset. But when he saw Oingying's mother suddenly pull out over 100,000 yuan and give it to him, telling him to spend it however he liked, he suddenly felt that this wasn't so bad after all. And so, the two of them not only didn't divorce, but their relationship actually improved. This made the boss seem like a sucker, earning money for someone else's family to spend. Oingying's mother, in any case, deeply realized the importance of money. Love, she thought, was only pursued by silly young girls and foolish women. So, from a young age, she educated and nurtured her daughter, to make it easier for her to snag a rich husband in the future. For example, Oingying, under her mother's guidance, not only spoke English but also several other foreign languages. Women, she believed, shouldn't just have pretty looks, they must also have other skills. Back to the main topic. Golden Beard spoke English, and Oingying also spoke English. Xiao Zhao, on the other hand, couldn't speak English. Of course, Xiao Zhao, being able to enter a large corporate group, was certainly not an ordinary person. However, the foreign language he knew was the language of Sakura country, not English. So, every time he communicated with Golden Beard, he either used a phone translator or Oingying translated for him. While one person taught and two learned, they suddenly heard someone knocking and ringing the doorbell at the security door. Oingying then told Xiao Zhao to open the door. Xiao Zhao didn't hesitate to open the door like Wang Zi did. Of course, besides him being a man and braver, his understanding of Alice's apartment was far less than Wang Zi's, which was also a reason. Xiao Zhao went to the security door, looked through the peephole, and turned to say, "Sister Oh, it's a young man outside. Should I open the door? A young man?" Oingying also came over and looked through the peephole to see the man's face. After seeing him, her expression became uncertain. Oingying, like Xiao Zhao, had a fatal weakness. That is, these two, compared to Lin Feng and Wang Zi, did not have a complete understanding of the apartment. Oingying had seen Jiang Ran in the videos Wang Zi showed her. She had seen the normal version of Jiang Ran, and she had also seen the abnormal version of Jiang Ran. The normal version of Jiang Ran was very normal. The abnormal version of Jiang Ran was extremely abnormal. He was terribly cruel. For example, when Jiang Ran used an axe to chop the clown, she could even hear Wang Zi shouting in the video, "So powerful, so cruel." Then, Oingying didn't know that Jiang Ran had multiple personality disorder. This also led her to believe that Jiang Ran was an extremely dangerous person. However, she then remembered the information the middle-aged man had revealed to her, something about, if you want to survive in the apartment, you can cling to someone named Jiang Ran. To be honest, she didn't know if this statement was true or a trap. But for now, she had a gun and the protection of a retired American Special Forces soldier, so even if it were true, wouldn't her current setup be safer than clinging to Jiang Ran? And removing the middle-aged man's words, based on Jiang Ran's image she saw in the videos, he was too perverted. So, Oingying dared not open the door at that moment, but there was a constant knocking and doorbell ringing outside. Finally, she looked back at Golden Beard, who was sitting on the sofa. Golden Beard gave her a look to open the door, and only then did she feel at ease. Yes, she had an American Special Forces soldier behind her. Plus, they both had guns in their hands. Therefore, a mere Jiang Ran, what's he worth? She opened the door. Seeing the door open, Jiang Ran was startled. He had been about to leave, thinking no one was inside after knocking for so long. "Hello, my name is Jiang Ran, assistant administrator of the apartment. I'm here to inform you to attend the welcoming party at 7 p.m. tonight. Please be sure to attend." Jiang Ran was staring at Oh Ying and Xiao Zhao inside the door at this moment. He noticed that there were quite a few new female residents this time. First Lu Xiaoyu, then Wang Zi just now, and now Oh Ying. Okay, I understand. Is that all? Oh Ying asked. Yes, that's all. Jiang Ran finished speaking and glanced at the man surnamed Zhao, which was Xiao Zhao. He wondered why Xiao Zhao's legs had been trembling ever since he saw him. After giving the notice, Jiang Ran prepared to return to the first floor to report on his work and, incidentally, to help Administrator Xiao Zhang prepare for the welcoming party that evening. Therefore, he quickly left. The anti-theft door closed again at that moment. The moment the door closed, Xiao Zhao asked Oh Ying somewhat fearfully, Sister Oh, should we attend this welcoming party? Administrator Xiao Zhang said in the group that all new residents must attend. And this Jiang Ran, the assistant administrator, also said we must attend. But I always feel that this welcoming party is very strange. I feel these two people have ill intentions. Xiao Zhao had also seen those videos. Naturally, he had also seen Jiang Ran, and only after the door opened did he fully recognize Jiang Ran as the person from the video who once had a sinister smile on his face. Therefore, his legs immediately went weak, and he became frightened. Oh Ying thought for a while. She began to recall a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game that Wang Zi had told her about before watching the videos. Various perverted criminals and perverted serial killers lived here. One round lasted a week. There would be 5 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, per round. A Xiaobaishu, little white mice, would get 10,000 yuan if they survived one day. People watching the live stream would place bets. And the mysterious middle-aged man, who spoke to her before she entered the apartment, said, because they were people who leaked the apartment's secrets. Therefore, they had to spend 3 rounds here, and only after 3 rounds would they be free. Also, there was no 10,000 yuan a day. And then, she kept recalling Wang Zi's videos. Therefore, after a comprehensive review, Oh Ying reflected deeply. No, absolutely not going to that welcoming party. The best scenario for us two is to stay indoors, not go out. That's the safest. We must treat everyone in this apartment as perverted criminals. Only then can we safely get through this period. In this world, many things are feared by people like Oh Ying, who only have a partial understanding. She thought she had avoided the pit by relying on the information she had obtained, but little did she know that she had not only failed to avoid the pit but had actually fallen into it. If it were a Xiaobaishu, little white mice, completely unaware of Alice's apartment, they would definitely go to the welcoming party unless they genuinely had no time, like Wu Yu. Or it could be Lin Feng and Wang Zi, who understood the apartment well and knew the consequences of not attending the welcoming party. The most frightening are half-baked people like Oh Ying, who possess some information. Of course, the culprit behind this matter should still be Wang Zi. If Wang Zi had recorded all the live streams she watched and showed them to Oh Ying would definitely not have made this choice. The problem was that Wang Zi's video recordings were completely fragmented, a bit here, a bit there, not complete at all. For example, after one welcoming party ended, Oh Ying only saw the chainsaw killer chasing and hacking Wu Yu, but she didn't have the video of Xiao Hua's boyfriend in the guard's booth. Wang Zi's reason for not recording at the time was simple: she was sick to her stomach. The extremely rich young master had also left a message in the livestream, saying he was taking care of his girlfriend who had vomited. This message was from Xiao Xing and Zhou Wu's time. Of course, Wang Zi vomited too many times to count. It wasn't until later that her tolerance grew stronger. For example, by the time of Jiang Ran and the clown. Therefore, Oh Ying had no idea why Wu Yu was being chased and hacked. At the same time, Wang Zi also didn't record the part where Wu Yu didn't attend the welcoming party that time. It was impossible to infer the cause and effect. Of course, Wang Zi's recording also had a flaw: her phone was never aimed at the entire computer screen, and the livestream's comment section on the far right rarely appeared in such long video recordings. Otherwise, Oh Ying could have gathered more information through the comment section, and she wouldn't have made such a mistake. At this moment, in the live stream, Fairy sister at Ouyangku. Ouyangku is Ouyangjiankeng. Ouyangku, your girlfriend is going to have bad luck. Aren't you going to quickly send a text message to remind her? Do you want her and Xiao Zhao to attend the welcoming party? Ouyangjiankeng replied, no, if I do, then after this round, in the 29th round, you will see me. Ouyangjiankeng couldn't help it. From beginning to end, he had never revealed to his girlfriend, Ying, that he was also a live stream user. He dared not, even if he watched the live stream and, from the live stream's perspective, summarized his experience to give to Ying, to help her avoid the pit. He really didn't dare. Because the behind-the-scenes organizers of Alice's apartment allowed him to send his girlfriend abroad for refuge, and hire bodyguards for her and so on. But they absolutely did not allow Yang to watch the livestream and simultaneously leak information to his girlfriend. This would be a complete violation of the rules. Yang spoke again in the livestream, if they don't go, then they don't go. The consequence of not going is the same as Wu Yu being targeted by the chainsaw killer. It's nothing. The golden beard I hired for her is a retired American Special Forces soldier, and I also provided them with guns. At that time, if the chainsaw killer really dares to come, it's not certain who will die. Middle-aged uncle, excellent, excellent. I guess tonight we'll get to see the chainsaw killer battle a retired American Special Forces soldier. Domineering female CEO at Oyanko, if your girlfriend dies in the apartment, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts? Will you avenge your girlfriend? Yang, avenge? How? If Ying really dies in the apartment, then it might truly be fate. Just as the clown said, everyone's destiny is determined at birth. 7 p.m. Still in the activity room on the first floor of Alice's apartment. A red banner hung prominently at the front. The residents of the apartment arrived one by one. As an assistant administrator of the apartment, Zhang Ran was one of the first to arrive. After arriving, he felt uncomfortable all over. What was the reason? The reason was, he used to think the danger warnings from the danger warning system were a joke. After the clown incident, he realized they were real. And now, watching each resident, all flashing danger warning alarms, enter the activity room, he was getting goosebumps all over. And two others shared his feeling, the extremely rich young master Lin Feng and Wang Zi. Although they didn't have systems, they had both watched the live broadcast and knew who was currently appearing in the activity room. Except for a few Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, all the rest were things that should be shot. So, after entering, even though they both tried to act calm, their hands and feet, uneasy expressions, and erratic breathing still betrayed the fact that they couldn't calm down. Lin Feng thought, if all these people currently in the activity room suddenly turned on him, his gun would be useless. There were too many people. Fortunately, such a situation would absolutely not happen on site. Of course, despite being certain, he still didn't dare to gamble, just like his previous opinion of Zhang Ran. Therefore, he and Wang Zi specifically sat in a spot near the door. Soon, almost everyone had arrived. The process was similar to the previous welcoming parties. First, new residents were invited to introduce themselves. Administrator Xiao Zhang stood on the stage at the front, a brilliant smile on his face, and slowly said, "I'm very happy that everyone can attend this welcoming party. Xiao Zhang loves you all." Administrator Xiao Zhang blew kisses to the residents below the stage. After doing so, he continued, "We've had quite a few new residents recently. I'm very happy to have so many new friends join our big family. So, next, let's invite our new family members to introduce themselves. First up, Mr. Lin Feng and his girlfriend, Ms. Wang Zi, being the first to be called by Administrator Xiao Zhang. At this moment, this was something Lin Feng and Wang Zi had not expected. They both took a deep breath before standing up. First, Lin Feng introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng, an ordinary office worker." Lin Feng only introduced that much before sitting down. Next, it was Wang Zi's turn. Her introduction was also very simple. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Zi, and I'm also an office worker." The two of them were better at making up stories than anyone else. After the two of them finished their self-introductions and sat down, the gazes of the other residents began to leave them. But the gazes of some residents were still firmly fixed on them, which made the two of them quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Administrator Xiao Zhang, seeing that the two of them had finished their self-introductions, waved his hand grandly and enthusiastically. "Since Mr. Lin Feng and Ms. Wang Zi have already introduced themselves, then, next, please welcome the next two new residents to introduce themselves. Ms. Ying and Mr. Zhao." A cheerful voice spread throughout the activity room. But in the activity room, no one stood up. Administrator Xiao Zhang repeated it again, but still no one stood up. At this time, he scanned the faces of everyone in the activity room, then turned to ask Zhang Ran, "Did Ms. Ying and Mr. Zhao not come?" Zhang Ran also noticed that those two hadn't come. He said, "They didn't come. That's strange. I clearly notified both of them during the day." Administrator Xiao Zhang sighed after hearing that. If they don't come, they don't come. It's fine. It's fine." Next, Administrator Xiao Zhang continued to have new residents introduce themselves. First was Feng Xiao. If there was anyone among so many people present who could catch Zhang Ran's eye immediately, that would definitely be this person named Feng Xiao. Of course, it wasn't because he was so handsome. The main reason was that this guy's hair was very long and messy, and his beard was like overgrown weeds. His eye bags were big, and his dark circles were very heavy. Even from a distance from Feng Xiao, Jiang Ran could smell the smoke and alcohol on him. It felt like this guy was a spirit made of smoke and alcohol. "Hello everyone, I'm Feng Xiao, and I'm back." At this moment, Feng Xiao stood up, looked around, and suddenly said this sentence. After he finished speaking, someone immediately clapped and said, "Welcome back, Feng Xiao. Do you know how much I missed you during the time you weren't in Alice's apartment?" The person clapping and speaking was a somewhat bald middle-aged man. Feng Xiao revealed a mouthful of black and yellow teeth, severely stained by smoke and alcohol, and gave a cold smile to the middle-aged man. "Old dog, if you miss me, then kill all the dogs you keep and eat their meat. What was that dog of yours that I killed back then?" Oh, I remember, a yellow Tosa Inu. "Don't tell me, the dogs from Sakura country are just delicious." Jiang Ran was standing at the far left of the activity room, against the wall, listening to the conversation between these two people in the activity room. This person named Feng Xiao seemed to have lived in Alice's apartment before. He wasn't a first-time new resident. And the old dog he mentioned, was he the real owner of the dog seen at the security booth earlier today? Pulling out his phone, Jiang Ran searched for Tosa Inu on his phone. It was his first time hearing of this breed of dog. Soon, he found information about the Tosa Inu. The Tosa Inu, a dog from Sakura country. Its appearance was simple and honest, but in reality, it was extremely fierce. Tosa Inu do not like to bark. Even when they are about to attack you, they don't bark before biting. It will slowly approach you, and then suddenly launch a swift attack. This is very similar to the prevailing atmosphere in Sakura country. Outwardly reserved and tolerant, but inherently brave and combative. It was a fighting dog specifically bred by the people there. Among all large dogs currently, this dog has the highest winning rate in dogfights. It has the highest winning rate. This shows how formidable the Tosa Inu is. After learning about the Tosa Inu, Jiang Ran immediately looked up at Feng Xiao, who had already sat down. He felt a great deal of admiration. To be able to kill and eat such a dog, this person is quite impressive. Of course, Jiang Ran didn't know whether the Tosa dog that Feng Xiao killed was an adult or a puppy. If it was a puppy, then there was nothing to it. After Feng Xiao finished his self-introduction, next was Zhao Jie. That is, Wang Qingzhao's ex-boyfriend. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Jie." Zhao Jie only stated his name before sitting down, even more casually than Lin Feng and Wang Zi. Next was Wang Jian. "Hello everyone, I'm Wang Jian, and I work in a factory." Compared to the previous residents, Wang Jian's appearance was extremely ordinary, making him hard to remember. He was the kind that would get lost in a crowd. What about Zhao Jie? The previous Zhao Jie at least had much better physical conditions than this Wang Jian. Wang Jian was truly an ordinary person. So, there was only one person left. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Xiaoyu, I'm 25 years old this year, I studied directing in college, and I also want to become a director in the future. I'm currently raising funds to shoot my own microfilm or short film. If anyone wants to appear in my work, you can come find me. Of course, I don't have much money in hand right now, so I can't pay a very high salary." As Lu Xiaoyu stood up to introduce herself, her fair right hand tightly held a black handheld camcorder, which she kept rotating and filming from her perspective. Jiang Ran had a pretty good impression of Lu Xiaoyu. The reason was that she was quite good-looking, Jiang Ran thought, no worse than many actresses on TV. Besides that, Lu Xiaoyu always had a smile on her face when she spoke. She looked extremely sunny and cheerful. "Okay, the new residents have all finished introducing themselves. Thank you very much to the new and old residents for your support. Next, it's everyone's favorite food time." After Lu Xiaoyu finished her self-introduction, Administrator Xiao Zhang happily directed from the stage, asking Jiang Ran to push the food cart in. Next, Jiang Ran followed Administrator Xiao Zhang's instructions and started pushing the food cart in. The first food cart that was pushed in had a mountain of cake. Upon seeing this mountain of cake, an old resident immediately complained, "Damn, it's cake again?" Administrator Xiao Zhang immediately explained upon hearing this, "Hey, this is ice cream cake. It's different from the previous cakes. Of course, we also prepared barbecue skewers, fried skewers, beer, drinks, and the like." Next, Administrator Xiao Zhang also helped Jiang Ran push the food cart and transport the food. Soon, the tables were full of food. After Administrator Xiao Zhang said let's eat, all the new and old residents started eating. Jiang Ran and Administrator Xiao Zhang also sat down to enjoy the food together. Just as they sat down, an old resident who was close to them asked Administrator Xiao Zhang, "Is there anyone performing this time, like the clown last time?" Upon hearing the word clown, Jiang Ran, who was happily eating charcoal grilled chicken steak, suddenly froze. Administrator Xiao Zhang said, "Oh, no. What? Do you want to go up and perform?" That old resident shook his head. "No, I was just asking. The layout of the activity room today is different from before. Before, everyone sat around a long table. Now, the activity room is full of round tables, the kind where 7 or 8 people sit at one table." At the table with Lin Feng and Wang Zi, there was a 29-year-old middle-aged man who kept his head down, eating barbecue and fried skewers. Although he kept his head down, only he knew that his eyes were always on Wang Zi's face and figure across from him. This 29-year-old man is called Lu Jia. Like Lin Feng and the other new residents, he also moved into the apartment these past 2 days, so he is also considered a new resident. But he didn't understand why Administrator Xiao Zhang didn't let him introduce himself, even though he was also a new resident. He couldn't figure it out. As for how he got in? Oh, he used to be a thief. The kind who was a thief since he was Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. He had been living by stealing. His favorite thing to do on weekdays was to break into houses and steal. He lived by stealing money and selling valuables. Until one day, he broke into a female streamer's house. Coincidentally, the female streamer came home just as he entered her house. This forced him to hide. After the female streamer came home, she didn't notice him or anything unusual in the house. She came home, took off her clothes, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After showering, she wrapped herself in a white bath towel and went to the balcony to dry her hair. Lu Jia, who had originally planned to sneak out while the female streamer was showering, saw the hazy, graceful figure in the bathroom from outside, and thought of the pure face he saw when the female streamer came in. Therefore, his lust arose. After that, he appeared in front of the female streamer and forcibly raped her. Lu Jia originally planned to leave after this one time, but as soon as he walked out the door and into the corridor outside, he heard the female streamer crying and calling the police inside the house. In a moment of desperation, he returned to the house and accidentally killed the female streamer. You have to believe him, he really didn't mean to, so the female streamer should be able to forgive him. And this was the beginning of his murder crime. After this time, when he broke into other people's homes to steal, it was no longer for money. More importantly, it was also for lust. Especially, even if some girls were smart enough not to resist, to satisfy him first, giving him money and their bodies. Not angering him, they would still be killed by him in the end. Anyway, before he was caught, he had 12 lives on his hands. 8 of them were female, and 4 were male. They were the husbands and boyfriends of the 8 women, who were also at home. And 1 was a child. It was the child of a single mother. After being caught, he thought he was doomed to die. After all, a life for a life. But he didn't expect. He met a middle-aged man. After talking with the middle-aged man, he moved from prison into this Alice apartment. The middle-aged man set a few rules for him. First, he could not leave Alice apartment. Second, he would be given 10,000 yuan per month as living expenses. Third, he could do anything he wanted in the apartment. To be honest, he was still confused. He felt like he was dreaming. But when he saw the handsome guy named Lin Feng and the woman next to him named Wang Zi, he didn't care what was going on. That's right, he had taken a fancy to Wang Zi. The most beautiful woman he had ever slept with was the female streamer who committed the first murder. But that female streamer was too far apart from Wang Zi in front of him. Lu Jia's lust arose, and he wanted to get Wang Zi. At this time, in the live broadcast room, Renjesher no Hazila, I noticed that extremely rich young master Lin Feng hasn't eaten much of the barbecue on the table. Middle-aged uncle, he must not have an appetite. Renjesher no Hazila, why doesn't he have an appetite? It all looks like delicious food. Middle-aged uncle, what bullshit delicious food, a bunch of ordinary people entertaining themselves with semi-finished products and synthetic beef and mutton. Renjesher no Hazila, is that why extremely rich young master isn't eating it? Middle-aged uncle, yes, but not much. More of it is, if I switched your position with his, the whole activity room, except for those Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, and Zhang Ran, the rest are demons and ghosts, you wouldn't have an appetite either. Okay, stop paying attention to them, pay attention to Ouyang's girlfriend Ouyang and Xiao Zhao. I'm waiting for Chainsaw Killer to find them, I've already drunk my coffee, I'm staying up all night. The welcoming party ended at 9 p.m. The people in the activity room began to leave one after another, each returning to their own homes. Zhang Ran, as a staff member, stayed behind to clean up the mess. Even though he had received a huge sum of 350,000 yuan a few days ago. But after meeting Wang Qingzhao, he spent a total of more than 110,000 yuan. A third of it was gone in an instant. He immediately felt that it was really difficult to earn money and easy to spend it. So Zhang Ran was still working hard. At this time, Zhang Ran was the only one left in the activity room cleaning up the mess. About 10 minutes later, suddenly, a danger warning sounded in his mind. Ding! Dangerous person detected. Please stay away as soon as possible. Points +4, points +4. Before he could turn around to see who it was, the danger warning immediately changed to, Ding! Dangerous person detected. Please stay away as soon as possible. Points +8, points +8. This time, Jiang Ran not only turned his head, but also turned it faster. After turning around, he found that Administrator Xiao Zhang had come here at some point behind him. At the same time, next to Administrator Xiao Zhang, there was also a very beautiful girl wearing a black shawl and Chanel-style suit. What the hell, am I seeing things? Jin Ziyuan? Staring at the girl beside Administrator Xiao Zhang, Jiang Ran's mouth hung open, a look of shock on his face. At first, he just thought the girl was pretty, then he felt she looked familiar, and finally, he seemed to recognize her. How did South Korean actress Jin Ziyuan end up in their Alice apartment? Was he seeing things? He looked closely, and it was still Jin Ziyuan. Jiang Ran knew many male and female celebrities from his own country, Huadwa, and the nearby Sakura country and South Korea. But for many Western countries, he didn't. He barely recognized any. Back to male and female celebrities. Huadwa aside, being his home country, he knew the most celebrities there. As for Sakura country, he knew quite a few official ones. He also knew quite a few unofficial ones, like the popular MS, Habe and MS, Lemon after her name change. As for South Korea, there were Lin Yuner, Bae Suzy, Pei Zhuxian, Song Haikyo, Sun Yijin, and so on. He happened to know the person in front of him as well. Was she the female lead from the recently hit drama, Queen of Tears? Oh, what Jin Ziyuan? This is my distant cousin, Jin Yuna. They just look quite similar. At this moment, Administrator Xiao Zhang introduced the girl beside him, who bore a striking resemblance to Jin Ziyuan. Hearing that it wasn't Jin Ziyuan, but rather Administrator Xiao Zhang's distant cousin, Jiang Ran was startled, because they looked too much alike. Cousin, let me introduce you. This is my best colleague, Jiang Ran. Administrator Xiao Zhang also introduced Jin Yuna beside him. Immediately, Jin Yuna smiled at Jiang Ran, pursing her lips, and gently waved her right hand. A faint fragrance she carried gradually invaded Jiang Ran's space. Jiang Ran Appa, hello. Jiang Ran was stunned again, hearing that distinctive accent. Xiao Zhang, what's with your distant cousin's accent? Administrator Xiao Zhang waved his hand, looking unsurprised. My distant cousin is from South Korea, you understand? It's already very good that she can speak Chinese like this. South Korean? Jiang Ran became increasingly confused. No, your cousin is South Korean, and you're Huadwa? Is that logical? Administrator Xiao Zhang said, what's illogical about it? I already said she's a distant relative. Oh, you clearly don't believe me. Cousin, show him your South Korean passport. Jiang Ran then saw Jin Yuna's South Korean passport. Only then did he believe that the person in front of him was indeed a South Korean who looked strikingly similar to Jin Ziyuan. My cousin will be staying with me for a while, Jiang Ran. Don't you dare bully my cousin. Administrator Xiao Zhang chuckled, patting Jiang Ran's shoulder, then pulled him to a corner of the activity room. He said mysteriously to him, Jiang Ran, is my cousin pretty? Jiang Ran nodded, pretty. Administrator Xiao Zhang said, do you want me to set you two up? Jiang Ran, this. Administrator Xiao Zhang, my cousin hasn't dated much and always meets scumbags. You're my colleague, and I trust your character, so I thought of setting you two up. Of course, it's ultimately up to you too. Listening to Xiao Zhang, although Jiang Ran thought Jin Yuna was pretty and looked very much like South Korean actress Jin Ziyuan, it was still the same old story. Before the clown incident, he might have genuinely been interested. After the clown incident, he was truly scared. Especially since Jin Yuna's points were always +8. At this moment, in the live stream, middle-aged uncle, this Xiao Zhang, why does he always like to mess with Jiang Ran? Last time he gave the clown 10 yuan, causing Jiang Ran to encounter the clown. This time he's messing with Jiang Ran to date this Jin Yuna. However, I didn't expect Jin Yuna to meet Jiang Ran on the very first day. After all, the first time Robert and Jiang Ran met was on the third day or something? Anyway, they only met twice in total, and Robert died on the second meeting. Runjesher no hazy la, middle-aged uncle, you're here at the right time. I have a question for you. Is this Xiao Zhang really Jin Yuna's distant cousin? Middle-aged uncle sneered. Nonsense, you actually believe that? Runjesher no hazy la, if not, then why is this Xiao Zhang pretending to be her cousin and covering for Jin Yuna? Middle-aged uncle, Administrator Xiao Zhang's position is very special. If needed, he can become a relative to all residents. Do you understand? Runjesher no hazy la, understood. Domineering female CEO said at this moment, I just searched for Jin Yuna online. Although there was the female host's introduction, I still read this person's detailed experience. Combining both, intuitively, he gives me the feeling that he's not as terrifying as Robert. As a serial killer, he's not as famous as Robert either. Therefore, I now feel that it's a bit doubtful he can take down Jiang Ran. I am a hero suddenly appeared, not necessarily. Domineering female CEO, how so? I am a hero. In my last round, to be honest, I spent a lot of time adjusting the cameras where Robert appeared, watching what he was doing in the apartment. To be honest, I felt that Robert, from the very beginning, greatly underestimated the entire Huagua Alice apartment. Middle-aged uncle, underestimated? Was he looking down on it? I am a hero, something like that. More accurately, it was like the perceived superiority of white people over East Asians and black people. It was like that feeling from a long time ago, that white people's bloodline was nobler, that white people's physical talents and brains were simply superior to East Asians. Later, as you all saw, Robert was clearly brought in by special privilege, tasked with hunting Jiang Ran during one round. Yet, several days passed in the last round before he slowly made his first contact with Jiang Ran. He completely disregarded Jiang Ran, extremely contemptuous. After the contact, he probably thought Jiang Ran was very ordinary, and then made no preparations whatsoever for hunting Jiang Ran. Until the very end, during the second contact at Wan Anjian's home, he still acted with contempt, which led to Jiang Ran's brutal alter ego emerging and taking him down. That guy, his performance in the last round was, strategically he looked down on Jiang Ran, and tactically he also looked down on Jiang Ran. By the time he wanted to take it seriously, it was already too late. But what about this Jin Yuna? He made contact on the first night, and even utilized Administrator Xiao Zhang. Putting everything else aside, that's definitely enough attention. With this patience and attention, I think his chances of succeeding are greater than Robert's. Middle-aged uncle, that makes sense. And even though this Jin Yuna is a man, as long as he doesn't take off his clothes, who would know? So I'm afraid Jiang Ran will be seduced by him. The main thing is that he's pretty and also looks like that actress Jin Ziyuan. If Jiang Ran really gets seduced, then he's truly finished. After all, since ancient times, heroes have found it hard to resist beautiful women. Renjia no hazy la, uncle, shouldn't it be since ancient times, heroes have found it hard to resist handsome men? Jin Yuna is a man. Middle-aged uncle, you're too young. Think about it carefully. In ancient times, did beauty only refer to women? Haven't you seen many men who are even prettier than women? Activity room. Jiang Ran, Administrator Xiao Zhang, and Jin Yuna. The three of them cleaned up the mess together and finished quickly. After cleaning up, the three of them went their separate ways. On his way back to 304, Jiang Ran's mind was still filled with Jin Yuna constantly approaching him while cleaning, calling him Appa, Appa. Enthusiastic and proactive. And what Jiang Ran couldn't stand the most was that this guy had Jin Ziyuan's face. It felt like a South Korean actress was actively trying to curry favor with him. He was drunk. It was 10 p.m. Some people were already asleep, while others were still happy. Room 602. This was Oh Engying and Xiao Hua's boyfriend's first night in Alice's apartment. To be honest, they had been quite nervous about staying here, but today, other than Jiang Ran coming to inform them about the welcoming party, everything had been normal and smooth. This led them to have the illusion that they weren't in Alice's apartment, because room 602 only had one bedroom. So, this bedroom definitely belonged to Oh Engying. As for Xiao Hua's boyfriend and Golden Beard, they were sleeping on the floor in the living room. After Oh Engying entered the bedroom, Xiao Hua's boyfriend and Golden Beard also turned off the lights and went to sleep. Xiao Hua's boyfriend had been anxious and on edge all day. Therefore, lying on the comfortable bedding and pillow, even though his mind was still a mess, he quickly fell asleep. However, Golden Beard, who was next to him, occasionally opened his eyes. Time passed by minute. In a blink of an eye, it was 11 p.m. At 11 p.m., everything was silent, terrifyingly quiet. It was at this moment that Golden Beard, who had been lying on the bedding, suddenly sat up, his eyes like those of a ghostly wolf, emitting a green light. He stared straight at the security door. After a few seconds, he stood up and turned on the living room light. After turning it on, the living room was brightly lit, and Golden Beard was seen holding an unknown black assault rifle with both hands, standing in front of his bedding. Golden Beard was arranged to fly from the US to China. He certainly didn't have any firearms, ammunition, or contraband on him. China prohibits guns. Therefore, after arriving here, many of his equipment were provided by his employer, Oh Yangjiankeng, such as the assault rifle in his hand. Just as Golden Beard was staring intently at the security door, he suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. He found that Xiao Hua's boyfriend was awake. Xiao Hua's boyfriend had been asleep, but he had a nightmare, dreaming that he was back in that small room, being tortured and interrogated by those two men, and was thus scared awake. After being scared awake, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, intending to get up for a drink of water and to use the restroom, but then he saw it. Golden Beard, fully armed, stood in front of the bedding, with a black assault rifle in his hand. Xiaohua's boyfriend wanted to ask what was wrong, but he couldn't speak English. However, seeing Golden Beard's appearance, Xiaohua's boyfriend wasn't stupid and guessed that something might have happened, so he quickly put on his clothes. He wasn't like Golden Beard. Golden Beard didn't take off any of his clothes when he slept. After putting on his shoes and clothes, Xiaohua's boyfriend held a pistol and hid behind Golden Beard. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the door. Xiaohua's boyfriend didn't have time to ponder what the sound was. He saw the security door shaking, followed by a serrated object, coming from outside, penetrating the security door, revealing a tip of the iceberg to them. A chainsaw? Xiaohua's boyfriend immediately thought of the video clips he had seen. Among them was a chainsaw killer holding a chainsaw. Because of this, his heart immediately jumped into his throat. But the somewhat heavy black pistol in his hand, and the tall Golden Beard in front of him, gave him a full sense of security. Speaking of the chainsaw killer, Xiaohua's boyfriend had indeed seen that movie. That was back in college when he watched it with a former girlfriend. Originally, he had a beautiful fantasy. His girlfriend would be scared and burrow into his arms, and he would bravely comfort her. However, reality was completely opposite to his imagination. He was terrified, while his girlfriend was fine and even watched with great interest. Although he was scared, once he finished watching the movie and started to reflect, he realized that in that movie, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was actually not that scary. The reason it was scary was the unexpected appearance of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre every time. At the same time, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre had a chainsaw in his hand, while the protagonists had nothing. If, like him, the protagonists in the movie had guns, what was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? It would be the ending right from the start. At this moment, as he was thinking, the chainsaw had almost completely destroyed the security door. Immediately after, the chainsaw was pulled back by the force from outside the door. Then, the controller of the chainsaw outside the door kicked open the dilapidated security door. Before Xiaohua's boyfriend could clearly see the chainsaw killer outside the door, Golden Beard, who was in front of him, had already fired his gun, which startled him. A series of dee-dee sounds, possibly because the assault rifle was equipped with a silencer, so the gunshots were not very loud. Although the gunshots were not loud, the bullets were real. By the time the gunshots ended, when Xiaohua's boyfriend covered his ears and looked forward in horror, he saw that in front of the security door, the chainsaw killer, dressed as a butcher, wearing an ugly mask on his face, and holding a large chainsaw, had already fallen motionless in a pool of blood. He's dead already? Indeed, guns are the light of humanity. They are the truth, Xiaohua's boyfriend exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, he looked at the pistol in his hand. He was originally quite afraid of this Alice apartment, but suddenly, he felt that it wasn't so scary anymore. On the contrary, any perverted criminals or serial killers here should be afraid of him. After the chainsaw killer was shot dead, Xiaohua's boyfriend wanted to pat Golden Beard on the shoulder and give him a thumbs up, but he suddenly realized that Golden Beard, who had killed the chainsaw killer, not only wasn't relaxed, but his serious expression became even heavier. At the same time, his gun was still aimed at the security door. Xiaohua's boyfriend was a little confused. Could there still be enemies outside the door? Besides the chainsaw killer, were there others? I'll go check. Xiaohua's boyfriend used his phone to translate for Golden Beard. Golden Beard did not stop Xiaohua's boyfriend from going to check. If Ouyang Ying had done that, he would definitely have stopped her. Why? Because Ouyang Jianqing had told him to protect those two people. The most important one was the woman. As for the man, protect him if possible, if not, just abandon him. So Golden Beard didn't care at all if Xiaohua's boyfriend would encounter danger by going forward. Xiaohua's boyfriend was also pumped up by the recent events. He was excited and extremely confident. His right hand tightly gripped the pistol, ready to fire at any moment. He mimicked the criminal police in movies. He cautiously approached the security door. Outside the security door was covered in blood. He stared at the chainsaw killer's corpse on the ground. He kicked it with his foot. Seeing no reaction, he sneered. He thought to himself, "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Sawing the door with a big chainsaw outside, how scary. But you didn't expect several guns waiting for you inside, did you?" Then, he carefully poked his head out. He didn't see anything, because it was too dark. All the sound-activated lights in the hallway outside had gone out. He turned and gestured to Golden Beard inside the room, asking for a flashlight. Golden Beard gave him the flashlight he had with him. Xiaohua's boyfriend held the flashlight in his left hand. He shone it to the left. This flashlight was more powerful than ordinary flashlights sold on the market. It could easily illuminate the entire dark hallway. First to the left, then to the right, he saw nothing. Xiaohua's boyfriend turned and spread his hands to Golden Beard inside the room. His left hand held the flashlight, and his right hand held the pistol. He shook his head, saying simple English words. No man, no, no, indicating that there was nothing. After saying and gesturing, Xiaohua's boyfriend wondered if Golden Beard had a problem understanding. He had already spread his hands and spoken in English, saying there was nothing outside. Why was Golden Beard still looking as if he was facing a formidable enemy? Xiao Zhao ignored him and prepared to enter the room. It was at this moment. A dense, pattering sound, like footsteps, suddenly appeared. It wasn't like human footsteps. And accompanying these dense footsteps, a heavy panting and breathing sound simultaneously entered his ears. What the hell is that? At this point, Xiao Zhao turned on his flashlight again and shined it to his left. Instantly, the scene illuminated by the flashlight on his left side made him freeze in place. His mouth, as if frozen, mumbled to himself, his pupils wide with terror, his mind a blank. Dogs, so many dogs. The place he illuminated, which had been empty just moments before, now had many ferocious large dogs walking towards him. Leading them was a tawny, short-haired dog with an extremely ugly head. Its mouth was open, tongue hanging out, covered in a sticky slobber. It was a dog all muscle. Xiao Zhao was not a dog lover, but he recognized the lead dog. It was a pit bull, a type of dog that had been quite popular on Douyin recently. Very fierce, very good at fighting. At that moment, Xiao Zhao was completely stunned, because besides the lead dog, the pit bull, all the other dogs behind it also looked like they were the ferocious type. Not a single one was easy to deal with. Xiao Zhao then shined his light to the right. It was the same on the right. The weak Xiao Zhao, seeing this terrifying scene, didn't fire a single shot and, terrified, scrambled into the house. The true strong man, Golden Beard, had already taken out his assault rifle and switched places with Xiao Zhao. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The sound-activated light in the hallway lit up brightly. He looked left and right. Although there was infinite surprise in his eyes, he was probably wondering how so many vicious dogs appeared here. But a second later, he still decisively pulled the trigger and fired at the dog packs on both sides. And after he fired, the dog packs on both sides no longer maintained their slow, leisurely pace. They all swiftly rushed towards Golden Beard, flanking him. Firearms are definitely one of humanity's greatest inventions. It is a tool that allows the weak to kill those stronger than themselves, even much stronger. Just like now. The assault rifle in Golden Beard's hand was wildly sweeping left and right. All that could be heard were the dog packs on both sides, all large, vicious dogs that could be used as fighting dogs. They let out painful whimpers, and a lot of blood splattered. One by one, they fell in pools of blood. A gun is a gun. A grown man against a pit bull, even with a machete, would take a lot of effort and time to kill it. With a gun, if lucky, one shot might be enough to kill a pit bull. But Golden Beard's current problem was that he was only one person, and could only control one gun. And the number of dogs in the pack was too many. He was originally shooting left and right at the entrance. Now he had retreated directly into the house, reloading his magazine at the same time. Fire together. After retreating into the house, Golden Beard yelled at Xiao Zhao, who was cowering in the corner. Although Xiao Zhao didn't understand, he had already seen the dog pack entering the house. At this point, he also knew what he had to do, shoot. But even if Xiao Zhao's handgun, which was inferior to an assault rifle in every way, was an assault rifle, it would be useless in this situation. Because there were simply too many dogs, kill one, and another immediately took its place. Soon, the American retired Special Forces soldier, Golden Beard, was cornered. His assault rifle magazine was empty, and as he was about to reload, the dogs had already pounced. Damn beasts! Golden Beard angrily swung the rifle butt forward, then reached for the dagger at his waist. He plunged it into a white dogo that was leaping with its mouth wide open, trying to bite his neck. The dogo is also an extremely ferocious type of dog. How ferocious? 3 dogos can generally take on a cougar. Of course, most of the time, the cougar still wins. But this also illustrates the ferocity of the dogo. Daughter, goodbye, daddy will always love you. Golden Beard, the American retired Special Forces soldier, knew he was going to die. Before his death, his mind was filled with his wife and daughter. And this retired Special Forces soldier never expected that coming here, he would not only be dealing with people, but also dogs. In the end, he would die at the mouths of a pack of dogs. Golden Beard was already being torn apart and eaten by the pack of dogs. If Golden Beard was in such a state, what about Xiao Zhao, who was also in the living room? This unlucky Xiao Zhao would never be able to marry his beautiful fiancée. His handgun hadn't even emptied a single magazine before he was pounced on, torn apart, and gnawed by the pack of dogs. Xiao Zhao let out extremely tragic wails, constantly screaming for help. But in this situation, honestly, unless Sun Wukong came, there was no way to save him. Golden Beard and Xiao Zhao were dead beyond dead, their bodies devoured by the dog pack. The other dogs in the pack began to move throughout the entire 602. Open kitchen, bathroom, living room. Finally, they gathered in front of the tightly closed bedroom door. These dogs held their necks high, constantly wiggling their noses, and some even lowered their heads, sniffing hard at the door crack. Immediately after, as if they had discovered something, they barked loudly at the closed bedroom door. Then, all these dogs violently slammed into the bedroom door, trying to break it open. The bedroom door was too fragile. The pack of vicious dogs, one after another, easily broke it open. After breaking it open, the pack of dogs was about to rush into the bedroom, but the sound of gunshots, bang bang bang, temporarily interrupted them. Ouying Ying was sitting by the bedroom window, both hands tightly gripping a pistol, firing at the dog pack at the door. Her beautiful face was completely covered in terror. She had been sleeping in the bedroom but was awakened by the commotion outside. She heard the dogs barking, gunshots, and Xiao Zhao's tragic screams. Then, she realized something had happened, but she didn't know what exactly. Frightened, she put on her clothes, wanting to hide under the bed, but felt that wasn't a solution. She wanted to escape through the window, but it was too high. Ultimately, she chose to wait quietly by the window, anxiously. She hoped that by waiting quietly here, she would be safe. She prayed frantically in her heart, praying to whatever Buddhas and Jade Emperors she had ever heard of. If she survived this great calamity, she would go offer incense to them tomorrow. But unfortunately, Alice's apartment seemed to be a lawless zone. Eventually, the dog pack broke through the door. "Save me! Who will save me? Jian Kong, save me!" She ultimately screamed for help from her boyfriend in terror. But it was futile. Ouying Ying's pistol quickly ran out of bullets. Therefore, the dogs at the door, Mount Sagape, all rushed towards Ouying Ying. Ouying Ying's eyes were red. She kept calling for help. Unfortunately, her pleas went unanswered. Facing the vicious dogs about to bite her, Ouying Ying gritted her teeth and jumped from the 6th floor. And in the short time her body was falling to the ground, scenes from her life, from childhood to adulthood, flashed rapidly through her mind. This was a life review. Her mother teaching her as a child that she must marry a rich man. Her meeting Ouyang Jiankong. Her cleverness, wanting to help her boyfriend, and thus spreading the video. Ouying Ying's eyes were red, her heart filled with regret. How she wished this was just a dream. A thud. It must have been the sound of her body making intimate contact with the ground. Sticking one's head out of the window, one could see on the ground a splash of blood, and on the blood, a lovely person. This lovely person on the ground twitched a few times, and after those few twitches, became completely still. Ouying Ying ultimately paid the price for her momentary flash of inspiration. At this moment, in the live stream room, Renjesher no hazy liat Ouyang Ko, your girlfriend is calling for you to save her. Go save her quickly. This sentence, whether a joke or sarcasm, was met with Ouyang Ko's reply of one word, get lost. Renjesher no hazy la, just kidding, don't be angry, it's fine, never mind a girlfriend, even if a wife is gone, you can find another one. Oh, by the way, who knows where all these dogs came from? They seem to have appeared out of nowhere? The middle-aged uncle answered the question. It should be old dogs. That's the one who clashed with Feng Xiao at the welcoming party. But it's a bit strange. I remember he only had about 10 dogs back then, didn't he? And Feng Xiao killed 5 of them. When did he get so many more? There's no trace at all. The domineering female CEO said, don't worry about when he got them, that's not important. What's important is that Ouying Ying and Xiao Zhao are dead. I really didn't expect them to die in the mouths of these dogs, nor did I expect Old Dog to make a move. Originally, I thought they should have survived this round. After all, Ouyang Ko hired a retired U.S. Special Forces soldier for them, and they were also armed with guns. Not to mention anything else, just this one Special Forces bodyguard, if unleashed, could easily massacre the perverted criminals and serial killers in the apartment. But, things are unpredictable. Fairy Sister suddenly said, it's over. The middle-aged uncle asked, what's over? Fairy Sister said, I bet on Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao had a grudge with this old dog back then. Now that Feng Xiao is back, old dog's performance at the welcoming party clearly shows he wants to flay him alive. I feel like Feng Xiao might not survive this round. It wasn't just Fairy Sister who had this concern, everyone who bet on Feng Xiao shared it. Because those who bet on Feng Xiao were all veterans who had seen his previous 3 rounds. They knew all too well about the feud between Feng Xiao and Old Dog. Renjesher no Hazila asked, is there a kind big brother who can tell me about Old Dog, and his feud with Feng Xiao? The middle-aged uncle said, let the female CEO tell you, she explains it better. Ranjiashur Nahazi La asked, female CEO sister, is that okay? The domineering female CEO didn't answer, she just typed. Old Dog was originally the owner of a dog meat factory. His dog meat factory had two businesses. First, raising meat dogs and selling dog meat. Second, training fighting dogs like Tosa Inu, Pit Bull, Dogo, Rottweiler, etc., and selling them to private individuals or venues who enjoy dog fighting, including some wealthy bosses or rich second-generation heirs. This guy made a lot of money from these two businesses, raking in a fortune. He was considered a rich person in the eyes of ordinary people. But as the saying goes, when well fed and warm, lust arises. After getting rich, Old Dog's psychology became increasingly twisted. He trained fighting dogs, and he was also a fighting dog enthusiast, very fond of the gambling entertainment of dogfighting. Because of this, he became increasingly obsessed with dogfighting, spending every day thinking about how to train an invincible, high win rate fighting dog. Then, he came up with a method. His dog meat factory started recruiting employees, offering high salaries and benefits. Basically, 6 out of 10 applicants would succeed and become employees of the dog meat factory. And then strange things started happening. According to this acceptance rate, the dog meat factory's scale was limited, and it should have quickly reached employee saturation and stopped recruiting. But this dog meat factory was still recruiting a large number of employees every day. This strange phenomenon soon attracted the attention of an undercover reporter. The reporter, posing as an applicant, got hired by this dog meat factory to investigate this strange matter. And very quickly, he uncovered the secret of why this dog meat factory kept recruiting employees. It turned out that the owner of this dog meat factory, the person called Old Dog, used the recruited employees to train fighting dogs. He made employees fight against fighting dogs with weapons. An employee and a fighting dog would be locked in a secret location to fight to the death. If the employee lost, they would be torn apart and eaten by the fighting dog. And if the employee won and killed the fighting dog, that beast, Old Dog, would release a second fighting dog. In short, employees who were tricked into this place and forced to fight fighting dogs, whether they won or lost, were destined to die there. Later, this reporter found an opportunity to escape. Of course, he almost died in the dog's mouths too. After getting out, he exposed the whole thing. Because Old Dog was relatively wealthy, the initial revelations were suppressed by his money and connections, but later the matter grew too big to be contained. After the truth was exposed, the police came to arrest him. But this Old Dog was also a ruthless person. He knew that for what he had done, the death penalty was unavoidable. So, he decided to go down fighting. When the police arrived, he released all the ordinary meat dogs from his dog meat factory, causing chaos. Then, he ran to his fighting dogs, released all of them, and used them to resist arrest. Because there were so many fighting dogs, and they were all vicious breeds from around the world. So, the police involved in the arrest could only get into their cars and leave, calling for backup. In the very end, a large number of armed police were dispatched, using firearms. Only then were all of Old Dog's fighting dogs shot and killed, and he was apprehended. Finally, based on Old Dog's own confessions and the investigation, Old Dog used high-salary recruitment to kill at least 120 people. This is still a conservative estimate. As for the grudge between Old Dog and Fang Xiao, after Old Dog moved into Alice's apartment, he still maintained his traditionally good hobby of raising dogs. He raised about 10 fighting dogs. He used to take his dogs out during the day. One time, during Fang Xiao's third round, he was walking his dogs. Fang Xiao had bought a few bottles of mutai from outside for 10,000 a day. As he was carrying the mutai, he happened to run into Old Dog. Old Dog had too many dogs at the time, which led to one of his dogs slipping its leash and running up to Fang Xiao. It barked at Fang Xiao, then lunged and bit him. Fang Xiao used the mutai to block it, but the few bottles of mutai all shattered. With the mutai shattered, Fang Xiao smiled, and then started fighting the dog with his fists. By the time Old Dog reached him, the dog had already been beaten to death by Fang Xiao. Seeing the dog's owner arrive, Fang Xiao told Old Dog to compensate him for the mutai. Old Dog felt that his dog had been beaten to death, and Fang Xiao still wanted him to pay? Impossible. Then the two of them started arguing, but they didn't come to blows on the spot. Old Dog wanted to wait until night to have his dogs bite Fang Xiao to death. Fang Xiao, on the other hand, planned to wait until night, catch Old Dog's dogs, kill them, and eat dog meat. Since Fang Xiao is fine now, you can probably guess what happened. Not only did Old Dog not succeed, but Fang Xiao also ate several of his dogs. However, that was in the past. Looking at the current situation, Fang Xiao is in danger. This Old Dog secretly raised so many dogs, even a retired U.S. Special Forces soldier with a gun couldn't stop them. Let alone Fang Xiao, whose body has been hollowed out by alcohol and tobacco. Renjiashur Nahazila, so that's how it is. that old dog appeared. Everyone quickly watched the live stream. At this moment, on the live stream screen, the somewhat bald old dog, dressed in leather clothes and pants, appeared in apartment 602. After he appeared, those fighting dogs, who had previously gone insane upon seeing Oh Ying Ying and the other two, all became submissive and retreated to the side upon seeing the old dog. The old dog also smoothly reached the corner of the living room. He arrived at the place where Golden Beard and Xiao Zhao had died. There, where Golden Beard and Xiao Zhao had died, there was only a pool of blood and minced flesh. As for their bodies after death, they had all been completely devoured by this pack of fighting dogs. The old dog said nothing, turning his head to see a fighting dog still gnawing on a human skull. He ignored them and turned to go to the bedroom. As he headed to the bedroom, the previously submissive fighting dogs immediately pounced on the two corner positions, frantically sticking out their large tongues from their bloody mouths to lick the blood on the ground. After the old dog reached the bedroom, he didn't see anyone. He went all the way to the window, stuck his head out, and then saw Oh Ying Ying illuminated by the apartment streetlights on the concrete ground. He stared for a while. He suddenly pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and started talking. "I've already taken care of those two for you. For this, I've lost quite a few dogs. If there were a few more people with guns in this room, more than half of the dogs I painstakingly raised would probably die here." After speaking, the old dog hung up the phone. He walked out of the bedroom. After walking out of the bedroom, he seemed to be looking for something. Finally, he found a broken black assault rifle in a dog's mouth, and a pistol that was bitten beyond use. "I hate guns." Although the guns were unusable, there were still several boxes of bullets on the glass coffee table. The old dog didn't even look at them, nor did he pick them up. He walked to the door and saw the chainsaw killer's body. This body was still intact and had not been devoured by the pack of fighting dogs. "So," he said, "eat all these dead ones. After eating, come back quickly." These fighting dogs seemed to understand human language. After the old dog finished speaking and left, the pack of fighting dogs frantically fought over the many dead fighting dog bodies that had been shot, as well as the chainsaw killer's body at the door. At this time, in the live stream room, the long-haired beautiful host also appeared. "Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, no. 3, Oh Ying Ying and Xiao Zhao, are dead. The betting amount of 19 million has all been transferred to the final total prize pool." In fact, judging from the 19 million figure, quite a few people had bet on Oh Ying Ying and Xiao Zhao. Unfortunately, fate is unpredictable. If it weren't for the old dog and his pack of dogs, there really wouldn't have been many people who could have taken down Oh Ying Ying and Xiao Zhao. After all, they had the protection of that retired American Special Forces soldier. Middle-aged uncle, all right, time to sleep. Domineering female CEO, the exciting show is over, I should go dote on my new little puppy. The good show was over. The number of people in the live stream room was rapidly decreasing. Everyone was getting ready to go offline and sleep. Oh Ying Ying's boyfriend, Oh Yang Jianqing, did not go offline. Instead, he was manipulating the cameras within the apartment. At this moment, on his computer's live stream screen, was his girlfriend lying in a pool of blood. Looking at his girlfriend, whose head and face were severely deformed due to the high-altitude fall, Oh Yang Jianqing remained silent for a long time, his expression growing colder. The room he was in was clearly bright, yet a shadow lingered on his rather handsome face for a long time. Round 28, Day 2, 2:30 a.m. As a professional thief, Lu Jia's favorite time to steal things was at this hour, because most people were in a deep sleep. A long time ago, Lu Jia used to steal things. Now he steals things and also scopes out whether the house owner is male or female, and how pretty they are. After the welcoming party ended, he quietly followed Lin Feng and Wang Zi, discovering that this young couple lived in apartment 904. Therefore, he returned home that night and slept until 2 a.m. to recharge his energy. Then, at 2:30 a.m., he arrived at the door of apartment 904. "My beauty, wait for me a little longer. Soon, we will meet." At this moment, Lu Jia pulled out a wire from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole of apartment 904. For a thief like him, lockpicking was an essential skill. Soon, the door of apartment 904 was opened. He gently pushed the door open, first sticking his head inside, peeking left and right. Because he had been active at night for a long time, his night vision was better than that of ordinary people. Of course, if he really wanted to steal something, he would definitely still need a flashlight. Then, his entire body entered apartment 904, and he gently closed the door. After closing the door, he pulled out a palm-sized dagger from his waist. He took light steps, fumbling his way towards the bedroom. At the same time, his left hand also pulled out a small flashlight from his pocket. He planned to turn on the small flashlight directly and shine it on the bed once he reached the bedside, to see where Lin Feng was, so he wouldn't accidentally injure Wang Zi. After all, if he hurt that beauty, his heart would ache. And once he pinpointed Lin Feng's position, he would pounce directly, using the dagger in his hand to slit his throat and kill him, giving him no chance to react. After killing Lin Feng, that beautiful woman named Wang Zi would be his, to do with as he pleased. Thinking of this, his lower body uncontrollably stiffened. Finally, he reached the bed, then held the small flashlight in his left hand, raised it, and shone it on the bed. Then, he prepared to pounce. However, after that one shine, it stunned him, because Lin Feng was not on the bed. Only Wang Zi was there, lying on the bed, eyes wide open, a hint of fear on her face, looking at him. Do this couple not sleep together? Or have I been discovered? Lu Jie didn't dare to think if he had been discovered, but how was this possible? He acted so late, and it was practically silent. How could he have been discovered? He was a bit confused, preparing to turn around to see where Lin Feng was, but just as he was about to turn, something hard and metallic pressed against his waist. Don't move, a cold voice echoed from behind him. You tell me not to move, and I won't move? Do you think you're like those TV shows, with a gun, pressing it against me? Facing this threatening don't move, Lu Jie didn't take it seriously at all. He turned directly, preparing to stab the person behind him with the dagger in his hand. And the person behind him was definitely a decisive person. He didn't hesitate and chose to shoot directly. Bang! A very loud sound. A bullet pierced Lu Jie's waist. But Lu Jie didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he spun around, stabbing backward with his dagger, missing. And because he spun too fast, he accidentally fell to the ground. Clap! At this moment, the bedroom light was turned on. Lin Feng stood at the bedroom doorway, holding a yellowish-brown Beretta M9A3. Lu Jie was sitting on the ground, and as he sat there, he looked at Lin Feng and the pistol in his hand with some disbelief. Then, he subconsciously touched his waist. When his left hand came back, he found that his entire left hand was covered in blood. It was then that he realized he seemed to have been shot. Lu Jie used to watch TV shows and movies. He always thought getting shot would be very painful. But this time, he was truly shot. For some reason, he didn't feel any pain. If he had to describe an anomaly, it was that when the gun fired, he felt a small stone hit his waist. It didn't hurt at all, there was no sensation of pain. He tried to stand up. But even though he didn't feel much pain, his whole body felt unusually weak, as if he had a severe cold. His vision blurred. After a while, his waist started to ache. And when the pain began, it felt like a knife was repeatedly stabbing him, accompanied by a strong burning sensation. He immediately howled in agony, and stretched out a hand towards Lin Feng. Quick, call 911. Lin Feng stared at Lu Jie's face. Such a strange face. He pulled out his phone and aimed it at Lu Jie's face. He wanted to search online, but unfortunately, there was no information about him online. This was normal, after all, not all criminals could be found on the public internet. Of course, Lin Feng felt that he could definitely find him on the black software. But he couldn't use the black software right now. When he clicked on it, there was nothing. It was like the internet was disconnected. Lin Feng now raised the pistol in his right hand again. Seeing this, Lu Jie's eyes filled with terror, and he endured the intense pain to say, Don't kill me, I'm innocent, spare my life. When Lu Jie first saw Lin Feng pull out his phone, he thought he was actually calling an ambulance for him, but he realized he had completely misunderstood. Not only was the other party not calling an ambulance, but it also looked like he wanted to kill him. Lin Feng sneered, breaking into someone's home in the middle of the night, and you say you're innocent? Go tell that to the king of hell. Lin Feng didn't waste words and fired directly. Several shots rang out. Several bullet holes appeared on Lu Jie's forehead and body. This time, Lu Jie was truly dead. He lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open, as if he had died with grievances. Seeing Lin Feng shoot and kill Lu Jie, Wang Zi on the bed wrapped the blanket completely around her delicate body, including her face, leaving only a pair of fearful eyes exposed. She looked at Lin Feng with terror. She felt that Lin Feng's current behavior was so crazy, completely unlike the Lin Feng she had known before. Lin Feng had never killed anyone before. This was his first time. When he traveled abroad, he had participated in activities like hunting wild animals in the forest. He had killed sika deer and wolves. Killing a person this time, he always felt, was somewhat different from killing sika deer and wolves. What are you still doing in bed? Aren't you coming down to help? After killing the thief Lu Jie, Lin Feng tucked the gun into his waistband, preparing to dispose of Lu Jie's body. Oh. Hearing Lin Feng's command, Wang Zi immediately got out of bed and went to Lu Jie's body, looking helpless. Honey, how should we deal with this body? It was Wang Zi's first time seeing someone die in front of her, especially with Lu Jie's eyes wide open. She always felt that Lu Jie was staring at her. We'll put it in a suitcase later and throw it directly into the trash can downstairs, Lin Feng said. As someone who had watched several rounds of live broadcasts, Lin Feng naturally knew how to dispose of a body. He and Wang Zi worked together to put Lu Jie's body into a suitcase. Since the suitcase wasn't large, they broke all of the body's arms and legs so that it would fit completely. After finishing, Lin Feng stared at the suitcase, lost in thought. Then, he suddenly burst out laughing. For some reason, after killing the person who broke into his home in the middle of the night, he suddenly felt that the Alice apartment didn't seem so terrifying anymore. He had a gun, and those so-called perverted criminals and perverted serial killers should be the ones who were afraid. It was 8:30 a.m. In the 28th round, the 7th little white mouse, Lu Xiaoyu, was woken up by the noise from the construction site outside. After waking up, she couldn't fall back asleep. After washing up and eating a bucket of instant noodles, she took her handheld camera, which had been charging all night, and went to the balcony. She opened the window and aimed the handheld camera at the construction site. This handheld camera was bought with money she had saved for a long time from her part-time jobs, plus financial help from her parents. It cost over 100,000 yuan in total. She paid over 50,000, and her parents helped her with over 50,000. Therefore, in the footage from this handheld camera, the construction workers in hard hats and the machines, which were at a certain distance away and under construction, all appeared very clearly in the frame. It felt like a close-up shot. After filming the construction site for a while, Lu Xiaoyu decided to go out for some fieldwork. She still didn't put down the handheld camera. Instead, she walked, and the camera continued to work, as if she were documenting her life. She had always had this habit, using it to master the most beautiful shooting angles for things. She arrived on the first floor. 3 people appeared in the camera's frame. The first was Administrator Xiao Zhang, and the second was Assistant Administrator Jiang Ran. She had known these 2 people since she moved into the apartment. As for the third girl, a graceful back, long, dark, and beautiful hair, a pair of slender, fair, and beautiful legs. From her back, she should be a beauty. And when that girl turned her face, it further confirmed that she was not a backview killer, someone who looks good from behind but not from the front. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing the girl's appearance at this moment, instantly opened her mouth wide. She wondered if her eyes were playing tricks on her, but after rubbing her eyes and opening them again, she found that she wasn't mistaken. She excitedly ran over. She came in front of the girl, showing a beautiful and radiant smile. "Excuse me, are you Zi Yuan Uni?" Uni, in Korean, means older sister. It's what a female calls an older sister, not what a male calls an older sister. It's a term exclusively for females. A girl suddenly running over, holding a handheld camera, blinking her big eyes, and asking such a question. It would somewhat make people uncomfortable, especially with the camera almost shoved into someone's face. But Jean Yuna wasn't angry. Instead, as if she was already used to it, she explained, "No, I'm not Jean Ziyuan, I'm Jean Yuna. You've mistaken me for someone else. I just look very much like her." Her Chinese was broken and accented. Lu Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes. Listening to these words, her expression changed, becoming very puzzled as she scrutinized Jean Yuna's face. Suddenly she had an epiphany. "I know, you must be here to play in China, so you want to keep a low profile and not admit who you are, right?" Lu Xiaoyu had an "I understand" expression. Jean Yuna smiled slightly, and finally pulled out her passport to prove her identity. After seeing it, Lu Xiaoyu was still somewhat unconvinced. She suddenly wondered if the name Jean Ziyuan was a stage name. Was her real name actually Jean Yuna? Only after searching online did she give up. "But you really look so much like her. Can I take a photo with you?" Lu Xiaoyu requested. Jean Yuna smiled, "Of course." Then, with Jiang Ran's help, a photo was taken of them. After the photo, Lu Xiaoyu looked at the photo on her phone and said happily to Jean Yuna, "Yuni, you're so beautiful, and you look so much like her. Are you interested in acting in movies or TV shows?" "Not interested at all." Jean Yuna smiled faintly. While Jean Yuna and Lu Xiaoyu were chatting, Jiang Ran next to them prepared to leave quietly. Damn it, he originally came down today just to breathe some fresh air, but he didn't expect to run into Jean Yuna, and after running into him, Jean Yuna kept pestering him. Taking this opportunity, he should quickly make his escape. Jiang Ran had this thought when he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the elevator. Suddenly, he heard from behind, "Appa, where are you going? Take me with you." Jiang Ran didn't expect that Jean Yuna's attention was actually always on him. Seeing that he was about to leave, Jean Yuna immediately stopped talking to Lu Xiaoyu and chased after him, looking very kind and friendly. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu's voice was not loud or soft, but it happened to fall into Jiang Ran's ears. "Oh my god, Jiang Ran is so lucky. At first glance, this Jean Yuna Oni really likes him. Such a beauty, and she even looks like a celebrity. How many people can't even ask for it? If it were me, if Oni was willing to date me, I'm afraid I would be bent. Jiang Ran listened to these words at this time, smiling on his face, but cursing in his heart. A woman whose danger warning points kept increasing by +8 was constantly pestering him. He was really scared. If you, Lu Xiaoyu, want her, he will give her to you and introduce her to you directly. He wanted to get rid of her, but he couldn't get rid of her at all. For some inexplicable reason, this Jean Yuna seemed to have taken a fancy to him. He really didn't want this so-called romantic luck. Especially since Jiang Ran didn't even know that Jean Yuna was actually a man, he would probably be even more devastated if he knew. After Lu Xiaoyu finished envying Jiang Ran, she walked out of the apartment building, taking pictures everywhere outside the apartment building. Putting aside everything else, the environment of Alice's apartment was still very beautiful. And just at this moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly heard a kitten meowing. Holding the camera, she followed the meowing sound and came to a bush outside the apartment building. From this bush, a snow-white kitten suddenly crawled out. This kitten looked only 2 months old, the size of a palm. After coming out, it kept meowing at Lu Xiaoyu with its cutesy voice. That furry appearance and unsteady walk melted Lu Xiaoyu's heart. Little cat, you are so cute. Where is your mother? Where is your mother? You are running around like this, your mother will be worried. Immediately, Lu Xiaoyu stroked the kitten's back with her hand. The kitten kept rubbing Lu Xiaoyu's hand with its little head, making her feel itchy and comfortable. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to check if she had any food on her to feed the kitten, suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing extraordinary clothes ran over from the left. This man's appearance was average, but his hairstyle was very good, and his figure was also well maintained. Among the middle-aged man whose hair was starting to thin and beer bellies were appearing, he was still relatively rare. After this middle-aged man came over, he took out a cat treat from his pocket. After tearing open the cat treat, he handed it to the 2-month-old kitten. The 2-month-old kitten smelled it, and then its eyes lit up, and it immediately started eating. And while the kitten was eating, this middle-aged man took the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Lu Xiaoyu next to him. Thank you, Lu Xiaoyu, for helping me find this kitten. Lu Xiaoyu was a little surprised when the man called out her name in one breath. The middle-aged man explained that he was also present at last night's welcoming party. Lu Xiaoyu understood, and then said, I didn't find this kitten. It crawled out by itself. I just happened to see it. After listening, the middle-aged man said, then this kitten is destined for you. Are you planning to take it back to raise? Lu Xiaoyu thought that she only planned to live in Alice's apartment for 7 days. After 7 days, she would return to her home, and she lived with her parents, and her parents did not allow pets. So she shook her head. The middle-aged man then said, then I can only raise it myself. Do you know? This kitten is a stray cat. Its mother went out to find food for it 2 days ago, and as a result, she was accidentally hit and killed by a car while crossing the road. I usually feed them something when I see them. Now that its mother is dead, if I leave it outside, it's only 2 months old, and it will either starve to death or die of thirst. If it's unlucky and falls into the hands of those who like to abuse cats and dogs, it will die even more miserably. Lu Xiaoyu listened, covering her mouth in surprise, and looked at the pure white kitten with sympathetic eyes, saying, even if it grows up safely, it won't work. I've seen it on Douyin. It seems that pure white cats have the lowest status among cats. If they are stray, they will be bullied. The middle-aged man nodded, yes, that's why I want to raise it. After all, it's also a life. Oh, right, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lu Zhou, and I'm in the same industry as you. I'm also considered a director. Lu Zhou took out a business card from his coat pocket and handed it to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lu Zhou on the business card and was very surprised. You are also a director? Lu Zhou scratched his head a little embarrassedly. A small director, I haven't made a few decent works. By the way, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. I wish you a pleasant stay at Alice's apartment. At this time, Lu Zhou held the kitten in his arms, bid farewell to Lu Xiaoyu, and returned to the apartment building. Looking at Lu Zhou's leaving figure, and looking at the business card in his hand, Lu Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone and searched for the 4 words Lu Zhou director online. Originally, she thought she could find something. As a result, there was no information about Lu Zhou director online. Live stream room. Renjiashir no hazy la, what is the background of this Lu Zhou? Is he really a director? Fairy sister, do you believe he is a director? When you are out and about, you can give yourself any identity you want. Domineering female CEO, yes, identities are given by oneself. And didn't you see that Lu Xiaoyu couldn't find any information about Lu Zhou on her phone? If he is really a director, with a few works, there should be at least an encyclopedia entry, whether it is a big director or a small director. Renjiashir no hazy la, then his real identity is a perverted criminal? Domineering female CEO, yes, this is a wall rapist that I extremely hate, just like Lin Xingli back then. But he is a bit different from Lin Xingli. Runjia sure no hazy la, who is Lin Xingli? Fairy sister, you came too late, Lin Xingli died long ago, so it's normal not to know. Forget it, let me tell you this time, let sister domineering female CEO rest for a while. Domineering female CEO, then thank you, sister. Fairy sister sent a smiling face, you re-welcome. Fairy sister, Lin Shengli and this Lu Zhou are both wall rapists and murderers. But the two people choose different targets and methods of committing crimes. Lin Shengli's targets were women who spoke ill of him or had harmed him. Lu Zhou's targets are all beautiful women, and he has requirements for the external conditions of women. After being targeted by him, he will set up a trap to make the targeted woman enter the trap. P.S. This book will undergo multi-title testing. Please help me come up with a title for reference. Thank you everyone. Before Lu Zhou was arrested, he had a case. He posted fake recruitment ads for female secretaries. After tricking victims into his home, he would forcibly use violence, directly imprisoning them to become his playthings. If a victim strongly resisted or constantly tried to escape after being imprisoned, Lu Zhou would kill her. After hearing this, Rinjia Shur no Hazy La said, the women who were tricked really were quite foolish. Fairy sister, on one hand, the women who were tricked were indeed quite foolish, having no sense of precaution. On the other hand, Lu Zhou himself was good at dressing up and put a lot of effort into his appearance. Look at him today when he approached Lu Xiaoyu, his hairstyle, his build, and the clothes he wore. Didn't he look like a wealthy middle-aged uncle? Who would have thought that such a well-dressed man would be a beast? Moreover, he even had business cards ready today. The only thing he didn't do well was search online. There was no encyclopedia entry for him. Renjia sure no hazy la, so it seems Lu Zhou's new target is Lu Xiaoyu? Fairy sister, yes, Lu Xiaoyu perfectly fits his target. After all, Lu Xiaoyu is beautiful. Now it all depends on Lu Xiaoyu herself, whether she can escape this ordeal. The live broadcast camera followed Lu Zhou as he carried the kitten back to his own home. After Lu Zhou returned home, he went straight to the corner of the open-plan kitchen. In the corner was a small white freezer. Opening the small freezer, it was empty. Furthermore, the small freezer's entire storage space was a freezer compartment. It was the type without a refrigerator compartment. Staring at the cold-emitting small freezer, Lu Zhou's face showed a brilliant yet eerie smile. He directly put the 2-month-old kitten, which was constantly meowing, into his arms. Animals like cats and dogs have fur, but they are still afraid of cold or heat, especially this one, which was only a 2-month-old kitten. After being put in, at the bottom, it kept meowing frantically, corroded by the cold of the freezer. At the same time, it raised its head, its two black eyes constantly staring at Lu Zhou outside the freezer. The kitten climbed to the inner edge of the freezer, its two paws constantly scratching at it. It seemed unable to bear the cold and wanted to climb out. But unfortunately, it was too small, and the freezer was too deep, and it seemed to realize that it couldn't climb out. The kitten then loudly cried for help towards Lu Zhou outside. But the kitten didn't know that this Lu Zhou was a devil. The kitten's cries were pitiful, miserable, and painful. These sounds, if heard by a normal person, would inevitably evoke compassion. But falling into Lu Zhou's ears, they only made the devil smile on Lu Zhou's face grow, his mouth stretching even more absurdly. Finally, the kitten watched as the freezer lid was slowly closed, and a complete darkness enveloped it. Live broadcast room. Renjia no Hazila saw this scene and said, "Damn, this guy abuses cats? Disgusting." It scared me so much I quickly hugged my kitty in my arms. At this moment, middle-aged uncle appeared. Cat abuse is very normal. These people living in this apartment, every single one of them has a twisted and perverted psychology. There are actually many who abuse cats and dogs. I remember, a long time ago, I saw a research project by a university professor from abroad. His project was to study the commonalities among perverted criminals and perverted serial killers in the world. One aspect of it was that these people, when they were young, had several commonalities. Do you want to know? Ranjashur Nahazi La, of course I do. Uncle. Middle-aged uncle sent a disgusted emoji. Don't call me uncle, I still think you're a man. The thought of a man, a big-footed brute, acting cute and calling me uncle, disgusts me. Ranjashur Nahazi La, sad. I want to cry. Middle-aged uncle. That's an old meme from years ago. Alright, I'm going to tell you. These people had several commonalities when they were young. These commonalities, in professional terms, are the McDonald triad. First element, animal cruelty. Second element, malicious arson. Third element, enuresis past an appropriate age. Ranjashur Nahazila, after listening, I can understand the first one. Animal cruelty itself is a perverted behavior, and it's very possible that the object of abuse will be replaced by people in the future. I don't quite understand the second and third ones. Malicious arson? I also liked playing with fire and setting fires when I was little. Why is enuresis past an appropriate age one of the three elements? It doesn't seem to have much to do with it. Middle-aged uncle explained, I also liked playing with fire when I was little, but our kind of playing with fire was purely childish curiosity, finding it interesting. But the purpose these people had when playing with fire as children was different. They committed malicious arson. You must remember it's malice. Malice with a clear motive. The last one, enuresis past an appropriate age, actually refers to childhood trauma. Many perverted criminals and perverted serial killers suffered different childhood traumas when they were young, possibly caused by parents, other relatives, or neighbors, and so on. These factors led to enuresis past an appropriate age. Runjiashur Nahazila, I understand. Domineering female CEO interjected at this point. Middle-aged uncle, I've also seen this McDonald triad. It was proposed by the foreign psychiatrist J. M. MacDonald. But this McDonald triad can only be regarded as gossip and has never been recognized by the mainstream. Middle-aged uncle was very speechless. You really like to contradict me. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Ran received his 2 packages. One package was a new phone. The other was a new computer. The phone was not an Apple product but an Android phone. It cost over 5,000 yuan. As for the computer, it was a gaming laptop. Just over 10,000 yuan. The Has Murderous Intent comics manuscript fee he received last time. 350,000 yuan. He repaid 50,000 yuan to Wang Qingzhao and entrusted her with 50,000 yuan to buy medicine. That day's expenses were over 10,000 yuan. Adding that up, it was over 110,000 yuan. Over 110,000 yuan spent in one day. Then there was still 240,000 yuan left, actually less than 240,000 yuan. Even if it was 240,000 yuan, Jiang Ran planned to keep a portion of the remaining 240,000 yuan for his dissociative identity disorder treatment. The rest would be used to improve his life. For example, getting a new phone and a new computer. He didn't plan to just let the money sit there without using it. The most important thing in life is to be good to oneself. Transferring original data for the phone and computer, etc., took about 2 hours to complete. After finishing, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Today had been very peaceful, with no residents requesting in-home assistance. Except for being pestered by Jean Yuna in the morning, everything else was normal. Jiang Ran now opened his newly bought 10,000 plus yuan laptop, preparing to find a movie to watch. He planned to watch until 5 or 6 o'clock, then order takeout for dinner. Indeed, a new computer is smooth, everything opens instantly. It's good to have money. Jiang Ran had just found a recently popular suspense film when an uninvited guest suddenly appeared on his phone. It's truly a case of speak of the devil and he shall appear. Just earlier, I was complaining about not having any residents who needed help, and now, immediately, one has appeared. Sighing, Jiang Ran quickly arrived at apartment 802, Zhao Jie's door, where help was needed. He knocked 3 times, and the door opened. Jiang Ran then entered. To be honest, Jiang Ran didn't know why, but the last time Zhao Jie saw him, he had a gloomy, impatient look on his face. This time, when he saw him, although his expression was much better compared to last time, his brows were still furrowed. Hello, how can I help you? Regardless of the temperament of these residents and owners, Jiang Ran was, after all, a service-oriented individual. He still needed to be patient. Zhao Jie was sitting on a white leather sofa, his legs crossed, and pointed to the living room. He said, "Could you please clean up a bit for me?" Looking around, Jiang Ran saw that it wasn't too dirty, so he agreed. He picked up the broom in the living room and began to clean. Zhao Jie, sitting on the sofa, stared intently at Jiang Ran as he cleaned. In his eyes, there seemed to be a surging, roaring sea of blood, as if from a deep-seated hatred. However, it remained only in his eyes, not brought to the surface. Zhao Jie's family originally belonged to an ordinary working-class household. Later, their home was demolished, and they were allocated 5 apartments. His family became moderately wealthy. After Zhao Jie graduated from university, his parents renovated one apartment for him to live independently. Later, at the company where he worked, he met Wang Qingzhao, who had recently joined the company. He was captivated by Wang Qingzhao at first sight. He really liked this type of beautiful, mature woman. Therefore, he pursued her relentlessly, and finally, Wang Qingzhao agreed to be his girlfriend. However, you all know what happened later. As boyfriend and girlfriend, let alone sleeping together, even holding hands, kissing, or putting an arm around her waist was forbidden. Walking on the street, they were purely like strangers. And then, he was tragically broken up with. Then, even later, he resigned and followed Wang Qingzhao, and discovered this man, Jiang Ran. Until now, he bought an apartment in Alice's apartment and moved in. His goal was to kill Jiang Ran. Yes, kill him. But then again, an apartment in Alice's apartment was too expensive. Zhao Jie sold the apartment he lived in, and it still wasn't enough. He even took out a bank loan to buy it. 50,000 per square meter. Zhao Jie wanted to curse. However, if he could make Jiang Ran completely disappear from this world, then it would be worth it. However, making Jiang Ran disappear completely without implicating himself required great difficulty. After all, he wasn't an idiot. If he directly killed Jiang Ran, he would surely be caught, and then Wang Qingzhao would still not be able to return to him. So, these days, he had been diligently studying various books on crime and forensics, all for the sake of the perfect crime. Of course, before the day came for Jiang Ran to disappear, he still needed to mentally torment Jiang Ran thoroughly. Jiang Ran, oh, Jiang Ran, you bastard, what charm do you possess? Isn't it just that you're Qingzhao's university classmate? Zhao Jie hired a private detective. He investigated Jiang Ran's background. Although it cost a lot of money, the investigation was indeed effective. After the investigation, Zhao Jie discovered that Jiang Ran was an orphan and a university classmate of Wang Qingzhao. After graduation, he was just an ordinary working-class person. He had no advantages whatsoever. The only thing that could be said to be presentable was that his ancestors had blessed him, and he won an apartment in Alice's apartment in a lottery. Other than that, there was nothing else. Zhao Jie had begun to suspect whether Wang Qingzhao was after Jiang Ran's apartment. But if you really calculated it, his Zhao Jie's family had 5 apartments, although the unit price of each was not as valuable as Jiang Ran's. Combined, they were definitely worth more. And although Zhao Jie hadn't specifically understood Wang Qingzhao's family, from past interactions, Wang Qingzhao's family was definitely quite wealthy. Therefore, this was ruled out. So, the only thing left was that Wang Qingzhao simply liked Jiang Ran. This was what annoyed Zhao Jie the most. After all, this made him feel worse than if Wang Qingzhao was after Jiang Ran's apartment and money. Alright, it's all cleaned up now. At this moment, Jiang Ran had cleaned the entire living room floor and said to Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie simply glanced around, and the corner of his mouth curved. Is that so? Cleaned up? I don't think so, do you? Jiang Ran was puzzled. Where doesn't it seem so? Zhao Jie, nowhere seems so. Jiang Ran frowned, pointed out specifically. Zhao Jie, here. With that, he used the tip of his right shoe to point at a white tile on the floor. Jiang Ran looked closely and frowned. This spot is clearly spotless. Zhao Jie, is that so? And now, he cleared his throat, gathering something. Immediately after, a gob of white phlegm was spat onto the spot his shoe tip had just indicated. Jiang Ran immediately understood that this guy was looking for trouble. But he also didn't understand. How had he offended the Zhao Jie in front of him? He and this person named Zhao Jie had never known each other before. Could it be that this guy has a problem with his brain? Is he mentally ill? Does he make trouble for everyone he sees? Jiang Ran thought to himself, then used the mop from Zhao Jie's living room to clean up the phlegm. Is it clean now? Jiang Ran said. Zhao Jie saw this, and spat another gob of phlegm. Jiang Ran mopped it up. Then, Zhao Jie continued with another gob of phlegm. Jiang Ran still mopped it up. This repeated about 20 times. Zhao Jie was embarrassed because he really couldn't cough up any more phlegm from his throat or mouth. So, he saw a glass of water on the coffee table next to him. He directly grabbed the glass and poured the water out. This poured water was not just a glass of water, but the fuse of a war. Jiang Ran thought, alright, intentionally looking for trouble, are we? Let's see who can outlast whom. Finally, the two men were at a stalemate for another half an hour, and Zhao Jie surrendered. He didn't know why Jiang Ran's temper could still hold out. Jiang Ran could definitely hold out. After all, he was the man who had once helped the 301-old man and perfectly completed his task. Therefore, Zhao Jie finally surrendered and let Jiang Ran leave. After Jiang Ran left Zhao Jie's apartment, he leaned against the white wall outside Zhao Jie's apartment and recorded the of this work in a work log book, completely and thoroughly, not missing a single detail. It was as if he was venting through this emotional outlet. Subsequently, he returned to 304. Outside 304, a tall, graceful figure was waiting. Qingzhao, why didn't you tell me you were coming? The graceful figure standing at the door was indeed Wang Qingzhao. Wang Qingzhao gestured to the bag she was carrying in her right hand. The bag had English writing all over it. Jiang Ran understood that the medicine he had asked Wang Qingzhao to buy for him had arrived. The two of them entered 304 together. Jiang Ran casually placed the work logbook on the sofa, then went to the kitchen to pour water for Wang Qingzhao. Wang Qingzhao, meanwhile, curiously picked up the work logbook and flipped through it. She looked quite interested. And as Zhang Ran brought over a glass of plain water, Wang Qingzhao had also turned to the last page, which was the page recording Zhao Jia. Initially, seeing the name Zhao Jia on that page caused Wang Qingzhao's graceful brows to furrow. After she finished reading the record, Wang Qingzhao took a sip of the water Zhang Ran had poured for her and asked casually, "Who is this Zhao Jia? I just looked at the work log. Isn't he intentionally making things difficult for people?" At the mention of Zhao Jia, Zhang Ran's face immediately darkened. That guy is crazy. I don't know if he's specifically targeting me or if he treats everyone else the same way. Wang Qingzhao continued to ask, "He's a man, right? What does he look like?" Recalling from memory, Zhang Ran described Zhao Jia's appearance, then asked Wang Qingzhao why she was asking so many questions, wondering if she knew this Zhao Jia. Wang Qingzhao shook her head, saying she didn't know him and was just curious. If Zhang Ran had been more observant, he might have noticed that Wang Qingzhao's expression was a bit unnatural. Zhang Ran suddenly realized that Wang Qingzhao's hairstyle today was very unique. She had styled a very beautiful xinyan. In particular, a very pretty hairpin, with a phoenix motif, was inserted into the black xinyan. But in fact, it wasn't just the xinyan. Wang Qingzhao's entire outfit today was the kind that's recently been popular on short video platforms. A black tight-fitting long-sleeved top and a red gold embroidered horseface skirt. The skirt was fastened at her slender waist, and when paired with the top, it was extremely eye-catching. This style of dress naturally suited tall women, and Wang Qingzhao happened to have that kind of mature, queen-like appearance and figure. Therefore, it accentuated her particularly long legs, even though her legs were completely covered by the horseface skirt. Seemingly noticing Zhang Ran looking at her hairpin, Wang Qingzhao took the hairpin from her xinyan. She showed it to Zhang Ran. The black and gold hairpin shone brilliantly under the light of the setting sun. Of course, the moment the hairpin was removed, Wang Qingzhao's xinyan, no longer held in place by the hairpin, instantly reverted to her usual long, straight black hair. The two chatted for a while longer, and soon it was dinner time. "Are you staying for dinner?" "No, I have something else to do tonight." "Next time." Because Wang Qingzhao was delivering medicine, after she finished, she found an excuse to leave Zhang Ran's home. At this moment, she waited by the elevator doors, and once inside the elevator, she didn't press the first floor, but instead pressed the button for the 8th floor. Her tall figure appeared on the silent 8th floor, her black high heels making a clacking sound. Wang Qingzhao went to Zhao Jia's home, following the address for Zhao Jia's residence written in Zhang Ran's work log. She knocked on Zhao Jia's door. Not long ago, Zhao Jia had been competing with Zhang Ran in a patience contest and was already annoyed, thinking it was Zhang Ran again. Therefore, he unceremoniously yanked the door open, causing a gust of wind to blow into his face, making him involuntarily squint his eyes. When he opened them again, Zhao Jia clearly saw the person in front of him, and he instantly froze in place like a statue, completely motionless. A familiar face. Zhao Jia thought he had been thinking about her too much, leading to hallucinations. But then, a sentence from the person in front of him pulled him back to reality. "Zhao Jia, why are you here?" Wang Qingzhao's icy tone made Zhao Jia feel a little hurt, and he said with a bitter smile, "Come in, let's talk." Inside the living room, Wang Qingzhao still had the same question. Why was Zhao Jia here? Why was he intentionally making things difficult for Zhang Ran? Listening to these two questions, Zhao Jia's face showed both pain and resentment, and he said in a deep voice, "Qingzhao, this is our first meeting since we broke up. You don't ask me how I've been, how my work and life are, but instead, the first thing you talk about is another man?" Wang Qingzhao tilted her head slightly to the side, her expression gradually turning cold. "Why should I ask you about your work and life after we broke up? You are truly inexplicable. Moreover, do you think I don't know? As of now, this is indeed our first meeting since we broke up, but it's not the first time you've seen me since we broke up. I noticed a long time ago that you were always secretly following me. I didn't call the police to arrest you, so you should be happy. And here you are, being self-indulgent. Isn't it disgusting?" After hearing these words, it was as if Zhao Jia had been struck by 5 bolts of lightning. It was too hurtful. So, he had been thinking about her all this time, and in her heart, he was just a self-indulgent, disgusting person? Moreover, Zhao Jia had absolutely not expected that Wang Qingzhao had already discovered he had been secretly following her. Seeing this, Zhao Jia knew he had to lay his cards on the table. He wanted to reminisce properly, but the person opposite him gave him no chance. At this point, Zhao Jia's attitude and tone both became firm. "Yes, I've always been secretly following you. When we broke up, I quit my job and have been following you ever since. Are you satisfied?" Wang Qingzhao only said 2 words, "Disgusting." Zhao Jia pointed his right index finger at himself, then at Wang Qingzhao, "I'm disgusting? Aren't you disgusting too?" During our relationship, we interacted like strangers. You wouldn't even let me hold your hand. How cruel was that to me? And after we broke up, I thought you were just frigid, so you treated me, and everyone else, that way. But that's not it at all. After you and Jiang Ran attended the class reunion, you went to his home and stayed there for one night. That's the best proof. Wang Qingzhao began to recall, and after finishing her recollection, she replied, that night, nothing happened between Jiang Ran and me. It was completely innocent. I just stayed at his house for one night. I slept in the bedroom, and he slept on the sofa. Zhao Jie sneered, tears in his eyes. Do you think I'll believe that? This kind of little fairy talk of yours, if you put it online, who would believe it? Only women of the same gender as you would believe it. They'd make excuses for you. Wang Qingzhao then slowly exhaled. A person with a dirty heart sees everything as dirty. Struck by these words, Zhao Jie clutched his heart, feeling a sharp, cramping pain. Alright, then how do you explain that day not long ago when you and Jiang Ran went out together, and he paid for all the expenses? That day, I followed behind you two, secretly observing. That day, you two spent at least 10,000 yuan. If there wasn't something fishy about your relationship, what kind of man would be so generous to spend money on someone? Wang Qingzhao shook her head helplessly. That was Jiang Ran thanking me for buying him American medicine. Do you understand? Zhao Jie spat on the ground. I don't understand. Who would believe these things you're making up if you told them to others? Who could believe them? He must have rehydrated himself after Jiang Ran left, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to spit. Forget it. Wang Qingzhao spread her hands. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm just here today to warn you not to deliberately make things difficult for Jiang Ran anymore. Do you know how hard it is for him to earn money to buy medicine? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Jie cried, breaking down in tears. He frantically waved his hands around the room. He has it hard? Do you think I have it easy? Do you know that to buy this Alice apartment, I not only sold my own apartment but also took out a loan from the bank? At this, Wang Qingzhao showed a truly puzzled and bewildered expression. But isn't this what you brought upon yourself? Did I tell you to buy an Alice apartment? Or did Jiang Ran tell you to buy it? Sloppy. Zhao Jie plopped down on the floor, head bowed, silent for a long time. He was probably truly devastated by Wang Qingzhao's last few sentences. At this moment, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game livestream room. Laughter and joy were constant. The screen was filled with, ha 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 ha, and, I'm dying of laughter. Middle-aged uncle was also laughing non-stop in reality, clutching his stomach. He didn't know if he was laughing at Zhao Jie, or at his younger self. Perhaps he was reminded of his own youthful experiences, similar to Zhao Jie's. While laughing, he typed, when I was young, I also had a girl I liked, and I had the same experience as Zhao Jie. I poured my heart out, wishing I could give her everything, but she completely disdained it. At this time, I am a hero also said, I also have experience in this area. Middle-aged uncle was very puzzled. I am a hero, how could you possibly? The fact that you can appear in this livestream room, and are a friend of extremely rich young master in reality, proves that you should be very rich. When I was young, I was a poor boy, which is why I had such similar experiences. It shouldn't be. I am a hero side, money can't solve everything, because I'm not the only rich person in the world. I used to like a class beauty from my university. I was almost about to win her over, but she was snatched away by a rich second generation from another school. Middle-aged uncle. How was she snatched? You didn't want to spend money? I am a hero. No, how could I not want to spend money? It's just that rich second generation was handsomer than me, probably similar in looks to extremely rich young master. I'm just an ordinary looking person. That second generation also knew how to sweet talk and make girls happy, so, he snatched her away. Middle-aged uncle, no need to be sad, out with the old, in with the new, and there's nothing wrong with not being able to snatch a woman. I am a hero, I couldn't get over it back then. But I've come to terms with it now. After all, even my brother extremely rich young master, wasn't he also cuckolded? Fairy's sister immediately became interested. Who cuckolded him? 1Z? I am a hero. How could it be? That was a former girlfriend, a pretty little actress. Later, that little actress found another richer sugar daddy, and then she dumped my brother. Middle-aged uncle, that's just how the world is. Rich people snatch women from the poor. Richer people snatch women from the rich. Middle-aged uncle, someone like Zhao Jie, his situation is just tragic. Jiang Ran doesn't have much money either. The only thing to say is that he's quite handsome. Evil wolf, simps deserve to die. At this moment, a comment suddenly appeared. Middle-aged uncle at evil wolf, brother, you're a stranger. Is that character in the middle of your name a Sakura country character? Evil wolf, yes. Middle-aged uncle, I always see you young people use this character. What exactly does it mean? I am a hero jumped in to explain. The character is equivalent to the Chinese div, or G, but Evil wolf, I usually don't speak up, but this time I really can't stand it. Whether Wang Qingzhou has problems or not, let's put that aside for now. Anyway, this woman gives me the feeling that she's not serious about dating. Now, about Zhao Jia, this person also has big problems. First, he's a simp. Then, this guy said he hasn't even held her hand, let alone slept together. So, I think Zhao Jia is able to pester Wang Qingzhou like this because he's unwilling. He's been dating for so long and hasn't experienced anything, never truly obtained her. If he had, it would probably be just that. He probably wouldn't be so persistent. Middle-aged uncle, actually, I think so too. I am a hero, me too. Men understand men. The main thing is that he spent time and effort, but didn't get anything. Barry's sister, you, disgusting men. Returning to the living room. Zhao Jia was still collapsed on the tile floor, head bowed and silent. Wang Qingzhou was also a cold-blooded person, completely disregarding that he was her ex-boyfriend. Very indifferently, she looked down at Zhao Jia. Anyway, no matter what you think, I ask you not to deliberately make things difficult for Jiangran anymore. If I find you making things difficult for Jiangran again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Is that so? Impolite? Zhao Jia suddenly stood up at this moment, and with lightning speed, grabbed Wang Qingzhou's shoulders with both hands. Tears and snot streamed down his face, mixing together and flowing into his mouth. Zhao Jia was completely oblivious to this. Is that so? How will you be impolite to me? Ha, tell me? He demanded. Wang Qingzhou pushed Zhao Jia away with disgust. You're so disgusting. Can you wipe your tears and snot first, please? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia immediately stopped crying. Instead, he stared at Wang Qingzhou's beautiful face with both eyes, and said foolishly, Qingzhou, you're so beautiful. His face began to move closer to Wang Qingzhou's face, while his hands pressed firmly on Wang Qingzhou's shoulders, preventing her from escaping. Get lost. This is assault. I'm calling the police. I'll report you for harassment. Zhao Jia chuckled foolishly, then go ahead and report me. I'm going to have you today, and even if I go to jail for a few years, I don't care. Get lost. Wang Qingzhou didn't know where she got the strength at this moment, but she actually pushed Zhao Jia to the ground. Zhao Jia stumbled and fell. This fall seemed to completely wake him up. When he got up again, he wiped the tears and snot from his face with his right hand. His eyes became fierce. Wang Qingzhou, you woman, I must have you today. Also, what about telling me not to make things difficult for Jiangran? I'm telling you, not only will I make things difficult for him, I'll even kill him. Perhaps fearing Wang Qingzhou wouldn't believe him, Zhao Jia pulled out the books hidden under the sofa. He threw them in front of Wang Qingzhou. This is the price for leaving me. Every man you find in the future, I will kill one, and I will kill in a way that doesn't implicate myself at all. I will forever cling to you, until you belong to me. Marry me. Wang Qingzhou looked down at the books on the floor. What were they? Human Anatomy, Forensic Clinical Theory and Practice, Luo Xiang on Criminal Law, How to Commit Perfect Crime. She frowned as she looked at them. She shouted at Zhao Jia. You're crazy, you're really crazy. Zhao Jia, wake up. Murder is against the law. Zhao Jia laughed wildly. So, didn't I say? I want to kill without implicating myself. I wouldn't do something as foolish as trading one life for another. With that, Zhao Jia pounced on Wang Qingzhou, grabbing her shoulders tightly with both hands, and moving his large face towards Wang Qingzhou's small face. Wang Qingzhou was just a woman, and she hadn't undergone special training, so she naturally couldn't be Zhao Jia's opponent. And it was at this critical moment. Wang Qingzhou's black eyes, flashes of light continuously flickered. In her eyes, such a scene appeared. A dark bronze gate slowly emerged. A key was inserted into it, opening the gate. At this moment, Wang Qingzhou's anxious expression disappeared. It was replaced by a cold, eerie smile. She raised her right hand, taking out the metal hairpin tucked into her bun. Zhao Jia suddenly felt that Wang Qingzhou was no longer resisting. He was overjoyed, thinking that Wang Qingzhou was giving in and would obey him. But the next second, he felt a sudden, inexplicable stinging sensation in his neck. He violently pushed Wang Qingzhou away and saw that Wang Qingzhou's right hand was covered in blood, especially the hairpin she was tightly gripping. In her right hand, Zhao Jia, in disbelief, touched the left side of his neck with his left hand. After just one touch, he brought his hand to his eyes and saw that his palm was completely stained with fresh blood. There's a phenomenon in the human body. When injured, one doesn't immediately feel pain. That's because adrenaline is being secreted in large quantities within the body. Zhao Jia's current situation is very similar to Lu Jie's. But there are still differences. One's injury is on the neck, the other's is on the waist. One was stabbed by metal, the other was a gunshot wound. The various pain reactions they cause are also different. When Zhao Jia realized his neck had been pierced by the hairpin, especially seeing the length of Wang Qingzhou's hairpin and the blood on it, His neck, which hadn't felt much pain before, instantly became excruciatingly painful. This is also a miraculous aspect of the human body. Have you ever had this experience? You didn't know when your finger got cut? Before your eyes saw it, you didn't feel anything abnormal there, but as soon as your eyes saw the wound, that spot immediately started to hurt. At this moment, Zhao Jie lay on the ground, feeling that his neck must have been pierced very deeply. Call 120. Zhao Jie covered the wound on his neck, which had started to ache, with both hands. But a large amount of red blood kept seeping out from between his fingers. He was calling out to Wang Qingzhao for help, but Wang Qingzhao, holding the hairpin, stood still, appearing indifferent. Seeing this, Zhao Jie could only cover the wound with his left hand and reach for the phone in his pants pocket with his right hand. At this moment, Wang Qingzhao moved, walked a few steps to Zhao Jie's side, pulled out the phone from his pants pocket first, and threw it aside. Zhao Jie looked up in disbelief at Wang Qingzhao, whose face was cold and wore a strange smile. He pulled on the hem of Wang Qingzhao's red horseface skirt with his right hand. He wanted to open his mouth to call for help, but his throat was filled with his own blood, choking him as if he were drowning and suffocating. His throat was full of blood. Wang Qingzhao, at this moment, still stared indifferently at the struggling Zhao Jie. Then, she gave him a slight smile. Zhao Jie, thank you for being the first person I've killed in my life. Your death will save Jiang Ran and me a lot of trouble, thank you. So, I hope you can bless Jiang Ran and me in the afterlife. It won't be in vain that we had a relationship. It seemed she thought Zhao Jie was quite resilient. She had finished speaking, and he was still not dead. Wang Qingzhao gripped the metal hairpin tightly in her right hand and plunged it fiercely into Zhao Jie's heart. Put! The metal hairpin easily pierced Zhao Jie's chest, and instantly, 2/3 of the entire hairpin was embedded. And after this stab, Zhao Jie spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, all of it spraying onto Wang Qingzhao's face and black long-sleeve top. Splashed with blood. Wang Qingzhao merely smiled, her beautiful face splattered with blood, like a blood-stained beauty. After struggling for an unknown amount of time, Zhao Jie finally died with unwillingness and pain. 10 minutes after Zhao Jie's complete death, the long-haired beautiful host of the live broadcast room appeared again. Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, No. 5, Zhao Jie, has died. The betting amount of 5.5 million has all been transferred to the final prize pool. After appearing, she disappeared into the darkness again. The middle-aged uncle looked at the dead Zhao Jie and Wang Qingzhao standing beside him in the current live broadcast. He said very puzzled, I thought of everything, except that Zhao Jie would die now, especially at the hands of Wang Qingzhao. I thought this guy would die at Jiang Ran's hands. He wanted to kill Jiang Ran, and then be counter-killed by Jiang Ran's secondary personality. Domineering female CEO, oh, I just came online and saw such an exciting scene. I am a hero, trash Zhao Jie, to actually die at the hands of a woman. Very sister at I am a hero, don't underestimate women, underestimating women will lead to losses. Zhao Jie is a living example. Evil wolf, I admit that, underestimating women will lead to great losses. But this Zhao Jie is truly useless, truly too useless. He still wanted to take revenge on Jiang Ran, and after killing Jiang Ran, he wanted to avoid implicating himself. With this level, he couldn't even beat his ex-girlfriend. Useless. Good thing I didn't bet on him. Little Dragon Girl, the betting amount for Zhao Jie was 5.5 million, and there were quite a few people. What were these people thinking, betting on such a hopeless Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice? Little Ant, betting small to win big. What if he was a dark horse and got lucky? Have you forgotten about Jiang Ran back then? The 6th Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, of the 28th round Wang Jian lives on the 10th floor. He lives in 1002. It's evening now, almost 7 o'clock. Wang Jian carried many plastic bags, all filled with several kinds of dinner, as well as snacks and drinks. He carried enough food and drinks for several people by himself, took the elevator, and arrived on the 10th floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, he saw 3 men and 2 women standing in front of door 1002 down the straight hallway. Wang Jian is 20 years old this year. These 5 people in front of him, from their appearance, were about the same age as him, all around the same age. For some unknown reason, Wang Jian seemed a little afraid of these people, but he still walked over, and after he did, one of the men took the food and drinks from Wang Jian's hands. And after taking them, another man, the second man, pressed his left hand on Wang Jian's left shoulder and directly punched Wang Jian in the stomach with his right hand. After hitting him, he looked at Wang Jian, who was lying on the ground, clutching his stomach, and looking in pain, and questioned him. Wang Jian, I told you to buy dinner. Why are you so slow? You left at 5 o'clock and dilly-dallied until almost 7. Even a pig is faster than you. You motherfucker. After speaking, the man kicked Wang Jian's right leg again. Wang Jian, in pain, hugged his leg and pleaded, Stop hitting me, I couldn't help it. Each of you ordered different things, one wanted pig trotter's rice, one wanted KFC, and others wanted spicy hot pot. I was already very fast. And, you're still spending my money, and you haven't given me any money. Damn it, you dare to argue? Listening to Wang Jian's words, the man kicked Wang Jian hard again. Wang Jian could only hug his head from the beating. Alright, everyone's friends, don't be like this. However, Wang Jian, you can't be like this next time. If you are, I might not be able to control my brother here. But what you just said really hurt my brother. What do you mean spending your money? We didn't give you money? We treat you as a good friend, and a brother. That's why we spend your money. Otherwise, why wouldn't we spend other people's money? How about this, don't come in yet. Wait until we finish eating, then you can come in. For now, just squat here, consider it a punishment. The one who said these words was the third man among the 3 men and 2 women. This man also seemed to be the backbone of these 5 people. After he spoke, the second man indeed stopped hitting him. He just gave Wang Jian a stern warning. Alright, I'm hungry. Let's go in and eat first. Presumably, he was hungry, or he felt that bullying Wang Jian was enough. The third man hummed a tune leisurely and led the others, preparing to go inside to eat. And just as he was about to enter the room, his eyes suddenly caught sight of someone. He thought he had seen wrong and turned his head. He found that about 3 meters away from them, at some point, a black-haired man in his 30s had appeared. This black-haired man was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the white wall behind him, looking at them with interest. The second man also noticed this black-haired man in his 30s, and rudely gestured with his fist, saying arrogantly, "What the hell are you looking at? What are you looking at?" In this day and age, the rich fear the aggressive, and the aggressive fear those who don't value their lives. Therefore, on the streets, don't provoke some young spiritual youths. Adults might still consider their parents and interests, enduring humiliation. But these young spiritual youths often get hot-headed, and a fit of rage can lead to great disaster. Despite saying that, the black-haired man in his 30s clearly remained indifferent to the second man's threat. Instead, his eyes showed interest. Seeing this, the second man was about to make a move, but the third man held him back. That's enough. This guy is probably a lunatic. Haven't you seen the recent news? Lunatics killing people don't break the law anyway, just ignore him. Even though he was held back, the second man still pointed at the black-haired man aggressively and said, "Consider yourself lucky." With that, the group of people went inside. The door slammed shut. Only Wang Jian was left outside, sitting against the wall near the anti-theft door in the hallway. Wang Jian was sitting against the wall, huddled up, forming an irregular cube. The atmosphere around him was oppressive and sorrowful. At this moment, the black-haired man suddenly walked over to Wang Jian. He patted his shoulder. Wang Jian looked up, his eyes red. He choked for a moment before asking, "Is something wrong?" The black-haired man said, "My name is Chen Fei, and I live next door at 1003. Are you interested in coming over to my place for a bit?" Wang Jian probably didn't expect the black-haired man to invite him to his home. He was dazed for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I don't think so." Chen Fei smiled, "Just come. Your friends will be eating for at least 2 or 3 hours. Are you just going to sit here the whole time? It's getting hotter and hotter. You can come in and enjoy the air conditioning." After Chen Fei said that, Wang Jian indeed felt a bit hot. After all, he had been out buying food and drinks for the people inside earlier. He was radiating heat from all the running around. So, he agreed. Chen Fei's home was very luxurious. Although the overall house area wasn't large, the decor gave one the feeling of being in a palace. In the living room, Wang Jian sat on the soft sofa. The sofa felt very good, smooth to the touch. Chen Fei poured Wang Jian a glass of red wine, but Wang Jian said he didn't drink alcohol. Chen Fei then took out a bottle of Sprite and poured it into Wang Jian's red wine glass. "How about this?" Wang Jian couldn't refuse the kindness, so he took a small sip. "Who are those people? I remember. Didn't you just move in yesterday? Isn't that your house?" At that moment, swirling his red wine glass, Chen Fei sat on an expensive antique Chinese wooden chair and asked Wang Jian. Wang Jian kept his head down, then said, "Those are some of my friends." "Friends? Really? Your name is Wang Jian, right? I was also at the welcoming party. If you have anything, you can tell me. I'll help you. After all, we're neighbors. Also, even a fool can see that your relationship with those people is very bad. They treat you like an enemy. Is that what you call friends?" Chen Fei took a sip of red wine and smiled. Wang Jian listened to these words, still keeping his head down. Chen Fei stopped asking questions and continued to savor his newly bought red wine. After a long silence, Wang Jian suddenly spoke, though his voice was very low. "You can't help me." He thought Chen Fei hadn't heard, but Chen Fei had heard him very clearly. "Can't help? If you don't tell me, how will you know I can't help you?" Even if I can't help, you can still say it, just a vent. Don't worry, I won't reveal it. After a long while again, Wang Jian gulped down the red wine mixed with Sprite in his hand. He seemed to have figured something out and said, I work at a textile factory, and those people also work there. But because one of the men, Qixin, his father is a shareholder there, these people at the textile factory are very lawless, working on and off as they please. Once, the factory was recruiting general workers, and a very beautiful Pudong Sheng was hired. Qixin took a liking to that Pudong Sheng and relentlessly pursued her. But that Pudong Sheng wasn't interested in Qixin's advances and didn't care for him. Qixin was really impatient and couldn't wait. One time, on the way home from the night shift, he and his friends, the ones you saw today, dragged that beautiful Pudong Sheng into an alley. You know what they intended to do. Coincidentally, I was also on the night shift that day and happened to see this scene, so I intervened. Qixin was the backbone of the group of 3 men and 2 women, the third man. Chen Fei swirled his red wine glass at this moment. What happened after you intervened? Was that beautiful Pudong Sheng saved? Wang Jian nodded. She was saved. The Pudong Sheng successfully ran away, but I didn't. I was beaten up by them. Chen Fei, a hero saving a beauty, you should have won her heart, right? Wang Jian smiled bitterly when he heard this. After that Pudong Sheng returned home that night, the next day, she came to the factory with her parents and resigned. That's when I happened to run into her at the factory gate. She saw me covered in injuries, just glanced at me, and left. Since then, I've never seen her again. I heard she went back to her hometown with her parents. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and said, that Pudong Sheng didn't offer herself to you, not even a thank you? Wang Jian shook his head. No, didn't I say? She just glanced at me and left, like a stranger. Chen Fei smiled. So, after this incident, you were targeted and bullied by Qixin and his group? Wang Jian nodded. Chen Fei, do you regret it? Wang Jian shook his head. Chen Fei, you must have had a good impression of that beautiful Pudong Sheng, right? That's why you intervened. If it was just a Pudong Sheng being cornered by Qixin's group, would you have intervened? Wang Jian thought for a moment, then nodded. Chen Fei, why am I not so sure? Wang Jian looked Chen Fei directly in the eyes, speaking earnestly, word by word. Even if it was just a Pudong Sheng I didn't know at the time, if I could help, I would still help, because I'm afraid my conscience wouldn't let me live with it. I see, you really are a good person. Chen Fei put down his red wine glass, propped his chin with his left hand, and looked to his left. Then his gaze returned to Wang Jian. In that case, let me help you. Let those people never be able to bully you again. At this moment, Wang Jian, hearing this, smiled bitterly and rubbed his forehead. Don't joke around. How can you help me? By calling the police? Chen Fei suddenly smiled mysteriously. If I kill them for you, then they won't be able to bully you anymore, right? Whoosh! Wang Jian, who had been constantly looking down, suddenly raised his head sharply when he heard this. His face was filled with horror. He asked in great shock. I didn't mishear, did I? You said you'd help me kill them? Chen Fei was still smiling. You didn't mishear. After confirming, Wang Jian quickly shook his head. No, don't make such jokes. Murder is against the law. Chen Fei remained silent, just quietly observing Wang Jian, then suddenly changed the subject. Wang Jian, how long have they been bullying you? Wang Jian said, for half a year. Chen Fei said, since that's the case, why don't you resign and work somewhere else? That way, they won't see you, and they won't be able to bully you, right? Wang Jian's face showed bitterness. It's no use. My parents also work at that textile factory. They've been old employees for 10 or 20 years. Qixin said that if I resign and go to another factory or another city, he'll make my parents lose their jobs. Also, I used to live in the employee dormitory. After they bullied me, I moved back to my own home to reduce the time I spent seeing and interacting with them, but it was no use. So I moved here. I thought I could have some peace, but those people secretly followed me when I came back here. So, wouldn't it be easier if you just let me kill them for you? Otherwise, how long do you plan to let them bully you? Chen Fei spoke again. His voice was ordinary but full of temptation. Wang Jian shook his head like a rattledrum. Don't joke around, that kind of joke isn't funny at all. Chen Fei pondered. How about this, to prove that I'm not joking? Let's use that blonde guy who threatened me as proof. The blonde guy was the second man, the one who hit Wang Jian. Tomorrow, when you go to work, you'll find that the blonde guy's right arm has been broken. After hearing that, Wang Jian stared at Chen Fei, realizing that Chen Fei's face was full of seriousness, not at all like he was joking. Wang Jian couldn't help but feel uneasy, and also began to inexplicably anticipate it. Is that woman, Wang Ying, dead yet? Lin Feng and Wang Zi were at home. Lin Feng was looking at his phone when he suddenly blurted out this sentence. This sentence instantly jolted Wang Zi, who was lying listlessly on the sofa, awake, making her jump 3 feet high. as if someone had pricked her with a needle. "My dear, how do you know?" Wang Zi quickly asked. Lin Feng looked at his phone and said, "Oh, Ying was in the Alice apartment resident group yesterday, but I just checked 3 times, and she's no longer in the group. She and we all have to stay here for 3 rounds, so she couldn't have just left the group herself, right? The only possibility is that she's dead, so she was kicked out of the group." Dead? Really dead? How did she die so quickly? Wang Zi heard that Ying was dead. She didn't show extreme joy or excitement. Instead, she felt a little lost. Humans are truly a complex mix of emotions. Wang Zi should have hated Ying to the bone. After all, their predicament was all her doing. Therefore, upon hearing of her death, Wang Zi should have been extremely excited. She shouldn't have had this expression or mindset. It's normal for her to be dead. She didn't go to the welcoming party last night, so she must have been attacked by the chainsaw killer. What a foolish woman. After learning about the Alice apartment from you and watching the videos you took, she still fell into such a big trap. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Wang Zi said, "I didn't record all the time, and the recordings weren't complete, so that must be the reason." She didn't know that not attending the welcoming party was a trap. After all, her subjective impression was that the apartment was full of perverted criminals and perverted serial killers. Lin Feng said, "It's good that she's dead, but dying so early is too easy for her." As Lin Feng spoke, his brows suddenly furrowed into a Chuan character. "I'm realizing now that fate is a bit strange. Back then, if Ying had accepted my pursuit, if she had been with me, and watched the live stream with me, even if she had recorded it, she wouldn't have leaked it." It turned out that Lin Feng and Ying had known each other for a long time, and Lin Feng had even pursued her. It was just a pity that Ying thought Lin Feng was uneducated and incompetent. Although he had money, he was just a useless rich, second-generation heir. As for these two knowing each other for a long time, Wang Zi didn't feel surprised, because she already knew about it. In fact, from when Ying approached the two of them to discuss cooperation, it was clear from their conversation that Lin Feng and Ying were not strangers. There's also something strange. Didn't Ying tell her Wang Ju's boyfriend about what happened to her? Did her Wang Ju's boyfriend not provide any help regarding her moving into the Alice apartment? Or did her Wang Ju's boyfriend, Yang Jianqing, simply not believe in the Alice apartment? Lin Feng couldn't watch the live stream now, so he had no idea what Ying's situation was like. Therefore, he completely didn't understand how Ying died. Never mind, if she's dead, she's dead. As long as I don't die, that's all that matters. Lin Feng's eyes gradually sharpened. The 28th round, day 3. Wang Jian went to work at the textile factory early. Speaking of the textile factory where he worked, it hadn't been peaceful lately either. Wang Jian heard from his colleagues that the boss, the chairman, of this textile factory had disappeared. His son had also disappeared. Now the shareholders were in chaos. But these matters didn't concern him. Today, he worked until past 10 in the morning. Suddenly, a call from Qishan summoned him to the factory gate. Last night, Qishan and his group had played at the Alice apartment until past 10 p.m. before leaving. At this moment, Wang Jian arrived at the factory gate, feeling uneasy, not knowing what Qishan wanted to do again. But when he saw Qishan and a few others, his mouth instantly opened wide. His pupils contracted sharply, and his heart pounded violently. He seemed to have witnessed something so astonishing and unexpected that it made him collapse onto the ground. What did he see? He saw the blonde guy next to Qishan, his face full of melancholy and anger. His right arm, which had been fine last night, was now in a white cast, suspended from his neck by a white sling. The blonde guy walked and cursed, "Those bastards, don't let me run into them, otherwise, I'll blow their balls off." The blonde guy gritted his teeth, extremely angry, and his left hand, which could still move normally, was clenched into a fist. So what happened to the blonde guy? It turned out that after the blonde guy woke up in the morning, he went to buy breakfast. He was riding his beloved Ninebot when he collided with a spirited young man riding a Neo electric scooter. The two immediately started arguing. Arguing wasn't enough. The two immediately called for backup. It looked like they were going to fight. The blonde guy was unlucky. When he called Qishan and the others, they were all still asleep at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been out buying breakfast. As for the spirited young man, with one phone call, he brought 5 or 6 other spirited young men riding Neo electric scooters in less than 3 minutes. After they arrived, they all beat up the blonde guy. And it's unknown if these spirited young men were mentally ill. They didn't hit anywhere else, only his right arm, breaking it. Afterward, those spirited young men ran away after the beating. The blonde guy had no choice but to call an ambulance himself. Getting his injuries treated at the hospital was the priority. As for reporting it to the police, even if he did, those spirited young men wouldn't be able to escape. The blonde guy was already in a bad mood. At this moment, he noticed Wang Jian sitting on the ground at the factory gate, looking at him with such a surprised expression, and his anger immediately flared up. After running over, he immediately delivered a flying kick. Wang Jian didn't dodge, because after dodging this kick, he would face an even more brutal beating. This kick landed on Wang Jian's cap. After kicking, the blonde guy pointed his intact left hand at Wang Jian, who was still sitting on the ground, and cursed. "My right arm is broken now. Are you very happy about that? Why are you making such a fuss? Just looking at you disgusts me." When the blonde guy was about to kick again, a red-haired girl from their group of 3 men and 2 women ran up and pulled the blonde guy back. This red-haired girl was of average appearance, but her youth and fair, tender skin, which seemed soft enough to pinch water from, were her advantages. She was the blonde guy's girlfriend. Of course, this red-haired girl pulling the blonde guy back was not to protect Wang Jian. Instead, she said, "Stop kicking, be careful not to aggravate your right arm injury. And you, Wang Jian, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone injure their arm before? Hurry up and go buy us a carton of cigarettes and bring it over." The 3 men and 2 women treated Wang Jian like a dog. After being ordered around by the red-haired girl, Wang Jian immediately endured the pain in his calf, ran to the bicycle shed, got on his electric bike, left the factory, and went to buy cigarettes for them. Soon, Wang Jian returned with the cigarettes. Wang Jian was called up to the rooftop of a building in the factory. At this moment, the 3 men and 2 women were quite enjoying themselves, standing at the highest point, admiring the scenery while smoking. Wang Jian handed over a carton of cigarettes he held. It was a carton of soft red Manhwa cigarettes, which cost Wang Jian 650 yuan. Wang Jian handed over the cigarettes and said, "I'm almost out of money. When are you going to pay me back?" The red-haired girl took the cigarettes. After she took them, everyone else pretended not to hear Wang Jian's words. It was still Yellow Hair who angrily said, "Get lost, seeing you annoys me." This time, Wang Jian did not just leave as he usually did. Instead, he continued to stand there, insisting, "I really have no money. Ever since you started bullying me, all the money I've earned from working these past few years has almost been spent by you." "Spent? Whose fault is that? Isn't it because you ruined Brother Chi's good thing?" The speaker was the last of the 3 men. This man was named Ma Jia. Ma Jia turned around and sneered repeatedly, "If you hadn't ruined our good thing back then, we wouldn't be messing with you here. Blame yourself for being a busybody. Do you think you're an ancient hero? Seeing injustice and drawing your sword to help? Had ha. I'm telling you, ancient heroes dared to save people because, first, their martial arts were high. Second, they were like dragons, appearing and disappearing, running all over the country, so their enemies couldn't find them. But what about you? Had ha. Also, you're out of money? No, money is simple, just take out an online loan. Anyway, you'll never escape the fate of being our dog for the rest of your life." After Ma Jia finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from several people simultaneously. Wang Jian's face was, by his words and the laughter of these people, as if it had been dyed in continuously alternating shades of blue and red. "I'm leaving first, I still have to work." Wang Jian left, swallowing his anger. However, he was not going back to work, but instead rode his electric bike back to Alice's apartment. By the time he appeared again, he was already in front of the door of 1003. Judging by the speed at which he was constantly knocking and ringing the doorbell, his heart must have been very anxious. The door opened. It was Chen Fei with the short black hair. Chen Fei didn't seem surprised to see Wang Jian outside the door. He welcomed Wang Jian inside. As soon as Wang Jian entered, his lips moved as if they had been scalded by boiling water. "I saw it. I saw it. I saw what you said yesterday. Yellow Hair's right arm was broken. It was broken by someone." Wang Jian's chest heaved violently, large breaths of air constantly entering and leaving his nose and mouth. Facing Wang Jian's impatient appearance, Chen Fei, on the other hand, calmly sat on the wooden chair from yesterday, pouring a newly opened bottle of red wine. He poured a glass for himself and a glass for Wang Jian. After pouring, he motioned for Wang Jian to sit opposite him. "Haha, it's good that you saw it. So, you believe I can help you kill them now, right? So, have you thought it over? Let me help you kill them?" Listening to these words, he kept thinking in his mind. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa. Wang Jian's hands were clasped together, twisting continuously like a pretzel. This seemed to represent his anxious and conflicted inner state. Chen Fei was not in a hurry, just waiting slowly. 5 minutes later, Wang Jian finally spoke. "If I let you help me kill them, will I take any risks? For example, if their deaths are discovered, will I be arrested by the police or something?" Wang Jian had been driven mad by Qixin and the others. Especially today on the rooftop, these few devilish people even said they would torment him for the rest of his life. They wanted him to be their dog for the rest of his life. What kind of joke was that? He was only 20 years old, at the best age of his life. Why should he be bullied like this for the next few decades? Don't worry, after they die, I will dispose of their bodies. They will absolutely not be discovered. I'm sure you can guess a bit. I'm definitely not doing this for the first time. Therefore, you yourself will have no risks, as long as you follow my plan. However, in this revenge, you need to pay something. Chen Fei smiled ambiguously. Wang Jian was very nervous, his words were a bit incoherent. Money? Do you need money? Chen Fei pointed to the surroundings of his room. Do you think I lack money? Wang Jian suddenly covered himself with his arms. Then you wouldn't be. Chen Fei was amused and speechless by Wang Jian. Don't worry, I'm not gay, and besides, do you think your looks and physique are worth me killing for? You? Wang Jian, then what exactly do you need me to pay? Chen Fei, as he did yesterday, swirled the red wine in his goblet. This red wine, like fresh blood, firmly controlled and attracted Chen Fei's eyes. In this revenge, you don't need to pay money. Instead, you need to participate in it. For example, if those people are caught by us, you need to end their lives, understand? Are you asking me to kill someone? Wang Jian's pupils sharply constricted, and his body involuntarily fell back onto the sofa. His mind instantly became a mess. Although he desperately wanted Qi Xin and the others to die, but asking someone else to kill for him, and him participating in the act himself, they were clearly two different matters. From childhood to now, I haven't even killed a chicken. Wang Jian's two hands covered his entire face as if washing it, constantly rubbing up and down. Chen Fei stared at Wang Jian. He could tell that Wang Jian was usually an indecisive person. From this action, and sitting on the sofa with his hands twisted like a pretzel, it was evident. Wang Jian, oh Wang Jian, the opportunity is right here, don't miss it. If you miss it, you might never have such an opportunity again. You need to know, you are personally changing your own life. How many people wish for such an opportunity, but they don't have it? Chen Fei spoke softly. Like a curse, it drilled into Wang Jian's ears. From his ears, it drilled into his brain and heart. It poured oil onto the blazing fire that had already ignited in his brain and heart. Boom! With this pouring, the fire could no longer be extinguished. The only way to extinguish it was with the fresh blood of Qi Xin and the others. Okay, I promise you, so, when do we start? What should I do? Wang Jian ultimately embarked on the path of personally changing his own destiny. Chen Fei was very satisfied. He said, we'll start tonight, I'll notify you then. Those people should still come to your place tonight, right? Wang Jian nodded. Yes, they are used to having someone serve them and run errands for them. Chen Fei nodded. That's good then. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to a friend. As soon as Chen Fei finished speaking, from his bedroom, a thin figure with a narrow face walked out. He was only 1.70 meters tall, and looked quite listless, although he looked quite lethargic overall. His eyes, however, seemed borrowed. They were very bright and piercing, quite mismatched with his body. This is my friend, and also a member who will help you carry out the plan. His name is Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper? Hearing that name, Wang Jian abruptly stood up, stared at the thin man for a long time, and then slowly sat back down. Seeing Wang Jian's reaction, he must have heard of Jack the Ripper's reputation. After all, Jack the Ripper was truly too famous. But Wang Jian still said suspiciously, you're lying to me, right? Isn't Jack the Ripper a foreigner? And his first crime was in 1888, in London, England. Chen Fei smiled. My friend here certainly isn't the original. If he were, let alone you, even I'd be scared right now, for someone from 1888 to still be alive. I'm telling you, he's a loyal fan of Jack the Ripper, the new generation Jack the Ripper, do you understand? Wang Jian pondered, copycat killing? Chen Fei, something like that. Wang Jian suddenly felt a little nervous, sweat beading on his forehead. Who exactly are you people? Even a new generation Jack the Ripper has appeared? Chen Fei said, you only need to know that we are the people who can help you get revenge, that's enough. Wang Jian said nothing, then left. After witnessing Wang Jian leave, only Chen Fei and the new generation Jack the Ripper remained in 1003. This new generation Jack the Ripper had his own real name, but now, he referred to himself as Jack to everyone. Jack had clearly become his new name. Jack now sat in the seat Wang Jian had occupied earlier. He drank the unfinished glass of red wine that Wang Jian had left. After drinking it, he even smacked his lips, as if savoring it. Then he spoke, Chen Fei, how many women are among the people we're going to kill this time? Chen Fei replied, 2. Jack's eyes lit up. Good, hand them both over to me. Chen Fei, no problem. Jack then asked, Chen Fei, after we're done helping that Wang Jian, are we going to kill him, just like we did with those people before? Jack made a throat-slitting gesture. Chen Fei's lips twitched, the right corner of his mouth curving upwards like a diagonal sword. He sneered, "Naturally, my rules have always been like this. Help people kill those they want to kill. Finally, kill these clients. This is the true reward I collect. I'm really looking forward to it." Wang Jian's expression when he finally gets his revenge, but then realizes he's about to lose his own life. At this moment, in the live stream room, "Runjiashir no hazila, this Chen Fei is truly shameless. Isn't this burning the bridge after crossing it?" Domineering female CEO replied, "He isn't being shameless, because he's always been this kind of person, helping others plan murders, and then killing the clients. Although it does seem shameless to others. But, this type of perverted criminal, to be honest, is rare. Middle-aged uncle, indeed, truly uncommon." "Renjiashir no hazila, then what about this new generation Jack the Ripper? Is his criminal style the same as the real Jack the Ripper?" Domineering female CEO, "The original Jack the Ripper. His targets were all lower-class women, all prostitutes too. His modus operandi was brutal, disemboweling them, the bodies severely damaged. Like a bloody hell. This new generation Jack the Ripper in the apartment. Since his idol is Jack the Ripper, he's definitely going to imitate his modus operandi. So it's pretty similar." Renjiashir no hazila, "I don't understand. Before watching this livestream, it was really hard to imagine how there could be so many perverts in this world. Isn't it better to live a good life?" Domineering female CEO, "Live a good life? That's impossible. Many of the perverted criminals and serial killers you see actually have serious mental illnesses. These people, to put it bluntly, if you can make them live a peaceful life, you're amazing. Leaving other things aside, just take Jack the Ripper. Not long ago, wasn't he completely solved, and the killer identified? Aaron Kosminski, that was Jack the Ripper's true identity. He immigrated from Poland to England back then. His profession was a barber. Oh, and my little niece particularly loves playing a game called Fifth Personality. Isn't there a hunter named Jack in it? The prototype is Jack the Ripper. And there's a skin in it, the barber, which corresponds to Jack the Ripper's true profession as a barber, doesn't it? This Jack the Ripper, also known as Aaron Kosminski, had very severe paranoid schizophrenia. So you expect a bunch of mentally ill people to live a good life? Runjiashir no hazila, does this new generation Jack the Ripper have a mental illness? Domineering female CEO, "No, he's just a pure pervert." Renjiashir no hazila, "Sister, tell me more." Domineering female CEO, "This new generation Jack the Ripper was interested in suspense and horror from a young age. Later, he got married. His family was from the countryside, and his wife disliked making little money there, so she went out to work alone. Later, this new generation Jack the Ripper discovered that his wife's going out to work was actually finding other men and selling her body for money. Here's where it's different. Usually, a man who knows the truth would be furious, wishing he could kill his wife. But he was different. He loved his wife too much. He only wanted his wife to come back and be with him again. He went to find his wife, asking her to come back and live a peaceful life, but his wife certainly refused him outright. Therefore, this man came up with a good idea. He thought of an England serial killer he had seen in some films and literary works when he was a child. That is, Jack the Ripper. This Jack the Ripper, back when this man first learned about him and his deeds, left an indelible mark on his heart. Jack the Ripper specifically killed prostitutes, and because of this, in the London area where he committed his crimes, a large number of prostitutes were so scared that they stopped their work of selling their bodies. And not just these women, but even many respectable women dared not go out casually at night. So, this man emulated Jack the Ripper and also specifically killed prostitutes. He hoped that after his wife saw the news, she would be scared enough to stop selling her body for money and finding other men, and would obediently return to his side. Of course, because his wife was a prostitute, he also harbored a strong hatred for prostitutes. Unfortunately, until he was caught, his wife never returned. Later, after coming to Alice's apartment, his psychology also became twisted. He started to hate all women, and his targets were no longer just the so-called prostitutes. Renjiashir no hazila, what about his wife? Did he kill his wife? Domineering female CEO, no, I remember when he was caught, a reporter asked him, "You hate prostitutes, your wife is one too, and she cheated on you, why didn't you kill her?" He replied that he loved her too much. Renjiashir no hazila, simp. 6 in the evening. Sure enough, Qixin and the others were at Wang Jian's house again. As before, Wang Jian was sent out to buy dinner. At this moment, Wang Jian closed the anti-theft door of 1002 and stood in the hallway. He looked at the memo on his phone, which listed the pork chop rice, malatang, Sprite, beer, and other items Qixin and the others had asked him to buy. He muttered fiercely, "This will be your last meal." Then, he knocked on the door of 1003. He entered 1003. Upon entering, he saw Chen Fei and the new generation Jack the Ripper. Chen Fei, those people are at my house right now. They asked me to buy them dinner. What should I do now? What's the plan? Wang Jian asked impatiently as soon as he entered. It seemed he couldn't wait any longer. Chen Fei calmly savored his red wine. He said unhurriedly, I have two plans. You need to decide which one to adopt. At this moment, Wang Jian sat on the sofa and said, then tell me quickly. Chen Fei said, the first is that I have several types of sleeping pills that are strong and fast-acting. When you come back with their dinner, grind these sleeping pills into powder, mix them in, and have them eat and drink it. Once they're all asleep, tie them up, and then you can do whatever you want. As for the second, don't use drugs. Instead, take them down one by one, making them disappear one after another, instilling fear in their hearts, and letting them perish in fear. Friendly reminder, the first option is definitely simpler, safer, and more efficient than the second. So, which do you choose? Chen Fei's gaze was piercing. He seemed to be eagerly awaiting Wang Jian's choice. Wang Jian frowned. Sitting on the sofa, his hands involuntarily intertwined again. It was clear he was struggling with a decision again. After a long while, he said, the first one, it's safer. The second one is too risky. Upon receiving the answer, Chen Fei smiled and said, okay, no problem. Go buy dinner. Come back here after you've bought it to add the sleeping pills. Due to his eagerness for revenge, Wang Jian only took half an hour to buy everything. After buying, he went back to Chen Fei's place. Chen Fei had already ground what he called sleeping pills into powder. Next, the three of them mixed the powder into the purchased dinner. Of course, to prevent Qixin and the others from noticing anything suspicious, it required some effort to mix the powder into the food. Then, the powder was put into the drinks. At this point, Chen Fei brought out several disposable syringes from his home. He mixed the sleeping pill powder with a little water, then injected it into the drink bottles with the syringes. By the time all this was done, it was already 7 in the evening. He didn't know if it was a guilty conscience or something else. Wang Jian's yellowish forehead was covered in countless beads of sweat, even in the air-conditioned room. I'm going first. At this moment, Wang Jian said to Chen Fei and the new generation Jack the Ripper. He then left 1003 and returned to 1002. He had a key to 1002, so he didn't need to knock. Of course, the lock on 1002 was also a smart lock, so even without a key, he could use his fingerprint or enter a password. He opened 1002 with his key. After pushing the door open, he closed it again. Once closed, his gaze fell upon Qixin and the others in the living room. At this time, they were all in the living room, enjoying the air conditioning and playing on their phones. The TV was on, playing a movie. They weren't really watching it, just wasting electricity. Wang Jian stared at them, thinking that they were about to die. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably curled upwards. He slowly walked over and looked at them. Even though he knew they were going to die, whenever he thought about what they had done to him, he couldn't help but feel angry. These 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. If he had to say who he hated the most, who he disliked the most, he disliked and hated all 5 of them. Qixin was the backbone of the 5. Without him, the others wouldn't have the means to bully him. The guy with blonde hair was the enforcer. He was beaten by him the most. As for Ma Jia, even though she didn't physically attack him as often, she was even more detestable than the guy with blonde hair, because she was a strategist. After he saved that beautiful girl, Qixin and the others originally only planned to beat him up to vent their anger. It was Ma Jia who suggested the method of prolonged torment, treating him like a dog. That's why he suffered for so long. As for the last 2 girls, their harm to him was also significant. Don't think that just because they were girls, their bullying methods were weaker than the boys. The red-haired girl was the guy with blonde hair's girlfriend. As for the other girl with black hair, who was quite good-looking, she was Qixin's girlfriend. These 2 girls subjected him to more verbal abuse than physical harm. In short, all 5 of them deserved to die. Wang Jian placed all the purchased dinner and drinks on the glass coffee table in front of them. Then he prepared to leave. But this time, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Ma Jia, one of the 3 males. Wang Jian, don't go yet. I have a question for you. Wang Jian stood with his back to them, took a deep breath, adjusted his excited and nervous mood, and turned around expressionlessly. What question? Are you going to pay me back all the money I advanced? Pay your ass back. Don't even think about it. Ma Jia didn't speak, but the guy with blonde hair, who had a broken arm, cursed first. Ma Jia calmed the guy with blonde hair down for a few sentences, then smiled, like a smiling tiger. Wang Jian, what I want to ask is, are you very familiar with the resident of 1003? Wang Jian's heart immediately sank upon hearing this. So, not very familiar. Ma Jia sneered, not very familiar? Then how is it that I saw you entering and leaving his house several times tonight? Thump! Wang Jian's heart instantly leaped to his throat. He was seen entering Chen Fei's house? How was that possible? Excluding noon today, he had only entered and exited twice tonight, and both times he had observed, he shouldn't have been seen by anyone else? But he reacted quickly. Yesterday you wouldn't let me in. That person was kinder and let me into his house. Today I passed by his house, and I just went in to say thank you. After saying this, Wang Jin noticed that the entire room was terrifyingly silent. All their gazes were fixed on him, as if they wanted to see through his heart. Especially, he used to come back with food, and this group of people would snatch it like pigs. But what was going on today? Not a single one of them was indifferent to the dinner on the glass coffee table? Could it be that his act of putting in sleeping pills had been discovered? Wang Jian, do you know what movie is playing on TV right now? Wang Jian was unsettled at the moment. Hearing Ma Jia's words, he just casually glanced at it a few times. He shook his head, haven't seen it, don't know. Ma Jia smiled playfully. This movie is a foreign revenge film. I won't go into too much detail about the content. To sum it up in two simple words, revenge. Oh, and then what? Wang Jian's forehead started to bead with sweat. Ma Jia said, Wang Jian, we treated you poorly before. Now, you can have my pork chop rice. Ma Jia handed the packaged pork chop rice from the coffee table to Wang Jian. Wang Jian overcame his fear and took the pork chop rice. Ma Jia said, eat it. In front of me, eat it all. Wang Jian stared at the pork chop rice. He was caught in a dilemma. He knew there were sleeping pills in it. Should he eat it or not? Ultimately, he chose not to eat it. Because, given the current situation, he strongly suspected that his revenge plan had been exposed. If he really ate it and passed out first, he couldn't even imagine what these people would do to him afterward. Therefore, the next second, he directly threw the pork chop rice at Yellow Hair's face and then ran outside. You're really fucking unbelievable. Yellow Hair, hit in the face by the pork chop rice, immediately cursed aloud. In the end, it was his girlfriend who got revenge for him. As Wang Jian ran out, she deliberately stuck out a leg to trip him. Although Wang Jian wasn't completely tripped, he stumbled, catching himself with his hands on the ground. By the time he was about to get up, Qi Shen and Ma Jia had already pounced on him. Xiao Hua's boyfriend pinned him down. They held him firmly in place. Even though Wang Jian struggled violently, it was useless. You really deserve to die. At this point, Yellow Hair took a serving of spicy hot pot from the glass coffee table, had his girlfriend open the lid, and then personally poured it all over Wang Jian's face, who was being held down on the ground. Fortunately, the spicy hot pot wasn't fresh out of the pot, or else Wang Jian would have been disfigured. You bastards! Damn bastards! Wang Jian, pinned to the ground and doused with spicy hot pot, kept cursing. Stop cursing, Wang Jian. Aren't you curious how we knew you were going to get revenge on us today? Ma Jia, kneeling on Wang Jian, sneered repeatedly. Speaking of which, Wang Jian really didn't know why this group of people knew. Either these people discovered it themselves, or Chen Fei and Xiao Hua's boyfriend snitched. But Chen Fei and Xiao Hua's boyfriend snitched? How could that be? After all, this revenge was Chen Fei's idea. Just as Wang Jian's thoughts were in utter chaos, a knock sounded at the door. Yellow Hair's girlfriend, the red-haired girl, skipped over to open the door. Wang Jian was being pressed down very uncomfortably at this moment, but he still tried to twist his head towards the door. He wanted to see who this person entering was. After this person entered, he greeted Wang Jian. Wang Jian, hello. That's right, this person was none other than Chen Fei. At this point, everything was clear. It must have been Chen Fei who snitched, no doubt. When Wang Jian saw Chen Fei, his pupils instantly constricted violently. He was incredibly shocked, and after the shock, his face and forehead veins bulged. His 10 fingers were clenched tightly, pressing the flesh in his palms until it turned red and purple. His entire body trembled. Outside the window, several birds had flown in at some unknown time, chirping incessantly. Their calls seemed like a few birds discussing and mocking Wang Jian's foolishness. He gritted his teeth, spitting saliva towards Chen Fei. Why? If you wanted to harm me, why pretend to help me? Facing Wang Jian's anger and questions, Chen Fei smiled faintly, because it's interesting. Thanks to you, Chen Fei. Yesterday, I apologize for my rashness. At this moment, Yellow Hair walked over to Chen Fei, enthusiastically wrapping his uninjured left arm around Chen Fei's shoulder. Seeing this, Wang Jian laughed loudly. Idiot. You even apologized to him for your rashness yesterday? Do you know who ordered your arm to be broken? Yellow Hair, hearing this, angrily said, Who? Wang Jian pointed with his lips, Chen Fei. Yellow Hair looked at Chen Fei and saw that Chen Fei was extremely calm. He immediately retorted Wang Jian, don't try to sow discord between us. Wang Jian continued to curse loudly. Ah, believe it or not, haven't you ever suspected something yourself? Why did those punks only hit your right arm when you had a conflict with them? Why were your other body parts perfectly fine? Because Chen Fei was proving to me that he had the ability to help me get revenge. Otherwise, do you think I would be so bold as to collaborate with someone I just met on something as illegal as murder? These words indeed made the 5 people present, including Yellow Hair, suspicious. They exchanged glances. After all, what Wang Jian said wasn't without reason. But the next thing that happened completely dispelled Yellow Hair and the others' suspicions. Yellow Hair's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Yellow Hair quickly pulled out his phone. He was using an Apple phone. He answered the call and walked into the bedroom. About 2 minutes later, he walked out of the bedroom. He had Qixin and Ma Jia hold Wang Jian up, and then directly slapped him across the face on the spot. After slapping him, he said viciously, Wang Jian, you didn't expect this, did you? The police just called me. Those punks have already been caught. Everything was just interrogated. They deliberately bumped into me this morning, and they had already set up people to attack me. And, the person who instructed them, they said, was a young man named Wang Jian, who gave them 5,000 yuan. At this moment, Wang Jian truly stood motionless like a statue struck by lightning. Of course, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. His mind, at present, must have completely exploded. So much so that his mind exploded. He didn't even realize he was tightly bound by ropes. He was in a daze. Oh, you have so much delicious food here, and I'm hungry too. Chen Fei suddenly spoke up. Chen Fei hadn't come empty-handed. He also had a backpack with a bottle of red wine inside. Chen Fei sat by the glass coffee table with the red wine and picked out a serving of chicken chop rice from the table. Qixin's girlfriend was the black-haired girl. She was quite good-looking and dressed very provocatively, wearing black stockings and high heels, full of temptation. She watched Chen Fei about to eat the chicken chop rice and asked him curiously, didn't you tell us before that there were sleeping pills in here? Can you still eat it? Chen Fei smiled, there are no sleeping pills. That was actually just powdered calcium tablets. I hate wasting food the most, so how could I put sleeping pills in it? Chen Fei immediately started eating the chicken chop rice. He also opened a bottle of cola and took a gulp. Then he got a glass from Wang Jian's open-plan kitchen. He poured red wine into it. Slowly swirling the glass, he made it look sophisticated. Seeing this, Qixin and the others temporarily ignored Wang Jian. Anyway, he was already tied up. They had also been hungry for a while, so they all started eating. Fortunately, when they usually asked Wang Jian to buy food, he always bought many extra servings. So, even though 2 servings of food had been wasted earlier, there was still enough for all of them to eat. Chen Fei, you're quite rich. My dad has also drunk this bottle of red wine of yours. It costs 110,000 yuan a bottle. At this moment, Qixin, gnawing on a chicken leg, picked up a disposable paper cup in front of him and asked Chen Fei to pour him some. Qixin and the other 4 people. Except for Qixin, the other 4 were all from ordinary families. Therefore, when the 4 heard that the red wine cost 110,000 yuan, each of them immediately raised a cup and asked Chen Fei to pour them some. Chen Fei was generous and directly handed them the red wine bottle, letting them pour it themselves. Excited, each person poured a full cup. They sampled it, imitating how rich people in their imagination would. After tasting it, everyone said it was delicious, truly worthy of being in 110,000 yuan wine. Only Yellow Hair scratched his head. Why can't I taste it? It does feel better than those wines that cost 10 or 20 yuan, but it doesn't seem worth 110,000 yuan. Ma Jia said, that must be because you're not blessed enough to enjoy it. Ma Jia herself hadn't really tasted that the wine was worth 110,000 yuan. But to avoid looking like a country bumpkin, she pretended to. At this moment, Qixin, the leader of the group, looked at Chen Fei and asked, Chen Fei, I'm still very curious, why exactly are you helping us? Yes, Chen Fei only tipped them off, but he didn't explain to them why he was doing it. Chen Fei took a sip of red wine and said, just as I answered Wang Jian, because it's interesting. Qixin didn't quite understand, I don't know what you're thinking, but I still have to thank you. After all, a cornered dog will jump over a wall, and Wang Jian will get his revenge on us sooner or later. When that day comes, we might really be caught off guard, so it's best for us to avoid it now, in advance. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Chen Fei listened, then said, since that's the case, and Wang Jian's plot has been foiled by you, how do you plan to deal with him? Ma Jia, Yellow Hair's girlfriend red-haired girl, and Qixin's girlfriend black-haired girl, all looked at Qixin. It was clear they wanted Qixin, their leader, to make a decision. Qixin stared at Wang Jian, who was tightly bound by ropes. He then asked the others how they should deal with Wang Jian. Yellow Hair said to beat him up, beat him half to death, and see if he dared to rebel again. Ma Jia supported Yellow Hair's opinion. Yellow Hair's girlfriend red-haired girl and Qixin's girlfriend black-haired girl also agreed with Yellow Hair's opinion. And they added that to ensure Wang Jian would never dare again, they suggested torturing him more severely, making him eat shit and drink urine directly. As they said this, the two girls even exchanged cold smiles, as if Xiao Hua's boyfriend had already tried it before. After hearing everyone's opinions, Qixin finally shook his head. What kind of nonsense are you all thinking? This Wang Jian is insane and wants to kill us, and we just beat him up, beat him half to death, and that's it? Do you think he'll be obedient after a beating? Ma Jia, then, Brother Qi, what do you mean? Qixin's eyes revealed an extreme cruelty at this moment. If it weren't for Brother Chen Fei this time, we would definitely have been ambushed. So, I think we should just kill Wang Jian. A rich second generation is a rich second generation after all. He was ruthless and bold. These words startled the others. After all, the others were all ordinary people who knew killing was illegal. So, even though Wang Jian wanted to harm them, he didn't succeed, did he? But if they really killed someone, Ma Jia said with some concern, if we're discovered, we'll be in big trouble. Qixin sneered, you guys clearly have no experience. We have many sinkholes in these barren mountains. Just throw him in a sinkhole, who can find him? Unless he turns into a ghost himself. Yellow Hair suddenly understood, then said, Brother Qi, what a great idea. By the way, Brother Qi, how are you so experienced in this kind of thing? Could it be? Qixin didn't speak, just gave a knowing look. All of these conversations fell into Wang Jian's ears. They didn't avoid him at all. This meant that in their hearts, Wang Jian was already a dead man. And just then, Yellow Hair's phone in his pocket suddenly rang again. Yellow Hair was all too familiar with this sound. He opened his phone and cursed, which son of a bitch is touching my number 9 again? Yellow Hair's phone alarm was from the number 9 electric scooter app, indicating someone was moving his scooter. Yellow Hair ran to the balcony window of 1002 to look, but he couldn't see from that position. Yellow Hair then prepared to go out and downstairs. Ma Jia asked if he wanted him to go with him. After all, he had one arm injured. But Yellow Hair waved his hand, signaling no need. Soon, Yellow Hair went out and downstairs. 10 minutes later, Yellow Hair still hadn't returned. At this moment, Ma Jia received a message on his phone, sent from Yellow Hair's phone. It said there was a car thief and asked them to come quickly for support. These 5 people had 3 number 9 scooters, all parked outside the apartment. There was no other way, those idiotic security guards wouldn't let them in. Ma Jia told Qixin what had happened. Qixin immediately became enraged. He was a rich second generation after all, and he originally drove a car. But because he was uneducated and argued with his parents, his car was forcibly impounded by his parents. He had no choice but to ride an electric scooter. And guess what? How many was this for him? It was already his 3rd one. The previous 2 had all been stolen. This time, seriously, again? Therefore, Qixin and Ma Jia hurried downstairs, preparing to go support Yellow Hair. Once they left, inside the room, only Chen Fei and the 2 women remained, as well as the bound Wang Jian. At this moment, Yellow Hair's girlfriend, red-haired girl, and Qixin's girlfriend, black-haired girl, were holding the 110,000 yuan bottle of red wine and taking selfies. They completely failed to notice Chen Fei, who was sitting across from them, quietly standing up. He unknowingly walked up to Wang Jian. When Wang Jian saw Chen Fei, his face was filled with hatred. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Chen Fei smiled faintly and pulled out a utility knife from his pocket. Wang Jian didn't resist at this point. He simply closed his eyes, as he couldn't resist anyway. After all, his whole body was tied up. But then, the imagined pain didn't arrive. Instead, he felt his hands, which were tied behind his back, loosen. He opened his eyes in surprise. What do you want to do? Chen Fei told Wang Jian to first remove all the ropes on his body. Then he gestured with his eyes, telling Wang Jian to look at the 2 girls still taking selfies over there. Wang Jian's face was full of confusion. Chen Fei said, before, it was just a joke. Now, let's continue with the business. Wang Jian was stunned, completely stunned, when he heard this sentence. If it weren't for Chen Fei urging him to act quickly and subdue those 2 girls before Qixin and the others returned, Wang Jian would probably still be in a daze. Regardless of what Chen Fei was thinking, Wang Jian knew his chance had come. He walked up to the 2 girls. Red-haired girl and black-haired girl hadn't yet noticed the approaching danger. They were still focused on taking selfies. By the time they realized the danger, Wang Jian's hands were already tightly clamped around red-haired girl's neck. Don't kill them yet, tie them up first. As Wang Jian desperately choked the red-haired girl. This abrupt scene startled the black-haired girl, and she immediately reacted, trying to help the red-haired girl. However, to her surprise, Chen Fei rushed over, pinned her to the ground, and easily subdued her. Then, he quickly used the rope that had previously tied Wang Jian to bind her hands and feet behind her back, tying a dead knot. Chen Fei, what are you doing? Are you crazy? The black-haired girl was confused and terrified. Why did Chen Fei suddenly change sides? Hadn't he been with them before? Chen Fei didn't answer her question. He simply used a rag from the table to gag her mouth. Soon, the red-haired girl was also tied up by Wang Jian, and her mouth was gagged with a rag. The two girls on the ground whimpered and struggled, but before they could make too much noise. At this moment, a knock sounded at apartment 1002. Wang Jian was extremely nervous. Is it them coming back? Chen Fei, however, walked calmly to the door and opened it. After opening the door, Wang Jian in the living room looked over and saw that it wasn't Qixin and Ma Jia. Instead, it was the new generation Jack the Ripper. At this moment, he walked in, dragging a person who seemed dead by his right arm. Wang Jian couldn't see the person's face, but based on the hairstyle and hair color, he determined it was probably Huang Mao. Huang Mao wasn't dead, just unconscious. Next, Chen Fei used a utility knife to cut a length of rope brought by the new generation Jack the Ripper. After cutting the rope, he tied up the unconscious Huang Mao, and also gagged Huang Mao's mouth. Next, Wang Jian saw that the new generation Jack the Ripper was hiding behind the security door. The security door of 1002 was not closed, but left ajar. At this point, Wang Jian felt that the matter could temporarily conclude, and he wanted to question Chen Fei, asking if he was out of his mind, betraying them one moment and saving him the next. Was he schizophrenic? Just as Wang Jian was about to speak, he saw Chen Fei raise his right index finger to his lips. They're back. Yes, they were back. Footsteps and voices came from outside the door. Strange, where did that guy Huang Mao run off to? Also, aren't our cars parked there perfectly? There aren't any car thieves, are there? This was Ma Jia speaking. Then came Qixin's puzzled remark. Strange, I remember closing the door properly before we left, didn't I? The door was pushed open from the outside. After opening, it perfectly blocked the new generation Jack the Ripper who was hiding behind it. After Qixin and Ma Jia entered, they quickly saw the scene in the living room and didn't even have time to close the door. Xiaohua's boyfriend instantly stood there dumbfounded. They stopped discussing where Huang Mao had gone, because they had already seen Huang Mao. Not only had they seen Huang Mao, they also saw the red-haired girl and the black-haired girl, who were tied up and extremely agitated upon seeing them, and the free Wang Jian and Chen Fei standing not far beside him. Given the current situation, any normal person, with a little thought, could figure out the general sequence of events. But there were still many mysteries perplexing everyone except Chen Fei. At this very moment, Qixin pointed at Chen Fei, frowning. You let him go? Chen Fei nodded. Qixin had a very puzzled expression. So, all of this was done by you two as well? Chen Fei continued to nod. Qixin became even more confused. Why? Or is this your original plan? Oh, no, if you were all in cahoots, there's no need for this. Back then, you put sleeping pills in the food and water, and we all would have just collapsed. Was all this trouble necessary? Wang Jian, hearing this, also had a slightly complaining tone. That's what I want to know too. Thus, all three pairs of eyes focused on Chen Fei. Chen Fei revealed a playful smile. You're curious why my actions are contradictory? Why they're so confusing? I already gave you the answer before. The answer is interesting. Chen Fei extended his right hand and smiled slightly. I offered Wang Jian two options at the time. Clearly, the second option was much more exciting and interesting than the first. But he chose the first. The first was to use a sedative and knock everyone out. But what's the point of that? If everyone is knocked out, you just become fish on a chopping block. So, I leaked the plan, causing the first option to fail and making the whole situation more convoluted and interesting. Of course, you, and Wang Jian, were completely unaware of this, so, do you understand? After listening, Qixin's brows furrowed into a shape. So, that means you deliberately moved the car, lured my brother down alone, then knocked him out, used his phone to send messages, and got us both to come down, after which you could untie Wang Jian and tie up my girlfriend in them? It seems this was all your plan. At this point, Qixin suddenly noticed something amiss. Wait, you and Wang Jian, one was tied up, and the other was with us the whole time. So who moved the car and triggered the alarm software? You have an accomplice? Qixin and Ma Jia immediately looked around nervously. It was at this moment that the new generation Jack the Ripper, who had been hiding behind the door, suddenly rushed out. He was gripping a dagger in his right hand as he charged at Qixin, who, startled, tried to block with his hand. The dagger sliced across, leaving a bloody cut on Qixin's palm, and blood continuously seeped out from the wound. Upon seeing this, Ma Jia's first reaction was not to fight the new generation Jack the Ripper, but to turn and flee out the door. However, she was blocked by the new generation Jack the Ripper. At this time, Chen Fei said to Wang Jian, your time for revenge has come. Why aren't you going? Wang Jian gritted his teeth. Regardless of what Chen Fei was thinking, it was time for revenge anyway. He rushed forward barehanded and wrestled with Qi Shen. And Jack the Ripper over there, for some unknown reason, threw the dagger outside the door and also started fighting Ma Jia barehanded. As for Chen Fei, he stood still, watching the fight. As he watched, he said, helping people kill for revenge this time is really boring. I've even added some twists and increased the difficulty, but it's still so boring. These people to be killed this time are like idiots. Nothing like that person. At this moment, in Chen Fei's mind, countless colorful lines seemed to appear. All these colored lines converged, gradually forming a human figure. Chen Fei was born into a wealthy family, living in luxury since childhood. As a child, he got any toy he wanted. As he slowly grew up, he was also very good at studying, an academic ace. Plus, he was rich, so he was very popular with girls. In college, others would pursue a beautiful girl, working very hard, only to possibly succeed, or even have no hope at all. But every time he drove a red Ferrari onto campus, the beauties of the school were his for the taking. But to be honest, even doing those things with beautiful women, he still felt no joy. Until one day, he was driving on the street. He saw two street vendors arguing for some reason. In a fit of rage, one vendor picked up a cleaver and chopped it into the other vendor's neck. Immediately, a large amount of blood splattered from the neck of the vendor who was chopped. Then, the chopped vendor convulsed and fell to the ground, lifeless. It was then that Chen Fei suddenly realized that all the blood in his body was inexplicably excited, accompanying the death of that vendor. Later, he became a user of a mobile app called Black Software, recommended by a friend. Of course, that was a long time ago. Back then, this software was a live streaming app. It had a large number of live streaming rooms. However, every live streaming room was filled with negative emotions. At that time, the most popular live streaming room was one called the Rich Man's Game. What kind of game was this Rich Man's Game? Very simple. If anyone has seen a series of movies called Hostel, they would know. This Rich Man's Game was similar to that movie, Hostel. The process was roughly as follows. A fixed tourist location. Rich men who wanted to play this game would choose their preferred xiaobaishu, little white mice, who were traveling in that location. Then, the organizers of this game would get the xiaobaishu chosen by the rich men into a secret room. Inside the secret room, there were various torture instruments and props. You could do whatever you wanted. As a rich man, you only needed to pay money. As for those Qin Ke xiaobaishu, they had no money and no life. Chen Fei watched that live stream for a period of time. Later, he found that he could also participate. He only needed to pay money. Therefore, he participated. He was arranged to go abroad at that time. He chose a young white man who was traveling to that place. The final result was that the young white man was imprisoned by the organizers in a secret room. Chen Fei entered the secret room. Of course, he wore a hood. After all, the upcoming scenes were to be live streamed. Chen Fei, to be honest, felt quite stimulated while watching the live stream. But when he actually got his hands on it, he found that he had no interest in this so-called doing whatever he wanted or torturing to death. He merely scratched the young white man he had chosen with a surgical knife and immediately requested to withdraw from the game. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted and felt the young white man was very Qin Ke. It was just that he found it boring. It didn't excite him. However, the organizers only said one thing to him at the time. From this secret room, only one person can leave. If you don't kill him, then you will die. Chen Fei naturally couldn't sacrifice himself, but he genuinely had no interest in this game. So, he directly used a pistol on the table in the secret room to end the young white man. For the young white man, this was perhaps the best way to die. Being killed quickly was better than being slowly tortured to death. For a period after that, Chen Fei fell into a state of confusion. Mainly, he found that gore and violence no longer interested him, nor did they give him that feeling of his blood boiling. It wasn't until later that he read a suspense novel, which contained a plot about helping others plan murders. When he read this, he became slightly interested. It was from that time that he embarked on the path of helping others plan murders. Chen Fei initially thought that planning murders for others would be quite rare. Later, he found that not only was he wrong, but he was incredibly wrong. Everyone, ask yourselves. In your real life, is there someone you intensely dislike, intensely hate, wish you could kill, and want them to die quickly? If not, congratulations, your life is still quite happy, and you haven't encountered such troublesome things. If there is, well, then it depends on how you think about it. Gradually, Chen Fei planned murders for others. The first time, the second time, the third time. More and more. He enjoyed a sense of pleasure in the process of helping others plan murders. Until one time, a planned murder went awry. The client, after killing the person he wanted to kill, actually wanted to kill Chen Fei as well. From that turning point onwards, Chen Fei felt that humans were truly greedy and disgusting creatures. So, from then on, when he planned murders for others, he would kill the client after everything was over. As for how he came to Alice's apartment, that's another story. Simply put, during his last time helping someone with a contract killing, he met a lifelong enemy. Exiting the memory. Returning to reality. Chen Fei looked at the few people who had already determined a winner. He still felt that this planned murder was too simple. It made him lose much interest, finding it very boring. Among all the events where he planned murders, this one was definitely ranked among the bottom, the lowest. The results of the showdown were as follows. New Generation Jack the Ripper, although he sustained some injuries, ultimately knocked Ma Jia to the ground, and Ma Jia kept wailing on the ground. As for Wang Jian and Qi Shen, Wang Jian's injuries were clearly more extensive than New Generation Jack the Ripper's. However, fortunately, he also took down Qi Shen. Qi Shen was beaten black and blue by him, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and was also wailing on the ground. This result was actually somewhat unexpected, as Qi Shen looked taller than Wang Jian. But who would have thought he was so weak in a fight? Of course, being weak was also normal. Although Qi Shen was only 2 or 3 years older than Wang Jian. Don't forget that this guy also had money at home. His body had already been hollowed out by various women when he was younger. Alcohol and lust harming people is not a joke. Indulging in alcohol and lust can truly destroy a person's will and body. Let me give 2 examples. Those who like football should know the player Ronaldinho, an absolute legendary player, known as the football magician. But his career was extremely short due to early indulgence in nightclubs and beautiful women. The second example is an absolute historical figure. Lu Bu. When Lu Bu first appeared, he fought Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei simultaneously. He was arguably the absolute strongest warrior in the 3 kingdoms. His strength was terrifying. However, by the later Battle of Xiapi, when he fought Su Huang, and Su Huang's axe clashed with his halberd of the heavenly sky, he actually felt extremely strained, and his tiger's mouth, the web between thumb and forefinger, hurt. One must know that this would have been utterly impossible for Lu Bu in his early days. If it were earlier, Su Huang might have already been decapitated. Later, Lu Bu also summarized his lesson. Alcohol and lust had harmed him so deeply, and then he resolutely chose to quit drinking. Ha ha ha. If these 2 people were affected so much, let alone Qi Shen, this young rich second-generation heir, overdrawing his body too early led to him becoming listless when it came to a real test. Qi Shen, weren't you very arrogant? Get up and fight again? At this moment, Wang Jian kept kicking Qi Shen with his right foot, seemingly to vent the anger of being oppressed by them for so long. Qi Shen naturally couldn't bear it, so he got up again, only to be knocked down by Wang Jian once more. In fact, if it came to a real fight, Wang Jian wasn't afraid of any of the 3 people, it was just that they had more people. Damn, my neck. The blondie, lying on the ground with his feet tied behind him and his left hand chained to the glass coffee table, finally woke up. After waking up, he wanted to touch his neck with his hand. The reason was that he had received his car alarm, left the room, and was about to take the elevator. The elevator door opened, and a rather thin man walked out. He didn't pay attention at the time. When he brushed past him, who knew he was ambushed? Blondie only remembered that his neck hurt so much, that tingling sensation, like he had been electrocuted. Therefore, when he touched his neck, he found that his left hand was tied. Then, he tried to stand up and found that his legs were also tied. The only limb not restrained was his right arm. But his right arm had been in a cast before. Damn, what's going on? He looked forward. He saw everything. After seeing it, he was completely dumbfounded. Huang, Chen Fei, that bitch, is playing a double agent. We've all been screwed over. Huang Mao's girlfriend finally managed to spit out the rag from her mouth and reported to Huang Mao. Before Huang Mao could speak, Chen Fei spoke first. Huang, my family used to have a big wolf dog, also named Huang. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao immediately became furious. Fuck your mother. My dog is named Fei Fei. After speaking, Huang Mao tried to break free from his restraints to help his 2 good brothers. However, not only was his right arm in a cast, but even if it wasn't, his current situation wasn't something he could turn around. Alright, I've seen enough. It's time for the final stage. At this moment, Chen Fei pulled a dagger from his pocket. The dagger was fitted with a soft leather sheath. Chen Fei threw the dagger to Wang Jian. He said, Wang Jian, don't you want revenge? Come on, let's begin. Wang Jian took the knife, removed the sheath, and slightly rotated the dagger. Streaks of cold light flashed in his eyes, forcing him to squint. It was clear that this dagger was extraordinary. Chen Fei added from the side, this dagger costs over 60,000, made by a domestic master, guaranteed to draw blood with one cut. Wang Jian listened, holding the knife, and looked down at Qixin. Qixin was utterly unable to resist Wang Jian at the moment, especially Wang Jian who was holding a knife. Therefore, he simply lay flat on the tiled floor, spreading his limbs wide. He also told Ma Jia not to try to resist anymore, as it was futile anyway. Ma Jia couldn't understand why Qixin was doing this. Was he just going to surrender without a fight? Of course, Qixin wouldn't just surrender. His eyeballs rolled in their sockets as he stared at Wang Jian, who was holding the knife, and said very calmly, Wang Jian, you've won. From today onwards, I promise that I, and my brothers, will no longer trouble you. Our grievances are settled. It turned out Qixin was preparing to use a verbal attack. He continued to speak. You know my character. Although I might not be a good person in your eyes, I always keep my word. So, put down the knife. Don't be swayed by these people here, talking about revenge or killing me. Think about it, there are 5 of us in total. If you kill even one, it's a crime, let alone 5? That's a heinous crime, directly punishable by death. You need to know that you still have your own life, your parents. There's no need to be foolish at this moment, and go down a path of no return. Anyway, we won't deliberately mess with you anymore. Our grievances are over. Qixin's face was serious, his words like a devil's whisper, slowly tempting Wang Jian. Wang Jian was probably truly tempted, moved. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he actually slowly lowered the dagger in his right hand. Seeing this, Qixin's heart rejoiced. But soon, the appearance of a spoiler made him unable to rejoice. Chen Fei suddenly spoke up, Wang Jian, they bullied you for so long, and then a few words from them convince you to back down? Are you that worthless? Idiot. This wasn't said by Chen Fei, but by Qixin, in his mind. He wasn't cursing Wang Jian, but Chen Fei. The same Chen Fei he was so grateful to for betraying Wang Jian, he now hated for interjecting. Seemingly swayed by Chen Fei's words, Wang Jian's right hand slowly raised the knife again. At this moment, Qixin immediately said, Wang Jian, how about this, you calculate how much money we've spent of yours during this time, and I'll give you double, as compensation and restitution, how about that? These words didn't seem to fully sway Wang Jian. So, Qixin continued, I'll pay out of my own pocket another 50,000, as compensation for the medical expenses and emotional distress from us beating you up during this time. Wang Jian, think carefully, if you really kill us, you'll truly never be able to return to a normal life again. Qixin was screaming hysterically. Ma Jia also said, yes, Wang Jian, turn back before it's too late. Even Huang Mao chimed in, Wang Jian, we know we were wrong. We're sorry for what we did to you. You absolutely must not fall into this abyss of murder. That's against the law. It's still not too late to turn back. The persuasion of the 3 people once again moved Wang Jian's knife-wielding right hand, causing him to lower it. But at that moment, a painful scream rang out. Everyone present looked towards the source of the sound. They saw the new generation Jack the Ripper, holding a fruit knife in his left hand. The fruit knife plunged into Ma Jia's heart at his feet. Ma Jia, after a painful scream, continuously vomited blood. The new generation Jack the Ripper then pulled out the fruit knife and plunged it into Ma Jia's throat and neck. After just a few stabs, Ma Jia quickly became still. There's no turning back now, Wang Jian. At that moment, Chen Fei laughed loudly. Wang Jian's eyes were filled with terror. Qixin, seeing this, had the same expression, and his mouth instantly worked to its fullest extent. Wang Jian, there's still a way back now. We all saw it. That person killed Ma Jia, not you. Chen Fei interjected, who would believe that? If you're all dead, who can testify? Wang Jian, even if you don't do anything, you can't escape, so just do it. Learn from the protagonists of those web novels, their revenge is decisive. Don't always be like ordinary people in the real world, so easily swayed, backing down, softening up for a little benefit. Wang Jian didn't know if he was swayed. He shrieked, waving the dagger in his hand, repeatedly stabbing Qixin's chest. Qixin screamed in pain from the stabs. He tried to get up and resist, grabbing Wang Jian's arms, but at that moment, he couldn't stop Wang Jian. The black-haired girl saw her Wang Zhu's boyfriend being killed by Wang Jian, and her emotions became agitated, her eyes red. As for Qixin, when he truly felt he was about to die, he finally felt fear. He felt terror. He didn't want to die, he still had so much money he hadn't spent. He didn't want to die. He still had so many beautiful women he hadn't slept with. Unfortunately, he ultimately died with all sorts of unwillingness. After Wang Jian killed Qixin, he walked unsteadily, swaying left and right, towards Huang Mao. Huang Mao, at this moment, no longer had the arrogance he once displayed when seeing Wang Jian. All that remained was deep fear. No, don't kill me, Wang Jian, I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong. Don't kill me, I'll be your subordinate from now on, just like I followed Qishun. Wang Ma was terrified. He even offered his girlfriend, the red-haired girl, to Wang Jian, for him to do whatever he wanted with her. Upon hearing this, the red-haired girl was instantly stunned, probably not expecting that in the heart of her most beloved Wang Ju's boyfriend, she was merely an object that could be given away at will. What? I was wrong, I was wrong. You're just like a very popular saying recently. You don't know you were wrong, you know you're about to die. These words weren't spoken by Wang Jian, but by Chen Fei, who watched the scene with interest, slowly narrating. Among these people, the yellow-haired man was the one who beat Wang Jian the most. Therefore, Wang Jian's knife did not specifically target vital points as it did with Qishun. Instead, it was aimed specifically at arms, thighs, and calves. At this moment, Wang Jian was acting as if he had gone completely insane, venting all the terrible emotions that had accumulated from being bullied for so long. With each stab, he drew forth red liquid. If a painter were here, they could surely create a fine piece of art based on this scene. It's unclear how many times the yellow-haired man was stabbed, but it's estimated to be over 100. Wang Jian stabbed him so many times that he threw the dagger aside, panting heavily from exhaustion. Chen Fei, at this moment, picked up the dagger Wang Jian had discarded. He stared at the scene. Currently, Qishun, the yellow-haired man, and Ma Jia, the 3 males, were already dead. All that remained were the 2 females. Wang Jian seemed to notice this as well and asked Chen Fei for the dagger to deal with the 2 females. Chen Fei, however, shook his head at him. No, these 2 females are both the prey of my friend, Jack, so I can't give them to you. Wang Jian stared at the 2 females whose faces were extremely pale and filled with fear. He then asked Chen Fei again, Chen Fei, are you sure that we won't be discovered for killing these 3 people? That the police won't come looking for us? I'm not worried about the others, but I'm worried about Qishun's parents. His parents are quite wealthy, and if they discover their son is missing, they'll definitely search frantically and call the police. I'm just afraid that they'll actually find something in the end. Chen Fei playfully twirled the dagger stained with the blood of Xiao Hua's boyfriend in his right hand and smiled. Don't worry, none of the things you're imagining will happen. After all, I am a professional. Alright, then that's fine. Wang Jian finally felt completely at ease. He gave Chen Fei a smile. Thank you, Chen Fei, for helping me complete my revenge. I'm so grateful to you. Chen Fei waved his hand and said, don't mention it. Wang Jian then said, however, speaking of which, I also need to make some preparations. After these people are killed and disappear, their parents will definitely report it to the police. After they report it, I will certainly be questioned. After all, for so long, so many surveillance cameras, and eyewitnesses can all prove that I had a bad relationship with them and was bullied. I have ample motive. Chen Fei, you need to help me think about how to deal with the police's questioning. Chen Fei listened, nodded, and smiled. Wang Jian, you are overthinking. Wang Jian? Chen Fei, you don't need to try to figure out how to deal with the police's questioning at all. Wang Jian was very confused. Why? Chen Fei spread his hands. Because you are about to die too. Wang Jian, W. Wang Jian, Chen Fei, you're joking with me, right? Chen Fei smiled ambiguously. What do you think? Oh, right. There was something I hadn't told you before, but I'll tell you now. When I plan murders for others, after completion, I always take the life of the person involved, that is, the client. So, do you understand? You're going to die too. But it's alright, Wang Jian, just close your eyes, and it will be over quickly. It's just life and death. 18 years later, you'll be a good man again. At this moment, Chen Fei extended his left hand, wanting to pat Wang Jian's shoulder to comfort him. But Wang Jian's face showed terror, and without a word, he rushed towards the door, not giving Chen Fei a chance to touch his shoulder. He stepped over Qishun's corpse. At the doorway was the fallen Ma Jia, and the new generation Jack the Ripper standing to the side. Wang Jian didn't care about so much then, he just charged forward. Strangely, the person at the door didn't seem to intend to block him, letting him rush out smoothly and leave 1002. What a cute Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. Chen Fei smiled, then looked at the new generation Jack the Ripper. The new generation Jack the Ripper instantly understood the meaning contained in that look. The meaning was simple. Chase after Wang Jian and kill him. Although the new generation Jack the Ripper's previous murders were all directed at females, especially prostitutes, he was not against killing males. Therefore, he curled the corner of his mouth, gripped the fruit knife tightly in his hand, and chased after him. As he chased Wang Jian, Chen Fei also walked out of 1002 with leisurely steps. He waited at the door for the return of the new generation Jack the Ripper. At this moment, the new generation Jack the Ripper was chasing Wang Jian, who was frantically fleeing for his life not far ahead. Frequent footsteps echoed in the corridor. To be honest, the new generation Jack the Ripper had an extremely poor impression of Wang Jian. He thought the other party was just a useless little male. Why say that? It could be seen from his various behaviors before. After being bullied for so long, when it actually came time for revenge, he was moved by the other party's few words. If it weren't for him and Chen Fei forcing him with actual actions, perhaps Wang Jian would have just given up on revenge. Truly a weakling's behavior, a piece of trash. So, he felt that Wang Jian was an ado who couldn't be helped. No, he was even more useless than ado. And what about him? Back then, to win back his wife, he acted decisively. And he even became the successor of Jack the Ripper. It's no exaggeration to say that he, this new generation Jack the Ripper, had already surpassed Jack the Ripper himself in a certain aspect. Which aspect? The number of victims. Jack the Ripper only killed 5 females, while this new generation had killed far more people. Therefore, this new generation Jack the Ripper had extreme contempt and disdain for Wang Jian, feeling that he had no guts. He chased Wang Jian all the way and found that Wang Jian was running upstairs. They were on the 10th floor, and upstairs was the rooftop. He curled the corner of his mouth, thinking that a little male was a little male after all, too foolish. Running to the rooftop, you truly have no escape, oh, no, unless you can actually fly. If you ran downstairs, you could still contend with him for a while. Wang Jian, where do you think you're going? At this moment, he laughed coldly, attempting to instill fear and pressure in Wang Jian with his words. Due to the blind spot, the new generation Jack the Ripper could only see Wang Jian turning and disappearing towards the rooftop stairs, but it didn't matter, he quickly ran over as well. And just as he was about to turn to go up the stairs, what he never expected was to meet love at the corner. He saw Wang Jian standing on the steps of the stairs leading to the rooftop, with both arms raised high, a red iron hammer. It smashed directly towards his head. This was completely unexpected for him, because as mentioned before, in his eyes, Wang Jian was a good-for-nothing. Therefore, he never expected that a good-for-nothing would ambush him here. And when did this guy get a hammer in his hand? Bang! Wang Jian's action of smashing the hammer on his head was both fast and ruthless. It was even more decisive and fierce than when he had stabbed Shishin with a knife. Therefore, the new generation Jack the Ripper, who was headshot, immediately had his head broken. Blood flowed freely. Soon, his face was covered in blood. And he, having been headshot, stood in place, yet still gave Wang Jian, who was on the stairs, a terrifying smile. Only then did he sway and fall to the ground, closing his eyes. It was unclear if he was dead or not. However, it's worth praising that he didn't utter a single sound during this time. At this moment, Chen Fei was quietly waiting at the door of 1002 for the hunter and the prey to return. Soon, he got his wish. He saw a person, holding a hammer in his right hand and dragging a person like a dead dog with his left hand, sliding across the ground. Initially, Chen Fei wore a smile, but as the two people gradually approached, his smile slowly faded. It was replaced by a furrowed brow, confusion, and doubt. Wang Jian dragged the new generation Jack the Ripper, whose head was blown off and covered in blood, to Chen Fei. After reaching Chen Fei, Wang Jian stared at Chen Fei expressionlessly, eye to eye, unblinking. If anyone knew Wang Jian, or had interacted with Wang Jian, they would find the current Wang Jian very unfamiliar, especially the current Wang Jian, whose face looked extremely cold. Chen Fei and Wang Jian stared at each other for a long time. He still had a very puzzled expression. Finally, he spoke. Pointing at the hammer in Wang Jian's hand, he said, "Are you going to kill me next?" Wang Jian shook his head. Then, Chen Fei stared straight at Wang Jian for another 5 minutes. Then, he asked suspiciously, "Do you have dissociative identity disorder, or schizophrenia?" Wang Jian shook his head, "Neither." Chen Fei's mind raced, and soon, he thought of a possibility. But did this possibility really exist? Could a person's schemes be so deep? Ultimately, Chen Fei still voiced the possibility he had conjectured. He said, "Don't tell me, this is your true self now, and all the times I interacted with you before were an act? Your disguise?" Wang Jian finally revealed a smile. "You're very smart, you finally found out. You're also the first person, from childhood to adulthood, to discover this secret of mine." Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Chen Fei's eyes instantly widened. He kept recalling his interactions with Wang Jian. He and the new generation Jack the Ripper had a similar understanding of Wang Jian. They thought Wang Jian was just an ordinary boy. If all his previous interactions were an act, then Wang Jian was truly a terrifying person. Did he not show any flaws at all? No need to be surprised, after all, I've been acting since I was a child. You haven't known me long, so it's normal that you didn't notice, Wang Jian said indifferently. Chen Fei laughed a few times, not knowing what emotions were mixed in with his laughter. He then continued, "Interesting, very interesting. This is the first time I've met someone like you. since the previous you was all an act, a disguise. The current you is the real you. Then, your entry into this apartment, I have reason to suspect, was actually for the purpose of killing those people, right? And before, when we were in the room, you were moved by Qixin's words and put down the knife. That was also an act. You actually never intended to let Qixin and the others go. How good! What acting! What schemes! Chen Fei applauded continuously. Wang Jian said, more or less, after all, acting that way fit the persona I usually showed. And I also guessed that even if I acted like I didn't want to kill them, you would definitely force me to kill them. So, this performance of being moved and putting down the knife wouldn't affect their deaths. Furthermore, the so-called good acting is to deceive oneself, both physically and psychologically. One must deceive oneself. Chen Fei applauded. Since you're so cunning, I'm very curious, how could you have been bullied by these guys for so long? In Chen Fei's eyes, Wang Jian was no longer an ordinary boy, so he found it hard to understand how Wang Jian could endure such bullying for so long. Wang Jian sighed deeply at this moment. Even if my usual self is a disguise, and my current self is the true me. But is this so-called true me invincible? Can he do whatever he wants? Is he infallible? Extremely intelligent? I tell you, I didn't lie to you when I saved that girl. I truly saved her out of my conscience, even if that girl wasn't pretty, just very ordinary. After that, I was bullied. Initially, I wanted to endure it, but what I didn't expect was that these guys became even worse. At first, I was still thinking of other solutions to return to my normal life, but these guys didn't give me a chance. Therefore, I actually started thinking about killing them later on. So, the only question was, if they died, would it implicate me? Could I get away scot-free? In this era of ubiquitous surveillance, perfect crime is truly too difficult. Especially when there are 5 people involved, a slight mistake, one person escaping, and my life would be ruined. So, if I were to act, I would only do so when I was absolutely certain. But where would I find such certainty? So I kept enduring for so long. Finally, the opportunity came. One time, I went out to the supermarket to buy things and met a middle-aged man. That man mentioned Alice's apartment and the so-called agreement to me. At the time, I didn't pay much attention, but I still kept an eye out and asked him for a contact phone number. Later, when I returned home, the more I thought about it, the stranger the matter seemed. And, you might not believe it, but I had a feeling that the turning point for me to deal with these few people might be in this Alice apartment. So, I came. After coming, I found this apartment to be nothing special. The only special thing was that I did receive the 10,000 per day mentioned in the agreement. To be honest, I was a bit disappointed at the time, but I still discovered the uniqueness of this apartment. After all, if it really was just an ordinary apartment, why would I get 10,000 per day? I even suspected at the time whether this Alice apartment was haunted, a ghost house, or a murder house. Hearing this, Chen Fei thought to himself, this place is indeed a ghost house and a murder house. After all, countless people have died here. If, according to external standards, a house where one person died, especially if they were murdered, is considered a murder house, then, this entire Alice apartment would be a a murder house with countless super prefixes. Wang Jian naturally didn't know what Chen Fei was thinking, so he continued. Later, heaven allowed me to meet you. Only then did I realize that this Alice apartment seemed to be truly unique. You already know what happened afterward. I took advantage of the situation, using you to help me deal with Qixin and the others. After listening, Chen Fei asked, then, at that time, when I reported you to Qixin, and you were subdued and tied up by those guys, weren't you afraid that you had played yourself into a corner? Wang Jian showed a faint smile. To be honest, I was indeed panicked at the time. After all, when I chose to trust you and help me get revenge, to deal with those people, it involved an element of gambling. So, when I was tied up, I just felt like I had lost the bet. However, I actually had a small knife hidden in my pocket at the time, which I used to cut the ropes. It was a form of self-rescue. Chen Fei nodded. Then what about the hammer in your hand? Wang Jian raised his hand, looking at the hammer in his right hand. It was also a form of self-rescue. Not just this hammer, I've hidden these types of blunt objects in various places throughout the apartment. I never thought I'd actually have to use them. Clap, clap, clap. Continuous applause. Chen Fei clapped, a big, bright smile on his face. Interesting, too interesting. Honestly, your acting is truly superb. Whether it was your conflicted expression when you agreed to let me participate in your revenge. As Chen Fei spoke, he mimicked Wang Jian's internal struggle at the time, his hands constantly intertwining. Or when you thought I had betrayed you, that look of exasperation. Absolutely brilliant. Originally, I thought this would be the most boring of all the murder plots I've planned. That's why I stirred up some trouble, to add a bit of fun. I never expected it, truly never expected it. At that moment, Chen Fei didn't know whether he genuinely admired Wang Jian, or if he was being sarcastic, harboring some malicious intent. He said, "Wang Jian, join me. Help me plan murders, become my assistant. You have a great talent for this." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian immediately shook his head. "No, I don't like it. Although I've killed people, I'm not a demon who enjoys killing. I killed out of necessity." "Alright then. Since that's the case, our planned murder will end here. I originally intended to kill you earlier, but who knew I'd discover you're such an interesting person." Chen Fei sighed, not forcing Wang Jian to join him. He spread his hands. He walked over to New Generation Jack the Ripper and squatted down. He checked his breathing with his hand. He found that he still had a faint breath. Then he dialed 120 on his phone. Then, he looked at Wang Jian and said, "Don't just stand there foolishly, help me deal with the bodies." Wang Jian stared at Chen Fei, realizing that this guy seemed to genuinely have no ill intentions towards him. He relaxed slightly, but still didn't dare to let his guard down. Chen Fei brought several suitcases from his home. Wang Jian looked at them and said, "Are we putting Qixin and the other two in suitcases and then going to bury them in some desolate wilderness, outside?" Chen Fei said, "There's no need to be so troublesome. After packing them in the suitcases, just throw them in the trash cans outside the apartment building." Wang Jian was stunned when he heard this, thinking he had misheard. "Just throw them in the trash cans? Are you crazy? Won't they definitely be discovered?" Chen Fei said, "Listen to me, you don't understand this apartment. This is the correct way to do it. Besides, do you think I would joke with my own life?" Wang Jian remained silent, choosing to trust Chen Fei. The two of them each placed the bodies of Qixin, Huang Mao, and Ma Jia into a suitcase. Chen Fei packed very skillfully, clearly an old hand. Wang Jian struggled with his packing, finally managing to finish one with Chen Fei's help. Then, the two of them dragged the 3 suitcases downstairs and threw them into the trash cans outside the apartment building. It was only then that Wang Jian realized that the trash cans at Alice's apartment looked similar to the large trash cans on the road outside, but their size was different. The trash cans outside were green or red with lids. They were already quite large, but the one at Alice's apartment was even bigger, 3 or 4 times larger. After returning, the two of them now had to deal with the red-haired girl and the black-haired girl. At this moment, the 2 men stood there, while the 2 girls were tied up opposite them, lying on the ground, their eyes filled with deep terror. Because right in front of them, Qixin and the other 2 had been killed, and they were afraid they would be next. "Originally, I was going to leave them for Jack, but he was shot in the head by you. He'll have to be sent to the hospital soon, and I don't know if he'll survive. Even if he does, he won't be back anytime soon to deal with these 2 women. So, Wang Jian, these 2 women are yours. You deal with them." Chen Fei stared at Wang Jian with a half-smile. Wang Jian said, "Let's not talk about that for now. I want to ask, since I shot New Generation Jack the Ripper in the head, aren't you going to avenge him?" Chen Fei was stunned, showing a very puzzled expression. "Avenge him? Why would I avenge him? It wasn't my head that was shot." "Alright, do you want these 2 women or not? This red-haired girl, although her looks are average, she's Huang Mao's girlfriend. You can enjoy her. After all, most men like to be cuckolds. As for this black-haired girl, it's the same principle. Plus, she's quite pretty, has a good figure, and is wearing black stockings." After hearing Chen Fei's words, Wang Jian looked expressionlessly at the 2 women tied up on the ground. Ultimately, he shook his head. "You enjoy them. I truly can't feel that kind of desire for them. These 2 only disgust me." Chen Fei pulled out the master-crafted knife from his embrace. "Let me enjoy them? What kind of beautiful women haven't I played with? Besides, I'm not interested in women. Leave them to me. These 2 must die now." Chen Fei approached step by step, scaring the 2 girls into crying profusely. Especially the red-haired girl, who could speak, cried and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me, don't kill us both. We're still useful. Whatever you do to us, we'll be very obedient, as long as you don't kill us. Woo woo." But these words couldn't change Chen Fei's mind. Just as he placed the sharp dagger on the red-haired girl's somewhat pale neck, he suddenly stopped his hand, as if he remembered something. "Wait, it would indeed be a shame to just kill them both like this. How about giving them away? Give them to that good neighbor in 1004. Originally, the red-haired girl and the black-haired girl had despaired. They could only wait obediently for death. But now they suddenly didn't have to die, and it seemed they were going to be given away? Regardless, as long as they could live. Wang Jian, hearing this, was very confused. 1004? Who lives there? Wang Jian had never seen the person living in 1004. Chen Fei smiled mysteriously. "That's a doctor, a male doctor. Round 28, day 4. 10 a.m. First floor activity room." At this very moment, a person stood on the stage of the first floor activity room, speaking eloquently to the audience below. It was Zhang Lu. The one who, in round 25, turned Wang Cc, who played in a band, into a microphone. Does he still remember when he asked Administrator Xiao Zhang to post a message in the group, asking if anyone was interested in music and wanted to form a band? Yes, the message had been sent a long time ago, but not a single person had contacted him. Therefore, he asked Administrator Xiao Zhang again to open music classes to cultivate the residents' musical talent. Administrator Xiao Zhang was also speechless. Who wanted to attend music classes? But he couldn't resist Zhang Li's persistence, so he opened them for him. He also found some so-called students to come. These students included not only him, but Jiang Ran was definitely unavoidable. Then there was Jin Yuna, the new resident, Lu Xiaoyu, and several other male and female residents. Of course, surprisingly, Fang Xiao also came to attend the music class. Since Zhang Lu was the music teacher, and he had voluntarily organized the music class himself, he wore a high-end, wine-red suit today to show respect for his own class. At this moment, Zhang Lu was eloquently lecturing on stage. Below, Jiang Ran and the others sat at tables, eating fruits, melon seeds, and snacks that Administrator Xiao Zhang had prepared. There was even a freezer in the activity room with ice cream. It was unclear if these provisions were made because they feared people would get bored during the lecture and leave. Of course, what might have surprised some people in the audience, especially Jiang Ran, was that Zhang Lu lectured quite well. Zhang Lu covered a wide range of music, from the of music, ancient classical music, to modern pop music. He also shared many strange and wonderful stories about music. It was much more interesting than a dull music class with a lifeless music teacher. Especially when Zhang Lu started talking about a recent cover song that had received a lot of criticism online. It was a cover of Kenshiro Yanazu's masterpiece, Lemon, by a certain male idol group from Sakura country called the Youth Group. At this point, Zhang Lu was heard saying from the stage, "I'm sure many of you here have heard that Japanese song Lemon from Sakura country, and also the recent cover that's been heavily criticized online. Let's not even talk about the vocal abilities of this idol group for a moment. Let's just talk about the lyrics. That day's melancholy, let it be melancholy. That day's loneliness, let it be lonely." Without mentioning other lyrics, let's just focus on these two lines. Firstly, these two lines of lyrics sound like they were written by an elementary school student, in terms of word choice, phrasing, and arrangement. Of course, that's not what I want to complain about. What I want to complain about is melancholy and loneliness. These two things that no one wants to encounter. These two lines of lyrics actually encourage melancholy and loneliness to thoroughly arise? What were they thinking? Isn't that as absurd as a patient with depression not wanting to get better, but instead hoping their depression gets even worse? That day's depression, let it be depressed? As for why I bring this up, it's not because I want to criticize it. Rather, I mention this to explain my philosophy about a song. A song is composed of both music and lyrics. May I ask, which is more important, the music or the lyrics? Lu Xiaoyu raised her hand. The music is definitely more important. Without music, where would the lyrics come from? While Lu Xiaoyu was speaking, the camera in her right hand never stopped recording. Administrator Xiao Zhan refuted Lu Xiaoyu, who says there must be music to have lyrics. Some creators accumulate short phrases and lyrics in their daily lives. They can still have a complete set of lyrics without music. Lu Xiaoyu was unconvinced, but in this world, people still generally write lyrics based on the music. Just like Jay Chou and Vincent Fong, doesn't Jay Chou always provide the music first, and then Vincent Fong writes the lyrics based on the music? This example instantly silenced the entire room. Yes, in recent years, Jay Chou could be said to be the absolute hegemon of the Chinese music scene. Therefore, who would dare to refute this example? At this moment, Fang Xiao took a sip of white wine and suddenly spoke, laughing. I think this question is too extreme, asking whether music is more important or lyrics are more important. I think both are very important. Good music paired with good lyrics complements each other perfectly. Jiang Ran was also pondering this question at the time. If he had to say, he thought everyone's points above made a lot of sense. Ha ha ha. Hey, that guy named Zhang Lu, since you brought up this question, why don't you tell us which is more important, the music or the lyrics? Fang Xiao then raised the bottle of white wine in his hand towards Zhang Lu on the stage. Zhang Lu smiled slightly. 1,000 people, 1,000 faces. Everyone has their own answer to this question. As for how I see this question, I'll just say one thing. A song is like a person. The music is the person's appearance, and the lyrics are the person's soul. Next, Zhang Lu changed the subject and began to talk about other music-related topics. Zhang Ran felt his phone vibrating in his pants pocket at this time. He opened it and saw a text message. He realized it was a message from Bai Xiaoliang, the doctor who treated him at Red Leaf Mental Hospital in Nan City. The general meaning was that if he was free, he could come this afternoon, as they had already finalized the treatment plan. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ran's mood immediately brightened, as he hoped his dissociative identity disorder could be cured quickly. Of course, since he had to go to the hospital in the afternoon, he would have to ask Administrator Xiao Zhang for leave again. Time quickly reached 1 p.m. Jiang Ran arrived at Red Leaf Mental Hospital. Perhaps it was special treatment by Xiaoliang gave Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran didn't need to register this time, he just spoke to the nurse at the front desk, waited for about 10 minutes, and then directly entered Consulting Room 1, whereby Xiaoliang always was. As soon as Jiang Ran entered Consulting Room 1, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he froze. Because a danger warning sounded in his mind again. Ding! Dangerous person detected. Please keep away as soon as possible. Points plus 10. Points plus 10. Points plus 10. That's right, the danger warning that had never sounded during his previous 2 visits to the hospital now rang out. After it sounded, Jiang Ran immediately scanned the entire Consulting Room 1 with his eyes. There were about a dozen people in Consulting Room 1 this time. Most of them were doctors. Although Jiang Ran had been here twice, he at least had some impression of these doctors. However, one person was completely unfamiliar. Jiang Ran looked at a man standing beside Bai Xiaoliang. Bai Xiaoliang was very handsome and dashing. Most men standing next to him couldn't compare. But this man, standing beside Bai Xiaoliang, was not overshadowed at all. Instead, his attractiveness was on par with Bai Xiaoliang's. And this man seemed to be a foreigner, Caucasian in appearance? As if noticing Jiang Ran's gaze, Bai Xiaoliang happened to introduce the person next to him. Jiang Ran, this is my junior fellow apprentice, his name is Lucas Matthew. You can just call him Lucas. He's mixed race, his father is American, and his mother is Chinese. Don't let his age fool you, he's a few years younger than me, but he's also a big shot in psychiatry. He came to China this time for exchange and study. Oh. After hearing Bai Xiaoliang's introduction, Jiang Ran let out a long oh. The biggest flaw in his danger warning system was that in a group of people, if a danger warning suddenly appeared, indicating a certain person was dangerous, he would have no idea who the specific person was. But judging by the current situation, this mixed-race man named Lucas seemed quite suspicious. Next, Jiang Ran was arranged to sit on a chair. Bai Xiaoliang sat opposite Jiang Ran and said very seriously, Jiang Ran, I have finalized your specific treatment plan. That is hypnotherapy. I will decide the timing of the next hypnosis based on the effect of each session. Jiang Ran, do you have any different opinions on this? Hearing this treatment plan, Jiang Ran thought for a moment and asked, only hypnosis? No need for medication or surgery? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoliang quickly shook his head. No. As for medication, you can continue taking your imported American medicine to stabilize your condition. As for surgery, to be honest, I am most against performing surgery on psychiatric patients. The brain is the most precise organ in humans. Let alone the brain, have humans truly understood other human organs? If surgery is truly needed, then surgery it is, but your current situation absolutely does not require surgery. Only hypnotic therapy is needed. So, Jiang Ran, do you agree to this treatment plan? Jiang Ran said, I agree, let's give it a try. Bai Xiaoliang, alright then, Jiang Ran, go out and pay, and you can come in for hypnosis now. Jiang Ran nodded, walked outside, found the self-service payment machine, and began to pay. To his surprise, this hypnotic therapy only cost 1,000 yuan. This price, if it were an ordinary doctor performing hypnosis for you, wouldn't be much. This hypnosis price in the country is considered basic. Of course, there are cheaper ones, 100 or 2, or several hundred. But, 1,000? For someone of Bai Xiaoliang's caliber to perform hypnosis for you, it couldn't possibly be this cheap. His long list of credentials on the poster was quite intimidating. Jiang Ran thought there was a mistake and returned to the consultation room to inquire. After inquiring, he realized there was no mistake. Bai Xiaoliang's price for one hypnotic therapy session was around 50,000. Yes, it was that expensive. So why was it so cheap, only 1,000, for Jiang Ran? The main reason was that Jiang Ran was such a rare patient. Bai Xiaoliang was afraid that if he quoted a high price, the other party wouldn't be able to afford it and would be scared away. So, he just charged 1,000 yuan as a gesture. Anyway, the director was his father. Therefore, rather than saying Bai Xiaoliang was treating Jiang Ran to make money, it was more accurate to say he was studying Jiang Ran out of curiosity and a desire for exploration. After Jiang Ran paid the fee, he returned to the consultation room. He then heard Bai Xiaoliang say, Jiang Ran, the one who will be performing your hypnotic therapy this time is not me, but my junior brother, Lucas. Hearing that it wasn't Bai Xiaoliang who would be hypnotizing him, but this Lucas, Jiang Ran didn't know why a bad feeling arose in his heart. even though Lucas was very handsome and always wore a smile. Why isn't it you, Dr. Bai? At this moment, Jiang Ran asked Bai Xiaoliang. Bai Xiaoliang sighed and said, every doctor who can perform hypnosis has a hypnotism tool they are most comfortable using. The pocket watch I used to hypnotize you before was a substitute. My real pocket watch was stolen in the United States right before I returned to China. So, if I use other substitutes to hypnotize you, the effect will be very poor, and I won't be able to exert my full strength. Therefore, for the best effect, I can only let my junior brother help you first. But don't worry, his skill is no worse than mine, and he hasn't lost his pocket watch. After hearing this, Jiang Ran hesitated. He guessed that the danger warning might be about this Lucas. Therefore, should he let a dangerous person, who also gave him plus 10 points, hypnotize him? If Jiang Ran truly let him do it, wouldn't he be dancing on the edge of a knife? What if, during hypnosis, he suddenly tried to do something unfavorable to him? Although the possibility of this seemed rather small. After all, this was their first meeting. There was no need for him to harbor ill intentions on their first meeting, right? Jiang Ran, don't worry, my junior brother's technique is truly excellent, no less than mine. As if seeing what Jiang Ran might be worried about, Bai Xiaoliang smiled and said, when he is hypnotizing you, we will also be by your side, so you can rest assured. At this moment, Bai Xiaoliang's junior brother, Lucas, also said, yes, rest assured, Jiang Ran. I have already reviewed your information, and I have a certain understanding of you. Also, my technique is very good, and my senior brother can also vouch for me. If you are still worried about anything, don't be afraid, I am also half Chinese. As the saying goes, Chinese people don't deceive Chinese people. Lucas spoke Chinese very well. He had absolutely no foreign accent. Jiang Ran listened carefully and heard the phrase, Chinese people don't deceive Chinese people. He wanted to complain about something, but in the end, he didn't say it. Okay, you can hypnotize me. Dr. Bai, and everyone else will be here, right? Jiang Ran confirmed again. Bai Xiaoliang said, yes, I will be here, and the other doctors in this room will also be here to observe and learn. Jiang Ran scratched his forehead and said, come on. Jiang Ran finally agreed, giving Bai Xiaoliang some face. After all, he had been persuading him for so long, and the hypnosis fee had been reduced so much for him. Next, Jiang Ran thought the hypnosis would take place in consultation room 1. After all, the last time Bai Xiaoliang hypnotized him, it was there. Therefore, he thought it would be there this time as well. But he was informed that it would not be there. Instead, it would be in a room on an upper floor. Therefore, Jiang Ran followed by Xiaoliang, Lucas, and the others upstairs. They took the elevator all the way up. The elevator was very large, so it could accommodate everyone who had been in consultation room 1. Inside the elevator were these people, Bai Xiaoliang, Lucas, and a total of 11 doctors. Jiang Ran, the patient. Then there was Bai Xiaoliang's dedicated, beautiful female nurse named Xiao Tong, who liked to wear red contact lenses. While in the elevator, Jiang Ran suddenly asked, Dr. Bai, your Hongye hospital is a specialized hospital that only treats mental illnesses, right? Bai Xiaoliang didn't know why Jiang Ran suddenly asked this, so he said, yes, why do you ask? Jiang Ran said, nothing, just asking. Is your hospital's recent business? Oh, no. Are there more and more patients coming to see mental health issues recently? Although Jiang Ran quickly corrected himself, in the enclosed and quiet space of the elevator, everyone must have heard him. Although the word business is not usually applicable to hospitals, but in these recent years, it seems not entirely inappropriate to use it to describe them. However, he wondered what these people working in the hospital would think when they heard it. Anger, or other emotions? Bai Xiaoliang naturally heard it too, but he still kept smiling and didn't care. Indeed, in recent years, based on our hospital's data, the number of patients coming for mental health issues has indeed increased significantly. Jiang Ran said, that's right. After all, with the development of society, mental and emotional aspects will certainly receive more and more attention. For example, 20 or 30 years ago, if you mentioned depression, many people probably hadn't even heard of it, or if they had, they wouldn't take it seriously, because they didn't consider mental and emotional aspects, these psychological illnesses, as actual diseases. They only considered physical ailments as diseases. But now it's different. So, I think the future trend is that this industry related to mental, emotional, and psychological aspects will definitely flourish. Bai Xiaoliang was somewhat surprised that Jiang Ran could think and deduce so much. The room where Jiang Ran was hypnotized was on the top floor of this building. There was no one on the top floor, only a young female nurse in a pink nurse's uniform, sitting on a chair, idly playing with her phone. Suddenly, hearing the sound of the elevator and seeing more than a dozen people emerge from it, she quickly put away her phone, forcing a smile onto her pretty face. She walked over quickly. Is Hypnosis Room 99 not in use? Bai Xiaoliang asked the young female nurse who was walking over quickly. The young female nurse quickly replied, no. Bai Xiaoliang, alright. Next, Bai Xiaoliang and the others all headed to Hypnosis Room 99. After Bai Xiaoliang and his group left, the young female nurse's face was a little flushed. She touched her burning face and quietly thought to herself, Dr. Bai is so handsome and talented, if only I could marry him. Senior brother, it seems you have good luck with romance in this hospital. Did you notice when that young female nurse was talking to you? Her face flushed so quickly, and her eyes darted away. It looks like she has a crush on you? At this moment, on the way to Hypnosis Room 99, Lucas teased Bai Xiaoliang. Bai Xiaoliang glanced at him and said, having many admirers isn't necessarily a good thing. If you can't control yourself, it can be a disaster. A few years ago, there was a news story. There was a male psychologist who was handsome, so the female nurses, female doctors, especially the female patients, all had a good impression of him. Then, he couldn't control himself and fell into depravity. In the end, it was discovered that he was dating multiple people, and his reputation was completely ruined. Lucas smiled and said, what's that? The hospital circle is already chaotic. Those people see life and death so often that they become indifferent. Doctors and nurses. And besides the hospital circle, there's the entertainment circle, the financial circle, aren't they all chaotic? However, no matter how chaotic it gets, it's just those trivial matters between men and women. It's too boring. I completely don't understand what's fun about being obsessed with those things between men and women. Lucas gave a cold laugh. Bai Xiaoliang glanced at him. He is 30 years old this year, and although unmarried, he is currently dating a girl, who is also his first love. And Lucas is 28 years old this year, only 2 years younger than him. But Bai Xiaoliang seemed to have never seen Lucas interact with any girls or date anyone. He thought Lucas liked men, but this guy also hadn't had any intimate contact with any men. He seemed to be entirely devoted to his profession. Bai Xiaoliang felt he was dedicated enough, but in front of his junior brother, he still felt a bit inferior. These conversations between Xiaohua's boyfriend were naturally overheard by the male doctors behind them. As they listened, these male doctors of varying ages, more or less, showed awkward expressions. It was unclear if they were hit home or something else. Hypnosis Room 99. After pushing the door open, it could be seen that the hypnosis room was very spacious. In addition, the decor style leaned towards relaxed green tones. Being in here, one would feel a very comfortable and pleasant sense of relaxation. Before entering this hypnosis room, Jiang Ran and the others used the shoe cover machine at the door to put disposable shoe covers on their respective shoes. Only then did they enter the hypnosis room. After entering the hypnosis room, Bai Xiaoliang had Jiang Ran lie down on a clean, light blue duvet on the left side of the hypnosis room. Jiang Ran took off his shoes and lay down completely. After lying down on the duvet, Jiang Ran saw many devices and props around him. Presumably, they were all for hypnosis. At this moment, Bai Xiaoliang said, Jiang Ran, the hypnosis is about to begin. Everything will be handed over to my junior brother, Lucas, from now on. Immediately, Jiang Ran saw Bai Xiaoliang and the others all retreat to the side of the hypnosis room. Then they put on sound-insulating earplugs. Why are they wearing earplugs? Jiang Ran frowned and asked Lucas suspiciously. He found that Lucas was not beside him, but instead took 6 incense sticks from a metal cabinet on the right. The appearance of the incense sticks was no different from ordinary ones. If anything, they were very thin and very long. And the color was a bit strange. It was pure black. Lucas inserted the 6 incense sticks, 3 on each side, into small incense burners, surrounding Jiang Ran's lying body. He began to light them. After being lit, these 6 incense sticks strangely emitted red smoke. Jiang Ran subconsciously wanted to cover his mouth and nose, because subconsciously, this kind of incense smelled terrible. But to his great surprise, this incense smelled very good. It was like the scent of perfume on a woman. Refreshing. Therefore, he no longer covered his nose. Jiang Ran, the hypnosis is about to begin. Lucas at this moment took out a wooden box from his jacket pocket. This wooden box looked ordinary. It was golden yellow, with dense patterns on its surface. What Jiang Ran didn't know was that this wooden box was made of Phoebe Jinan wood. After taking out the Phoebe Jinan wood box, Lucas opened the lid. From the box, he took out a very exquisite and beautiful pocket watch. This pocket watch was entirely golden on the surface. Inside the watch was a large clock dial, and then 3 small clock dials. At the starting point of the hour and minute hands on the large clock dial, there was a light golden blue circle underneath. Within the circle, blue was the background color, and gold was the embellishment. These embellishments were like stars in the sky, and also like the meridians of the human body, connected together. A golden chain connected this golden pocket watch to Lucas's hand. Jiang Ran, now, relax and stare at this pocket watch. Lucas was now ready to hypnotize. But Jiang Ran interrupted, hey, answer me first, why are Dr. Bai and the others wearing earplugs? Lucas immediately replied, my pocket watch is special. Every time I swing the pocket watch, it emits a sound. Of course, this sound cannot be captured by human ears, but it genuinely exists. So, they need to wear earplugs to block out the sound, lest they also fall into hypnosis. Is that so? Then why aren't you wearing them? Aren't you afraid of being hypnotized too? After all, you can hear this sound, can't you? Jiang Ran asked curiously. Lucas merely smiled and didn't answer Jiang Ran's question, instead starting to swing the pocket watch. Jiang Ran thought Lucas's description was contradictory. But as soon as he thought this, for some reason, even without really listening to the pocket watch, he felt a heavy wave of sleepiness wash over his brain and even his entire body. He felt so sleepy. 3 seconds after the pocket watch began to swing, he fell into a state between sleep and wakefulness. Jiang Ran fell into hypnosis, but Lucas did not stop swinging the pocket watch. He sat beside Jiang Ran's head, still swinging the pocket watch in his hand. The rhythm was regular. Gradually, he himself slowly closed his eyes. Finally, his lips moved, leaving this one sentence. Let me see your inner world. At this moment, Lucas opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, he found himself seemingly back in the United States. More precisely, in a small American town. Because as far as the eye could see, there were detached villas on both sides, along with wide roads and lawns. Is this Jiang Ran's inner world, the one with dissociative identity disorder? Lucas kept looking left and right, walking forward. He walked for about 5 minutes and still hadn't seen a single person. The small town was extremely quiet. At the 10-minute mark, he finally saw people. Next to a marble fountain statue of Jiang Ran, there were a few people. Lucas didn't choose to hide or anything. Instead, he strode up to them. As he noticed the people by the fountain statue, they also noticed him. Thus, everyone's gaze was focused on him. Oh my, I originally thought this mixed-race guy was just a quack doctor, but I didn't expect him to actually be able to enter here? At this moment, a blue-haired Jiang Ran, who looked exactly like the real Jiang Ran but had blue hair, said in a cheerful tone. Lucas naturally heard this and stopped about 3 meters away from the group. He glanced around and saw that all these people had the same face. The only difference was their clothes and hairstyles. It's nothing special to enter here, after all, this isn't the first person's inner world I've entered. Lucas smiled faintly. However, what I didn't expect was that Jiang Ran's inner world is so complete. This kind of situation is extremely rare. It seems I made the right bet this time. Currently, there were 5 Jiang Ran standing there. The other 4 seemed not to like talking much. Blue-haired Jiang Ran was the only one conversing with Lucas. Blue-haired Jiang Ran asked Lucas, your name is Lucas, right? What is your purpose in entering here? Are you here to help the main personality eliminate us? If that's truly the case, I advise you to drop that idea. Because you're not the first outsider to enter this inner landscape. A long time ago, a middle-aged psychologist, with his superb hypnosis techniques, also entered here. He wanted to help the main personality eliminate us. We all warned him to get out quickly, to stay away from the main personality, or else, he would be dead. Who would have thought that guy was a madman? He completely disregarded his own safety and still wanted to eliminate us to complete his thesis. Then, one of us took control of his body and killed him directly. Blue-haired Jiang Ran said this with a cold smile, clearly threatening Lucas. Inner landscape? This is what Huagua calls this. Abroad, including the United States, they call it the inner world. It seems the first outsider to enter here was a Huagua doctor. Lucas, facing the coldness in blue-haired Jiang Ran's words, was not afraid in the slightest. He said calmly, there's something you've misunderstood. I entered here not to help the main personality eliminate you. On the contrary, I'm here to help you eliminate the main personality and let you take control of the body. Upon hearing this, blue-haired Jiang Ran and the other Jiang Rans were all startled. Immediately, they looked at each other, wondering if they had misheard. Help us? Are you that kind-hearted? What's in it for you? Blue-haired Jiang Ran didn't believe him at all. Lucas still maintained his faint smile. It's simple, because I am also a patient with dissociative identity disorder, and I am the one who eliminated the main personality and took its place. Whoosh! The calm words caused a ripple. If blue-haired Jiang Ran and the others were previously at a normal level of confusion and bewilderment, now they were at a high level of confusion and bewilderment. Blue-haired Jiang Ran frowned. But that still doesn't make sense. Even if we're all sub-personalities, there's no reason for you to help us, is there? Lucas spread his hands. That's precisely the reason. We're all in the same boat, believe it or not. Blue-haired Jiang Ran and the other Jiang Rans beside him exchanged glances. They seemed to be communicating with their eyes. They first retreated to one side, then quietly communicated for 5 minutes. They returned to their original positions. After returning, it was still blue-haired Jiang Ran who spoke to Lucas. Even if we believe you, how do you plan to help us eliminate the main personality? Do you know how strong the main personality is? The main personality is completely opposite to those ordinary dissociative identity disorder patients. Those ordinary dissociative identity disorder patients develop other protective personalities to protect the main personality due to an unbearable trauma or shadow experienced in childhood, leading to a psychological illness. But our situation is completely the opposite. So, do you have that strength? Don't end up failing to eliminate the main personality and instead just making him stronger. We just lost one sub-personality before. Lucas listened to these words, smiling slightly. Just leave it to me. Strength always needs to be proven, and no matter how well or eloquently I speak now, it's useless. After Lucas finished speaking, he suddenly froze. At this moment, he turned his head back. He didn't know when, but another Jiang Ran had appeared behind him. This Jiang Ran was wearing a long black robe. His hair was slicked back with gel, all standing upright. Then, his face was painted with black smoky eyes. Under the smoky eyes makeup, this Jiang Ran's smile was truly eerie. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes saw that Lucas had discovered him, and without a word, he suddenly thrust his right hand forward. This thrust caused an incredibly unbelievable scene to occur. He actually plunged his hand directly through Lucas's heart area. According to reality, this kind of penetration would be almost impossible to achieve with just a human hand. Even if it were truly possible, by now, a large amount of blood should be gushing out from the chest area. But now, Lucas, whose heart was pierced, only showed a face full of pain, his solid body gradually dissipating. Lucas still wanted to say something to Jiang Ran with smoky eyes. But just then, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes punched Lucas in the neck with his left hand. Lucas's body dissipated faster. A few seconds later, he vanished. Seeing Jiang Ran with smoky eyes kill Lucas, who had just entered. Of those present earlier, all the Jiang Rans except blue-haired Jiang Ran showed fear. As if they were extremely afraid of this Jiang Ran with smoky eyes. Therefore, only blue-haired Jiang Ran communicated with this Jiang Ran with smoky eyes. Hey, he was here to help us eliminate the main personality? Why did you kill him? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes held his own neck, constantly twisting and moving it with a creaking sound. His eerie smile remained on his face. Just woke up, just stretching my limbs. Blue-haired Jiang Ran frowned. Stretching your limbs? Who are you trying to fool? Jiang Ran with smoky eyes continued to smile. Oh my, you're still so clever. Blue-haired Jiang Ran, so, why did you kill him? Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, anyway, he won't die in reality, so it's not really killing. Besides, I killed him purely because I didn't like him and didn't believe his words. Also, he helps us eliminate the main personality? I don't know if he's genuinely helping or just pretending. Even if he is genuinely helping, he's helping with ill intentions. I don't know what his motives are. Blue-haired Jiang Ran was speechless. Do you think you're the only one who noticed? We're not idiots, we naturally saw it too, but letting him try isn't a bad thing after all. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes' eerie smile persisted. Foolish. I and a few other guys, forced into slumber for so long, understand things better than you all. If it were back on Earth, we would still have hope of controlling the body, gaining absolute control. But now, even though I just woke up, I've also received all the memories from after transmigrating to Blue Moon Star. Haven't you noticed that this system is fundamentally helping the main personality? This system will absolutely not let us get our way. And most importantly, previously, the main personality was never able to enter here and kill any of us. But since the last time, after the main personality's evil memories were awakened by the system, he could come in and kill one, then be forced to leave. What does this indicate? It indicates that every time the system awakens all of the main personality's evil memories and merges them into a complete entity, he can enter the inner world once. So, we'll be lucky to even keep our lives next, and you're still dreaming of controlling the body? After hearing these words, blue-haired Jiang Ran continuously rubbed his soft blue hair. That really doesn't sound like something you'd say. After all, back then, you were one of the most aggressive in trying to seize the body. Oh, you've awakened? Have the other few awakened? Jiang Ran with smoky eyes shook his head. No. Blue-haired Jiang Ran, then what do you plan to do now? Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, what else can I do? I don't know. I just want to go out and move my body now. Inside Hypnosis Room 99. The hypnosis, originally planned to last at least an hour, ended in less than half an hour. At this moment, Lucas, who was sitting next to Jiang Ran, his previously closed eyes, had now opened. Without the obstruction of his upper and lower eyelids, it was clear that the whites of Lucas's sapphire-like eyes were covered in dense, terrifying, red blood vessels, like a climbing vine. Not only that, Lucas's forehead and face were completely covered in sweat. He was in agony, hands propped on the ground, gasping for air repeatedly. The expensive specialized pocket watch in his right hand was also discarded to the side, like a piece of trash. Bai Xiaoliang, standing by the wall, saw this situation. He immediately ran over from the wall, picked up the golden pocket watch. Then he helped Lucas up. Bai Xiaoliang removed his earplugs and asked Lucas what was wrong. What had happened? Why was he sweating so much? Lucas didn't look at Bai Xiaoliang. He just lowered his head and said he needed to go to the restroom. Then Lucas rushed out of hypnosis room 99. He ran all the way to the restroom on that floor. Once in the restroom, he continuously used the water from the sink faucet, catching it with his hands and splashing it on his face, washing his face. Only after being stimulated by the cold water for about 5 or 6 minutes did he face the restroom mirror, staring at himself in the mirror. His reflection in the mirror looked much better than before, but the red blood vessels in his eyes still hadn't receded, and his head was still throbbing with a distending pain. Suddenly, he let out a loud laugh. Immediately, he roared internally, "Damn it, these damned subpersonalities actually dared to kill me." Lucas was roaring frantically inside. He was wondering why the suddenly appearing Jiang Ran with smoky eyes wanted to kill him. Was it because his lie was exposed? The lie about him being a subpersonality? That's right, it was a lie. Lucas simply didn't have dissociative identity disorder, the so-called story of him being a subpersonality who killed the main personality. That was all a deception, just to get closer to Jiang Ran's other subpersonalities. As for the subsequent help, that was also a lie. Only he knew his true purpose. Inside hypnosis room 99, all the doctors in white coats had now gathered around. One young doctor asked Bai Xiaoliang, "Dr. Bai, what happened to Dr. Lucas?" He looked extremely distressed. Bai Xiaoliang thought for a moment and said seriously, "When you reach Dr. Lucas's level, you'll roughly understand what happened to him." The doctors in white coats looked at each other. The young doctor spoke, "To have even half of Dr. Lucas's skill in this lifetime would be a blessing from our ancestors. Leaving everything else aside, just look at Dr. Lucas's technique. We completely don't understand it. When ordinary hypnotists, including ourselves, perform hypnosis, don't they all use hypnotic tools to put the patient into a hypnotic state? Then use a soft voice, with various verbal questions, to achieve relaxation and various other hypnotic goals. But Dr. Lucas, his technique. He lit a few incense sticks, then swayed a pocket watch. He didn't do anything else. Although we wore earplugs, my position at that time allowed me to see Dr. Lucas's mouth, and his mouth never moved. I observed very carefully. Bai Xiaoliang turned to look at the young doctor. This young doctor was only about 5 or 6 years younger than Bai Xiaoliang, but the gap in their skill levels was like heaven and earth. However, in this hospital, Bai Xiaoliang also valued this young doctor the most. He said, "You saw him doing nothing, but in fact, he did a lot." While these people were chatting, Lucas had already returned. Lucas, upon returning, still had some watermarks on his face and on the golden hair near his forehead. When Bai Xiaoliang saw Lucas return, he asked, "Lucas, are we continuing with the hypnosis now?" Lucas shook his head at Bai Xiaoliang. Then, he walked over to Jiang Ran, who was still in a hypnotic state. He asked Bai Xiaoliang for the golden pocket watch back. After swaying the golden pocket watch a few times, he snapped his right fingers. Jiang Ran miraculously awoke from his hypnotic state. Upon awakening, Jiang Ran opened his eyes. He saw the doctors surrounding him. He shook his head, then, supporting himself with both hands on the ground, he asked, "Is the hypnosis over?" Bai Xiaoliang said, "It's over." "Jiang Ran, do you have any special feelings?" Jiang Ran composed himself and said, "No special feelings, I just feel very relaxed after waking up." Bai Xiaoliang nodded, "All right, this hypnosis session is over. For the next hypnotic therapy, I will contact you again. You can leave the hospital and go home." Subsequently, Jiang Ran got up from the bedding, put on his shoes, and he, along with red contact lens female nurse Xiaotong and the other doctors, left hypnosis room 99. At this point, only Bai Xiaoliang and Lucas remained there. After everyone had completely left, Bai Xiaoliang closed the door to hypnosis room 99. Then, he asked Lucas, "Did you enter the inner world?" Lucas nodded. Bai Xiaoliang asked, "What was it like inside?" Lucas replied, "A villa town, inhabited by many Jiang Rans." Bai Xiaoliang asked, "And then?" Lucas spread his hands. "Initially, I was having a pleasant conversation with a few of the Jiang Rans, but then another Jiang Ran suddenly appeared and killed me. Bai Xiaoliang had guessed that Lucas must have been killed after entering the inner world, based on Lucas's heavily sweating state earlier, but he didn't know the exact circumstances. Bai Xiaoliang then asked, "So, do you think Zhang Ran, this patient, will be difficult to treat?" Lucas thought for a moment and said, "The difficulty of treatment depends entirely on the strength of the subpersonalities. As of now, I'd say it's in the highest category." Bai Xiaoliang fell silent. Zhang Ran took the bus back to Alice's apartment. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When he returned, a large number of construction teams were just entering the apartment area, preparing to start work. He arrived downstairs at the apartment building and ran into Lu Xiaoyu, who was holding a handheld camera. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu, Zhang Ran asked her if Zhang Li's music class had ended. Zhang Ran knew that Zhang Lu also had a music class in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoyu said it hadn't ended, she was just out alone to get some fresh air. Zhang Ran nodded. Passing the activity room, he could hear Zhang Li teaching inside, even through the door. He didn't push the door open but instead took the elevator back to 304. Lu Xiaoyu, who had come out for air, stood in front of the apartment building, spread her arms, and took a deep breath of fresh air, facing the distant sky. Just then, a man's voice sounded behind her. Lu Xiaoyu still remembered that voice. It should be the person named Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said, "What a coincidence, Lu Xiaoyu, running into you here again." Lu Xiaoyu turned around. "Yes, what a coincidence." The two of them looked at each other. Lu Zhou suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, I recently filmed a new micro-movie. Would you be willing to be the first audience for my film? You could also give me some feedback." When Lu Xiaoyu heard the words new film, her eyes immediately lit up. "Sure, when can I watch it?" Lu Zhou said, "How about now?" Immediately, Lu Xiaoyu followed Lu Zhou to his home in the apartment. On the way, Lu Zhou kept chatting with Lu Xiaoyu about directors, films, and other related topics. Besides that, Lu Zhou kept secretly glancing at Lu Xiaoyu's fair, beautiful legs from time to time. Lu Xiaoyu was wearing a white short skirt today, so her fair, beautiful legs were exposed. Lu Xiaoyu's legs were very pretty. They were healthy and vibrant, not like chopstick legs. Lu Zhou kept peeking, but the greed in his eyes was well hidden. At this moment, in the live stream room, Renjesher no Hazila, "No, my little sister Xiaoyu, if she goes, she's about to fall into a trap." After sending that message, Renjesher no Hazila followed it with a laughing emoji. Therefore, Renjesher no Hazila's words were not genuinely pitying Lu Xiaoyu, but false. Hypocritical. Middle-aged uncle, before I saw the Wang Jian incident, I wouldn't have thought much of it, but precisely because I saw the Wang Jian incident, I'm wondering if there will be a twist with Lu Xiaoyu as well? Barry's sister, uncle, where do you think the twist will be? Middle-aged uncle, I searched for Lu Zhou online, and there's no information about him. Isn't that obviously a problem? Domineering female CEO then spoke, "It's a problem in our eyes. After all, these days, if you go to Chidian Chinese Network, register an author account, create a pen name, and post any work, you can get a wiki entry. But you can't stop there from being too many stupid people in this world. Various online scams, no matter how much they're publicized as frauds, still have people falling for them every year. Maybe she's one of those people. She's just imagining what Lu Zhou said about being a small director before, and thus thinks it's normal not to find him online. Besides, self-performing types like Wang Jian, who use a protective facade, are too rare. How could two appear in one round?" Returning to reality, Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Zhou were chatting happily. They entered Lu Zhou's home in the apartment building. After Lu Zhou opened the door, he was very gentlemanly, inviting Lu Xiaoyu to enter first with a single hand gesture. Lu Xiaoyu was also very pleased, skipping into Lu Zhou's house. She didn't notice Lu Zhou looking down, his smirk no longer suppressible. After Lu Xiaoyu went in, Lu Zhou also entered the house, then closed the door and locked it from the inside. After locking it, Lu Zhou stared at Lu Xiaoyu, who had entered the living room first. Looking at her beautiful legs beneath the white skirt, he was already certain that she was in his grasp. The woman before him would soon be his. He was about to be able to enjoy her, so his heart was filled with uncontrollable revelry. After all, since he moved into Alice's apartment, not counting Lu Xiaoyu, who was about to be his, he had only harmed 3 women in total. Thinking of this made him angry. After all, there were only so many Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, that came in each round. Females were a minority, and the probability of them being beautiful females was even lower. And if they were beautiful females, was he the only one in the entire apartment interested in beautiful females? Certainly not. There were other so-called perverted criminals and perverted serial killers interested. He remembered last time, he had his eye on a beautiful female Xiao Bai Shu. But that beautiful female Xiao Bai Shu was also targeted by other residents of the apartment. He couldn't beat that resident, so he eventually gave up. Fortunately, this time he acted first. Lu Xiaoyu was already with him, no one could take her, and he wouldn't allow anyone to take her. Xiaoyu, as long as you follow me obediently, rest assured, I won't kill you. Nor will I kill you to gain more privileges. Lu Zhou muttered to himself. People like them, who were criminals in the outside world and brought into Alice's apartment. Actually, they were all bewildered when they first arrived. Except for those 3 rules. First, they couldn't leave Alice's apartment. Second, they would receive 10,000 yuan each month as living expenses. Third, you can do anything you want in the apartment. In addition to being given their own houses. They knew nothing else. Including what a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, was, they knew even less. Until he started hunting a beautiful woman. After killing her, he then received new information. That is, he learned that those who introduced themselves at each welcoming party were all the so-called Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, or ordinary people. Killing these Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, could grant more information and privileges. Although some residents might kill Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, for more information and privileges, he wouldn't. Unless the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, he hunted kept resisting or running away. That's how the 3 beautiful Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, women he killed before were. Therefore, he hoped Lu Xiaoyu would be obedient. Lu Zhou, I haven't asked you what type of micro-movie you filmed yet. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu held a handheld camera, pointing it at Lu Zhou, who was smiling at her from the doorway. Lu Zhou slowly walked over. He said, it's an action romance film. Lu Xiaoyu chewed on those words, action romance film? Is it a movie that has both romance and action? So, is it primarily romance or primarily action? Lu Zhou continued to smile. It might start with action as the main focus, but later on, it should be romance as the main focus. After all, familiarity breeds affection. Immediately, Lu Xiaoyu sat on the sofa and said impatiently, then play it quickly. I can't wait. After she finished speaking, she looked at the TV hanging on the wall in front of her. But 3 minutes passed. She noticed that Lu Zhou was still standing there, smiling at her. He didn't turn on the TV or play the newly filmed movie. She was very confused. Lu Zhou, why aren't you playing the movie? Aren't you using this TV to play it? Lu Zhou smiled and shook his head. Xiaoyu, actually, there's something I lied to you about. Lu Xiaoyu was very confused. What is it? Lu Zhou, the action romance film I mentioned hasn't actually started filming yet. Lu Xiaoyu's brows finally furrowed. Then why did you ask me to come watch a newly filmed movie? Lu Zhou said, actually, I didn't ask you to come watch my newly filmed micro-movie as the first audience member. Instead, I hope you can be the female lead of my action romance film, and I will be the male lead. Lu Zhou placed his left hand on his chest, unable to suppress his smile any longer. How can one be considered good-looking? Other things are unclear, but if you think someone is good-looking, their eyes must be good. Lu Xiaoyu was just like that. At this moment, her eyes narrowed, and her pretty face was filled with confusion. But I studied directing, not acting. I probably won't be good at acting. Lu Zhou said, it's fine, I'll teach you. Saying that, Lu Zhou took off his wine-red suit jacket. Today, Lu Zhou was wearing a wine-red suit. You ask why he didn't wear black. That's because black makes him look like a salesman. It couldn't reflect Lu Zhou's feigned bohemian taste. After all, fine clothes make the man, a good saddle makes the horse. Lu Xiaoyu watched Lu Zhou take off his suit jacket, very puzzled. Why are you taking off your clothes? Lu Zhou said, acting, it's all for acting. Next, I'm not just going to take off this one, I'm going to take off all my clothes. Of course, you have to do the same. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was completely stunned. I have to take off all my clothes too? Is this for filming a movie? Lu Zhou, why wouldn't it be? Lu Xiaoyu, what kind of movie requires you to take off all your clothes? Lu Zhou, didn't I tell you at the beginning, an action romance film? Lu Xiaoyu, but an action romance film doesn't need to be like this, does it? Lu Zhou felt that Lu Xiaoyu was somewhat adorably foolish. He said, the action romance film I'm talking about isn't the AV from Sakura Country? Isn't that an action romance film? Don't worry, I'm a professional. By this time, Lu Xiaoyu. She suddenly understood with an oh. It seemed she had understood everything. Lu Zhou was currently looking at Lu Xiaoyu with a half smile. He was ready to proceed forcefully. After all, under normal circumstances, the woman would have already guessed his intentions. After all, Sima Zhao's intentions are known to all passers-by. Therefore, the women he encountered resisted him, just as Chao Mao resisted Sima Zhao back then. But to his extreme shock, at this moment, Lu Xiaoyu not only didn't scream, saying things like, don't come over, I'll call the police, nor did she try to escape. Instead, she found a chair, placed it on the glass coffee table, and then pushed the glass coffee table aside. She placed her handheld camera on the chair, adjusted it left and right, aiming it at the sofa. Then, she generously said to Lu Zhou, "Then let's go, but I think it's best to start on the sofa and then move to other places. Of course, I think action alone is completely uninteresting. It definitely needs to include romance. We'll act as a couple, what do you think? Of course, ordinary couples definitely don't have much novelty. That way, it won't attract the audience's attention at all. To be honest, as someone who studies directing, I watch basically all types of films, including these unconventional films. I've seen many types, and from different countries. I've realized one truth. This kind of film must have a plot, and to stand out among all these films, the plot must be novel and unique. The couple we're going to play next is that you have a girlfriend, and I also have Wang Ju's boyfriend, but we're secretly having an affair behind their backs." After saying this long string of words, Lu Xiaoyu, who had been full of excitement, suddenly started crying. She cried with tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful and adorable. Her arms spread forward. She walked towards Lu Zhou, her voice still a coquettish, pitiful murmur. "I miss you so much." This scene, to be honest, it completely baffled Lu Zhou, who had been in the business for many years. Oh my goodness, he even wondered if he was dreaming? In all his years, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After his intentions were exposed, the woman not only had no extreme reaction, but instead, she was calm, even actively cooperative. Lu Zhou felt as if his brain had been hit by an atomic bomb. It was blown into pieces. It turned into fragments. And very quickly, these exploded fragments merged together. Lu Zhou regained his thoughts and instantly understood everything before him. Is this the charm of art? In this world, the thought processes of some artists are simply incomprehensible to ordinary people. For art, they can sacrifice everything, even their own lives. To pursue the art in their hearts, they can be said to be crazy, stopping at nothing. Lu Zhou guessed that Lu Xiaoyu must be that kind of person. Otherwise, she would definitely not be like this. As for what if it was an act? To relax his guard, and then escape? Don't be ridiculous. A weak woman opposite him, no matter how cunning, would be useless in front of a big man like him. Therefore, he also spread his arms, as if merging into the emotion that Lu Xiaoyu had infected him with. But when the two were still 2 meters away and about to embrace, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly shouted cut. Then Lu Zhou saw Lu Xiaoyu run to the camera, adjust it, and shift the lens. It turned out that the two were almost out of frame, so she had to adjust it. And after doing all this, Lu Xiaoyu returned to her original position and said, "Action." The two of them resumed their previous intense emotional performance. He also saw Lu Xiaoyu's performance just now. Lu Zhou was absolutely certain that Lu Xiaoyu was definitely not putting on this act to escape and make him lower his guard, because her actions just now were clearly a pursuit of art. Therefore, he completely relaxed. Xiaohua's boyfriend embraced Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu hugged him tightly, her head resting on Lu Zhou's still somewhat sturdy chest. She cried and said, "Did you miss me? I missed you so much." Lu Zhou greedily inhaled the fragrance emanating from Lu Xiaoyu. He held her soft, delicate body in his arms. For a moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion and completely immersed himself in the scene. "Me too, I missed you so much." Lu Xiaoyu said, "Then do you love me? Do you love me more, or do you love Wang Ju's boyfriend?" Lu Zhou affirmed, "Of course I love you more." Lu Xiaoyu pouted, "I don't believe you, unless you prove it with a kiss." Lu Xiaoyu lifted her head from Lu Zhou's chest. She looked up, her beautiful big eyes gazing at Lu Zhou with deep affection, and she pursed her lips. Seeing this, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and lowered his head. But what Lu Zhou never expected was that Lu Xiaoyu's right hand slowly left Lu Zhou's back and moved towards her thigh. From under the white dress that had so captivated Lu Zhou, Lu Xiaoyu unexpectedly pulled out a black object. It was a taser, one of the two greatest self-defense tools for women. The black taser slowly moved to the back of Lu Zhou's neck. Just as Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Zhou's lips were about to meet, the taser created romantic blue fireworks. Borrowing a line from the anime movie Fireworks, are fireworks round when viewed from the side, or flat? Round or flat, Lu Zhou didn't know, but Lu Zhou felt that being hit by fireworks must hurt a lot. When Lu Zhou regained consciousness, he only felt that the back of his neck was sore, numb, and throbbing. Then, before he could even tend to the pain in his neck, he noticed Lu Xiaoyu's handheld camera, about a meter away, with its lens pointed directly at him. And when Lu Xiaoyu, behind the camera, saw that he had woken up, she tilted her head to the left and smiled in surprise. "Lu Zhou, you're awake?" Lu Zhou tried to get up, but found himself bound by hemp ropes from who knows where. He was tied to a wooden chair with a wide back. He was tied very securely. After a strong struggle, the ropes showed no sign of loosening. "Lu Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Seeing that he couldn't break free, Lu Zhou could only question Lu Xiaoyu. although he felt that his current situation didn't seem too good. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Of course, I'm making a movie. Didn't you say you'd be the male lead and I'd be the female lead?" Lu Zhou said, "If that's the case, then why are you tying me up?" Lu Xiaoyu said, "The plot is like this. I cheated on Xiaohua's boyfriend, and you cheated on Wang Zhu's boyfriend. But actually, I realized long ago that you were just playing with me. Therefore, when we embraced, our so-called reunion was actually revenge. I pretended to be in love with you, but in reality, I used a taser to stun you." Listening to this series of so-called plot points, Lu Zhou was confused again. From the moment he woke up and found himself bound and unable to move, his initial thought was that he had been tricked. The Lu Xiaoyu in front of him was definitely playing innocent to catch him off guard. He was like Guan Yu, losing Jingzhou due to carelessness. However, Lu Xiaoyu's sudden words and actions made him feel like he hadn't been tricked at all. Was the Lu Xiaoyu in front of him still immersed in her art? Therefore, Lu Zhou continued to ask, "What's next? What's the plot now?" Lu Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly and smiled. "After you wake up, you find yourself bound and unable to move. Because I love you too much, I will slowly torture you to death with a knife." Lu Zhou, "You're not really going to kill me, are you? This is just acting, right?" Lu Xiaoyu smiled. "What do you think?" A sense of unease suddenly rose in Lu Zhou's heart. He saw Lu Xiaoyu go to his open-plan kitchen, retrieve all the knives, and place them on 2 chairs nearby. Then, he watched her immediately get into character. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Xiao Zhou, do you know, I really like you." As she spoke, Lu Xiaoyu picked up a fruit knife from the chair and plunged it directly into Lu Zhou's thigh. The suit pants on his thigh and the underwear beneath offered no resistance to the sharpness of the fruit knife. Therefore, as soon as it was inserted, red liquid began to spray out. Seeing this, Lu Zhou, whether from fear or pain, immediately began to scream. At this point, he realized that the Lu Xiaoyu in front of him was indeed a pervert immersed in art. He shouted, "Lu Xiaoyu, wake up! If you stab me a few more times, I'll die. And, don't you dare pull it out. It is well known that if a knife is stuck in the body, it should never be pulled out, otherwise the blood loss will be greater and faster, causing secondary injury." But Lu Xiaoyu seemed not to hear. She pulled it out directly. Instantly, the amount and speed of blood gushing out increased. Lu Xiaoyu immediately plunged the fruit knife into Lu Zhou's other thigh. Lu Zhou cried out in agony, "Lu Xiaoyu, stop it now." But Lu Xiaoyu still seemed not to hear. "Ah, Xiao Zhou, tell me, who do you love more, really?" Lu Zhou truly felt a million Chao-and-Imas running through his mind. But he still had to say, I love you the most. So hurry up and stop, and quickly call 911 for me, I'm going to die. Lu Zhou's current performance was nothing like that of a vicious rapist and murderer. He was no different from a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. "Is that so? You love me the most? But, I don't believe it." Lu Xiaoyu gave this answer to Lu Zhou's words. Then, Lu Xiaoyu stopped stabbing Lu Zhou's thigh with the knife. She just slowly disappeared from the camera's view. She reappeared behind the handheld camera, watching Lu Zhou's painful reaction being filmed. After about 5 minutes of filming, Lu Xiaoyu reappeared in front of the camera. She brought Lu Zhou a glass of water and told him to drink it. Lu Zhou's lips were a little pale at this point. He asked Lu Xiaoyu why she was giving him water. Lu Xiaoyu cried and replied that he had lost too much blood and needed water to replenish it. After Lu Zhou drank a few sips, Lu Xiaoyu, still tearful, said, "Goodbye, Xiao Zhou, I can't let that woman have you, so you must leave first. I love you too much." Lu Xiaoyu was still immersed in her own storyline. She disappeared from the camera again, reappearing behind the handheld camera. This time, Lu Zhou was filmed for a bit longer. Lu Xiaoyu wiped away the tears from her eyes. She excitedly shouted, "Perfect! The filming of this movie is complete." "Oh, no, it shouldn't be a movie. It's so short, it should be a short film." While Lu Xiaoyu was excited about her short film being finished, Lu Zhou's lips were turning white, and his face was extremely pale. He looked very weak all over, as if he was about to die at any moment. He weakly stared at Lu Xiaoyu, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Since the film is done, please call an ambulance for me quickly." "An ambulance? No, I want to film you until you die. That's what a true art short film is." After all, among all the famous movies in the world, how many have actually filmed a living person dying? Many films showing people dying are acted. No matter how realistic the acting, it's not real. Lu Xiaoyu stood by the handheld camera and said very seriously. Upon hearing this, either it was a final burst of energy, or he was truly enraged. Lu Zhou, who had been too weak to speak, suddenly convulsed. After the convulsion, he looked as if he had been injected with a stimulant. His entire body instantly tensed up and became rigid. He roared at Lu Xiaoyu, "Lu Xiaoyu, are you really insane? You want to film me until I die? Don't you know you're committing murder? It's illegal. You'll end up in jail. Is that so? I'll end up in jail? What about you? You said you're a director, but why is there no information about you online, not even on Wikipedia? Lu Xiaoyu smiled slightly. After Lu Xiaoyu finished saying this, Lu Zhou was stunned. Lu Xiaoyu then added, "And, you tricked me into your room, and you even wanted to assault me, isn't that illegal?" Lu Zhou fell completely silent. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "So, you found out a long time ago? Everything today, you were faking it?" Hee. I was such a fool. At first, I actually fell for your act, thinking you were too immersed in art. Lu Xiaoyu replied, "Everything I did today wasn't exactly faked. Since you had ill intentions towards me, I can also have ill intentions towards you. It just so happens I can use you to film a short film. So, both of us are hunters, and it's a competition to see whose skills are superior. The facts prove that I won." "You won?" Lu Zhou sneered disdainfully. "Have you ever considered something? If I die, how will you dispose of my body without being discovered?" Lu Zhou still wanted to use the argument that ordinary people find it difficult to dispose of bodies, hoping to save his life. Lu Xiaoyu tilted her head. "Is disposing of a body very difficult? When I used to dispose of bodies, I would just throw them directly into the sinkholes in the barren mountains near Nan City." This left Lu Zhou stunned. His eyebrows shot up. "Used to dispose of bodies?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded, revealing an innocent smile. "Before, there were several men who said they liked me, so I used them to help me complete a few short films. After they were done, just like you, they died. Then it was time to dispose of the bodies." Lu Zhou was somewhat dazed. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Aren't you Xiao Baishu, little white mice? How could you have killed anyone?" Lu Zhou had participated in this welcoming party. Therefore, he knew that Lu Xiaoyu was Xiao Baishu, little white mice. Xiao Baishu, little white mice, are ordinary people. So how could Xiao Baishu, little white mice, have killed anyone? And seemed so experienced? Xiao Baishu, little white mice? What Xiao Baishu, little white mice? Lu Xiaoyu shook her head and smiled. "It doesn't matter, you're going to die anyway. How about this, I'll show you a film I shot before." Lu Xiaoyu took out her phone. She placed it in front of Lu Zhou. The short film Lu Xiaoyu showed Lu Zhou was about half an hour long, but Lu Xiaoyu played it at 10x speed. The plot was roughly this. A man and a woman in a villa. The man was a university student. The woman was also a university student, precisely Lu Xiaoyu. The man wanted to have Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu proposed a game to the man. The two of them would play a deadly hide-and-seek. The man would hide. The woman would act as a killer and search for the man. If she couldn't find the man within an hour, the man could have her. If she found him within an hour, Lu Xiaoyu would play the killer and kill him. The man didn't care at all whether Lu Xiaoyu's statement about playing the killer and killing him was real or fake. Anyway, he happily played hide-and-seek. Then, the entire film, except for the beginning, which was in third-person perspective. The middle part, where she searched for him, was entirely from Lu Xiaoyu's first-person perspective, and the killing, like a killer, after finding him, was also in first-person perspective. The final result, in less than 20 minutes, the man was found. After the man was found, he still smiled at Lu Xiaoyu, who was holding a cleaver. However, the next second, Lu Xiaoyu struck with the knife. The man was brutally hacked to death in extreme confusion and terror. The footage was extremely realistic, sufficiently bloody and violent, completely unlike a movie. After watching, Lu Zhou's heart had died, especially as he looked at his blood-stained legs and the blood all over the floor. He kept gasping for air. He pleaded with Lu Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, please, let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the secret of this apartment, how about it? Aren't you curious why I called you Xiao Baishu, little white mice?" Lu Xiaoyu smiled brightly. Not curious at all. Including, when I signed the agreement to come in, I didn't think much about this apartment, I just figured getting the money was enough. Alright, next, for the end of the short film, you are the protagonist. Lu Xiaoyu once again exited the filming perspective. She left the entire frame to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's face was now filled with horror and fear. What was he afraid of? Afraid of Lu Xiaoyu? No, he was afraid of death. Suddenly, his mind uncontrollably replayed the tragic scenes of the beautiful women he had killed. How similar were those beautiful women, on the verge of death after he killed them, to him now? He tried to call for help, but it was useless. "No, don't come over, don't you all come over." It must have been hallucinations caused by excessive blood loss. Lu Zhou suddenly widened his eyes, the whites of which were completely covered in red blood vessels, climbing. He saw many blood-soaked women appearing all around him. They were the women he had killed. These women surrounded him. Extending their bloody hands, revealing the white bones within the flesh, they approached him. During his final moments, Lu Zhou kept screaming. Eventually, his voice grew fainter and fainter. Although there was no external force on his neck, he died as if he had been choked to death. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Evil Wolf, what a useless person. From hunter to prey, how embarrassing. Just like that bootlicker Zhao Jia, useless, trash. Ranjia no Hazila, she's not entirely useless, right? After all, who would have thought that Lu Xiaoyu was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing? She's more ruthless than Wang Jian. Wang Jian is just a master of acting. She's different, she's a lunatic who loves making movies and pursuing art. Did you all see that video she played? How is that a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice? Fairy sister, indeed, that doesn't look like a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, at all. Instead, it looks like these residents in the apartment. Moreover, when this round of the game was introduced, there was no mention of Lu Xiaoyu filming murder videos, was there? I feel that Lu Xiaoyu shouldn't be allowed to live in the apartment as a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice? Middle-aged uncle jumped out to refute. You're wrong, fairy sister. What is a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice? The Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, in our impression are pretty much what Lu Zhou described, ordinary people. But from the apartment organizer's perspective, it's not like that at all. Take Jiang Ran, for example. Do you think Jiang Ran is still a qualified Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, now? Since he entered the apartment, how many perverted criminals and serial killers has he taken down? Robert was even eliminated by him. And who says perverted criminals can't be Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice? Fairy sister, actually, I just want to complain that the information provided by the apartment is incomplete. Domineering female CEO, it's boring if it's complete. It's good enough as it is. Don't you think it's a pleasant surprise this way? Lu Zhou's home. After Lu Zhou's complete death, Lu Xiaoyu put away her handheld camcorder. Then, using Lu Zhou's broom, mop, and other tools, she began to clean the bloodstains in the living room. After cleaning most of the bloodstains in the living room, she started to deal with Lu Zhou's body, for example, stopping the bleeding from the wounds. To move a body, the best tools are a suitcase or a large travel bag. Of course, a suitcase is preferred because it's easier to move. Lu Xiaoyu returned to her residence in the apartment, pulled her pink large suitcase to Lu Zhou's home. She stuffed Lu Zhou thoroughly into the suitcase. Looking at the twisted arms and thighs, Lu Zhou's entire body was squeezed into a ball in the suitcase. Lu Xiaoyu sniffed. I can still smell the blood. Lu Xiaoyu therefore returned to her residence in the apartment again, bringing her usual perfume. Almost an entire bottle was used on Lu Zhou's body, effectively covering the smell of blood. Only then did Lu Xiaoyu satisfactorily close the suitcase lid and zip it up. Then, dragging the suitcase, she checked Lu Zhou's home one last time before leaving. Finding nothing unusual, she closed the door, ready to dispose of the body. When Lu Xiaoyu was taking the elevator, dragging the suitcase, she happened to run into Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran saw Lu Xiaoyu pulling a large suitcase and curiously asked, moving? Lu Xiaoyu shook her head, smiling slightly. These are all old clothes. I'm taking them to donate to mountain areas for charity. Jiang Ran nodded. That's good, recycling. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked, by the way, Jiang Ran, how is your relationship with Jean Yuna? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran's face immediately darkened, and he perfunctorily said, it's alright, it's alright. In his heart, he was cursing. What relationship? What kind of relationship could I have with him? The two arrived on the first floor together. They exited the automatic glass induction door together. Jiang Ran watched Lu Xiaoyu leave, dragging her pink large suitcase. He, on the other hand, ran to several construction sites not far away, observing from a safe distance. During his visit, Jiang Ran discovered that there were quite a few buildings being expanded for the Alice apartment this time. He walked around and found that the nearby land had probably all been bought by the Alice apartment. There were about 20 construction sites working simultaneously. After inspecting the area, Jiang Ran planned to return to the apartment building. But on the way, he met someone. It was Fang Xiao. At this moment, Fang Xiao reeked of alcohol. His smell could be detected from a long distance. He held a beer bottle in his hand and continuously chugged from it. Don't get me wrong, although Fang Xiao appeared very drunk, his walking was still very steady, not swaying like other drunk people. Jiang Ran and Fang Xiao got closer and closer. Jiang Ran also saw Fang Xiao's face turning red more clearly. Of course, it wasn't because Fang Xiao was shy looking at Jiang Ran. It was from drinking alcohol. Just as the two were about to pass each other, Fang Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and asked, by the way, Jiang Ran, have you seen any dogs in the apartment? Jiang Ran stopped, turned around. Dogs? What kind of dogs? Fang Xiao, large dogs, all looking fierce. Jiang Ran shook his head. I saw a few large dogs by the guardhouse a few days ago, but I haven't seen them these past few days. Are you looking for those dogs for something? Fang Xiao heard this and smiled wickedly. If I find them, of course, I'll kill them and eat their meat. Dog meat hot pot is the most delicious. Jiang ran. Wang Qingzhao's home. At this time, Wang Qingzhao did not go to work. Instead, she was lying very coolly on the white tiled floor of her large flat, by the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Her long black hair was splayed out. Her eyes, devoid of spirit yet powerful, stared at the white ceiling. That day, after she killed her ex-boyfriend, Zhao Jia, she sat in Zhao Jia's house in a daze for half an hour. She just sat on the sofa, looking at Zhao Jia's body lying in a pool of blood. Her eyes revealed perhaps appreciation, perhaps dissatisfaction, or perhaps something else entirely. In short, after half an hour, she began to clean up. Like Lu Xiaoyu, she used a suitcase to pack Zhao Jia's body. But unlike Lu Xiaoyu, she used Zhao Jia's suitcase. After cleaning Zhao Jia's house, she dragged Zhao Jia's suitcase, containing Zhao Jia. She put the suitcase into the trunk of her car. She directly threw it into the natural sinkholes in the barren mountains near Nan City. This was also because Nan City happened to have such natural geographical conditions nearby. Of course, Wang Qingzhao had also fantasized about murder and body disposal in her mind before. So, disposing of the body was as if she had planned it all along. After disposing of it, Wang Qingzhao had been at home. She hadn't gone out once. Most of her day was spent lying on the floor, looking at the ceiling. Or lying on her side, looking at the city center view outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window. So relaxed, truly so relaxed. Wang Qingzhao, lying on the tiled floor. Her lips curled slightly. From her childhood, when she started taking medication and undergoing various psychiatric treatments for antisocial personality disorder, her life had always been suppressed. There had always been a gray shroud covering her, blocking her vision and actions. But, ever since she killed Zhao Jia, she felt as if she had gained freedom and ease. Truly, since she killed Zhao Jia, she felt so relaxed. The physical and mental fatigue and suppression had mysteriously disappeared. Lucas, when are you planning to go to other hospitals? Nan City Red Leaf Mental Hospital. After Jiang Ran's consultation ended, it was now 5:20 p.m., with 10 minutes left until closing time. Bai Xiaoliang and his junior apprentice, Lucas, were drinking milk tea on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. Lucas was here for an exchange study program. His first stop was Red Leaf Mental Hospital, which belonged to his senior brother. Later, he would visit hospitals in other cities, and even in other provinces. Lucas said, I'll stay here for another week, okay? What's wrong, senior brother? Don't you welcome me? Bai Xiaoliang shook his head. No, I was just asking. And also, I want to introduce you to someone. After all, you're not getting any younger. Hearing this, Lucas immediately shook his head and refused. No, I'm not interested in dating. It will affect my work. Bai Xiaoliang said, I used to think that too, but haven't I found a girlfriend now? And if you keep not having a girlfriend, don't your parents pressure you to get married? Lucas suddenly smiled strangely. It's fine, they don't pressure me. Bai Xiaoliang stared at Lucas's face, saw that strange smile, and suddenly thought of something. His expression darkened, and he asked, Lucas, you didn't hypnotize your parents because you don't want to find a partner, did you? Bai Xiaoliang's suspicion had a basis. He had once discovered that Lucas would use his proud hypnosis skills to do things that served his own interests. The most serious incident was long ago. A female doctor was deeply in love with Lucas, but Lucas was not interested in her and found her very annoying. Therefore, he used hypnosis on that female doctor. He hypnotized the female doctor to hide all memories of him in her mind. However, the effect of hypnosis can weaken over time. As a result, the female doctor's fragmented memories gradually began to recover. She started to show affection for Lucas again. Later, Lucas hypnotized this female doctor again, implanting something into her mind. This caused the female doctor to feel a deep sense of fear every time she saw Lucas's face. And this fear, intertwined with those fragments of memories of her admiration for Lucas, led to the female doctor's mental state becoming chaotic and increasingly unstable. If Bai Xiaoliang and Lucas's teacher hadn't discovered it early, that female doctor would probably have become mentally ill. Because of this, that teacher severely criticized Lucas at the time. If it hadn't been for Bai Xiaoliang and his other senior and junior brothers and sisters interceding, Lucas would probably have been expelled from their master's tutelage and had his medical license revoked, never to practice medicine again. After all, that teacher's status in the medical field was not to be trifled with. Hearing Bai Xiaoliang's words, Lucas suddenly became serious. How could I? Since the incident with the female doctor, I haven't done such things. Bai Xiaoliang was still somewhat suspicious. Alright then, Lucas, you must remember that we are doctors. We must be responsible for ourselves, for our patients, and for others. Don't use hypnosis indiscriminately to satisfy your own interests. If, in the future, I discover that you have gone down that path, there's no need to inform the teacher. I will personally cripple you. Bai Xiaoliang's usual gentle and kind demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of decisiveness and ruthlessness. Yes, I remember. Lucas's handsome Caucasian face squeezed out a beautiful smile. But in his heart, dark clouds had already gathered. Xiaohua's boyfriend and Lucas, seeing that it was almost time, went downstairs to the floor where Bai Xiaoliang usually saw patients. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they heard a very noisy sound from the waiting area on that floor. It sounded like an argument had broken out. Xiaohua's boyfriend and Lucas immediately quickened their pace towards the patient waiting area. They saw a Chinese man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and tie. He was entangled with several doctors and nurses. The Chinese man kept shouting, "Lucas, where are you? I know you're here. Get out here." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoliang looked at Lucas with confusion. "Looking for you?" Lucas nodded, then stepped forward. As soon as he stepped forward, the Chinese man immediately spotted him. "Lucas, you're finally out," the Chinese man shouted aggressively. Lucas stared at the Chinese man in front of him, a look of confusion and admiration on his face. "Mr. Joe, shouldn't you be in the United States? And you're really amazing, flying so far to find me." It turned out that this Chinese man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and tie, was named Joe. Mr. Joe pointed at Lucas and sneered, "Haha, don't worry, until that matter is cleared up. Wherever you go, I'll follow." Bai Xiaoliang stepped forward a few paces and whispered into Lucas's ear. "Who is this person? It looks like you have a conflict with him." Lucas said, "A family member of a patient I had in the United States, senior brother. Can I borrow a consultation room in your hospital? I'll talk to him." Bai Xiaoliang, "Okay, call me if you need anything." Next, Lucas said to Mr. Joe, if you have something to discuss, let's go inside. Let's not make a scene here. After all, we are civilized people. Mr. Joe sneered, "Fine, I didn't want to make a scene anyway." Immediately after, Lucas entered the empty consultation room No. 6 on that floor. The doctors and nurses who were blocking Mr. Joe, seeing Bai Xiaoliang's nod of, also released Mr. Joe. Therefore, Mr. Joe also followed him in. After Xiaohua's boyfriend and Lucas went inside, the door was closed. Inside consultation room No. 6, Lucas sat in the doctor's seat in the consultation room. On the desk in front of him was a sandalwood box made of sandalwood. The sandalwood box was round, with intricate carvings on the lid. It allowed air to circulate with the outside. After sitting down, Lucas searched for something in the metal cabinets he could reach on either side. He finally found a coil of incense shaped like a mosquito coil. Of course, this coil of incense was very small, very thin, and green. Holding this coil of incense, he said to Mr. Joe, "It's a bit smelly in here. Do you mind if I light some incense to get rid of the odor?" Mr. Joe stood there and said coldly, "Suit yourself." Lucas smiled, lit the coiled incense with a lighter he pulled from his pocket, then placed it in the sandalwood box and closed the lid. After closing the lid, a plume of white smoke immediately rose from the sandalwood box. It went straight up to the ceiling, and after hitting the ceiling, it split into multiple streams, beginning to diffuse throughout consultation room No. 6. Having done all this, Lucas smiled at Mr. Joe, his 5 fingers on his right hand tapping rhythmically on the table, making a d-d-d sound. "Mr. Joe, what can I do for you?" Lucas asked. Mr. Joe's forehead veins bulged. "What are you pretending for? You know perfectly well, don't you?" Lucas feigned a look of sudden realization. "If it's about your wife, I'm very sorry, but I'm powerless. After all, your wife's mental illness has been cured by me. As for who she fell in love with after she got better, can that really be blamed on me?" Mr. Joe was from Huagua. He attended university in his home country, and after graduating, he went to the United States for further studies. After that, he stayed in the United States to study, work, and live. In the United States, he met an American girl. He fell in love with her and they got married. Although Xiaohua's boyfriend hadn't had children yet, their life was exceptionally happy. Until one day, after Mr. Joe got off work, he noticed that his wife's mood was a bit strange, and her mental state was very unstable. Mr. Joe cared for his wife and asked her what had happened. His wife initially refused to speak, but eventually, she tearfully revealed the situation. It turned out that Mr. Joe and his wife both worked at a large company in the United States. They were just in different departments. A new supervisor, an American, came to his wife's department and harassed her daily. Especially one time, she was almost taken advantage of by her new supervisor. This made his wife's mental state increasingly tense and chaotic. Her work and life were also a mess. After learning about this, Mr. Joe went to the company to confront the supervisor. But who knew that the supervisor flatly denied it, claiming he should bring out evidence if he had the ability. This clearly showed that he was counting on Mr. Joe having no evidence, only his wife's verbal testimony. He had no choice but to temporarily give up. Later, seeing that his wife's mental state was not right, he went to a psychiatric hospital, preparing to take his wife for treatment to alleviate her condition. And the one responsible for treating his wife was Lucas. Lucas truly lived up to his reputation as the top doctor at this hospital. He quickly cured Mr. Joe's wife, for which Mr. Joe was extremely grateful. Just like that, Mr. Joe and his wife returned to a normal life, and his wife also resigned from that company. His wife decided not to look for another job. Xiaohua's boyfriend had been married for several years, and it was time to have a child. So, his wife stayed at home preparing for childbirth. Days passed one by one. However, as time went on, Mr. Joe noticed that his wife's attitude towards him was getting worse and worse. Mr. Joe wasn't sure what was going on, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Until one day when he returned home. A 7 or 8-year-old boy from his next-door neighbor's house said to him, "Uncle, your older brother is so nice." Mr. Joe was very puzzled. What nonsense was this child talking? He didn't have an older brother, he was an only child. Therefore, he thought the little boy had made a mistake. So he said to him, "Did you make a mistake?" The little boy scratched his head strangely. "No way, I often see another uncle coming in and out of your house. That uncle even gave me candy, and when I asked him who he was, he said he was your older brother." At this, Mr. Joe didn't know why a bad feeling arose in his heart. Then he returned home and asked his wife if a man often came to their house. His wife directly denied it and asked him where he had heard the news. Mr. Joe said it was from the little boy next door. His wife said that the little boy talked nonsense all the time and he shouldn't pay attention to him, although his wife flatly denied it. But considering his wife's increasingly poor attitude towards him during this period, he couldn't help but think in that direction. So, he secretly installed several surveillance cameras in his house without his wife's knowledge. For a while, he found that his wife stayed at home all day, and there was no so-called man frequently visiting his house. He felt relieved, thinking that the little boy was talking nonsense. But later, he discovered that there was indeed a man who frequently visited his house. And this man came to his house not for anything else, the only thing was to cuckold him. And the one who cuckolded him was the former department supervisor of his wife. Mr. Joe was furious when he saw the surveillance footage. He couldn't understand why his wife would do something to betray him. And with the supervisor she hated, he was blinded by anger. So he confronted his wife face to face. When his wife saw the surveillance video, she wasn't angry that Mr. Joe had secretly installed cameras to monitor her. Instead, she was very calm. She admitted to her affair and asked Mr. Joe for a divorce. Of course, Mr. Joe disagreed. He was inexplicably cuckolded and asked for a divorce. He hadn't figured anything out, so he wasn't divorcing. So he asked his wife why she was with that supervisor. His wife simply replied that she loved him. Mr. Joe only found it absurd. Mr. Joe didn't want a divorce, but his wife insisted on it. People have legs. On the third day that Mr. Joe disagreed to the divorce, he returned home from work. He found that his wife was gone. Besides that, all of his wife's personal belongings were also gone. He frantically searched for his wife but couldn't find her. So he thought of that supervisor. He tried to find that supervisor through company colleagues. It turned out that the supervisor had suddenly resigned 2 days ago, and no one knew where he was now. At this point, Mr. Joe realized that his wife and that supervisor had eloped. Since then, Mr. Joe's mood had been exceptionally low, and he drowned his sorrows in alcohol all day long. A colleague of his, an American, who had a very good relationship with him, came over to ask Mr. Joe what had happened. So Mr. Joe told him about his and his wife's situation. And after learning the whole story, this colleague said that there was something fishy about the matter. Mr. Joe asked where the fishiness was. This colleague said, "Before, your wife was harassed for so long and almost taken advantage of, yet she didn't give in. Clearly, she hated that supervisor. If that's the case, how could she suddenly get involved with that supervisor inexplicably later on? And according to your description, your wife's behavior was willing, and she wasn't subjected to any temptation or coercion. Then your wife's transformation before and after is so great, there must be a reason. It's impossible for such a drastic change in a person's attitude and perception to happen without a reason. The reason, if I'm not mistaken, it lies in that visit to the psychiatrist." Mr. Joe thought about it and realized that from the time his wife was harassed until now, eloping with the supervisor. Indeed, if anything special had happened in between, it was going to see a psychiatrist and receiving treatment. But, if it was just receiving psychiatric treatment, why would his wife have such a big change? Mr. Joe couldn't understand. His colleague enlightened him. His colleague told him not to underestimate some psychiatrists or psychologists. They can guide patients' emotions and even change a patient's personality during treatment. His colleague told him that when he was a child, there was a middle-aged psychologist next door. His professional skill level was extremely strong. He used his professional skills to manipulate many respectable women. And those respectable women were all devoted to him. Mr. Joe was initially skeptical, thinking how could this be possible? Shouldn't this all be plotlines from movies and TV shows? In reality, aren't such psychiatrists just treating illnesses and alleviating emotional stress? Are they that miraculous? But his colleague's extreme certainty, plus the fact that there were indeed no other possibilities. Mr. Joe still tentatively believed him. But he didn't understand. If all of this was true, then why would Dr. Lucas help the supervisor? His colleague looked at him with a speechless expression and continued to explain. He must have been given money, or some other benefits. Perhaps this is a case of those involved being confused, while onlookers see clearly. At this point, Mr. Joe understood completely. Next, he sought out Lucas to settle scores. But Lucas certainly wouldn't admit it. Mr. Joe had no way to deal with Lucas, so he could only continue to pester him. And his colleague had a friend who worked at a special agency in the US. His colleague asked that friend to help investigate Lucas's bank transaction records. Finally, they found the evidence. They found a record of the supervisor having transferred $1 million into Lucas's bank account. At this point, Mr. Joe was even more convinced. He confronted Lucas with the evidence. Lucas looked at it and only said that he and the supervisor were good friends, and the money was a loan. After that, Mr. Joe prepared to continue pestering Lucas. But Lucas ran off to China for an exchange study program. Mr. Joe spent a lot of money to find out Lucas's whereabouts from his colleagues at Lucas's hospital. And so, he chased after him. Then today's events unfolded. Inside the consultation room. After you cured my wife's mental illness, why did she fall in love with that damned bastard? Wasn't it your doing? That bastard gave you $1 million. That's why you did it. At this moment, Mr. Joe was banging on the table in front of him. His expression was terrifying, as if he wanted to devour someone. Lucas, however, was unusually calm. Mr. Joe, I've already told you, you've misunderstood. The bastard you speak of is my friend, and that $1 million was a loan from him. Mr. Joe immediately grabbed Lucas's collar with both hands, his teeth grinding together with a hissing sound. His eyes were almost touching Lucas's. Kid, you said you didn't know that bastard at all, but then I found evidence of $1 million, and now you say he's your friend and the money was a loan. You're contradicting yourself. Do you take me for an idiot? Lucas, whose collar was being held tightly, smiled faintly. I do take you for an idiot, but you're not one, are you? Didn't you still manage to investigate something quite impressive? Hearing this, Mr. Joe suddenly let go of Lucas. You admit it? You finally admit it? Lucas still maintained his smile. What if I admit it? What if I don't? Mr. Joe said angrily, if you don't admit it, I'll force you to admit it. If you admit it, I'll make you take responsibility. Lucas said, what kind of responsibility? Mr. Joe, turn my wife back. Make her normal again. Lucas said, your wife is now intimately involved with that person, and she might even be pregnant with his child. Do you still want her? Mr. Joe's words were heavy, like Mount Tai, one by one. That's my wife, my wife. Lucas said, alright, then you go bring your wife over, and I'll restore her to normal and return her to you. Mr. Joe hadn't expected that after pestering this guy for so long in the US, he hadn't budged. How could he immediately give in as soon as he came to China? Mr. Joe didn't care about any of that. The other party had given in, after all. But a new problem immediately arose. Do you know where my wife is now? How could I possibly know? You can't find her, let alone me. Let's leave it at that. You find your wife, and I'll help you restore her to normal. Lucas was still tapping his fingers on the table, rhythmically. Mr. Joe said, alright. Remember what you said today. If I find my wife and bring her over, and you don't restore her to normal, be careful. I know you're mixed race and speak Chinese well. We have a Chinese idiom called the fish dies and the net breaks. You should understand what that means. With that said, Mr. Joe stormed out. After Mr. Joe left, Bai Xiaoliang walked in. He asked if there was anything between Mr. Joe and Lucas that required his help. Lucas still gave the same answer as before. Nothing, just some misunderstandings, which have now been cleared up. Mr. Joe left Red Leaf Mental Hospital. He bought the fastest flight back to the US on his phone, which was for the day after tomorrow. His only goal now was to find his wife and restore her to normal. As for other things, he didn't want to think about them at all. Although he didn't want to think about them, a person's brain is simply uncontrollable. His mind kept thinking, what if his wife recovered and discovered what she had been through during this time? Would she break down? Also, after his wife recovered, would he still love her as he did before? The constant worries in his mind, coupled with not having returned to his homeland, China, for too long, made Mr. Joe simply walk aimlessly around the streets to clear his head. Unconsciously, he walked to the middle of a large bridge. Suddenly, a loud bang came from behind him. He looked back and saw that two cars had collided. Fortunately, there was no fire. However, it was uncertain whether there were any casualties, because from his angle, it was a chaotic scene. Mr. Joe frowned and walked forward quickly. Soon, he reached the end of the bridge. At this point, he inadvertently looked to his right, at the wide river below the bridge. He was just casually looking, but who would have thought that once he looked, his gaze would fix there. He saw a person, whether male or female was unclear, but it was a person, struggling in the river, apparently drowning. Mr. Joe's pupils, which had previously contracted sharply, slowly returned to normal. Then, without another word, he ran down the bridge and towards the riverbank. Upon reaching the riverbank, he watched the person in the river constantly shouting for help, constantly resurfacing with their hands and head, struggling. At the same time, he was taking off his clothes. Soon, he had stripped down to just his underwear, and his phone, watch, and other belongings were placed on the bank. And just as he was about to enter the water to save someone, a large hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. He looked back and saw an old man in his 60s, looking out of breath. "Grandpa, what do you want?" Mr. Joe said, very puzzled. "Never mind, whatever it is, we can talk about it later. I'm going to save someone first. If I don't save them soon, they'll probably sink." Mr. Joe knew how to rescue someone drowning in a river. For someone who is drowning, you have to let them struggle for a while, let them exhaust their strength in the water, and then you go to rescue them. Otherwise, if you go to save them as soon as they start drowning, it's very possible they will pull you down with them. Especially if you're not a strong swimmer. And from the time he spotted the drowning person from the bridge until now, enough time had passed. So he had to get into the water quickly to save them. But then, the old man's words completely baffled him. "Young man, are you possessed? Or are you hallucinating? Where is there anyone in the river? Look closely yourself." Listening to the old man, Mr. Joe was unconvinced and pointed to that spot. "Isn't that a person? Old man, look yourself, look closely. Don't just point." Mr. Joe looked in the direction of the drowning person, and then, the drowning person was gone. He must have sunk. Mr. Joe became even more anxious. Due to the height difference, the old man, in his haste, jumped up and slapped Mr. Joe on the head. "You, young man, are truly possessed. There was no one there before. I thought you were going to jump into the river to commit suicide. That's why I chased you, and it left my old bones breathless. It turns out you're saving someone? Saving a ghost?" Mr. Joe rubbed his head, constantly looking back and forth at the old man's face and the previous location of the drowning person. He asked, puzzled, "Sir, this is a matter of life and death. You're so old, and your eyes aren't good, perhaps you didn't see him. Please don't stop me from going to save him. Otherwise, someone who could have been saved might die because of your delay." The old man was furious at these words. He directly pulled out his phone. Mr. Joe thought the old man's phone was a cheap one. He never expected that the old man was using a South Korea 4-star phone, and it was even the Ultra version. He just didn't know which generation it was. But no matter which generation, the camera on this phone was very powerful. "Young man, I was taking pictures of the scenery on the bridge and happened to capture you. Look closely yourself. Is there anyone in this river?" Mr. Joe took the old man's phone. He opened the video the old man had taken and started watching. Since the old man was standing on the bridge, the phone captured a wide range, including the entire river and the riverbank. Mr. Joe watched the video. He kept comparing the position of the drowning person in reality, converting it to the phone screen. But here was the problem. There was no drowning person in that approximate location on the phone. Mr. Joe thought the person hadn't fallen into the river yet. Then he saw himself in the video rushing out from the side, arriving at the riverbank, and taking off his clothes. And even at this point, from the old man's video, he still didn't see any drowning person in the river. At this point, Mr. Joe believed what the old man had said. Could it be that I really was hallucinating? It was the first time Mr. Joe had encountered such a situation, and he couldn't understand it. Seeing that Mr. Joe finally believed him, the old man said, "Alright, young man, it's good that you understand it's your own problem, and it saves me from chasing you with all my might. Alright, put on your clothes and go home. Oh, and young man, if you feel unwell in any way, go to the hospital right away." Before leaving, the old man also pointed at his head, gesturing to Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe nodded numbly, watching the old man leave. He started to get dressed, still feeling puzzled. Could it be that I've been too worried lately? Too many troubles, leading to hallucinations? Mr. Joe felt that this was not impossible. After all, anyone in his situation regarding his wife would break down for a while. It was already very difficult for him to hold on until now. Red Leaf Mental Hospital. In the underground parking lot. "Lucas, let's reschedule dinner for tomorrow night. I'm leaving now, my girlfriend is waiting for me." Bai Xiaoliang, driving his Mercedes-Benz, greeted Lucas and then hurried off, leaving Lucas alone in the underground parking garage. Lucas watched Bai Xiaoliang slowly drive away. Just as he turned around, another black car drove up beside him. The driver's side window of the black car slowly rolled down, revealing an ordinary-looking young woman. She was also a doctor at Red Leaf Mental Hospital. Her goal in rolling down the window was simple: to ask Lucas if he needed a ride or anything. Clearly, this female doctor was interested in Lucas. It was evident in her eyes and her tone of voice. After all, Lucas was very handsome, an American, with the added status. Plus, he was a big shot in psychiatry. Naturally, he was popular. But Lucas decisively refused. The female doctor drove off, somewhat disappointed. Lucas didn't make a big deal out of it, because he had encountered such situations too many times. Even if the person offering him a ride today was a beauty, he would still refuse. In this world, there are always some people who aren't very interested in lust. Of course, he also had a car at the parking lot, but it wasn't his, it was Bai Xiaoliang's. Bai Xiaoliang owns several cars. The one he lent to Lucas was also a black Mercedes-Benz. Driving the Mercedes-Benz, Lucas did not return to the hotel where he was staying. Instead, he went to a beautiful riverside in Nan City. He parked his car in a parking lot, walked for 15 minutes, and arrived at the riverside. At this time, there weren't too many people here yet. Lucas stood behind the riverside railing, gazing at the beautiful river view. His hands were in his pockets, dressed in casual clothes, with a tall stature and golden hair. If he wasn't said to be a doctor, he would definitely be mistaken for a foreign model. He stood there for about 10 minutes. A man in his early 30s walked over. This man had an ordinary appearance, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, black trousers, and a pair of black slippers. His face showed no joy or sorrow. He gave off a feeling that strangers should not approach. If there was any advantage to this man's appearance, it was his good height. He was estimated to be about 1.8 meters tall. However, even this 1.8-meter tall man was still half a head shorter when standing next to Lucas. "Dr. Lucas, what do you need me for?" The man came up to Lucas, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and asked softly. Lucas didn't turn his head, continuing to gaze into the distance, slowly exhaling. "Help me kill someone." The man heard the words "kill someone" and, without hesitation, immediately agreed, "All right." Lucas heard "all right" and immediately showed a brilliant smile. "Caillou, you're not going to ask me who I want you to kill? You just agreed directly?" The man called Caillou had the full name Huang Caillou. Huang Caillou said, "Anyone Dr. Lucas asks me to kill is definitely a person who deserves to die, no need to ask." Lucas then pulled out a yellow craft paper envelope from his. "These are the detailed files of the person I want you to kill." Huang Caillou took the envelope and briefly looked at it. Lucas asked, "How many days will it take?" Huang Caillou said, "It can be done before this time tomorrow. If completed, I will report here at this time tomorrow." Lucas was somewhat surprised. "That fast?" "Huang Caillou, it's expected." Lucas hummed a few times and asked, "Caillou, how has your mental state been recently? No problems, right?" Huang Caillou shook his head. "I still have to thank Dr. Lucas for your treatment back then. I've fully recovered." The two talked for another 10 minutes before going their separate ways. One went left, one went right. And as Lucas walked to the left, a slight curve gradually formed on his lips. "Jiang Ran, you and I had no enmity, but you can only blame your secondary personality for being dishonorable and immediately giving me a move. So, blame that damn smoky eye makeup." Lucas was a person who absolutely held grudges and sought revenge. Huang Caillou walked for 5 minutes and found his mode of transport to this place, a gray electric moped. He placed the yellow craft paper envelope in the storage compartment, then rode the electric moped and left. He rode for about an hour. He arrived at an area of self-built houses. Half of the houses in this self-built housing area had already been demolished. It was a mess, with concrete walls and steel bars piled together, forming ruins. But the other half was still intact. This was because this entire area was originally slated for demolition, but for some unknown reason, in the end, only half was torn down. Of course, even though half was demolished, the residents here had all received money or allocated houses, so there were no longer many people living here. Huang Kaiyu still lived here. Of course, he wasn't a displaced resident. He found this place, chose a relatively good courtyard, and moved in directly. At this moment, he rode his gray electric moped to the entrance of the courtyard, stopped his vehicle. He took out a key from his pocket, preparing to open the courtyard gate. Before he even opened it, he could see many cats and dogs in the courtyard gathering towards him. By the time he opened the gate, all these cats and dogs surrounded him, meowing and barking loudly. They seemed very close to him. Alright, go play by yourselves. Huang Kaiyu didn't lock the courtyard gate. He left it open so that all these cats and dogs could freely enter and exit. Evidently, this half-demolished self-built housing area had become a paradise for this group of cats and dogs. At this point, Huang Kaiyu pushed his gray electric moped into the courtyard. Then he walked to a small room on the left side of the courtyard. He opened the door and dragged out many woven bags from this small room. The woven bags were filled with cat food and dog food that he had made himself. He opened these woven bags and poured the cat food and dog food inside into several large plastic basins in the courtyard. Besides that, he also brought water from a room next to the small room and filled several other large plastic basins with water. Soon, the food and water basins were surrounded by cats and dogs. They were eating and drinking heartily. Watching these stray cats and dogs he had taken in, happily eating. A rare smile appeared on Huang Kaiyu's usually cold face. The courtyard Huang Kaiyu chose to live in was the most luxurious and largest among the undemolished ones. Of course, no matter how large or luxurious, it couldn't compare to a real villa. However, it was definitely more free and spacious than living in a residential complex. At this moment, after feeding the cats and dogs, he took out his phone and checked the current time. It was 6:30 p.m. Since it was summer, the sky wouldn't be completely dark until past 7 p.m. Currently, the sky was still quite bright. He glanced at the sky, then walked into the two-story house in the middle of the courtyard. He passed through the house in the middle of the courtyard and reached the backyard. The backyard was also very spacious, and there were also some cats and dogs playing and frolicking on the concrete ground. Of course, more importantly, there was also a very large single-story house in the backyard. But this single-story house was very strange. Not only was the door locked from the outside with an iron lock, but more importantly, the windows were also tightly shut. And inside, curtains were drawn, making it impossible to see the interior from the outside. This meant that without lights on, the room would be absolutely dark because no sunlight could penetrate. Huang Kaiyu walked briskly forward. As Huang Kaiyu walked towards this single-story house, the expression on his face grew increasingly grim with each step. He walked to the front of this single-story house and opened the iron lock on the door. Then, he entered and closed the door. After closing the door, his left hand instinctively pressed the light switch beside the door. Click! The light came on. Once the light was on, the room, which had been pitch black, was now completely visible. Woo woo! After the light came on, a wailing sound was heard. Standing by the door, he looked to the left. He could see a man and a woman. The man and woman were not old, appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. Now, they were bound all over with thick hemp ropes, and each had a rope passing through the ceiling beam, suspending them. The man and woman's feet were more than 30 centimeters off the ground. Their mouths were gagged with rags, causing them to only be able to make muffled wails. Huang Kaiyu walked over and removed the rags from both their mouths. Immediately after he removed them, he heard the bound man say, Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. I'll never abuse cats again, please." The man cried bitterly, looking utterly remorseful. Huang Kaiyu then looked at the woman who was tied and suspended next to him. The woman was of average appearance, her youth being her only advantage. Like the man, she was in tears and snot. "Yes, brother, we know we were wrong, please spare us." Huang Kaiyu turned around. A little over a meter behind him was a wooden cabinet, and on the cabinet were two mobile phones. These two phones belonged to the man and woman. From the phone cases, it was possible to distinguish which was the man's phone and which was the woman's. Huang Kaiyu seemed to know the passwords. He unlocked the phones and idly scrolled through them. He said, "Spare you? I can spare you, but what about those stray cats you tortured to death? Can they forgive you?" Huang Kaiyu scrolled to the man's phone album and found a picture of a tabby cat's severed head impaled on a wooden stick. It was extremely bloody and horrifying. Seeing this, the man cried even harder. "I know I was wrong. I'm sorry for these adorable little kittens. So, brother, please spare me and let me atone for my sins with the rest of my life. Hearing this, Huang Kaiyu shook his head. Your sins are too many. As it stands, I can only spare one person's life, allowing him to atone with the rest of his life. As for the other person, he must die. You yourselves decide whose life to spare. As soon as these words were uttered, the young man and woman immediately stopped crying. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at each other. At this moment, the woman turned her head to Huang Kaiyu again and said, Brother, please spare me. I never had these bad habits of abusing cats. It was all him. He was the one who abused them. The man's eyes widened, and he angrily retorted, Nonsense. You're talking rubbish. Haven't you ever abused them? The woman said, You forced me. I didn't want to. I love cats the most. What followed was the man and woman arguing. Both wanted to secure that one chance to survive. Finally, after waiting for 10 minutes, Huang Kaiyu, having listened to them argue for 10 minutes, said, Since you two haven't come to an agreement, then both of you shall die. Use your lives to accompany those cats. Hearing this, the woman screamed, Brother, no, if you're going to kill him. I'm a woman, look at me, although I'm of average appearance, my figure is quite good. You can do anything you want to me. If you're going to kill my boyfriend. Huang Kaiyu remained silent and walked to the wall on the left. The wall was covered with various metal torture instruments. Huang Kaiyu took down a small curved knife glinting with cold light from it. He muttered to himself, You too, next, I will let you experience the pain of the cats you abused. I'll first use this to sever your hand and foot tendons, then put you into a meat grinder, and afterwards, turn you into cat and dog food. Upon hearing this, the couple knew that the man named Huang Kaiyu was definitely not joking, because on the other side of this bungalow, there was, indeed, a large meat grinder. Huang Kaiyu, you're a murderer. If I die, I won't let you go, even as a ghost. The man saw that there was no hope of being rescued. He no longer begged subserviently, but directly cursed and swore. While cursing, due to his emotional agitation and physical exertion, his suspended body swayed back and forth. Huang Kaiyu smiled coldly, You won't let me go even as a ghost? Don't worry, you're not the first to say that. Those who like to abuse animals before also said they would come back as ghosts to find me. But why don't you come? Huang Kaiyu continued, You people are animals. And I am righteous. Righteousness is never afraid of animals like you. The man spat a gob of thick phlegm onto the ground. Ha ha ha, you're righteous? Are you sick in the head? What kind of underground judge are you acting as? I'm telling you, cats and dogs are low-level animals, meant for human entertainment. So, is it wrong for me to kill them? Huang Kaiyu, I'm telling you, you'd better kill me today, otherwise, if you give me a chance, I'll kill all the cats and dogs in your yard. While the man was cursing, the woman was crying regretfully by his side. Her regret was not for abusing cats, but for falling into Huang Kaiyu's trap. She and Wang Ju's boyfriend both loved to kill small animals, especially cats. They often shared their exploits with like-minded people in group chats on certain apps online, or they would have offline gatherings. This time, they fell into Huang Kaiyu's trap at an offline gathering. Of course, it wasn't their first offline gathering, and they weren't caught immediately. It had been several times over a long period. One could only say that Huang Kaiyu was playing the long game. And next, this couple would pay the ultimate price for their past actions. Huang Kaiyu approached them step by step with a knife. Both of their faces showed uncontrollable terror. From 6:40 p.m. until 8:30 p.m. Inside this bungalow, the smell of blood was incredibly thick. Huang Kaiyu stood in front of the black, large meat grinder inside the bungalow. His nostrils were filled with the strong smell of blood. His ears were filled with the rumbling sound of the machine. Inside the meat grinder were the couple, their bodies being slowly minced. This man and woman were long dead. Of course, they didn't need to be too sad, because they weren't the first ones Huang Kaiyu had killed to make into cat and dog food. Next, Huang Kaiyu didn't stay there to wait. He still had things Lucas had entrusted him with to do. He returned to the house where he usually lived, and first took a hot shower. Then, he changed out of his blood-soaked clothes. Afterward, he took out the craft paper envelope. He reread it carefully. Inside this envelope were several photos of Jiang Ran, and her home address. All of it was obtained by Lucas. In this era of massive information leaks, it's too easy to dox someone. For example, people online often provoke certain idol fan groups, and after being doxed, they face all sorts of cyberbullying. After Huang Kaiyu finished reading, he burned them. Then, he went to a room on the second floor of the courtyard. In this room, he changed into a Lightning YMI delivery uniform. He took a Lightning YMI delivery box. In addition, he also took something resembling a black toolbox from another room. He began to go downstairs. After reaching the courtyard, he placed the delivery box on the footboard in front of his gray electric scooter. The item resembling a black toolbox was placed inside the seat compartment. Then, he put on a helmet and a black mask. He left his home. When he arrived in the city, he first ordered a delivery for himself. But he didn't eat it. Instead, he put the delivery into the delivery box after receiving it. He followed the navigation directly, riding his scooter to Alice's apartment. He checked the time. It was almost 10 p.m. The area around Alice's apartment was quiet. He stopped his electric scooter in front of the main gate of Alice's apartment. He knocked on the glass of the security booth. To be honest, Huang Kaiyu didn't know if Alice's apartment allowed delivery drivers to enter directly. After all, some high-end apartments or communities do not permit delivery drivers to enter. If he couldn't get in, he would need to think of other ways to enter. After he knocked on the glass window was pulled open from the inside. The moment it opened, a blast of cold air came out from inside. The air conditioning must have been on inside the security booth. "What do you want?" Security guard Xiao Xing asked Huang Kaiyu. Besides Xiao Xing, there was another young security guard on night duty today. The two seemed to be playing a game, probably in a duo queue. From the way Xiao Xing kept looking back at his phone and tapping the screen after opening the window, it was clear that the game had reached a critical stage. Delivery. Huang Kaiyu's voice was calm. Oh, just go straight in. Xiao Xing didn't think much of it, as Alice's apartment had always allowed delivery drivers and couriers to enter. Therefore, he directly pressed a button, opening the pedestrian access that usually required facial recognition, and let Huang Kaiyu in. Huang Kaiyu's masked face showed no joy or sorrow. He got back on his electric scooter and rode directly inside. After entering, he parked his electric scooter in a shadow beside the building, not directly in front of the apartment building's main entrance. At this moment, he was carrying the delivery he had ordered for himself. He walked into the apartment building. He passed through the automatic glass sensor door. After passing through, he found the first floor to be pitch black. He stepped on the ground, and the sound-activated lights immediately turned on. He scanned left and right, finding no one on the first floor. He didn't pay attention to these things. He took the elevator, following the address Lucas had given for Zhang Ran. He arrived on the third floor, at Zhang Ran's doorstep. At this moment, in front of door 304, he didn't knock directly. Instead, he first pressed his ear against the security door, listened for a while, and it seemed there was no sound inside. Then he looked for light through the door crack, and it seemed there was no light either. Sleeping so early? It seems I can't just knock and kill, Huang Kaiyu said, placing the delivery he was holding on the ground, then pulled out a wire from his pants pocket. It seemed he was preparing to pick the lock, enter Zhang Ran's home, and then deal with Zhang Ran. But his lock-picking skills were clearly not up to par. After trying for a long time, he still couldn't open it, so he simply gave up. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Runjiashir Nohazila, who is this delivery driver? Holy crap, I saw this delivery driver arrive at Zhang Ran's place, and I thought Zhang Ran had ordered delivery. But then I checked the camera myself and found Zhang Ran in the bedroom, sleeping with the air conditioner on. Fairy sister, maybe someone else ordered it for him and didn't tell him. Runjiashir Nohazila, someone else ordered it? Then why isn't this delivery driver knocking or ringing the doorbell, but instead trying to pick the lock with a wire? That's too ridiculous. Fairy sister, just kidding. Fairy sister, but jokes aside, who is this person? A resident of the apartment? Domineering female CEO, can't see the face, not sure. I am a hero, probably not a resident of the apartment, but someone from outside. Although the live broadcast automatically switched to exciting footage, when the camera switched, this delivery driver had already appeared at Zhang Ran's doorstep. But fortunately, I used to like switching cameras randomly, and by luck, I switched to the camera view of the main gate and just happened to see this delivery driver riding his scooter into the apartment from outside. Domineering female CEO, since he came from outside, what does he want to do? Steal something? But Zhang Ran isn't rich, is he? I am a hero, you'll understand if you keep watching. In front of apartment 304, Huang Kaiyu, unable to open the lock, didn't give up. He carried the lightning Waimai and returned to the first floor. The first floor was still empty, with no one else around. Huang Kaiyu scanned around and saw the administrator's office. Whether it was luck or not, he saw a large bunch of keys on the desk in the administrator's office. Many of them were room keys for various apartments. Huang Kaiyu looked around for a long time, then pushed the glass window, finding that it could be opened. After opening it, he casually took the keys. He got his hands on that large bunch of keys. What kind of apartment is this? It's trash, with no sense of security at all, Huang Kaiyu muttered under his breath. Then, he returned to the front of apartment 304. Among that large bunch of keys, he found the key for 304. He inserted the 304 key into the keyhole of the 304 anti-theft door's smart lock, but the anticipated situation did not occur. Wang Kaiyu found that after inserting the key, he couldn't turn it. Is the door deadbolt from the inside? No, who deadbolts their door when they sleep at night? Wang Kaiyu naturally didn't know the mental journey of Jiang Ran, who was already asleep inside the room. Ever since he discovered that the danger warning system's alarm was real, the entire apartment was full of dangerous people. If he didn't deadbolt the door at night, he wouldn't feel safe at all while sleeping. Having no other option, Wang Kaiyu returned to the first floor and put the large bunch of keys back. At this point, he walked out of the apartment building, but he hadn't given up. He returned to his electric motorcycle. He put the now cold lightning Wi-Fi into the delivery box and opened the seat compartment of his electric motorcycle. He took out that black toolbox-like object. Carrying this black toolbox, he circled the apartment building until he found the side of Jiang Ran's 304. Sure enough, from below, Jiang Ran's home was pitch black, so he must have been asleep. Wang Kaiyu observed the neighbors' homes above, below, and to the sides of Jiang Ran's for a while longer, and the external structure of this building. Then, he opened his black toolbox. There were only 3 tools in this black toolbox: a hammer, a pair of pliers, and a pair of scissors. He tied all 3 tools to his waist. Then he walked to the front of this building. As if having made up his mind, he began to climb. Wang Kaiyu was very agile. He climbed along the air conditioning pipes and some uneven protrusions on the building's exterior, quickly reaching the 3rd floor. First, on this side of Jiang Ran's home, the windows were for the bathroom, balcony, and bedroom. Wang Kaiyu first tried to enter through his bathroom window, but he pushed the window and found it was deadbolt. So, he carefully moved to the balcony window. After many attempts, the balcony window was also deadbolt. He then went to the last hope, the bedroom window. After trying, he, who had almost never cursed before, suddenly couldn't help but curse. MLGB. All windows blocked in the middle of the night, be careful of gas leaks, poison you to death. Cursing is one thing, but he still had to get in. He reached for his waist. He picked up the hammer. The hammer wasn't big, just the kind that could be held in one hand. It seemed he was preparing to directly smash the window to get in and kill Jiang Ran, although this action would alert him. There was no other way. At this moment, his face was pressed against the window. Before smashing, he took one last look at the situation inside the bedroom. In the pitch-black bedroom, he could see the number 20 on the air conditioner hanging on the wall. Then, because Jiang Ran hadn't drawn the curtains, moonlight shone through the window. Wang Kaiyu could vaguely see Jiang Ran sleeping soundly under the covers on the bed. Wang Kaiyu was ready to smash it, but before smashing, he had one last step. He took several deep breaths, using deep breaths to relieve pressure and tension. Actually, if this were his first time doing something like this, he would definitely feel pressure and tension. But the fact was quite the opposite. He had done this kind of thing countless times. He remembered the time before last. He climbed to the 5th floor and killed a cat abuser. Therefore, many experiences led to the so-called pressure and tension each time being too small. There was no need for deep breathing at all. The reason he was still using deep breathing now was purely out of habit. At this moment, Wang Kaiyu, after a deep breath, clenched the hammer tightly in his right hand, pulled his arm back, and was furiously building up power. He aimed to smash the window in one go. Just like that, he violently swung the hammer at the window glass, hitting the corner of the window pane. Smash! This sound was quite loud. Unless someone was a very, very deep sleeper. Otherwise, in this situation, most people would have woken up. Jiang Ran was no exception. He was woken up by the sound, and sat up from the bed. His face in the darkness was full of confusion. What's going on? He instinctively looked left and right. He saw a dark figure outside the bedroom window, swinging something and smashing the window. Another smash. Jiang Ran, startled, quickly reached for his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shined it towards that direction. He saw a person wearing a helmet, a black mask, and a purple lightning Wi-Fi uniform, standing there, holding an iron hammer and smashing the window glass. Because he had just been woken up, Jiang Ran's mind had not fully recovered and was in a state of chaos. His first reaction upon seeing this scene was, he hadn't even ordered lightning Wi-Fi? His second reaction was, could it be that someone else ordered lightning Wi-Fi for him? And then this lightning Wi-Fi delivery person knocked, but he was sleeping too deeply to open the door, and the delivery person, in a fit of anger, smashed the window to deliver lightning Wi-Fi to him? Damn it, no, what am I thinking? The next second, Jiang Ran realized what nonsense his mind was thinking. The danger warning system had been alarming in his mind for who knows how long. How could this person in front of him be a lightning Wi-Fi delivery person? Where is there a lightning Wi-Fi delivery person who delivers lightning Wi-Fi to you through your bedroom window? and also smashes the glass. The money for one delivery wouldn't even be enough to cover the damages, especially since his home was on the third floor. This person in front of him was clearly a thief, or someone doing something else. Thinking of this, Zhang Ran immediately got out of bed, then skillfully went to the bedroom door and turned on the light. Instantly, the entire bedroom was clear. Both Zhang Ran and Huang Kaiyu could see each other's every move clearly. Zhang Ran had already seen Huang Kaiyu smash a large hole in the window and was preparing to climb in. Huang Kaiyu, on the other hand, saw Zhang Ran suddenly run to the side of the bed. Huang Kaiyu thought, is this guy going to call the police? Unfortunately, it was too late. You'll be dead before the police arrive. As Huang Kaiyu thought this, he saw Zhang Ran bend down and squat. Huang Kaiyu thought Zhang Ran was stupid. Surely he wasn't trying to hide under the bed at this moment? Otherwise, what was he squatting down for at this moment? As a result, the next second, he saw Zhang Ran stand up. Then, Zhang Ran's hands tightly gripped a very long-handled red fire axe. When Huang Kaiyu saw the long-handled red fire axe, his heart was complicated. It was like the extremely complex feelings of the protagonist's family and my uncle Jules, when they suddenly discovered on a ship that the wealthy Jules, whom they had been expecting for 10 years, was actually down on his luck, selling oysters on the ship. Huang Kaiyu's heart was filled with confusion and doubt at this moment. After all, what normal household would have a fire axe? And not kept in the tool shed, but under his own bed? Suddenly, Huang Kaiyu thought of something. Yes, a person who deadbolts the anti-theft door and locks all windows from the inside when sleeping. That was already unreasonable, abnormal. Therefore, the bizarre situation of being able to pull a fire axe from under the bed now seemed perfectly normal. After Zhang Ran got the fire axe, he immediately rushed to the window without a word, and with a fierce shove, pushed at Huang Kaiyu who was climbing through the window. Why do many perverted criminals and serial killers have such a high success rate? First, they catch you off guard, striking when you least expect it. They plan against you for a long time. Second, their methods are ruthless. They aren't afraid of killing you. Whereas you, being a good law-abiding citizen, are not as ruthless as these people. You have scruples, which naturally affects your actions, because murder is against the law, so your hands will involuntarily lighten. But Zhang Ran showed no mercy, mainly because he had experienced some things, and you, this delivery person, are committing aggravated robbery and theft. He is acting in legitimate self-defense. Therefore, it was Huang Kaiyu's bad luck to be violently pushed by Zhang Ran with the fire axe. His body began to fall backward. Seeing this, he immediately grabbed the window with his left hand. Zhang Ran saw this and prepared to strike with the fire axe. Helplessly, Huang Kaiyu could only let go, and with that release, he fell down with a thud. After hearing that loud sound, Zhang Ran quickly poked his head out the window and looked down. He saw Huang Kaiyu fall from the third floor. There were some bloodstains on the ground. Immediately after, he was actually able to get up, and desperately ran towards a certain direction. Zhang Ran saw this and, without a word, grabbed the fire axe and ran out of his house, ready to chase after this delivery person. But when he went downstairs, exited the apartment building, reached the pool of blood downstairs, and followed the trail of blood left by Huang Kaiyu to the guard booth, he knew Huang Kaiyu had already fled. He couldn't catch him. Hey, isn't this Assistant Administrator Zhang Ran? Just as Zhang Ran was about to go back and find Administrator Xiao Zhang to call the police, someone came out of the guard booth. It was security guard Xiao Xing. Security guard Xiao Xing saw Zhang Ran carrying a fire axe, looking somewhat fierce. But he didn't show much fear. Yes, let me ask you something. Did you see a delivery person leave? Zhang Ran asked. Xiao Xing heard this and said, I opened the door for a delivery person earlier. As for him leaving, I'm not too sure. After all, the door here opens automatically when it senses someone. But it seems like he did leave, right? I heard some noise. Zhang Ran murmured to himself, is that so? Xiao Xing asked, is something wrong? What happened to that delivery person? Zhang Ran waved his hand and said it was nothing. Immediately after, Zhang Ran returned to the first floor and found Administrator Xiao Zhang. He noticed light coming from Administrator Xiao Zhang's room on the first floor through the door crack, realizing he wasn't asleep. So he knocked on the door and said, Xiao Zhang, are you there? It's me, Zhang Ran. Oh, it's Zhang Ran, wait a moment. Administrator Xiao Zhang's voice was a bit flustered. Zhang Ran didn't know what he was doing inside. When he opened the door, Zhang Ran smelled the unique scent of semen wafting out, and he slightly turned his head, noticing many crumpled white tissues on the bed where Xiao Zhang slept. However, he didn't dwell on these things. He quickly told Administrator Xiao Zhang about the delivery person. Administrator Xiao Zhang was very angry upon hearing it, saying that there was a brazen individual attempting to harm their apartment's assistant administrator. The two discussed it and called the police, and soon the police arrived. They went to Jiang Ran's house to investigate. They also checked the surveillance footage, then took Jiang Ran's statement, including the 2 security guards in the guard booth at the entrance. After these things were done, the 2 police officers in their patrol car left. By this time, it was already close to midnight. Jiang Ran, carrying the fire axe, also returned home feeling quite speechless. Sitting on his bedroom bed, Jiang Ran stared blankly at the shattered window glass. It seems I must start exercising. This time I had the advantage of terrain. If I had been sleeping more soundly, and that person had gotten in, and then I woke up and engaged in close combat, I might very well have been done. 4. Jiang Ran started thinking about exercising. The neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream. Although it was already close to midnight, the livestream still had tens of thousands of people online. Renjie no Hazy La was currently complaining about Huang Kaiyu, so unskilled. What is this guy? And so stupid. Why did he insist on breaking the bedroom window? If he had broken the bathroom window, or the balcony one, with a time difference, he could have gotten in, right? Besides Renjie no Hazy La, many other viewers were also complaining about Huang Kaiyu. At this moment, middle-aged uncle suddenly jumped out to retort, honestly, I don't think this person is that unskilled or that stupid. The fact that he climbed to the 3rd floor empty-handed, and even managed to flee successfully after falling from the 3rd floor, shows that this guy has extremely good physical fitness. Therefore, he is not unskilled at all. As for why he didn't break the bathroom or balcony window, first, I think he definitely wasn't there to steal things. He wasn't a thief. He was absolutely after Jiang Ran, otherwise, he wouldn't have tried every possible way to sneak into Jiang Ran's house at this hour. I feel he definitely intended to harm Jiang Ran. So, instead of breaking the other 2 windows, he directly broke the bedroom window. After breaking it, it would be convenient for him to enter directly and deal with Jiang Ran. And if he had broken windows elsewhere, he could have used the time difference to get in. But haven't you considered that if he broke a window and Jiang Ran woke up, came out of the bedroom, saw him climbing in through the window, and couldn't stop him, wouldn't Jiang Ran just go back to the bedroom and close the bedroom door? Thus, in that case, this person would still have to figure out how to get through the bedroom door. That would make it even worse. Second, this person should be very confident, probably an old hand, perhaps having used similar methods before. Therefore, he directly broke the bedroom window, aiming straight for the person sleeping inside. He probably thought he would definitely succeed. However, this time, he probably didn't even expect that the person inside would directly pull out a fire axe, something not commonly found in ordinary homes, to resist, and Jiang Ran's reaction was also very fast. If it were someone else, if a person suddenly climbed through your window at night, they would probably be startled, take a long time to recover, or, even if they saw the person climbing through the window, they wouldn't dare to go and push him away. Jiang Ran, on the other hand, didn't say a word and immediately served him with the fire axe. So, a series of reasons make this person seem unskilled and stupid. But more accurately, I think it's just that this person was too confident and didn't take Jiang Ran inside seriously. Of course, Jiang Ran is also too incredible. Not only did he deadbolt the anti-theft door at night, but even the windows were locked from the inside. After all, for a normal person, deadbolting an anti-theft door is usually enough. His house is on the 3rd floor. Why lock the windows too? If the person this delivery guy was trying to deal with was an ordinary man, he probably would have succeeded directly. Even if the anti-theft door couldn't be opened, he could have entered through the window, and wouldn't even need to break it, since very few people lock their windows. That way, he wouldn't have to alert anyone, he could directly enter the bedroom and finish the job with one swift move. Domineering female CEO, I thought so too. However, Jiang Ran is really miserable. Not only does someone want to mess with him in the apartment, but how come someone outside wants to mess with him too? His luck is just too bad. Renjie no Hazy La, boring. So what if he got messed with? This time, he didn't even force out Jiang Ran's other personalities, he was directly dealt with by the main personality. Domineering female CEO, yes, not much to see. The next day, the people watching the live broadcast saw Jiang Ran contact the window replacement staff after getting up. He replaced the smashed glass window in his bedroom with a new one. After the window replacement staff left, Jiang Ran sat alone in his bedroom, looking at the newly installed window. It was sparkling clean, bright and clear, but he stared at the window in a daze for a long time. Then he suddenly reached for his phone and started searching for something online. What was he searching for? He was searching for the world's strongest anti-theft doors and the hardest glass. Last night's incident gave him an idea. He had some money anyway, so he might as well get better anti-theft doors and glass for his home. Otherwise, he was really afraid that next time, someone would climb to the third floor in the middle of the night and use a hammer to smash his window. Last night, Jong Ran also reviewed the situation. He thought that if that person had smashed the glass on the balcony or in the bathroom instead of the bedroom window, using that time difference, he would have already gotten in. At that point, he would definitely have to fight that person with a fire axe. Of course, with a fire axe in hand, Jong Ran felt his chances of winning were higher, but there would still be risks. As for Jong Ran, he also thought about escaping directly from his home or locking the bedroom door and waiting for rescue. But what if he had a brain cramp at that moment and didn't think of it, or if something went wrong during the execution and it wasn't successful? Besides these, I also need to exercise. I must get my body in shape. That's right, health is wealth. Nothing external is as important as strengthening one's own body. And just as Jong Ran was about to embark on his grand plans, a call suddenly came in on his phone, instantly switching the screen. It was Administrator Xiao Zhang. Jong Ran answered the phone. Administrator Xiao Zhang didn't tell him anything specific on the phone, just asked him to come to the first floor, saying he had something very important to tell him. When he arrived on the first floor, he found Administrator Xiao Zhang dressed as if he was going on a long trip. He had a large backpack on his back and a large suitcase in his hand. Jong Ran had just arrived, and before he could react, he heard Administrator Xiao Zhang say, "Jong Ran, the owner of Alice Apartment has asked me for a favor. I need to go on a business trip, so I called you down to ask you to be the administrator while I'm away." Jong Ran was completely surprised to hear this. Administrator Xiao Zhang was going on a business trip? Well, business trips aren't uncommon these days, it's quite normal. It's just that he would be replacing Administrator Xiao Zhang as administrator during his business trip? No way. I've only been an assistant administrator for a short time. Can I be the administrator? Administrator Xiao Zhang patted Jong Ran's shoulder. Believe in yourself. Anyway, the administrator's job isn't much. Many things I can solve remotely, and if I can't, I'll contact you. It's very simple anyway. If you don't understand something, you can contact me. Jong Ran nodded. Alright then. Administrator Xiao Zhang added, "Oh, by the way, there's a slight difference between being an administrator and being an assistant administrator. As an assistant administrator, your home is here anyway, so you can go back to your own 304 if you have nothing to do. But as administrator, whether you have something to do or not, you must stay in the administrator's office." Administrator Xiao Zhang pointed to the administrator's office next to them. Jong Ran nodded. "What about at night? Do I get off work as usual?" Administrator Xiao Zhang said, "No, you have to stay in the administrator's office at night too. Anyway, the bed in the administrator's office is already prepared for you. Of course, if you don't want to sleep in the administrator's office, you can sleep in my room on the first floor." Seeing Jong Ran frown, Administrator Xiao Zhang smiled and added, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon, and although you need to stay in the administrator's office for a long time, the work is still very leisurely. Plus, you get paid for sleeping in the administrator's office at night. It counts as overtime, understand?" Jong Ran instantly understood. "You don't mean that being an administrator means being on duty 24 hours a day, and getting paid for all of it?" Administrator Xiao Zhang nodded. "That's right. Originally, the owner wanted to send a temporary administrator from outside to replace me while I'm on business, but I refused. I decided to keep the benefits within the family." Jong Ran was very touched after hearing this. Administrator Xiao Zhang took out his phone and checked the time. "Oh, I have to go now, or I'll miss my flight." "Alright, that's all I have to say. Goodbye, Jong Ran, I'm leaving now. If you have any questions, you can send me a message." Waving his hand, Administrator Xiao Zhang pulled his suitcase and passed through the automatic glass door. Then he ran all the way to the main entrance and completely disappeared from Jong Ran's sight around a corner. To be honest, although he was a bit caught off guard and confused about suddenly becoming a temporary administrator, and having to stay in the administrator's office all the time, but as soon as he heard about getting paid for 24 hours, Jong Ran felt that these were not problems at all. For him, it was just a matter of sitting in a different place and playing with his phone. Therefore, after Administrator Xiao Zhang left, he walked directly into the administrator's office. He sat in the chair that Administrator Xiao Zhang usually sat in. Xiao Zhang's chair was a very ordinary chair with a backrest, and its comfort level was average. After sitting for a few minutes, Jong Ran saw a large bunch of keys on the table in front of him. These were the keys to various rooms in Alice's apartment, and so on. After sitting for a few minutes, Jong Ran got up and saw a bed he hadn't seen before in the corner of the administrator's office. This bed was a metal folding bed. A typical single bed. Jong Ran noticed that this single bed was empty, with no bedding. He had no choice, he still needed to go back to 304 to get his own. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Renjia no hazy la, what is Administrator Xiao Zhan going on a business trip for? Little dragon girl, I don't know. Renjia no hazy la, has he been on a business trip before? Little ant, it seems he has. Renjia no hazy la suddenly changed the subject. Today is the 5th day of the 28th round. Including today, there are still 3 full days left. I've checked, except for Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, no. 2, Ying Ying and Xiao Zhao, and Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, no. 5 Xiao Jia, all the other Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, are still alive and well. Don't tell me this round will end with everyone happy? Little ant, to be honest, this round Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, have indeed survived quite a lot by this time. Little dragon girl, this round mainly had too many variables. After all, could you have predicted that Wang Jian and Lu Xiaoyu would both be variables? Back to reality. Zhang Ran was returning to 304. At the door, just as he was about to insert the key into the keyhole, a very pleasant and clear female voice suddenly came from his left. Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran turned his head and found it was Qin Kulian, whom he hadn't seen for some time. Qin Kulian was carrying a small golden pot in her hand. With a smiling expression on her pretty face, she was getting closer and closer to him. And as Qin Kulian got closer and closer, the warning from the danger warning system, which had been, ding, detected host in a dangerous zone, please move away quickly, points +5, points +5, changed to, ding, detected dangerous person, please move away quickly, points +8, points +8. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Zhang Ran inserted the key into the keyhole and opened the door. Although Qin Kulian's points +8 kept flashing non-stop. He didn't know if it was because they had known each other for a long time, or because Qin Kulian was pretty and dressed boldly and sexily. Zhang Ran never felt nervous around her. What's wrong? Can I come find you if there's nothing going on? Qin Kulian pushed Zhang Ran's back with her right hand, and Xiaohua's boyfriend entered 304 together. After entering, Qin Kulian gestured to Zhang Ran with the golden teapot in her hand. Zhang Ran, my sister and I made new tea again, and you were the first person we thought of. We wanted you to try it, how about it? Aren't you touched? He watched the beautiful Qin Kulian happily showing it to him. Before the clown incident, Zhang Ran would definitely have been very touched. These two beautiful sisters actually thought of him so much. But now, after the clown incident, Zhang Ran felt no emotion at all, only that he was being taken advantage of. His expression was a complex smile. He recalled that Qin Kulian had given him tea twice, and both times it contained a sedative, which he had to spend 100 points from the system to neutralize. No, I'm not drinking tea lately. Zhang Ran directly refused. Seeing Zhang Ran refuse, Qin Kulian clearly paused, probably not expecting Zhang Ran to refuse. But she still said, Zhang Ran, it's okay. Come help me taste it. Give me some feedback. Qin Kulian saw a glass cup on the glass coffee table in front of the sofa. She immediately poured a full cup for Zhang Ran. The tea looked greenish and emitted rolling hot steam. Then, her two big eyes looked at Zhang Ran expectantly. Those big eyes seemed to be saying, Zhang Ran, drink it. Hurry up and drink it. Zhang Ran looked at the tea, then at Qin Kulian. Even though he hadn't drunk it, he felt there must still be a sedative inside. So, he asked, Qin K, do you really want me to drink it? Zhang Ran's tone was very heavy. It was like he was confirming something. Of course. I even want you to finish it and give me some feedback. Although she felt Zhang Ran was a bit strange today, Qin Kulian still hoped Zhang Ran would drink it. Seeing this, Zhang Ran was very disappointed. Even though he didn't know what the two sisters wanted to do after sedating him. But it definitely wasn't anything good. Honestly, he hadn't had much contact with Qin Yi, but he had met Qin Kulian several times. Yet, despite these few times, these sisters still wanted to harm him. He was truly disappointed. I'm not drinking it, take it away. Are you sure? Qin Kulian asked. Zhang Ran nodded. Seeing that Zhang Ran really wouldn't drink it, Qin Kulian sighed and left in disappointment. Qin Kulian returned to 303 after leaving. As soon as she returned to 303, her sister Qin Yi asked her how it went. Did the newly developed sedative work? Qin Kulian shook her head and explained the whole situation. Qin Yi was a little surprised that Zhang Ran hadn't even drunk it this time. She said, you should have tried to act spoiled then. Qin Kulian said, if I acted spoiled, wouldn't the intention be too obvious? Qin Yi said, whether the intention is obvious or not, I don't know, but I guess Zhang Ran probably found something out. Otherwise, he drank it the first 2 times, but not this time. Qin Kulian said, sister, let's just give up on Zhang Ran, that guy is too invincible. Qin Yi was very unwilling but didn't say anything. After Qin Kulian left, Zhang Ran took his bedding and pillow and returned to the manager's office on the first floor. After making his bed, he continued to play on his phone. He started browsing for anti-theft doors and glass windows. He first searched online for various anti-theft doors, determined to buy a high-quality anti-theft door he could afford. During his search, he also learned that anti-theft doors on the market are divided into 4 grades: A, B, C, D. Grade A is the highest, and Grade D is the weakest. Finally, he bought a Grade A anti-theft door for over 10,000 yuan. This anti-theft door was the kind without a keyhole. It could be opened via remote control, mobile phone, fingerprint, password, and facial recognition. This anti-theft door certainly couldn't compare to those of wealthy families. But for an ordinary household, it was definitely top tier. Zhang Ran watched a test video of this door. Chainsaws and electric drills were used, but they couldn't open it. One word: tough. Zhang Ran remembered that when Xiao Qiu and a few others ran to his house, they brought that young white man with a chainsaw, who easily blew up his anti-theft door at the time. So, the anti-theft door was bought. Next was to buy glass windows. As for the size, he just needed to message administrator Xiao Zhang for the data. Therefore, he quickly ordered domestic tempered glass windows online. The quality of domestic tempered glass was absolutely beyond question, especially since the ones Zhang Ran bought were top tier among domestic tempered glass. Zhang Ran also watched the test video. Several young men swung hammers, smashing the glass. They smashed it for a long time, finally covering the entire glass with cracks. But strangely, the glass just wouldn't shatter. At this point, Zhang Ran's work on anti-theft doors and windows came to an end. He rested for a while, then began to think about how to exercise. Should he exercise at home, learning from some online bloggers? Or go to a gym? Just like that, time flew by. The time came to 8 p.m. Zhang Ran was sitting in Administrator Xiao Zhang's seat, playing on his phone and eating a cold noodle dish he had just ordered from Waimai. Of course, because he was scared by last night's lightning Waimai delivery person. So, today he used the Thunder Waimai app to order food. After finishing his cold noodles, Zhang Ran got up, ready to go out to the restroom. But as soon as he stepped out of the manager's office door, he saw the elevator door open. An old acquaintance walked out of the elevator. It was the 301 old man. At this moment, the 301 old man was as usual, his waist hunched and bent, his right hand holding a very thick cane, propped on the ground. He walked step by step towards the outside of the apartment building. Zhang Ran saw the 301 old man, and the 301 old man naturally saw Zhang Ran. The moment he saw Zhang Ran, the 301 old man quickened his pace as if he had seen a ghost, and quickly walked out. His speed was like the exaggerated whirlwind kick in an anime. Zhang Ran was speechless at this. What exactly did I do? Is he that afraid of me, this old man? Because the 301 old man had also always given Zhang Ran a danger warning +5. So, Zhang Ran couldn't proactively go say hello. After all, if you can stay away from dangerous people, then stay away from dangerous people. Although he felt that this old man was so old, and his waist was so hunched, he could kick him over with one blow. Inside Zhang Ran's body, in the inner scenery world, 7 or 8 Zhang Rans gathered by Zhang Ran's fountain statue. They chatted while watching everything that happened to Zhang Ran every moment. When they saw the 301 old man, blue-haired Zhang Ran said excitedly, I also helped the main character. Last time, I beat this old man into submission, which is why this old man runs faster than anyone when he sees the main character. If I hadn't beaten him into submission last time, this old man would probably have tried to harm the main character repeatedly. Zhang Ran with smoky eyes, dressed in black, turned to blue-haired Zhang Ran and suddenly asked, Hey, when you transmigrated to this world, you were the first one chosen by that stupid dog system to go out and solve crises for the main character, right? Blue-haired Zhang Ran fiddled with his flowing blue hair. Yes, when I appeared, I easily dealt with that young white man with the chainsaw. Then, I wanted to go out for some fresh air. After all, I hadn't been out for a long time. As a result, I ran into this old man as soon as I left. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Zhang Ran with smoky eyes shook his head. Nothing, just asking. Blue-haired Zhang Ran glanced at him, then turned his head back. There's no way it's nothing. If he can ask a question like that, he must be up to something again. He thought to himself. Blue-haired Zhang Ran was one of the earliest sub-personalities to emerge. Therefore, he was familiar with almost all the sub-personalities. Like Zhang Ran with smoky eyes in front of him, he was definitely one of the most dangerous sub-personalities. And among the most dangerous ones, he was the most cunning. Therefore, one should never believe what this guy says, one must use their brain and think it through carefully. Returning to reality. After Zhang Ran returned from the restroom, another hour passed. The time came to 9 p.m. At this point, Zhang Ran suddenly noticed something was off. What was off? It was the 301 old man. He left at 8 p.m., and Jiang Ren kept an eye out. Had he returned? But now, an hour had passed, and he still hadn't returned. This old man, with his back hunched like that, what was he doing out so late at night? Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Jiang Ran saw that it was a call from Administrator Xiao Zhang. He answered it. After answering, he heard Administrator Xiao Zhang say on the other end of the phone, "Oh, by the way, Jiang Ran, I forgot to tell you something. Haven't we been doing infrastructure work at Alice apartment recently? Because of this, there have been more thieves late at night, often visiting construction sites to steal iron and such. Although Alice apartment has security guards who patrol regularly, we are short-staffed, so the administrators also need to participate in patrols. Of course, since we are administrators, not security guards, we don't need to patrol as many times. Patrol once at 9 p.m., once at 10 p.m., and again at 11 p.m. That's enough, 3 times a day. If you find or catch a thief, there's a bonus. 1,000 yuan for finding a thief, 5,000 yuan for catching one." Administrator Xiao Zhang seemed very busy. After saying all this, he hung up the phone without waiting for Jiang Ran to speak. Jiang Ran was speechless. How was he suddenly assigned a task? He hoped no other sudden tasks would pop up after just a few days of this. At this moment, Jiang Ran looked at the time. It was exactly 9:05 p.m. He had no choice, he had to go out on patrol. After all, he couldn't just do nothing. However, even though he was patrolling, Jiang Ran only planned to walk around the various construction sites. As for finding or catching thieves, finding them was fine, but catching them was out of the question. He wouldn't do anything risky. It would be a joke if he got counter-killed by a thief. Just like the lightning delivery man who smashed his window and came in late at night. He had counter-killed him. Of course, that guy was too strong, falling from the 3rd floor and still able to get up and escape successfully. He found a flashlight in the cabinet in the management office. Jiang Ran held his phone in his left hand and the flashlight in his right, then walked out of the apartment building and began to inspect the construction sites. Tonight, the visibility was decent. The moonlight was quite bright. In addition, the tall streetlights near the apartment were all emitting light, with scattered residual light. Of course, it was still pitch black without the flashlight. Jiang Ran walked around, inspecting each construction site with his flashlight. At this moment, the surroundings were silent and dark. There was only Jiang Ran's breathing and footsteps, as if there were no other living creatures moving. Many people are afraid to walk at night. Why? Because it's too dark. Dark places, unseen places, represent the unknown. Human fear of the unknown is ingrained in their bones, fearing that some danger might suddenly descend upon them from the darkness. Jiang Ran was fine. He wasn't particularly afraid of walking at night. Of course, if you put him in a deep mountain forest, he certainly wouldn't be as calm walking at night as he was now. Even if thieves come to steal rebar from the construction site, they wouldn't come at this time. Jiang Ran inspected several construction sites and didn't see any suspicious figures. He felt that thieves would only come to steal things in the middle of the night at the earliest. At that time, most people would be asleep. So, who would come to steal at 9 p.m.? As he was thinking this, suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He seemed to have seen something. Upon closer inspection, about 10 meters away from him, there was a dark shadow, squatting there motionless. An animal? Jiang Ran's first reaction was this. Therefore, he shined the flashlight directly at it. Administrator Xiao Zhang's flashlight was quite powerful. The beam of light reached far, and it was very bright. And after being illuminated, the dark shadow clearly turned around. Its head faced Jiang Ran. Because of the strong light, it could only squint its eyes. And it was with this turn of the dark shadow that Jiang Ran clearly saw who the person in front of him was. It was none other than the 301 old man, who had been out for an hour and hadn't returned. "Grandpa, why are you squatting here?" Jiang Ran slowly walked over, asking in confusion. When the 301 old man saw it was Jiang Ran, he initially wanted to leave, but he didn't know if it was because he had been squatting for too long or for some other reason. He ultimately didn't leave. Instead, he stretched out his hand, pointing in a certain direction ahead. Jiang Ran looked in the direction he was pointing. Not far ahead was a construction site. At this moment, the construction site was brightly lit. There were figures standing there. "Is it a thief?" Jiang Ran was startled. The 301 old man said, "Look closely again." Jiang Ran took a few steps forward. He realized he had misread the situation. On the open ground of the construction site ahead, not only were they not thieves, but they were residents of Alice apartment. On one side was Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao at the moment seemed to be holding a large machete. And on the other side, Jiang Ran looked carefully for a long time, finally recalling in his mind, "Isn't this the old dog who keeps dogs?" And the old dog wasn't alone. Below him, by his side, were a dozen fierce large dogs surrounding him. They should all be his pets. Jiang Ran immediately squatted beside the 301 old man, using the obstacles in front of him to conceal his figure, afraid of being discovered. He immediately asked, "Grandpa, how long have you been squatting here?" The 301 old man said, "More than half an hour." Jiang Ran was startled. "No, what are you squatting here for?" The 301 old man said, "Good question, young man. Then what are you squatting here for?" Jiang Ran, "I saw you squatting here, so I squatted here." The 301 old man, "Then I won't squat anymore. If I tell you to leave, will you leave?" Jiang Ran shook his head. "No, I am an administrator now. I need to care about the apartment residents, especially those two in front." From the current situation. Under the lights of the construction site ahead, there was a strong murderous aura between Feng Xiao and the old dog. The air there seemed to condense into blades, spears, swords, and halberds, constantly colliding, emitting intense sounds that human ears could not hear. Since Jiang Ran was still some distance away from Feng Xiao's side, he couldn't hear the conversation between Feng Xiao and the old dog at all. He could only sense that Xiao Hua's boyfriend seemed about to fight. "Grandpa, do you think I should go forward and stop them?" Jiang Ran turned to ask the 301 old man. The 301 old man was speechless. "Then go ahead." Jiang Ran looked at the dozen or so dogs surrounding the old dog. He said, call the police to stop their fight." The 301 old man didn't say anything. Jiang Ran said, "Let's still call the police. I feel like if Xiao Hua's boyfriend really starts fighting, it'll be a life or death situation." Just as Jiang Ran was about to pull out his phone, a heavy, whimpering breathing sound suddenly came from beside him. He fiddled with his phone and asked the 301 old man, "Grandpa, why is your breathing so heavy?" The 301 old man's heart skipped a beat. He thought, wasn't Jiang Ran just messing with him? It was clearly Jiang Ran's breathing. His own breathing had never been so intense. Oh, he knew. Jiang Ran wouldn't be trying to pick a fight with him again, would he? Damn it, last time he admitted he was beaten because he was looking for trouble. But this time, he was being good and not looking for trouble. "It's not mine," the 301 old man still patiently explained. There was no other way but to explain that Jiang Ran in front of him was like an ancestor, and he was truly afraid. Jiang Ran was very puzzled. "It's not mine either, is it?" Then, at this moment, both of them, as if by telepathy, looked behind them. In the darkness behind them, a pair of glowing green eyes was getting closer and closer, and the sound was also coming from that direction. Jiang Ran subconsciously shined the flashlight in his hand towards it, where the light illuminated. The owner of those glowing green eyes was a fierce, large dog. Coincidentally, Jiang Ran actually knew this dog. This was a notorious dog that was very popular on Douyin, a pit bull. The pit bull's biggest characteristics are no pain sensation, never letting go once it bites its prey, incredibly ferocious, and a life or death attitude. At that moment, this muscular, brown-skinned, short-haired pit bull, which looked like it had no fur, opened its large mouth, with countless streams of white, disgusting drool flowing from its sides. It was panting heavily as it looked towards them. "Grandpa, whatever you do, don't make eye contact with it." Seeing this, Jiang Ran immediately said, and instantly shifted his gaze away. Why was that? That's because Jiang Ran really had experience. If you encounter a dog on the street, it's fine if you don't make eye contact, but if you do, the dog will get excited and chase you, barking. Therefore, Jiang Ran acted this way. But the 301 old man said from the side, "It's too late, Jiang Ran." Jiang Ran wondered what was too late. So, the next second he turned his head to see what was too late. Upon seeing it, it was indeed too late. The brown-skinned pit bull opened its large mouth, its two small eyes full of ferocity. Its robust body, like an engine starting, charged towards them. As the saying goes, husband and wife are like birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. If even husband and wife are like this, let alone Jiang Ran and the 301 old man, who were just neighbors. Therefore, Jiang Ran ran to the left without hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't care for the vulnerable. It's just that in this situation, it was a case of a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to even save itself. He had to save himself first. Moreover, the 301 old man had been constantly flashing danger warnings. The dangerous person should go fight that dog. Besides, Jiang Ran also had a small thought. The 301 old man's body looked weak, he ran slowly. Therefore, he could serve as a live target for him. Unless the dog directly abandoned the 301 old man and chased him instead, then he would truly have nothing to say. What made Jiang Ran relieved was that the pit bull didn't chase him. Instead, it directly pounced on the 301 old man. However, the bloody scene Jiang Ran imagined didn't occur. Instead, a scene that Jiang Ran thought belonged in a sci-fi movie unfolded. He saw the 301 old man, whose waist was usually bent to an exaggerated degree. His waist, at this moment, suddenly straightened. Soon, he formed the standard posture of standing like a pine. Jiang Ran thought he was seeing things, so he ran out of the danger zone and stopped. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. And what happened next was even more incredible to Jiang Ran. After the 301 old man straightened his waist, he gripped the thick walking stick tightly with both hands and struck the head of the pit bull that was pouncing on him. This blow actually made the pit bull's head and body stumble to the left. It fell to the ground. Of course, this amount of damage was nothing to the pit bull. It quickly got back up and continued to pounce on the 301 old man. While Jiang Ran was still watching the fight between the 301 old man and the pit bull, his left ear perked up, hearing some movement. His head, along with the flashlight in his hand, shone to the left. Immediately following what he saw, his heart dropped in terror. He saw two white vicious dogs, their pupils completely white from his flashlight, whimpering and barking at him. These two dogs were Dogo Argentinos. Dogo Argentinos are also a very fierce type of large vicious dog. The two in front of him should both be males. Their shoulder height alone was probably 70 centimeters. Their weight should be almost 100 gene, 50 kilograms. Their bodies were quite similar to the pit bull just now, both giving off a feeling of explosive muscle. Other than that, they were the same. Squinty eyes, small eyes. Dogo Argentinos were bred abroad a long time ago specifically for hunting wild boars. Therefore, one can imagine the ferocity of this type of dog. Also, because Dogo Argentinos are entirely white, they are called the White Reaper, the king of hounds. And in front of Jiang Ran, there wasn't just one, but two White Reapers. This situation was quite despair-inducing. Imagine yourself walking outside, and two local dogs suddenly dart out from in front of you, staring at you fiercely. Are you panicking or not? Okay, you say you're brave, a small local dog is nothing. What's panic? The word panic isn't in my dictionary. Then, what about the current situation? Two large Dogo Argentinos blocking your way. What, you say, what does that count as? The opponent charges over, one kick each? Wusong could fight a tiger, so you can fight a dog. Mere vicious dogs are nothing? Then you're definitely stronger than Jiang Ran. I admire you. Mother Fasterus Kerr. Jiang Ran, upon seeing these two white Dogo Argentinos, his face immediately turned incredibly pale, even whiter than the fur of the two Dogo Argentinos. At the same time, Jiang Ran, who rarely swore, cursed fiercely in his heart. Furthermore, Jiang Ran found that his arms and legs were inexplicably trembling uncontrollably. Of course, no amount of swearing or fear in his heart was going to help. He needed to deal with the current situation first. Jiang Ran shifted the flashlight's beam. He pretended not to see the two dogs. He feigned nonchalance and retreated, wanting to leave this place. But the two Dogo Argentinos seemed to have already marked Jiang Ran as their prey. They didn't care about his act of not seeing them. They barked and charged towards Jiang Ran anyway. Help Jiang Ran felt he was even worse off than the 301 old man. The 301 old man had faced that pit bull head-on. But he could only flee in disarray now. There was nothing he could do, he truly had no weapon in his hand. If he had a weapon, he would have wanted to resist. Jiang Ran's loud shouts directly pierced the silent night. Fang Xiao and Old Dog, who were in a standoff, both heard it and vaguely saw a person being chased by two dogs. Due to the distance and insufficient light, Fang Xiao wasn't sure who was so unlucky to be chased. He just said, "Old Dog, the sins on your hands are truly many. Another innocent person is about to die tragically in the jaws of your dogs." Old Dog snorted, "Too much nonsense. Today, I will avenge my dogs." With that, Old Dog said to the dozen vicious dogs surrounding him, "Xiao Bai, Xiao Hei, go, bite him to death." From the dozen dogs beside Old Dog, a white Dogo and a black Rottweiler stepped out. Seeing this, Fang Xiao gripped the large machete in his hand tightly. He sneered, "What, you're not letting all your dogs attack together?" Old Dog's tongue constantly licked his chapped lips. He, Fang Xiao, you want to die quickly, but I'm not willing. I tell you, I could have killed you a long time ago. But I want to torture you slowly, and let you die slowly. Over on Jiang Ran's side. While fleeing, Jiang Ran bent down and grabbed handfuls of dust from the ground, scattering it behind him, attempting to blind the two Dogos and slow down their pursuit. But he didn't know if it was because these two dogs had small eyes, but the dust had little effect on them. Their speed barely slowed down. Jiang Ran had originally intended to run back to the apartment building in one go, but he had no such opportunity. He could only follow the principle of proximity and run to a small construction site with lights on. There were no workers on this construction site, but a large lamp hung high up. There were also many shovels, hammers, and other tools on the ground, as well as mixed cement and so on. When Jiang Ran saw the shovels and hammers on the ground, he instantly grabbed a shovel. After grabbing the shovel, he immediately felt more confident. He turned around, holding the shovel, ready to fight the dogs. The two dogos, seeing Jiang Ran with a weapon in his hand, did not retreat but charged straight at him. Gripping the shovel tightly with both hands, Jiang Ran continuously and quickly struck the heads of the two charging dogs in small, rapid bursts. Because there were two dogs, Jiang Ran had no chance to gather strength to hit one dog. Because if he gathered strength to hit one dog, the other dog would have an opportunity to approach and bite him. Therefore, he could only quickly slash, knock, and hit wildly in small areas. Surprisingly, this method actually worked. At least Jiang Ran was safe for now. But unforeseen circumstances happen, and there are too many accidents. These two dogos were much smarter than Jiang Ran had thought. Since they couldn't approach Jiang Ran from one direction together, they would attack from front and back. This way, Jiang Ran would be caught off guard. Then, if he took two shovels, one in each hand, wouldn't the problem be solved? Sorry, the shovels and hammers on the construction site were quite long. He overestimated Jiang Ran's arm strength. He could lift them, but when swinging them, two shovels in hand were not as good or powerful as using one hand. Therefore, when he saw one dogo slowly moving in a compass-like fashion around him to his back, Jiang Ran felt utterly desolate. He felt that he might be meeting his end here today. Woof woof! After this dog bark, the dogos in front and behind Jiang Ran attacked him simultaneously. Jiang Ran could only retreat backward, trying to narrow the angle of the two dogs attacking him. But what Jiang Ran had never expected was, there had actually been a dog hidden behind him all along. And it was a white dogo. This dogo, which had been hidden all along, launched a sneak attack, taking advantage of the perfect moment when Jiang Ran was completely unaware. By the time Jiang Ran heard the sound behind him, it was too late. The third dogo from behind, with its gaping maw, bit directly into Jiang Ran's left buttock. Instantly, the pain made Jiang Ran let out a piercing scream that echoed through the sky. And it was at this critical moment that Jiang Ran's mind uncontrollably suddenly recalled Chang Yusheng Song Ocean, the highest note of that line. If the ocean could bring back the love that once was. Ding! Host detected to be in a fatal crisis, consuming 1,000 points, awakening subpersonality. At the critical moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, in the inner world, all the Jiang Rans were watching everything in the outside world. They also heard the system's voice and knew that soon, a lucky one among them in this inner world would be chosen. Of course, given the current situation, being surrounded by three dogos, especially with one biting his buttock, this situation, relying purely on brute force to counterkill, was not suitable for all subpersonalities. Just like that time, facing Robert, the Jiang Ran who was chosen. He went out only to be beaten, unable to resolve the crisis at the time. In this situation, who else but me? Blue-haired Jiang Ran was extremely excited. This kind of scene was perfect for him. It was a great opportunity for him to show off his skills. It was a pity that the system's selection of subpersonalities was always random. It all depended on luck. And so it was. When the random golden light descended from the sky and shot towards them this time, blue-haired Jiang Ran was extremely excited. And when that golden light grazed past him and shot beside him, his face instantly darkened. Turning to look, the one next to him was none other than Jiang Ran with smoky eyes. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, who was chosen, was also very surprised. Immediately, a strange smile appeared on his face. Currently, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes had taken control of the body. Is this what freedom feels like? Jiang Ran with smoky eyes opened his eyes, feeling the solitude of the night and the gentle warm breeze. He couldn't help but sigh. But the intense biting pain from his buttock immediately afterward made his right eyelid twitch fiercely. It instantly pulled him out of his beautiful contemplation. Woof woof! At this moment, the dogo on Jiang Ran with smoky eyes buttock was biting down hard, refusing to let go. And two more attacked from the front, left and right. A cruel expression appeared on Jiang Ran with smoky eyes face. He swung the shovel in his hand, performing a wide horizontal sweep, temporarily repelling the two dogos on his left and right. Next, he had to deal with the dogo behind his buttock. He saw that this dogo not only bit his left buttock but also used all its strength to pull backward, trying to tear off the flesh of his left buttock. Alive! Beast! Jiang Ran with smoky eyes only said this one sentence. His free left hand, with his index and ring fingers together, instantly plunged into the left eye of the dogo biting his buttock. The force of this blow was so great that both fingers entered the dogo's eye. The eyeball was directly poked out. At this moment, the dogo, whose one eye had been poked out, instantly released its bite due to the pain. If that poke had hit any other part of the dogo's body, it definitely wouldn't have had such a good effect. This move directly attacked the dogo's most vulnerable part. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes retracted his left hand, discovering it was covered in blood and remnants of an eyeball. He wiped the blood from his left hand on his clothes. Enduring the excruciating pain in his buttocks, he still managed to smile. Then, he stared at the two dogos in front of him. These two dogos seemed to sense that the Jiang Ran before them was somehow different from before, but they didn't know how he was different. Oh, no, they knew how he was different. Previously, Jiang Ran had mainly focused on running away, with defensive counterattacks, but the one before them now had actually launched an active attack against them. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes listened to the system's prompt. Ding! To heal the host's buttock injury, 500 points will be consumed. With that, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes became completely fearless. He wielded the shovel and fiercely struck the two dogos. Dogos are, after all, large dogs, a type of fighting dog. Naturally, they wouldn't be afraid and charged forward. They began to fight with Jiang Ran with smoky eyes. Meanwhile, the dogo that had one eye poked out had also recovered its strength. It let out a howl towards the sky. Its remaining pale eye, glowing under the light, radiated intense hatred for Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, and it lunged forward to bite. At this time, the neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream. The viewership reached 460,000. Why so high? Mainly because it was just past 9 p.m., still quite early. Additionally, 3 famous scenes were happening simultaneously. First, Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Jiang Ran and 3 dogos. Second, 301 Old Man and 1 Pit Bull. Third, Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Fang Xiao an Old Dog. Many people watching the livestream couldn't keep up, so they simply split their screens into 3 sections. Anyway, many people were watching on computers, and their computer screens were large enough. The middle-aged uncle watched the 3 simultaneous events. His typing hands trembled with excitement. Too intense, too intense. This scene is like watching a movie. Absolute blood and violence. Yes. Currently, all 3 scenes were absolutely filled with the blood and violence of conflict. Like the conflicts between people, because the Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, were the weaker party in the apartment. It was purely one-sided. It was rare to see the blood and violence of a struggle. But this time, all 3 conflicts involved parties of considerable strength. There was give and take, especially since one of the parties was a fighting dog. Absolutely to the death. Domineering female CEO, honestly, given the current situation of being attacked by these dogs. Not counting 301 Old Man, that perverted criminal. Just talking about the Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice. Besides Fang Xiao and Jiang Ran, I really can't think of any other Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, who could handle this. Take Wang Jian and Lu Xiaoyu from this round, for example. Although they successfully counter-killed the residents who wanted to kill them in this round, if they were put in this situation, they would, undoubtedly buy. Let's talk about Wang Jian's hammer. If it wasn't the new generation Jack the Ripper chasing him at that time, but a dogo, even if that hammer hit the dogo's head, it wouldn't cause any fatal damage to the dogo. Wang Jian would definitely be bitten to death afterward. As for Lu Xiaoyu, there's even less to consider. She was purely relying on sneak attacks at the time. In this current situation of fighting dogs, you must have a certain level of physical ability. Conversely, intelligence is completely useless, because you can't outsmart a fighting dog. It's not like if you throw them some food, they'll stop biting you. I am a hero. Speaking of which, my brother, extremely rich young master, could also handle it. Don't forget, he has a gun. Renjiashir no Hazila, then why don't you ask him to come? I am a hero. Fairy sister, forget it, only a fool would come. Who knows how many dogs are nearby? Renjiashir no Hazila, hey, one of the fights is over. 301 Old Man. At this moment, one of the 3 fights in the livestream had ended. It was 301 Old Man. It was no surprise that 301 Old Man's fight ended first. After all, 301 Old Man only had 1 pit bull on his side. And in this fight, 301 Old Man won. Although he won, 301 Old Man had a lot of blood on him. It was unclear if it was dog blood or human blood. Besides that, he also had several shocking bite marks on his body. As for the pit bull, it lay on the muddy ground, its head a bloody mess, motionless. All its ferocity from when it was alive was gone. After killing the pit bull, 301 Old Man dragged the pit bull away. It was unclear what he intended to do. Over at Jiang Ran with smoky eyes' side. After more than 10 minutes, 2 white Grim Reaper dogos twitched and lay in a pool of blood. Their bodies were covered in countless large and small wounds, especially their heads, where the bone was exposed. As for the last one, it was also being fiercely chopped and smashed by Jiang Ran with smoky eyes using a shovel. It was in a state of continuous retreat, on the verge of collapsing. And finally, with the last strike, this one-eyed dogo was struck in the neck, a bloody mess, bleeding profusely, with flesh torn open. This one-eyed dogo finally could no longer hold on and completely collapsed to the ground. Blood gurgled from its mouth. Looking at Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, he also looked very disheveled. There was a lot of red blood on his body. However, most of it was the blood of the 3 dogos. So annoying, this body after transmigration is too weak. Even with a weapon in hand, I was still made like this by 3 dogs. Compared to when other sub-personalities took control of the body, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes complained in his heart, a complaint that other sub-personalities had also made. At this moment, he looked at the 3 white Grim Reaper dogos lying around him. He couldn't help but praise them. Although they are beasts, they are harder to deal with than some people. Then, he gave each of the 3 dogos several more shovel blows to their heads. Only after confirming that the 3 dogos were completely dead did he, shovel in hand, leave the place. Holding the shovel, he did not return to the Alice apartment building, but followed his memory to a spot where he could secretly observe Feng Xiao and Old Dog. He crouched there and clearly saw the current situation of Feng Xiao and Old Dog. Currently, it could be seen. Old Dog was still guarded by over a dozen fierce large dogs. It must be said, with this setup, unless one had a gun, it would be very difficult to get close. As for Feng Xiao's side, this guy looked very miserable now. Extremely disheveled. However, he still had something to boast about. Because the 2 that initially attacked him, 1 dogo and 1 Rottweiler, were already lying dead on the side. Now, Feng Xiao was being attacked by 3 Kangals of different coat colors. Kangals are taller and much heavier than dogos. Male dogos generally have a shoulder height of 60 to 68 centimeters and weigh 40 to 45 kilograms. Male Kangals generally have a shoulder height of 70 to 100 centimeters and weigh 50 to 80 kilograms. From these 2 sets of data, it can be seen that the largest a dogo can grow is equivalent to the smallest a Kangal can grow. The 3 Kangals currently attacking Feng Xiao. Each one was only slightly smaller than a donkey. As things stand, if no accidents occur, Feng Xiao is very likely to die at the jaws of these 3 Kangals. Why? Firstly, although Feng Xiao had practiced boxing before and was a great talent in it, a professional fighter, he retired long ago and hasn't trained in who knows how long. Furthermore, after retirement, although he didn't pursue women, he developed various bad habits like smoking and drinking for a long time. His body was severely depleted. Secondly, Kangals are too large and powerful, especially with 3 of them attacking Feng Xiao together. These dogs have always been raised as large sheepdogs, fighting wolves in the wild. Now, the 3 Kangals are clearly treating Feng Xiao as a wolf, ganging up on him. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, who was watching, kept his mind racing. About 2 minutes passed. He muttered to himself, no, that old dog must die. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes didn't want to kill the old dog for revenge because he was attacked by the old dog's 3 dogos, especially since one of them bit his butt. He wasn't that narrow-minded, it was purely because Jiang Ran with smoky eyes felt threatened. This old dog keeps so many dogs, what if he becomes his enemy one day? What should he do? Of course, even though the main personality controls the body most of the time, and it's not the complete main personality yet, but he doesn't want them, these sub-personalities, to perish along with the so-called main personality. Of course, there's also a most important point. That is, what happened with Robert last time. The system first summoned a sub-personality, but it couldn't deal with Robert, so it directly awakened the main personality's evil memories, and the main personality became complete. After becoming complete, the main personality could enter the small town, hunt down a sub-personality, and then leave. This unexpected event last time was something no one anticipated, including the complete main personality. Therefore, the complete main personality caught a sub-personality and killed him directly, thinking he could continue killing, but it turned out there was no more chance. So, if this situation happens again next time, the incomplete main personality confronts the old dog, can't win, and needs a sub-personality to step in. As a result, the sub-personality that steps in isn't skilled enough, and the complete main personality is brought out again. Next time, when the complete main personality enters the inner world small town again, do you think the complete main personality will just casually kill a sub-personality and leave? He will definitely kill the one who poses the greatest threat to him. It might even be him. So, he is doing this for himself. But with a dozen dogs around the old dog right now, it's really hard to get close. If this were the body from before the transmigration, I'd be confident. But with this current body, forget it, that would be suicide. Too risky, he thought to himself. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, his eyes gleamed with a cold light, as if he had suddenly thought of a good idea. He quietly exited the area, muttering, Feng Xiao, you'd better hold on a little longer. At this moment, in the live stream room, Renjiashur no Hazila, actually, there's one thing I've always been curious about. Look, Jiang Ran and his sub-personalities who come out to solve crises, they all use the same body, but in situations like today, they're clearly dealing with 3 dogos simultaneously. The previous main personality Jiang Ran couldn't do it, but his sub-personality could as soon as he came out, and he solved it. Why is that? Middle-aged uncle, good question. This question is also very simple. Let me give you an example. If Boxer Tyson uses his own body, and you transmigrate into Boxer Tyson's body, and you two PK, who would win? Ranjesher Nahazila, definitely Boxer Tyson. I've never boxed or learned combat boxing. Middle-aged uncle, well, there you have it. Jiang Ran is in the same situation. Fairy sister, hey, look, Jiang Ran is leaving now. He's probably running away. Middle-aged uncle, running away is good. That old dog has a dozen dogs around him. If he really went in, he'd be an idiot. Fairy sister, then it's over. Middle-aged uncle, what's over? Fairy sister, Feng Shao is over. Middle-aged uncle, well, if he's over, he's over. I didn't bet on him anyway. Domineering female CEO, you didn't bet on him, but we. The number of people who bet on Feng Shao in this round was actually more than those who bet on Jiang Ran. Therefore, seeing Jiang Ran run away and Feng Shao still remaining there, a bunch of people who bet on Feng Shao felt their hearts clench. And given the current situation, there was one thing they had to admit. Feng Shao should be done for here. Currently, Feng Shao can't even deal with 3 Kangles, let alone the dozen or so dogs around the old dog. Evil wolf, I don't understand, is Feng Shao an idiot? He knows the old dog has a grudge against him, and yet he falls into such an obvious trap. How did Feng Shao and the old dog end up at the construction site near the apartment building late at night? Those watching the live stream saw it clearly. First, Feng Shao was drinking at home when he heard dog barking outside. He poked his head out and saw 2 big dogs fighting outside the apartment building. Feng Shao must have recognized them as the old dog's dogs. So, he grabbed the large machete he had prepared earlier from his house. He went downstairs, and luckily, the 2 dogs were still fighting. But then something strange happened. As soon as Feng Shao approached, the 2 dogs ran away, as if they had planned it all along. And Feng Shao actually chased after such an obvious trap. Who knows what he was thinking? Then, what followed was Feng Shao being led to the construction site. The old dog had been waiting there for a long time. Domineering female CEO, based on Feng Shao's performance in those 3 rounds back then, I don't think he should have missed that this was a trap. But this time he still followed, and looking at his hopeless situation, he probably doesn't have any backup plans either. So I think he might have drunk too much in recent years, and it really messed up his brain. He's not the Feng Shao he used to be. Evil wolf, damn. If that's really the case, then truly, there's nothing to say. Everyone who bet on Feng Shao was lamenting. Those who hadn't bet on Feng Shao were watching the live stream with amusement, anticipating Feng Shao's death, being torn apart alive by the big dogs. Another half an hour passed. Feng Shao was still entangled with the 3 Kangles. It was clear that Feng Shao's condition was getting worse and worse. And it was at this moment that something completely unexpected happened to the people in the live stream room. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, who had already left, actually returned. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes was seen returning on his electric scooter. At that moment, he had a large black bag on his back, and another black bag was on the footboard of the electric scooter. A third black bag was securely tied with a rope to the back seat of the electric scooter. Immediately after, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes rode his electric scooter and chose a spot at a certain distance from the old dog and Feng Shao. He got off. Then, he put down the black backpack he was carrying, and from this full black backpack, he took out a glass wine bottle. The mouth of this bottle also had a string of white cloth. This was clearly a Molotov cocktail. Molotov cocktails are simple and crude weapons. They are easy to make and remarkably powerful. Fill a bottle with flammable liquid like alcohol or gasoline, then attach a gasoline-soaked cloth strip to the bottle's neck, and you're done. To use it, you light the cloth strip and then throw the Molotov cocktail. Molotov cocktails are familiar to many young people. They have all used them. Of course, used here refers to gun-based video games, not reality. Before his transmigration, when Jiang Ran with smoky eyes had control of his body, one of his favorite tools was the Molotov cocktail. Therefore, in just half an hour, he was essentially back to his old ways. He made a large number of Molotov cocktails. Of course, due to the short time, the Molotov cocktails here were definitely not as good as those he made on Earth before his transmigration, but they were sufficient. At this moment, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes saw that the situation was almost ready. He pulled out a lighter from his pocket. He lit the cloth strip of a Molotov cocktail in his hand. The white cloth strip instantly ignited, catching fire, and needed to be thrown quickly. He aimed at the old dog over there and threw it. As he threw the Molotov cocktail, a wonderful thrill surged through Jiang Ran with smoky eyes. He felt as if he was truly alive. He was back to those happy times on Earth. Meanwhile, the old dog over there was still watching Feng Shao, who was being attacked by 3 Kangles. His lips curved slightly, revealing a triumphant sneer. Feng Shao, don't worry, I will never easily kill you and let you die quickly. I will slowly torment you." If he truly wanted Feng Zhao's life, the old dog would have simply sent all a dozen dogs around him. Feng Zhao would undoubtedly be dead. But he didn't do that. He just wanted to slowly torment Feng Zhao. If Feng Zhao died too quickly, the rage in his heart wouldn't subside. And just as he was enjoying Feng Zhao slowly being killed by his three Kangles, suddenly a dog next to him started barking loudly. First one, then several, and finally all the dogs around him were barking. The old dog hadn't entered the Alice apartment. He ran his own dog farm and enjoyed dogfighting. This wasn't something he started in this lifetime. His family had been involved for several generations. Approximately 7 or 8 generations ago, they began this profession. Therefore, by the time it reached his generation, his dog training skills were absolutely impeccable. The 4 words, superb and exquisite, were not an exaggeration to describe them. For example, right now, his dogs would never bark normally. If they barked, something was definitely wrong. Therefore, he immediately became alert and looked in the direction of the barking dogs. He saw a ball of fire flying towards him in the dark night. His eyes widened. He thought he was hallucinating. Where would a flying fire come from in the middle of the night? However, he reacted very quickly. Regardless of whether it was a hallucination or something else, he wanted to retreat. But he discovered it too late. Even if he ran back at that moment, the fire and explosion range after the Molotov cocktail landed would still affect him. Of course, it probably wouldn't be fatal. As the saying goes, raise an army for 1,000 days, use it for an hour. At this moment, a dog beside him suddenly leaped up, attempting to bite the Molotov cocktail. And that Molotov cocktail exploded the instant it was bitten by the dog. Immediately, the explosion and flames surged. Instantly, the dog's head and more than half of its body were covered in flames. Of course, it was also because of this dog that the old dog did not suffer any harm. At this moment, the old dog had retreated to a safe distance, and his eyes were preparing to search for who threw the Molotov cocktail. As a result, just then, Molotov cocktails continued to fly from that direction. In the blink of an eye, 5 fireballs simultaneously attacked him. He immediately started running backward. Some of those 5 Molotov cocktails landed next to the dogs, while others landed directly on the dogs. Instantly, a blaze erupted there. The flames were relentless. "Over there, go kill him for me." The old dog finally spotted Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, who had thrown the Molotov cocktails. He ordered his dozen or so dogs to go kill Jiang Ran with smoky eyes. He himself, with 2 dogs, frantically ran away to the back. From Jiang Ran with smoky eyes' perspective, about 11 or 12 dogs were charging towards him. But he was not flustered in the slightest. He threw Molotov cocktails with both hands, as fast and steady as a machine. He continuously threw Molotov cocktails, and those Molotov cocktails seemed to have automatic targeting. One after another, they struck the fierce large dogs. These large dogs, hit by the Molotov cocktails, all caught fire upon impact, the flames relentlessly devouring their flesh and blood. They continuously tore and howled. At the same time, they rolled left and right on the muddy ground, attempting to extinguish the fire on their bodies. But unfortunately, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes gave them no chance. He kept throwing Molotov cocktails as if they were free. Because of this, the dozen or so large dogs that had come to bite Jiang Ran were now all in a sea of fire, struggling with the flames. However, there were also outstanding ones among these dogs, including a black Doberman that constantly dodged the Molotov cocktails, now only 5 or 6 meters away from Jiang Ran with smoky eyes. Unfortunately, a dog is just a dog. It never occurred to it that the closer you get, the greater the probability of being hit. Just as this black Doberman was 3 meters away from Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, it was finally hit by a Molotov cocktail, and instantly, it caught fire relentlessly. It stopped in its tracks, howling mournfully. In the short time it stopped, 3 more bottles were thrown onto it, fueling the fire. This is so exhilarating, it's absolutely thrilling. I love the feeling of destruction. I love the feeling of these lives being consumed by flames. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes was throwing with extreme joy, his face displaying an eerie smile that had reached its peak. It was comparable to an evil god. After he had thrown enough, the dozen or so large dogs that could threaten him were no longer a concern. He put all the remaining Molotov cocktails into the large backpack behind him. Then he rushed towards Feng Zhao. Immediately after, he followed suit, using Molotov cocktails to help Feng Zhao overcome his predicament. At this moment, Feng Zhao was truly on the verge of death, being overwhelmed by the 3 Kangles. Many bite wounds had already appeared on his body. Blood was continuously flowing. Especially at present, one of them had bitten onto his blood-stained machete and would not let go, no matter how the blade cut its mouth. It seemed to have made up its mind. The other 2 were biting at him from 2 different directions. Feng Zhao couldn't pull out his knife at this moment. Seeing the current situation, he knew he was going to die. He had already prepared for death. However, his vision suddenly flashed with an orange-red flame. Immediately after, the Kangal in front of him, which was fighting him for the machete, suddenly caught fire. This caused the Kangal to immediately let go and howl in agony. Before Fang Xiao could react, he heard two slap sounds. The two Kangals that were preparing to bite him from the left and right directions also caught fire. Fang Xiao was still in a daze when he saw Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, carrying a backpack, a lighter in his left hand, and a Molotov cocktail in his right, slowly walking towards him. When Jiang Ran with smoky eyes approached him, Fang Xiao's dazed face broke into a relieved smile. "I never thought it would be you, Jiang Ran, who saved me. I really didn't expect it." Jiang Ran with smoky eyes said, "What's so unexpected about that?" Fang Xiao remained silent. He truly hadn't expected Jiang Ran to save him, because ever since he returned to Alice's apartment, he had considered the assistant administrator Jiang Ran and that accursed administrator Xiao Zhang to be in league. Therefore, how could he have imagined that Jiang Ran would be the one to save him? So, Fang Xiao said, "Thank you, Jiang Ran, for saving my life. I'll remember this kindness and repay you next time." Jiang Ran with smoky eyes said, "Instead of repaying me later, why not do it now?" Fang Xiao was stunned. "Now? How? You're not going to kill me after saving me, are you? Make me willingly give up my life?" Jiang Ran with smoky eyes showed a sinister smile. "Come on, you're thinking too much." At this moment, he pointed in a direction. The old dog ran off in that direction with two dogs. "Are you coming with me to chase him down and eliminate the root cause?" Fang Xiao looked down at his injuries, then looked up and said, "Do you have any baijiu here?" Jiang Ran with smoky eyes took off his backpack and found a bottle of baijiu inside. He removed the cloth strip from the baijiu. Then he handed the bottle of baijiu to Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao took the baijiu, sniffed it, and said, "It's ordinary, definitely not as good as mutai or wolianya." With that, he took a sip, then raised one of his arms, tore open his clothing, and sprayed it directly onto his bitten wound. That wasn't all. He repeated the process many times, even pouring the entire bottle of baijiu directly onto the wounds on his body. Which hurts more, baijiu on a wound or salt directly on a wound? I don't know, but both are excruciatingly painful. Even Fang Xiao was affected. Although he didn't scream, his mouth twisted into a very ugly grimace. As he poured the baijiu, he said, "Jiang Ran, honestly, if we swapped places, you were surrounded by dogs, and I was nearby, I definitely wouldn't be able to save you. After all, the old dog has too many dogs, there were over a dozen just next to him. But you're very capable, making so many Molotov cocktails. And, you know, these dogs, even though they're all fighting dogs, the fiercest breeds among dogs, they're still dogs, and they're afraid of fire. They'll fear the high temperature and brightness of fire. So, you're really smart. Using fire to deal with these dogs is absolutely brilliant." Jiang Ran with smoky eyes stared at Fang Xiao, who was still talking, a bit impatient. "Friend, stop talking. Let's go. If we keep bragging, the old dog will get away." Hearing this, Fang Xiao gave an awkward laugh. He stood up, finished pouring the baijiu, then followed Jiang Ran with smoky eyes. However, he noticed that Jiang Ran with smoky eyes was not heading in the direction the old dog had fled. Instead, he was going in the opposite direction. He was about to ask when he saw Jiang Ran with smoky eyes, moving very fast, riding an electric bike towards him. "Get on," Jiang Ran with smoky eyes said. So, Fang Xiao, holding his large machete, got on the back seat of Jiang Ran's electric bike. Then, these two Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who had both survived 3 rounds, went together to hunt down the old dog. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes had clearly seen and remembered the direction the old dog fled. Therefore, he was also chasing in that direction. He turned on the headlight. The electric bike's speed was not fast. It seemed Jiang Ran with smoky eyes was also afraid of being ambushed. No one. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes had already ridden past 2 construction sites in that direction, but he hadn't seen any trace of the old dog. Half an hour later, after riding around many construction sites, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes and Fang Xiao still hadn't found the old dog. At this moment, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes' face was extremely grim. "Let's go back and deal with those dogs. Forget about the old dog. At night, if that guy wants to hide, we have no way." So, the two of them rode back to the area where the fight had initially taken place. Here, some dogs had been burned alive, while others were not dead but lying on the ground, panting heavily, their bodies horribly burned. As for some, they were still able to move normally. So, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes and Fang Xiao began the cleanup work, killing all the dogs here. Currently, in the live stream. Renjiashur no Hazila, the more I watch this live stream, the more it feels like a mystery show. It's very confusing, isn't it? First, why did Jiang Ran come back to save Fang Xiao? Are they very close? They only just met this round, right? Especially since it's the secondary personality in control right now. Then there's the old dog. Although he killed many dogs last time to kill Oing Ying, Xiao Xiao, and that American Special Forces soldier Golden Beard, there were still a lot of dogs left from last time. Definitely more than the ones that appeared today. So, why did he run away? Why didn't he bring his dogs and counterattack? Fairy sister, why Jiang Ran came back to save Fang Xiao, I don't know, and no one can answer, unless you go to Alice's apartment in Nan City and ask yourself. As for why the old dog, despite having many dogs, ran away instead of counterattacking with them, perhaps he only brought this many dogs out this time, thinking he could surely take down Fang Xiao, but he didn't expect a meddler to appear. Besides that, the place where he keeps his dogs and the place where he was trying to take down Fang Xiao should be a certain distance apart, so he didn't have time to summon his dogs for a counterattack. Middle-aged uncle, I think so too. The dogs the old dog brought out this time were enough to easily kill Fang Xiao. God knows, there were two troublemakers, one was the old man, who took care of a pit bull, and the other was Jiang Ran, who directly used Molotov cocktails to kill dogs. He had no choice but to run. But no matter what, the old dog suffered heavy losses this time. So many more dogs died. Reality. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes and Fang Xiao spent some time dealing with the remaining dogs. After they were done, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes prepared to return to the apartment building. But Fang Xiao had no intention of leaving yet. He asked Jiang Ran with smoky eyes to borrow the electric bike. The purpose was to drag all these dead dogs downstairs to the apartment building, then process them all, leaving only the dog meat, to turn them into delicious ingredients. Regarding Fang Xiao, to be honest, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes initially didn't find anything particularly unique about him. But now, Fang Xiao's actions indeed made Jiang Ran with smoky eyes think that Fang Xiao was not a normal person. He had just gone through a bloody battle. He still had wounds from dog bites on his body. Yet, instead of tending to his wounds and resting, he was preparing to drag all the dead dogs downstairs to the apartment building and process them right now. One should know that conservatively estimated, there were 20 dogs that died tonight. Skinning and processing all of them, that's no easy task, is it? But it wasn't his business. He was carrying a backpack, which still contained some Molotov cocktails. He didn't return to the management office but went back to his home at 304. After arriving home, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes saw the ancient beauty kite in the living room, which the other sub-personalities had obtained from Wang Nuli, the kite murderer, a long time ago. He just glanced at it and didn't admire it much, because he knew that he would soon be forcibly pulled back into the inner world by the danger warning system. At this moment, he sat on the sofa. The eerie smile that often appeared on his face was gone, replaced by a chilling frost. It was very cold around him. The air seemed to have congealed, especially at this late hour, in the silent atmosphere, despite the lights being on. The light provided a sense of security, but whenever one saw him, that sense of security would suddenly vanish. The main personality's luck is really good. When he was on Earth, he met many people who helped him suppress us. That's not all. Even absurd things like transmigration and system binding could happen to him. And this system is really annoying. It lets us out to solve crises, and once they're solved, it pulls us back in. We have no power to resist. Is it treating us like toilet paper to wipe its butt? He kept thinking about these things in his mind. Gradually, Jiang Ran with smoky eyes' eyes were filled with a hint of unwillingness and anger, but the next moment, these emotions in his eyes disappeared, replaced by surprise. Wait, it seems like there's something I've overlooked. The danger warning system, regarding the main personality and sub-personalities, definitely helps the main personality. But each time the system functions, it doesn't help the main personality directly eliminate us, it just treats us like toilet paper. So, what if the main personality dies? What if he completely disappears? If he dies, will the system still help him? Before, we and the main personality weren't able to meet directly in the inner world like last time. Therefore, no one could kill the other. But now it's different. Suppose next time, the main personality outside, who only possesses kind memories, encounters a crisis he can't solve, and the system pulls us out. The sub-personality that is pulled out deliberately pretends to be defeated, leading to the recovery of the complete main personality. Then the complete main personality descends into the inner world. All of us sub-personalities act together to eliminate him. Then it's a success? All of this was what Jiang Ran with smoky eyes was thinking in his mind. He increasingly felt that it seemed very possible. However, there were significant problems if this plan were to be implemented. First, convincing all sub-personalities to participate in the plan. This was a very difficult problem. Second, the American medicine taken by the main personality, Jiang Ran, had caused several of the most perverse sub-personalities to remain suppressed, in slumber. Without those few, could the remaining sub-personalities, combined, eliminate the main personality? Right, the medicine. Get rid of all that American medicine. Anyway, the main personality doesn't have much money. Let's see how many times he can buy medicine. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes suddenly stood up, ready to go inside and pour those bottles of American medicine down the toilet. Just then, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Ding! Crisis detected as resolved, subpersonality returning. With a thud, Jiang Ran's body fell onto the sofa. Jiang Ran with smoky eyes was forcibly pulled back into the inner world. Round 28, Day 6. A little after 1 a.m. Jiang Ran woke up, clutching his head, his face full of pain. After waking up, he suddenly let out a scream. No, don't chase me, don't bite me. Immediately after, Jiang Ran abruptly sat up from the sofa, then stood up, stumbling and almost falling. At this moment, he realized that he was no longer at those construction sites, but in his own home. Was it a dream? Jiang Ran's mind was still filled with the terrifying image of being chased by dogs. The pain from his butt and the large patches of blood on his body also told him that this was not a dream. It was another time he was saved by a subpersonality. Every time a subpersonality comes out, a part of my memory is lost. This time, Jiang Ran's memory only went as far as being attacked by 2 dogs and fighting with them. Everything after that was gone. However, he was used to it. But, I wonder how Feng Xiao and the others are doing? Oh, I still need to go to the hospital to treat my wounds. Immediately, Jiang Ran changed his outer clothes and pants. He left 304, and went all the way down to the first floor of the apartment building. After exiting the building, he smelled a strong scent of blood. Following the scent of blood, he arrived at a spot to the left of the apartment building. He saw a person killing dogs there. The ground was covered with the bodies of various large dogs. Looking closely, that person was actually Feng Xiao. He didn't know where he got the headlights and water pipes from. And since Feng Xiao was here, where was the old dog? Jiang Ran didn't pay attention to any of this, nor did he want to. He just wanted to go to the hospital to treat his wounds now. Checking the time on his phone, it was already 2 a.m. He sighed, looking at the moon above, half covered by dark clouds. He walked to the main gate and found a person still standing outside the security booth. It was Xiao Xing, the security guard. Jiang Ran saw Xiao Xing and asked, "Huh? Are you on night duty? You're still awake at this hour?" Xiao Xing looked at the scattered stars in the night sky and heard Jiang Ran's question. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, I'm on night duty today, but I'm also waiting for someone." Jiang Ran frowned in confusion. Waiting for someone? Are you waiting for takeout? He thought Xiao Xing had ordered takeout, otherwise, who would he be waiting for at this hour? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just then, a white van drove out of the darkness and slowly stopped outside the apartment gate. The car door opened. First, a stylishly dressed middle-aged man in his 40s got out of the car. To be honest, from his appearance, this man looked, at most, under 30. Of course, what gave him away was the steady demeanor about him and the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. After this man got out, another man followed behind him. This man also looked under 30 from his appearance. But compared to the previous man, he was genuinely that age, unlike the middle-aged man who just looked young. Of course, in terms of clothing, he wasn't as stylish and elegant as the first man. And not to mention him, even many men couldn't compare to the first man in terms of clothing. Xiao Xing, seeing the first middle-aged man, enthusiastically opened the face recognition access gate. He rushed out and embraced the first middle-aged man. The first middle-aged man accepted Xiao Xing's embrace and said, "Xiao Xing, I didn't expect us to meet again." Xiao Xing separated from the middle-aged man, revealing a smile. "I didn't expect it either. But this just shows the fate between us." Jiang Ran watched the scene before him, still not clear who these two people were. Then he saw the second man come up to him, smiling, and say, "Hello, you must be the assistant administrator, Jiang Ran, right? We are new residents. Xiao Zhang knows. He told us to come to the apartment and find you to get the keys to our respective apartment rooms." "Oh, the keys are on the table in the management office on the first floor. You can just take them yourselves." After all that, they were new residents. It's just that the time these new residents arrived at the apartment was quite eerie. Not only eerie. Moreover, when Jiang Ran saw these two people, the danger warning system in his mind had already sounded again. One was plus 9 points, the other plus 10 points. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Jiang Ran ignored all this messy stuff. He needed to go to the hospital to treat his wounds. What happened next was probably beyond anyone in the livestream's imagination. The 6th and 7th days of the 28th round were unusually calm. Many in the livestream had anticipated that the old dog would seek revenge on these 2 days, but that didn't happen. The Xiaobaishu, little white mice, living there lived leisurely, as if they were in their own homes. As a result, this round ended in an exceptionally bizarre way. 28th round, 7th day. It is now 23:55. With only 5 minutes left, the 28th round will be over. Many people in the Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream were looking forward to the end. Why? Because in this 28th round, an unusually high number of Xiaobaishu, little white mice, survived. Several of them. This was unexpected by everyone. And with more Xiaobaishu, little white mice, surviving, more people benefited. That's why they were looking forward to it. Time passed. The last 5 minutes also went by. The long-haired beautiful host also reappeared on the livestream screen. She was exceptionally beautiful and charming tonight. She smiled her usual bright and sweet smile at the livestream camera. Welcome everyone, gathered at the very end of the 28th round, tuning in to the livestream on time. The time has come, marking the end. Therefore, I announce that the 28th round of the game is now officially over. Next, I will announce the results. The results are as follows. This round Xiaobaishu, little white mice, casualty list, Oingying, Xiaozhao, and Zhaojia. Xiaobaishu, little white mice, survival list, Jiangran, Linfeng, Wangzi, Fangxiao, Wangjian, Lu Xiaoyu. Users who wagered on the above Xiaobaishu, little white mice, will share the total prize money of 584.9 million according to their respective betting ratios. The long-haired beautiful host announced the final results. The livestream, upon hearing the results, was filled with a relatively joyful atmosphere, because there were a total of 7th little white mouse in this round. Except for the 3rd Xiaobaishu, little white mice, Oingying and Xiaozhao, and the 5th Xiaobaishu, little white mice, Zhaojie who died. The other 5 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, were all alive and well. This means that in this round, if you didn't think and just randomly placed bets, there was still a super high winning rate of 5/7. It can be said that the 28th round was the highest winning rate since the Alice Apartments A Distant Relative Is Not As Good As a Close Neighbor game started in China. Of course, if a user still failed to win in a round with such a high winning rate, it could only mean that his luck was truly bad. Just like the following person. Son of Fortune, Gonlin Yang. It's the 28th round, a full 28 rounds. I bet every time, and I've never won once. Middle-aged uncle at Son of Fortune. Brother, you're so unfamiliar. Son of Fortune, I'm not a chatterbox like you guys, so of course I'm unfamiliar. Fairy sister at Son of Fortune, you really haven't won a single round? Son of Fortune, what do you think? Do I need to lie to you guys? Son of Fortune posted a screenshot, which was a screenshot of his betting win rate. Runjiashir Nahazila, oh my god, I can't believe it. I even suspect you photoshopped it. Middle-aged uncle, yeah, it would be difficult not to win a single game in these 28 rounds, right? And during the rounds when Fang Xiao and Jiang Ran had winning streaks, even one random bet wouldn't have resulted in this. So, Son of Fortune, are you intentionally maintaining a 0% win rate? Son of Fortune furiously typed, no. Middle-aged uncle, then in the next round, if you bet on Jiang Ran, you'll most likely win a round. Son of Fortune, no. I will bet according to my Heavenly Star Big Dipper. Middle-aged uncle, Heavenly Star Big Dipper? What's that? Son of Fortune, this is a fortune-telling technique I've studied for a long time. Every round, I use fortune-telling to determine who to bet on. Middle-aged uncle. Domineering female CEO. Little ant, 28 rounds and not a single successful bet. Your skill level, to be honest, stop learning. I heard that in metaphysics, it also depends on talent and destiny, and you clearly have neither. Perhaps it was stimulating to the Son of Fortune, who then stopped replying. Renjesher Nahazila, it's all your fault. You made him so angry he stopped talking. But he really, no, I can't hold back my laughter. Middle-aged uncle, alright, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about this round instead. The first 5 days were very exciting. There was something fun to watch every day. But the last 2 days were very quiet. I was so bored the last 2 days that I barely watched the live stream. But quiet is good, at least my extremely rich young master brother survived. Domineering female CEO, this round. What surprised me were Wang Jian and Lu Xiaoyu, these two anomalies. I wonder if these two anomalies will participate in the next round. If they participate, the next round will definitely be even more exciting. Especially since the old dog has not taken any retaliatory action against Fang Xiao. I wonder what he is planning? Also, Jin Yuna has not made a move against Jiangran. Little Dragon Girl, yes, the next round will definitely be more exciting. Just as these people were discussing how the next round would be even more exciting. The long-haired beautiful host, who had not disappeared from the livestream screen, suddenly smiled and said, everyone, I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment, but I still have some very bad news to tell you. The people in the livestream all typed, what news? Long-haired beautiful host, the 29th round will be postponed. As soon as these words were spoken, the livestream erupted. Middle-aged uncle, postponed? What does that mean? Are you guys going to run away? Or is the neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream going to be suspended? Domineering female CEO. Although I usually habitually refute you, middle-aged uncle, I must support you now. After all, some previous rounds were separated by several months, and they never specifically said they were postponing anything. This time, they specifically said it, so I feel like they're going to run away. Runjiashur Nahazi La, no, I've only watched a few rounds. How can you be going out of business? Fairy sister, going out of business? That shouldn't be. This is the #1 trending livestream on the Black software. Little Dragon Girl, although it's #1, the earning capacity of this livestream and its expenditure are actually not proportional. You see other livestreams, many of them are like ordinary livestreams outside, with a tipping function, but does this one have it? Never. In addition, this a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game definitely consumes a huge amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. It's still the same old saying, the effort and reward are not proportional. So, it's not surprising if it goes out of business. I am a hero. If it really closes, then my extremely rich young master brother will be free. Just as many people in the livestream were discussing endlessly. The long-haired beautiful host spoke again, everyone, don't overthink it. Unless the Black software is gone, the a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game livestream will absolutely not close. What I mean by the 29th round being delayed is because there will be a special livestream coming up. The long-haired beautiful host looked at the Black tablet in her hand, where a large number of people were asking what kind of special livestream it was. The long-haired beautiful host didn't beat around the bush and said directly, it's like this. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game. In the Alice apartment of every country, if there is a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, whose survival count reaches 4 rounds. After that, they will enter a special livestream. It is also because this time, Zhang Ran and Fang Xiao have reached 4 rounds of survival, which triggered the special livestream. You must be asking what the special livestream is? Taking our China as an example. They will go to a place with Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, from other Asian countries who have reached 4 rounds of survival. They will survive there for 7 days, which is 1 round's time. During those 7 days, they will still earn 10,000 yuan per day, but what's different is that after successfully completing this special livestream round, upon returning to their respective Alice apartment, surviving for 1 day will change their income from 10,000 per day to 20,000 per day. Everyone in the live broadcast room immediately understood the meaning of these words. Simply put, it means surviving until round 4 to trigger a special live broadcast. The scope of the special live broadcast directly expanded to an Asian level, and if they successfully pass 1 round of the special live broadcast, then continue to participate in the game, the daily money amount will increase to 20,000? Middle-aged uncle, damn, this is interesting. It's no longer limited to 1 country, but an entire continent. Domineering female CEO, yes, oh my god, I never knew this before. Fairy sister, before, Fang Xiao was the only one who reached 3 rounds, and he left after the 3rd round. This time, Zhang Ran and Fang Xiao both passed 28 rounds, which is exactly 4 rounds. I didn't expect this game could even upgrade to an international version. Evil Wolf, in that case, the watchability has increased too much all at once. After all, there are also Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, from other countries, although it's only 1 continent. Oh, by the way, when going to a place to survive 1 round, where exactly do they go? Do they go to an Alice apartment in another country, or something else? The long-haired beautiful host answered at this time. No. The location for 1 round of survival is on an island in the Pacific Ocean. That island has been developed into a beautiful resort island. Just like Alice apartment, which is an apartment on the surface, this island is also a resort island on the surface. But behind it, he. Next, I'll briefly explain the rules of the special live broadcast. For the special live broadcast, the number of Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, entering the island each round, is a minimum of 5, and a maximum of 10. Additionally, on the island, there are ordinary people, regular tourists, and regular service staff who are completely unaware. Then, on this island, there will be 5 to 10 perverted criminals, perverted serial killers. So, everyone, listen carefully, the rules that differ from Alice apartment are coming next. Alice apartment is very lenient with the various so-called perverted criminals and perverted serial killers living there. It's up to them whether they kill Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, or not. I believe everyone should have realized this point. After all, everyone should remember that Wang Tao, who was killed by the clown before, was a top student in school and a white-collar worker in society. He is a typical example. He lived in Alice apartment for a long time but never killed a single Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. But this island is different. the 5 to 10 perverted criminals on the island are forcibly mandated by the organizers. Their mandatory task is, within a 7-day round, either all the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, die, or all of you die. These words revealed coldness and viciousness, making many people in the live broadcast room somewhat incredulous. Middle-aged uncle, then isn't this a situation of endless struggle? Either the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, live, or these perverted criminals, perverted serial killers, live? Only one side can survive? It's much more brutal than in the apartment. The long-haired beautiful host said at this time, "It is very cruel, but that was before. The rules have changed slightly now. The rule has changed from only one side being able to survive, to the 5 to 10 perverted criminals, perverted serial killers on the island, having to kill one Xiaobaishu, little white mice, in this round to be fine. If they don't kill even one, then after the game ends, those who haven't completed the objective will be executed by the organizers." Domineering female CEO asked curiously, "Still not right, what if the number of Xiaobaishu, little white mice, and perverted criminals, perverted serial killers on the island is not consistent? For example, 5 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, and 6 perverted criminals, there will always be one perverted criminal who has no one to kill, right?" The long-haired beautiful host replied, "That's fine, if all the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, die, it's not the fault of these perverted criminals, perverted serial killers on the island. If it's another situation, 6 perverted criminals, 7 Xiaobaishu, little white mice, the extra one is also fine, because the 6 perverted criminals have already completed the objective of needing one. Alright, that's all I have to say. This is also the reason why the 29th round of the game is delayed. The 29th round of the live broadcast will only begin after this special live broadcast ends." The middle-aged uncle immediately spoke again. "I still have a question, we only have Jiang Ran and Feng Xiao here, is this special live broadcast mandatory to participate in? If it's not mandatory, what if these two don't participate in this special live broadcast?" Domineering female CEO, "Good point, if they don't participate, we won't have a special live broadcast to watch." "Oh, I really want to watch." The long-haired beautiful host saw that more than just these two people were asking such questions. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone, although the special live broadcast indeed does not force the Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who have survived 4 rounds to participate, as long as enough temptation is offered, no one will be able to resist. Time is almost up. Next, the live broadcast room will close in half an hour, so I won't accompany everyone any longer. Please look forward to the next special live broadcast." After the long-haired beautiful host finished speaking, she disappeared from the live broadcast screen, and with that, the live broadcast screen returned to the interior of the apartment. Of course, currently, no one in the live broadcast room has the mind to look at the apartment's interior. Everyone is discussing the special live broadcast. After all, this group of people in the live broadcast room all know that many countries abroad also have Alice apartment. Yet they never expected that one day, they would have the hope of seeing a special live broadcast where these Alice apartments intersect. Middle-aged uncle, since there's an Asian level, there must be a world level too, right? Domineering female CEO, definitely, but I estimate the conditions to participate in a world level special live broadcast must be very difficult. After all, we're already in round 28, and only 2 qualified Asian level Xiaobaishu, little white mice, have appeared. And, if Feng Xiao and Jiang Ran both participate in this special live broadcast, I hope they don't die on this island. Fairy sister, it's hard to say, since participating in the special live broadcast can increase the money from 10,000 to 20,000, then the special live broadcast, those selected for the island, are definitely not ordinary perverted criminals and perverted serial killers. After all, those who can participate in the special live broadcast are Xiaobaishu, little white mice, who have gone through 4 rounds. To put it bluntly, ordinary level ones can't do anything to these 4-rounders. Just look at Feng Xiao and Jiang Ran, those of average skill wanting to kill them? Absolutely dreaming. Renjia no Hazila, then when we watch the special live broadcast, will we still have betting rights? Little Dragon Girl, definitely, it's a feature of the live broadcast room, how could it not have it? Renjia no Hazila, then you guys say, when we watch the live broadcast, will it be our own separate live broadcast room, or will we watch it in a shared live broadcast room with those rich people from other countries? Middle-aged uncle, that's unclear, many will only be known when the special live broadcast begins. Renjia na Hazila, then, at that time, we should also be able to bet on Xiaobaishu, little white mice, from other countries, right? Hey, what do you guys say if we bet on Xiaobaishu, little white mice, from other countries? Would it not be good? After all, we didn't bet on our own country's Xiaobaishu, little white mice. Domineering female CEO, don't think so much, bet on whoever you want. It doesn't matter, it's just a live broadcast game. Don't put moral shackles on yourself. Ranjiashur no hazila. Actually, I still have a question. I've seen some live streams on Black Software, the kind with one live stream featuring people from other countries, making it worldwide. Our A Distant Relative is not as good as a close neighbor game livestream is divided by country. I'd like to know how we can watch Alice Apartment live streams from other countries? Fairy sister, good question. You can go to the back end now and tell customer service, then you can switch to Alice Apartment live streams from other countries. But once you switch, it will take 10 years to switch back. Ranjashur Nahazila, then forget it. At 12:05 a.m., Lin Feng received a text message on his phone. The gist of the message was to congratulate him and Wang Zi on successfully completing one round. They only had 2 more rounds to go before gaining freedom. Round 28 had ended, and round 29 had not yet begun. During this interim period, they could choose to continue living in Alice Apartment, or return to their original residences. They would return to Alice Apartment when round 29 started broadcasting. Lin Feng was not sleeping at this time. In fact, he had been in light sleep for the past 7 days. He dared not sleep deeply at night, for fear of encountering a situation like Lu Jie's. Therefore, when the text message arrived, the sound of it directly woke him up. After reading the entire message, he was both surprised and delighted. After all, it was his first time as a live stream user being punished to live in Alice Apartment. So, his extremely rich young master, Lin Feng, had no idea that the organizers were quite good to people like him who had leaked the game livestream. He could actually not live in the apartment when the live stream hadn't started. Instead, he could return to his own residence. He only needed to come back when the live stream was on. This was fantastic. After all, every minute and second spent in this Alice apartment was like being in a wolf's den for him. He might lose his life any day if he was a little careless. Thus, he became even more confident about surviving the next 2 rounds. Because before the live stream started, he was afraid that the interval between each round would be too long, and he would still have to live here. Now he didn't have to, it was simply too good. He swore he had rarely been so excited and happy in his life. Therefore, able to leave the apartment, he directly sprang out of bed. Compared to Lin Feng, Wang Zi was a much deeper sleeper. But with that jump, Wang Zi was also woken up. After waking up and seeing Lin Feng's extremely excited look, she asked what had happened. Lin Feng told her about the text message. Wang Zi was first stunned, then incredulous. Finally, she was overjoyed. Li Xiaohua's boyfriend, as expected of a couple, made the same decision next. That was, to pack their bags and run away quickly. Leave quickly. The Xiaohua's boyfriend only took 15 minutes, hastily packing their things into suitcases. Then, each carrying a suitcase, they rushed out of the door, closing it behind them. They took the elevator all the way to the first floor. They frantically ran out of Alice Apartment. They didn't even look back, seemingly having no attachment to Alice Apartment whatsoever. Time passed by minute. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu Xiaoyu was also packing her luggage. Compared to Lin Feng and Wang Zi's hasty escape, she packed slowly. After all, her situation was completely different from Lin Feng and Wang Zi's. She came in to make money. She stayed here for 7 days and earned 70,000. Of course, Lu Xiaoyu felt that her biggest gain here was not the so-called 70,000 she earned. Rather, it was the short film she shot of a human death. That was the most valuable thing. On the other side, 10th floor. Wang Jian, are you really not going to reconsider staying here? Become my assistant and help me plan murders? The short-haired Chen Fei leaned against the white wall in the hallway, just as he did when he first met Wang Jian, relaxed and at ease. Wang Jian, at this moment, was pulling a suitcase and shaking his head. No, the life you speak of is too crazy. I don't want to experience it. I hope we meet again if fate allows. Chen Fei watched Wang Jian leave and said that. Wang Jian smiled on the surface, but inwardly he grumbled, I never want to see you again in this life. Yes, a murder planner. If Wang Jian were to meet him again, there were only 2 possibilities. The first, asking him for help to plan a murder. The second, being the one whose murder he planned. It was unclear if it was just a coincidence. Wang Jian's elevator ride happened to coincide with Lu Xiaoyu's. The Xiaohua's boyfriend both saw each other's suitcases inside the elevator. However, because they were not familiar, they didn't greet each other. They reached the first floor, dragging their suitcases, making a rattling sound on the ground. Just as they were about to pass through the glass automatic sensor door, a voice suddenly came from the right. Welcome to Alice Apartment again. They looked back but didn't see anyone, yet the voice had suddenly appeared. It felt a bit like a horror movie. Brother, I'm not saying this, but you're not worth it. Look at Wang Ju, you went all out to avenge her, and what happened? After she woke up, besides saying thank you, what else did she do? You're eating prison food and serving time here, but she's found another boyfriend outside. Nan City Prison. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Pang were visiting a tall boy in prison. This tall boy was the one who liked Wang Ju back then. At that time, Wang Ju was kidnapped by Lin Xingli, and he also slit Wang Ju's throat, almost causing her death. The tall boy, in a fit of rage, used a chainsaw to vivisect Lin Xingli and kill him. Afterward, they called 110 and 120. The police also took the tall boy away. Because of this, the tall boy later underwent various trials and was eventually sentenced to 10 years by the court. This was still because, first, Lin Xingli had first acted against Wang Ju, committing rape and murder. Second, the tall boy's killing was out of righteous indignation. Third, Lin Xingli had no family, he was alone, so there was no family to relentlessly pursue the tall boy's culpability. Of course, the most impressive were the organizers of Alice Apartment. At that time, they directly gave Lin Xingli a fake identity. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe there was no foul play if Lin Xingli, a longtime serial rapist and murderer, appeared in Alice Apartment. As for Wang Ju was first raped, then had her throat slit. Fortunately, she was sent to the hospital in time. Her life was saved. Although she was in a coma for a long time, she eventually woke up. After waking up, her body slowly recovered its health. But it was impossible for there to be no sequelae. That was, the slit in her neck often ached faintly, and her vocal cords were somewhat damaged. And after Wang Ju awoke, she heard from those around her, such as Xiao Hua, about the tall boy killing the murderer who harmed her. At first, Wang Ju was deeply touched. She never expected a boy to do something like that for her. Especially, she didn't expect tall boy to have secretly loved her so deeply. Therefore, after she had mostly recovered physically, she went to visit tall boy, who had already been sentenced by the court and imprisoned. At their first meeting, Wang Ju was in tears. She directly stated that she was willing to be tall boy's girlfriend and would wait for him to be released. This made tall boy, who was already imprisoned and depressed, very excited and happy. He felt that all his sacrifices for Wang Ju were worth it. Later, Wang Ju also frequently visited him. However, time is both a kind messenger and an evil demon king. Gradually, as time passed, Wang Ju's visits to tall boy became fewer and fewer, from wanting to visit every day to only once every few weeks. Finally, she never came again. Later, tall boy also learned through others who visited him that after Wang Ju recovered, she returned to university and soon met a boy, with whom she started a relationship. Those who knew both tall boy and Wang Ju later felt indignant for tall boy and went to confront Wang Ju. What did Wang Ju say in response? She said, "Did I tell him to kill that person? No, right? It was clearly him who was too impulsive at the time. Even if he hadn't killed that person, with so many people present, the culprit wouldn't have escaped and would have eventually been caught and punished by law. So, I don't owe him anything at all. Moreover, he's going to be in jail for so long. Do you really expect me to wait for him all this time? Don't you know that a girl's youth is very precious?" Tall boy listened to what Xiaopeng told him, meaning that he wasn't worth it, and that Wang Ju had found another boyfriend outside. He forced a strained smile. "It's nothing, actually, she's not wrong for doing this. After all, I'll be locked up here for 10 years. It's not wrong for her not to wait for me, she's not wrong." Xiaopeng looked at tall boy's clearly dejected appearance and wanted to say more, but Xiao Qiu pulled him back, signaling him to stop talking. What's the use of saying more? It can't change what has already happened. Xiaopeng also knew it couldn't be changed, he just felt it wasn't worth it for tall boy. Next, the three chatted for a while longer. Visiting hours were over. Tall boy was led away by the prison guards. Xiao Qiu and Xiaopeng said they would visit him again next time, then watched tall boy's back disappear. They also left the prison and arrived outside. Outside the prison, his life is ruined. Although he's only locked up for 10 years, he'll only be in his early 30s when he gets out, which is still considered young. But he didn't even graduate from university, and his record has the black mark of murder and imprisonment, especially during this golden period from his 20s to his 30s. Sigh, why didn't we stop him back then? After coming out, Xiao Peng kept muttering and chattering to himself. Xiao Qiu didn't complain much. After all, tall boy and those people were Xiao Peng's good friends. They weren't his good friends. His only good friend was Xiao Peng, although he also felt that tall boy was quite a pity. A fit of rage for a beauty. In the end, not only did he ruin himself, but he also didn't get the beauty. "Alright, stop complaining, we still have an appointment today," Xiao Qiu said, hailing a ride-sharing car outside the prison. Next, the two took the ride-sharing car to a cafe in the city center. At this time, a bearded Xiao Zhangfei was standing outside the cafe. This Xiao Zhangfei was none other than Kubei. Since the last time Xiao Qiu and the two others were rescued by Mike, they fled, escaped the pursuit of Chainsaw Killer, and got out of Alice's apartment. The three of them first ran to the hospital. Why run to the hospital? Nonsense, Xiaopeng was used as a human cushion twice and vomited blood. He definitely needed to be sent to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, an awkward situation occurred. During the days they were held, they didn't shower and had no paper to wipe their bottoms. The three of them looked like beggars, emitting a foul odor. In addition, when the three escaped, they had nothing on them. Their phones were all with Sumi. They had no ID cards, no money. Therefore, they couldn't even enter the hospital. There was no other way. Xiaoqiu and Koubei could only drag Xiaopeng to Koubei's previous home nearby first. At that home, Koubei, as a detective, had a bunch of spare phones and spare SIM cards. Therefore, he used a spare phone to contact a hospital doctor he knew well from before. The doctor was originally resting at home but was called over by this phone call. He drove them to the hospital where he worked. Only then was Xiaopeng able to receive treatment. After that, while Xiaopeng was being treated, the two took the doctor's car back to Koubei's other home and took a good shower. The shower, taken after a long time, instantly made the two realize the preciousness of showering. Both of them cried while showering. Of course, their shower time was also very long. And even after just one shower, the two could still smell the stench emanating from themselves, as if the odor had marinated into their skin. For a period after that, fortunately, Xiaopeng's injuries were not deep, and he recovered and was discharged from the hospital. The three resumed the normal lives of human beings. They also replaced their phone cards and bought new phones. However, what happened next made all three feel the overwhelming power of the forces behind Alice's apartment. Since Koubei lived alone, no one cared where he went during the time he was held captive and out of contact by Sumi. Therefore, no effort was needed there. As for Xiaoqiu and Xiaopeng, after they came out, they realized why no one looked for them, noticed their disappearance, or couldn't contact them during the time they were held captive. This included their university classmates, teachers, and even their own parents, etc. The reason was simple: a very famous production team in China found these classmates, teachers, and parents of Xiaoqiu and Xiaopeng. They said that Xiaoqiu and Xiaopeng had participated in an episode of their variety show in China, a program similar to Wilderness Survival. During the recording, electronic communication devices could not be used. They had specifically come to inform them. In short, they fabricated enough reasons to cover for the time they were missing during their captivity. Therefore, after they escaped Alice's apartment and resumed normal life, when the two returned to the university campus, everyone who knew them asked about the show recording, and they were very envious of their luck, which completely bewildered them. But the sad thing was, even if you were bewildered, once you knew about this, you still had to pretend that you had indeed gone to record the show. Why? You couldn't possibly tell them the truth, could you? That they were held captive. Alice's apartment was a den of demons. Who would dare to speak? Who would dare to reveal it? Xiaoqiu and Xiaopeng didn't have that courage, nor would they do something so suicidal. Therefore, they could only pretend everything was normal. Of course, what made Xiaohua's boyfriend and Xiaopeng incredibly tense was that many classmates asked them when the show they participated in would air. They wanted to watch. Putting these aside, the three of them were now free. Today, the three of them gathered just to relax and discuss their future plans. Currently, the three of them met at a coffee shop in the city, but none of them went inside for coffee. Instead, they walked side by side down the street, chatting as they went. Koubei, are you still planning to enter the Alice apartment? At that moment, Xiaoqiu asked Koubei. The current positions of the three people were Xiaopeng in the middle, with Xiaoqiu and Koubei on his left and right. Koubei said, I definitely have to go in. My lifelong wish is to investigate my father's disappearance. I will never give up until I achieve this goal. The determination revealed in Koubei's words was like that of the foolish old man who wanted to move the two great mountains. Xiaoqiu said, I'm thinking now, is it possible that your father, like us, is actually no longer in the Alice apartment? And like us, he escaped? Koubei shook his head. If he escaped, why hasn't he contacted me for such a long time? Xiaopeng interjected, perhaps he had an unavoidable reason to hide and not contact you. Koubei sighed. At this point, Xiaopeng said, Koubei, honestly, there's something I might have to apologize to you for. If you're still going into that cursed place, I'm not going in. I truly don't have the courage to go in anymore. Thinking about it now, it was lucky we fell into Sumi's hands. Although we were imprisoned like dogs, at least we were alive. If we had fallen into the hands of those other perverted criminals, we might truly have lost our lives. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqiu, whose future goal was to become a criminal police officer, couldn't help but shiver with lingering fear. Yes, that apartment was home to a large number of perverted criminals and serial killers. They had only dealt with a few of them, and they ended up getting caught. If they had stayed longer and dealt with others, they wouldn't even know how they died. Not to mention, if those perverted criminals and serial killers inside were released into the outside world, just catching one would be a huge. Therefore, it also sufficiently demonstrated the terror of these people inside. Kobe looked at the two people whose expressions kept changing and showed a smile. Don't worry, I'll go in by myself. I never intended for you two to accompany me on this adventure. After all, it's none of your business. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng both scratched their heads a bit awkwardly, feeling somewhat apologetic to Kobe. But they truly didn't want to go back to that cursed place unless it was absolutely necessary. And at this moment, Xiao Qiu suddenly pointed ahead and said, Xiao Peng, isn't that your ex-girlfriend Xiao Hua? And, Wang Ju? Hearing this, Xiao Peng looked ahead. He saw two men and two women buying milk tea in front of a milk tea shop called Mishue Bingchang. The two women were Xiao Peng's ex-girlfriend Xiao Hua, and Wang Ju, the girl the tall boy liked and sought revenge for. And the two men beside them, one was Wang Ju's boyfriend. As for the other, he was Xiao Hua's boyfriend. Yes, after being dumped by Xiao Peng, Xiao Hua still liked Xiao Peng a lot, but time changes a person. Later, Xiao Hua gradually came to terms with it. Especially since Xiao Peng stopped replying to her messages, she decided to find a new boyfriend. And so it was. Xiao Qiu and his two friends spotted the four of them. Xiao Hua and Wang Ju naturally also saw them, but both sides tacitly pretended to be strangers. 10 minutes after the two groups passed each other, Xiao Qiu jokingly asked Xiao Peng how he felt seeing his ex-girlfriend now with someone else. Xiao Peng was an open person, not bothering to pretend, and directly said, "Anyway, I've slept with her, no loss, it doesn't matter anymore." This statement instantly left Xiao Qiu speechless. A car horn suddenly interrupted their conversation. Wanchuan grain pancake, to give back to new and old customers. We're having a promotion. Buy a standard 10 yuan pancake now and get a raffle ticket. The raffle ticket can be used for a drawing. Prizes are as follows. First prize, 1 winner's 7-day trip to Macedonia Island in the Pacific Ocean. Second prize, 2 winners won 100,000 yuan jack car. Third prize, 3 winners won 3,999 yuan jack electric bicycle. Fourth prize, 100 winners 100 yuan Wanchuan grain pancake shop voucher. Everyone, come and buy pancakes. At this moment, as the distance closed, Xiao Qiu and his two friends heard the sound more and more clearly. They arrived and found that the Wanchuan grain pancake shop was holding a pancake buying raffle event. Surprisingly, there were indeed many people, forming a long queue. As for this Wanchuan grain pancake shop, its address was in the city center. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng had both bought pancakes from this shop before. Not to mention, the taste was good, and the price was moderate. It wasn't one of those extremely outrageous things that ordinary people couldn't afford at all. Currently, seeing the pancake shop holding an event, especially smelling the aroma coming from inside, Xiao Peng couldn't help but wipe the saliva from his mouth. He turned to Xiao Qiu and his two friends and said, "Let's go buy some grain pancakes to eat, and we can also enter the raffle." Xiao Qiu nodded and said, "Okay, it's been a while since I've had the grain pancakes from this shop." Kobe looked at the shop, different from Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng. He had been to Nan City city center and passed this pancake shop many times, but he had never bought anything from it. He originally saw so many people queuing and wanted to refuse, thinking if they wanted to eat grain pancakes, they could go to another shop, as there wasn't just this one selling grain pancakes here. But seeing that the other two wanted to queue up, he couldn't say anything and could only agree to join them in the queue. He didn't know if it was a cursed fate or what, but the three of them had only been queuing for a few minutes when they surprisingly saw Xiao Hua, Wang Ju, and their boyfriends, 4 people, each with a cup of Mishue Bingcheng in hand, walking towards them. Then, Wang Ju's boyfriend said, "Hey, look quickly, they're selling grain pancakes here, and there's a raffle. Let's go buy some. The grain pancakes from this shop are quite tasty." Xiao Hua's boyfriend also chimed in beside him. Both men said they wanted to buy some. Originally, Xiao Hua and Wang Ju also wanted to agree, but then they saw Xiao Qiu and his two friends in the queue. Instantly, Xiao Hua and Wang Ju's expressions changed. Xiao Hua's and Wang Ju's respective boyfriends were from the same university as them, but they didn't know Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng. So why did Xiao Hua and Wang Ju treat Xiao Qiu and his friends like strangers? Was it merely because they broke up that they couldn't be friends anymore? Or did they not want their boyfriends to know their relationship with Xiao Peng and the others? No, there was another reason. Xiao Qiu, as mentioned before, was just Xiao Peng's good friend. He only got to know Xiao Hua and the others because of the Alice apartment incident. So the current bad relationship between the several people had nothing to do with him. As for Xiao Peng, it was different. Everyone, male and female, used to hang out together. Especially after Xiao Peng escaped from the Alice apartment and returned to a normal life, when he saw Wang Ju, that fickle person, who had dumped the tall boy and found someone new outside, he directly confronted and berated her. Their relationship consequently deteriorated sharply. Furthermore, Xiao Pang and Xiao Hua, following the ex-partner curse, also had a bad relationship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have pretended not to know each other when they met on the street. Originally, Wang Ju wanted to open her mouth, find an excuse, and say there were too many people here, and she wanted to eat multigrain pancakes, so she would go to another shop to buy them. But Xiao Hua grabbed her. She directly said loudly, "It's perfect, Xiao Ju and I also want to eat them. Let's go, let's queue up. Maybe we'll be lucky and even win a prize." After speaking, these 4 people also lined up, about 7 or 8 people between them and Xiao Qiu's group of 3. Xiao Pang heard Xiao Hua's words. His face showed extreme disdain. He was currently on very bad terms with Wang Ju anyway, and his relationship with Xiao Hua had also become extremely cold. Furthermore, Xiao Hua and Wang Ju's relationship was like that of good sisters. Xiao Pang didn't even know that Wang Ju and Xiao Hua had conspired to intentionally make Xiao Nua's relationship with the Alice apartment neighbors difficult. That was when Wang Ju deliberately criticized Wang Tao, and also criticized the delivery person. From that, one could see how good their relationship was. Therefore, Xiao Pang also criticized Wang Ju for being ungrateful. Xiao Hua was certainly unhappy. She definitely stood on her good sister's side. After all, Xiao Hua felt that Wang Ju had done nothing wrong. At the time, the tall boy simply couldn't control himself and killed Lin Xingli. Why should Wang Ju wait for him outside for such a long time while he was in prison? This was the most precious age for a girl, and it was also the combination of the above. This led to Xiao Pang's disdain when he heard Xiao Hua's words. He thought Xiao Hua was like an idiot. He wanted to buy pancakes purely because he wanted to eat them. He smelled the aroma and his craving kicked in. But he never thought he could actually win a prize. But what about Xiao Hua? His ex-girlfriend actually fantasized about winning the first prize? It's hilarious. Winning a 4th prize would be like an ancestor showing their spirit in burning high incense. And very quickly, the queue reached Xiao Qiu's group of 3. The first was Xiao Pang, who ordered a 10 yuan multigrain pancake. After getting it, he went to the next window and, with the help of the young female clerk, drew a prize from a blind box. He pulled out a lottery ticket and handed it to the young female clerk. The young female clerk used a metal tool to help him scratch the prize. Soon, the prize was scratched open. The 4 big characters "Thank you for your patronage" were so familiar. Xiao Pang was not surprised by this. The second was Xiao Qiu, and the third was Kubei. Both of them also ordered a 10 yuan one. After Xiao Qiu got his multigrain pancake, he also pulled out a ticket from the blind box. Then he asked the young female clerk to help him scratch the prize. It was clear that his luck was not very good either. It was also just a "thank you for your patronage" ticket. Finally, it was Kubei's turn. Of course, neither Xiao Qiu nor Xiao Pang, nor Kubei, took this last lottery chance seriously. Kubei casually pulled out a ticket from the blind box and handed it to the young female clerk. After handing it over, he prepared to leave, not even waiting for the results. He probably also thought he would definitely get "thank you for your patronage." But God always seems to like to give people surprises. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave, the young female clerk suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly, "We won! We won!" Xiao Qiu's group of 3 instantly turned their heads in surprise, saying in unison, "Won what?" Other customers waiting to buy multigrain pancakes also pricked up their ears. At this moment, a high school student in the queue joked, "It must be that they passed the imperial examination, just like Fan Jin." As soon as these words came out, laughter erupted from the queue. But one voice interrupted the laughter. It was a middle-aged man, patting his beer belly, very confused. Why are they all laughing? I know what passing the imperial examination is, it's in TV shows, but who is Fan Jin?" This was just a small interlude. Returning to the young female clerk at the window, she respectfully handed out the winning lottery ticket with both hands. "Congratulations, you won the first prize, a 7-day trip to Macedonia Island in the Pacific Ocean." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiu's group of 3 were all petrified. They all thought they had heard wrong. It wasn't until Kubei took the lottery ticket, and the 3 of them stared at each other for a long time, that they realized it was real. "Awesome, we won, and it's the first prize." Xiao Pang was so happy he almost jumped up. His loud celebratory voice was incredibly loud, attracting the attention of many other people on the street. Of course, if it were in the past, even if Xiao Pang had won this prize, his excitement would not have been so exaggerated. His exaggerated behavior today was purely to annoy his ex-girlfriend, to show off to his ex-girlfriend Xiao Hua, who was still in line. And over there, hearing that Xiao Pang's group had won a prize, Xiao Hua's face naturally turned very ugly, dropping instantly. Seeing that his girlfriend was unhappy, Xiaohua's boyfriend quickly comforted her. It's okay, aren't there still second and third prizes? Those are also very good. Originally, after winning the prize, Xiao Qiu's group of 3 should have entered the Forgotten River multigrain pancake shop to redeem the prize and discuss the follow-up matters for the first prize. But Xiao Peng refused. He dragged the other 2 and stood right at the entrance, eating pancakes and smiling at Xiaohua's group of 4. That smile contained triumph and showing off. Soon, the queue reached Xiaohua's group of 4. Xiaohua's group of 4. First, Wang Ju bought a pancake and drew a prize. He, like Xiao Qiu and Xiao Peng, was accompanied by "Thank you for your patronage for life." Next, Wang Ju's boyfriend drew a prize, and yes, it was also "Thank you for your patronage." Then it was Xiaohua's turn. While Xiaohua was drawing from the blind box, Xiao Peng, who never made smacking sounds when eating, deliberately ate the multigrain pancake, making very loud smacking sounds. Xiaohua pulled out a lottery ticket from the blind box. She handed it to the young female clerk. She prayed internally that she would definitely win a prize. Any prize would do. Just don't make it too embarrassing. However, fate just wouldn't let her have her wish. She also got "Thank you for your patronage." Upon learning that Xiaohua had also drawn "Thank you for your patronage," Xiao Peng dramatically covered his stomach and burst out laughing. Seeing this, Xiaohua no longer pretended not to know him. She directly cursed loudly, "Xiao Peng, how dare you laugh at me? Didn't you also get "Thank you for your patronage"? That first prize wasn't even drawn by you." Xiao Peng, upon hearing this, arrogantly tilted his neck. "So what if I didn't draw it? If my friend drew it, then I drew it. If you're so capable, why don't you make your boyfriend win a prize?" Xiaohua was so angry she couldn't speak. Her hands clenched into fists, hanging at her sides, and she was constantly trembling, shaking with anger. She turned around, wanting to tell her new boyfriend to buy the pancake and leave quickly. She no longer wanted to see her annoying ex-boyfriend. But when she turned around, she found her new boyfriend still standing by the lottery blind box, motionless, and his brows were furrowed together. And the young female clerk at the window was even more confused and bewildered. Xiaohua realized that something must have happened, so she walked over to ask, "My dear, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Xiaohua's boyfriend turned his head and asked Xiaohua, who was walking over. Xiaohua said, "Both. Tell me quickly." Xiaohua's boyfriend said, "The good news is I won the lottery. The bad news is I won the first prize." Xiaohua, first prize? Oh my god, this isn't bad news at all. This is good news. How can this be bad news? Xiaohua was ecstatic and immediately turned to her ex-boyfriend, Xiao Peng, saying, "Thank you for your auspicious words. My boyfriend really won the lottery." Xiaohua originally wanted to show off to Xiao Peng with this, but she noticed that Xiao Peng's expression seemed to be problematic. Logically speaking, Xiao Peng's expression at this moment should have become very ugly, but why did he look so gloating and as if he was looking at an idiot? Xiaohua and Xiao Peng had been together for a long time, so, not to mention Xiao Peng's every move, even a fart he let out, she could tell what Xiao Peng was thinking through that fart. Therefore, she felt that something was very wrong, but what exactly was wrong? "Xiaohua, look at this sign. There's only one first prize, 2 second prizes, 3 third prizes." At this moment, Wang Ju leaned into Xiaohua's ear and quietly revealed the truth of what was wrong. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's face turned very ugly. She immediately muttered, "What's going on? This store is too unprofessional, isn't it? How can there be 2 first prize coupons in a blind box? So what do we do now?" Yes, what do we do now? Xiaohua's boyfriend both drew the first prize. Not to mention these people, even those queuing up had heard about this gossip and were waiting for the pancake store to handle it. Xiao Peng spoke at this moment, "No matter how it's handled, our first prize definitely counts, because we drew it first. As for you guys? TSK, it seems like you might be out of luck. But it's fine, if you can't get the first prize, you'll definitely get the second or third prize. After all, this is also the store's mistake." Xiao Peng's sarcastic tone, not to mention Xiaohua. Even his own side, Xiao Qiu and Kubei, couldn't help but curse in their hearts. The petty man has achieved his ambition. Therefore, Xiaohua was trembling with anger again. At this time, the young female clerk also came out from the store, and she apologized to Xiaohua and the others with a bow. "I'm very sorry for this mistake. I can't handle it, so we can only wait for the store manager to arrive now. And these few, you also won the first prize, and you also have to wait for the store manager to arrive before you can redeem it. How about, everyone goes into the store to wait first?" Just as Xiao Peng and Xiaohua's 2 groups were about to enter the store to wait, suddenly a voice, from far to near, "No need, I'm here." A dashing figure riding a black motorcycle drifted instantly and arrived in front of them. As soon as the figure arrived, he dismounted from the black motorcycle. Then he took off his black helmet, allowing everyone to see his true face. To be honest, it's better for some people not to take off their helmets. Before he took off his helmet, the figure gave people the feeling of being very handsome and cool. After taking it off, that filter was instantly shattered. This was an extremely ordinary middle-aged man. The difference in appearance from what was imagined was too great. But whether it was as imagined or not, this middle-aged man was the store manager of this Wanchuan grain pancake store. If Jiang Ran were here, he would probably recognize him, because when he won a set of apartments in Alice apartment, he redeemed it with this store manager. At that moment, the middle-aged man store manager, at the store entrance, waved his hand grandly, full of righteous spirit. I've already heard about the situation. 2 first prizes appeared in the blind box, and both were drawn. This is truly our mistake. Therefore, these customers here drew first, right? The middle-aged man store manager's gaze fell on Kubei and his group. Kubei nodded. So, your first prize is definitely valid. Upon hearing this, Xiaopeng became even more smug. He wished his tail could wag up to the sky, though he didn't have a tail. And combining the middle-aged man store manager's words, so, your first prize is definitely valid. Did the next words mean that Xiao Hua and her group's first prize would be invalid and replaced with other prizes? Not to mention Xiaopeng's 3, or Xiao Hua's 4, even the other people in line understood the meaning of these words. At this moment, the middle-aged man store manager turned to Xiao Hua's 4 people. So, you are the second ones to draw the first prize, right? Xiao Hua's boyfriend nodded. It's me. The middle-aged man store manager said, because our store only set up 1 first prize, so everyone could anticipate what would be said next. It was probably that the first prize would become a second prize, or even a third prize. Even more shameless would be that this first prize coupon of yours doesn't count. After all, some businesses are truly deceptive. But something that no one had expected happened, only to hear the middle-aged man store manager say, so, this matter is originally our responsibility, therefore, your first prize also counts. We will also redeem your prize. Wow! The whole place was shocked. No one had expected this outcome. Xiao Hua was even more surprised. She quickly asked her boyfriend to pinch her arm, to wake her up, to tell her this wasn't a dream. But when her boyfriend really pinched her, she complained again, you really pinched me? Although, the joy of the first prize still overwhelmed everything. Only Xiaopeng pouted, looking unhappy. Alright, everyone, please come into the store first to discuss the prize redemption. The middle-aged man store manager led Xiaopeng and Xiao Hua's 2 groups into the store. As they had barely stepped half a foot into the store, they heard the middle-aged store manager suddenly turn around and loudly and passionately say, to the people in line and those watching the excitement nearby, everyone, if anyone else draws a first prize in the future and it is our store's responsibility, we will redeem the prize for everyone, just like this time. This also applies to other second or third prizes if such a situation occurs. After these words, the people in line and those watching the excitement all applauded, cheering loudly. Instantly, the number of people buying grain pancakes increased even more, becoming even crazier. One person even bought 10 directly. Suddenly, at this moment, Xiaoqiu and Kubei, who had been mostly silent, exchanged glances. Both smiled in unison. They originally thought that this extra first prize was indeed an accident. But suddenly, the two of them felt that this seemed to be a marketing tactic. Of course, this could also be considered an accident, but one that was artificially created. Inside the store, both groups were led by the young female clerk to an office on the second floor of the pancake store, which was the store manager's office. The office was quite standard. When the middle-aged man, the store manager, entered the office, he closed the door behind him. Immediately, he said, you all won the first prize. The first prize is a 7-day trip to Macedonia Island in the Pacific Ocean. Let me first introduce this 7-day trip. For these 7 days, we cover all expenses, round-trip transportation, hotel accommodation, food on Macedonia Island, and all activities available on Macedonia Island, such as diving and sea fishing. Secondly, this first prize, the 7-day trip, can accommodate a maximum of 4 people. That means a family of 4, or friends and relatives. It's all up to you, but it cannot exceed 4 people. Everyone, do you understand? After saying all this, the middle-aged man, the store manager, smiled as he scanned everyone in the office. And his words stunned everyone. Because everyone present had thought from the beginning that this 7-day trip was only for the person who won the prize. Only one person. But, they didn't expect that it could be for up to 4 people? Is this still a black-hearted business in the country? At this moment, Xiao Hua's side was the most pleasantly surprised. Because if it was for 4 people, they happened to have 4 people on their side. As for Xiaopeng's side, there were only 3 people, still missing one. After saying these words, the middle-aged man, the store manager, continued, add my contact information, and get ready these 2 days. Our store will help everyone with passports, visas, and so on. So, I hope you decide as soon as possible how many people will go, and who will go." Next, the people in the office and the middle-aged man, the store manager, chatted for over 10 minutes, discussing specific related matters. It was almost time. Then they left. Wangchuan Grain Pancake Shop. Xiaohua's 4 people left directly after coming out. They had already begun to discuss the specific itinerary for their trip. And watching Xiaohua's 4 people leave, Xiaopeng had a dark expression. He suddenly felt that some stores being too conscientious was not a good thing. It really benefited Xiaohua's 4 people. "By the way, Xiaoqiu and Xiaopeng, I'm not going on this 7-day trip. You two take your girlfriends." The 3 of them had also left the pancake shop's vicinity at this time. Immediately after leaving, Kobe said this. Hearing this, Xiaopeng immediately said, "How can that be? You won the first prize. If you don't go, and only we go, we'll feel uneasy. Moreover, you're overestimating Xiaoqiu and me. Where would we get girlfriends? Xiaoqiu was single for 10,000 years. As for him, Xiaopeng, his ex-girlfriend Xiaohua found a new Wangju's boyfriend. His current girlfriend, Xiaonua, died at the hands of Dogman. He was currently in a relationship hiatus." Xiaoqiu also persuaded Kobe at this time. "Yes, Kobe, come with us. Just treat it as a way to relax. Think about it, an island. How beautiful, and the air is definitely good. And most importantly, all expenses are free. We know you're still worried about your father's disappearance, but worrying won't solve the problem. Don't forget, the 3 of us just narrowly escaped death, held captive by Sumi for so many days. This time, let's consider it as surviving a great disaster, which will surely be followed by good fortune. This is clearly a benefit from the heavens for us. If you don't accept the benefits given by the heavens, be careful. The heavens might get angry and deliberately cause trouble, making everything go wrong for you." "Alright, I'll go." Kobe was persuaded. Mainly, he didn't want to disappoint the other 2 people. Xiaopeng then said again, "The maximum number of people is 4, and we only have 3 people here. Let's bring one more person in for the remaining spot, shall we? Otherwise, it's a waste, and waste is shameful, especially since this isn't a small amount of money being wasted." Yes, how much money would all the expenses for a 7-day trip cost for one person? So, they definitely had to bring one more person. Kobe said, "I don't have anyone else I can bring. You two bring someone." Xiaopeng scratched his head. He had many friends. But ever since the Xiaonua incident, his friends, some died, some were injured, and all were greatly frightened. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he felt that his few surviving friends were intentionally or unintentionally isolating him. He didn't understand, and only later found out that those friends all felt that the things they encountered last time, it was all Xiaonua's fault. And he was Xiaonua's Wangju's boyfriend, so, I don't have anyone to bring either. Xiaopeng shook his head, suddenly realizing that he seemed quite pathetic, with seemingly few true friends. Therefore, Xiaopeng and Kobe both looked at Xiaoqiu. After careful consideration, Xiaoqiu said, "I originally wanted to bring my cousin, but my uncle definitely wouldn't agree, so..." "Oh, right, that guy is returning to the country tomorrow. Let's bring him along." Xiaopeng was puzzled. "Who is it? Your lover from abroad?" Xiaoqiu said speechlessly, "He's a man. He's like my childhood friend, and we get along really well. His dad later started a business and became successful. Then, his dad sent him abroad to study in high school. Now, he's in college. Of course, we've always kept in touch." Xiaopeng was startled. "Damn, a hateful rich second generation. Which country did he go to study in?" Xiao questioned. "If I remember correctly, it should be England." Xiaopeng said, "England? I heard the Chinese student community in England is the most chaotic." Xiaoqiu said, "I'm just going to try and see if he'll come. If he doesn't, then there's nothing we can do. It'll just be the 3 of us. Or we can find someone else." Alice apartment. "Oh, you mean, if I go to Macedonia Island in the Pacific Ocean for 7 days, and after 7 days, I return to Alice apartment, the money I can receive daily will increase to 20,000, and for the 7 days I stay on the island, I'll also get 10,000 per day?" Bong Zhao's house. Bong Zhao was currently in the living room, eating dog meat hot pot and drinking ice-cold beer. The air conditioner in the living room was continuously blowing cold air. The hot dog meat hot pot going down, coupled with the circulation of cold air. It was like ice and fire, absolutely exhilarating. At this moment, he looked at the agreement handed to him by a middle-aged man in a black suit sitting opposite him on the table. After a glance, he asked the question in his heart. The middle-aged man in the black suit nodded. "That's right, that's how it is. So, are you willing to sign this agreement?" Bong Zhao smiled, and asked the middle-aged man in the black suit for a pen. Immediately, he signed his name on the agreement. After signing, he said with a smile, "Perfect, I felt that 10,000 a day wasn't enough, 20,000 a day is about right. The middle-aged man in the black suit took the signed agreement, looked at it, and after confirming it was correct, his lips curved into a smile. Then, he asked Fang Xiao, you signed so readily, aren't you going to ask anything else? Fang Xiao shook his head, no need, just like when you first found me and signed the first agreement with me, I just need to know the general idea, and that I'll get money. As for what's hidden behind it, I don't care. The middle-aged man in the black suit stood up and patted Fang Xiao's shoulder. Then I wish you a happy 7-day trip to Macedonia Island in the Pacific Ocean. With that, he strode out of Fang Xiao's house. Before he left, Fang Xiao also asked, aren't you staying for some dog meat before you go? The middle-aged man in the black suit smiled slightly and shook his head, no thanks, this dog might have eaten people, I can't eat it.